Rolling Stone a couple times and still roll up a joint. So I'll be rocking and rolling in a rocking chair made of wood. Looking at the water tower over the hill right by the sun. Newly kicking up dust on a one-lane road. Joe did crazy. And the night so young as we all right now sit frozen. I'm on the edge of town. The water tower says the same thing. Johnny and me are in the same place. A little faded but still looks good. In my neck of the woods, 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 my hands on the road. That football field that we practiced go, and that parking lot hopping on a Friday night sun. It took the lights down and the field already started. In my neck of the woods, in my neck of the woods. He never mutter, sucker. Right on, I don't care who you are. Right on.
Hello again.
Hey, right on, brother. I like you, dude.
Oh my gosh, I had so much fun last night.
Hey, sorry about it. You get in the mode sometimes. I mean, I don't care. Everybody has their own beliefs, but
no, it was
sometimes
awesome.
we have moments of insanity. I have them every now and then.
Yeah,
but at least I admit it. You know, most people are too proud to say sorry. You know?
I enjoy engaging about these topics. I wouldn't be here if I didn't like this kind of stuff.
Hey, I heard you.
I'm more about I came here originally expecting like the cryptid stuff, though, to talk about Sasquatch.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm researching stuff. I just don't. I don't bring it to the headlines because it's between me and them and my deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I already went that route with the community. They're all crazy, and I did I brought a guy that I knew forever, and he screwed me over on a documentary, and I never got a penny out of it, and it ain't worth it, you know. I know. As long as you know, who cares what everybody else thinks, right?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that I thought you knew who I was because I noticed you've been commenting on some of my videos.
Yeah, I just didn't realize that. I wasn't paying attention to like I don't much, you know. I just like content that's interesting instead of the same old. Everybody talks about pedophiles and drama and all this, the government and politics. I don't watch TV. I don't watch politics. I don't have nothing to do with current bullshit. I like current music, current movies, you know. And no one knows, you know, science. I don't know about the whole deal with the earth being flat, round, space. We all just like, who knows? I just can't wait till one day when you have all the truth in your head. It'd be nice to know, you know what I mean? Just boom. All of a sudden,
you'll
know
what I'm
everything.
all about. Yeah, looking at the data and stuff, looking at the evidence.
I mean, if I find somebody that always knows more than me and can show me shit that I don't know, I'm all for it. If I'm wrong, I don't want to be spreading knowledge to anybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What does he mean I'm smoking without him?
Who?
You. What is this attachments on my attachments?
Wait, I didn't put that there.
It says I smoked him out. Whatever.
Did you see last night? I changed everybody's name on the panel. I changed everybody's name on the panel last night.
Smoked one without us. I was busy, Zaz. You know where I was, right?
Yeah, I know. Is that a hornet? It's hard to tell that hornet. I have to screenshot it and blow it up. It almost looks like I don't know. It looks kind of like
it kind of looks supposed to like it's thinking. Is what I like about it. That's one of my friends gave it to me actually.
That's cool.
Because I thought it might go good with my channel. Because I used to have like a bee symbol that I had on there, and then my friend made me this. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. And
hey, you know, since you got big balls and an open mind, but it's just the way your voice is. Most people, that's why they were saying, "Hey, Brittany."
It's okay.
And I mean, I'm not worried about it now because there used to be a skit on Saturday Night Live called "The Infeminate Heterosexual." Do you remember that?
Well,
I mean, it was funny because he was married with kids and he talked. I mean, you sound like a man compared to him. I mean, he was like, yeah, you guys know I'm not gay, and he was married, you know, but he just talked that way, and everybody made fun of him because he talked like a woman, but he was far from a woman. You know what I mean?
I just don't talk about my sexuality, honestly, or my gender.
Oh, I'm just saying because what they said last night. But I don't usually ask anyone about what they do at home in their bed. I don't care what they do. It's none of my business. That's something you don't talk about. You know what I mean?
Definitely a feminine person, though. I'm not. You're not going to offend me by calling me a sissy and all that stuff.
My mom raised me, dude. My dad died when I was 6, and I plant flowers. I sew.
I do all that shit,
Yeah,
but you know,
I'm a clone of my mom too. It's well,
he
my
comes
mom
out and
was
he sometimes he's
interesting.
gone, and I'll start cleaning the baseboards and cleaning out the fridge with bleach. I'm like, what am I doing?
See, my mom raised
I
me.
know what
She
that
worked for
is.
the conservation department, so I spent my time out wandering the
Hi,
woods with my
Tetra.
mom.
Hey, I've been that way my whole life, dude. That I'm more in nature more than I am society.
Mm-hmm.
And you just
I
get
didn't mean
I'm
to.
a tree hugger. You know what I mean? I don't care if people know or not.
I didn't
I
mean
mean,
to cut you off, Kat. Sorry.
No, I was saying hi to Tetra.
is he in here? You know, it's weird. Everybody on
Where do you
the
see
same
your phone?
frequency. We can sit here quiet, and then everyone will try to talk at the same time. Always. I mean, it's weird. Yeah,
Was that American Sign Language that you were doing there?
this is American Sign
You want the
Language.
party
Right?
lights on? I'll get the
Yeah.
party lights on.
You're
Woo-wee.
number
Are we
one. As I
ready?
tell people, you're number one in my book.
Me?
I don't know. I want to shout out for my middle finger for sticking up for me for all these years.
Who's got your ride or die?
I-
Who is your ride or die? Really? No, wait, Josh. I don't mean to. Ian, hang on a second.
Hey, I'm not wearing panties, so I don't have to pull them up.
I'm Crafty Cat, and
That's brainbug.
I get my great inspirations. And you know what? Funny that we're meeting like this. Funny. Anyway, see, I'm funny. A lot of people find me funny, and I talk in riddles and rhymes, and I
When I hear brainbug's name, I think of him standing in an outfit next to Ant-Man.
So I've been putting Sassy on the back burner for a long time. So you're gonna have to keep me up here because I've been spent. And when I mean spent, I mean bent. And when I mean
don't even have
bent,
a show,
I mean
but I
what
can't
the
be on the
fuck
back
is
burner.
going on here? And you're probably thinking the exact same thing. Like, whoa, what's going on here? Where did this girl get her energy from, right? This is the energy that me and Sass ride on all the freaking time. Do you understand me? And you see, he's just not asking or being derogatory. I've been through the fucking lengths of likes with this boy. Do you understand me? And I'm in Canada, and they don't fucking understand me in Canada. So how am I supposed to get a message out from Canada, from these guys that don't speak it like fucking English? Let me tell you, because I know you can. Whoa, who is this person? Yeah, hi. I'm Crafty Cat.
If you're trying to understand Crafty, you might as well quit now.
Oh, I make
Hi, how are you?
You got me already. I made a bet tonight. Every time you say Canada, I have to take a shot. America's only half a shot.
Double, I win, motherfucker.
You guys are getting the whole shot, and only half of us are getting it.
I'm always going to be two steps. It's usually Sass is 2 steps behind me, thinking I'm not knowing what I'm doing. But
Step on or Paul Abdul?
Shut up now, tell me. You want me to do that? Yeah. Okay.
Brainbug is such a polite person, you know.
You know what I can do here behind Eric? I'll pull Wolfie.
Yeah,
I'll pull
I try to be nice to everybody. And
you're a bigger Sometimes
Earl did get
some people just bring it out in you. You know what I mean?
Earl did get me with that word, but that's just I like I said last night in the chat. I spit
dude, you're back though. That's what I like. I mean,
I put myself working with the developmentally disabled, and it was a real faux pas to use that kind of language. I've learned to put that with the worst of words. So
that's why I heard you. I have a niece that's that way, and I think people use it in a different context today. You know, they do.
But I didn't come here to talk about that. I appreciate the good conversation. I love talking about that painting with Earl.
Yeah. Pictures?
There's so much hidden stuff and paintings in there. I mean,
yes, there is. There actually is. And I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being for realsies.
Did you ever see Lord of the Flies or read the book?
No, my cousin does this kind of art. What are you talking about?
Have you, Brainbug?
Yeah.
I was going to say, we need a conch.
Oh, I will get. You want a conch? Right there?
She's never seen it.
Right behind me, bro. What is going on? You don't see the altar?
I think
you can't talk unless you have the conch. If you're holding the conch, you can talk.
Well, this is what I was doing on, when I was over there and you thought I wasn't smoking with you. I was really smoking with you, trying to, but the people are so daft as a door brush. All
Daft
right,
Punk.
because they don't know what this is. And there's somebody, I'm not going to mention names here because we don't mention names here. I really should. Jason. Anyways, needless to say, not that one in the chat. No, not him. Jason, you know?
Got it. What kind of music do you listen to, Brain?
He thought it was a stimming stick, and I'm
Oh.
like, no, it's a talking stick.
I usually like metal.
Yeah.
Hard metal. I actually I play folk music though.
What do you want to play?
Oh, I play banjo. I play.
Play it here. Play
Ding,
some
ding,
picking
ding, 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 ding. Can you go get your
I'm in
banjo,
Missouri,
please?
man. I'm right down the road from Silver Dollar City. That's all I do is pick and grin.
Do you have
You know
a
what I mean?
banjo?
I do have a banjo. I don't know if it's
Can you
tuned.
go
Do you know
get
who
it,
Whiskey
please?
Shibber is? Whiskey Shibbers.
This is my freaking lucky day, guys. You
Like,
don't understand,
Dead
darling.
South or Split Lip Rayfield. They play that picking and grinning. This is killer. I love banjo.
Oh, okay, go get the banjo. Ding, 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 ding.
Hey,
That's
we have
what
to
we
do some
want.
of that. You got a pretty mouth.
But you know where this is gonna go, right? Because you know, no justice was just upon a piano. A piano.
You know, Burt Reynolds told
How
I
dare they
can't
ask him about
the
what
actor that played that part, you know, the actor that played that part, I know his name, but Burt Reynolds said, "Oh, don't worry about it. Nobody will ever remember that scene."
Raven, Raven, Raven. I'm not drenched in this room right now. I'm here.
Right
I'm here.
on.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
It's a blessing, see?
That's me.
I always
man.
it's all out of tune.
That's me.
Hey, we have nothing but time here.
Nothing but time. I've got all.
I don't know what time it is or what day it is usually.
I don't give a shit what day it is. But we want to know, do you like cards and do you like pretty pictures? I know it might weird him out, but I don't think so. I really don't think so. Because everybody will think that he's something wrong with him. And that's not.
I just got a notification that says brainbug premiere.
Yep. I got a Cryptid Corner premiering right now.
Oh, really?
I'm going to pop back over there and watch that and engage with that real quick. I might be back in a little bit, okay?
I don't know why I'm
put the link in the chat for everybody.
Okay.
Please
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Chimmy Rich in Canada.
Hey, that'd be the first banjo up here.
Yeah. Oh, I want you to play this song if you're listening, please. It goes something like this. Ding 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 ding. We'll get you the clip.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Ding 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 da da dee da da da.
Deliverance.
I'm gonna act so stupid just because he's watching. He's lurking. I know he is. Hi, stupid fuck.
I just got it. Yeah.
I'm talking to you, stupid fuck. I know you're looking. You're gauging. You're in my face. That's okay. Sarah and Sassy show. Fuck you. Tape your fucking phone.
There's a brain
Go
bug.
to hell. And you know what? When you see the red light on, motherfucker, when you see that red light on, yes.
I'll be back. You got control. Don't go crazy. I'm gonna go put the hotspot on so we can watch this video. I'm curious.
Okay. I'm just gonna ramble on just to this because
go ahead. Led Zeppelin did it.
Ready, willing, and able. I know these people are ready, willing, and able for Sassy. I know you are. Are you ready? Are you fucking really ready? Do you want to know where I've been? All right, I'm going to tell you. I've been so busy. Look at me. I got 2 turntables and a microphone. Anyways, I've been so busy. Up all night. You see how he's leaving me on full screen panel? Because he knows I got a hold of it. I've been in a troll room. Major troll room.
Yeah, I'm going to be
major troll room. Yeah, I'm going to tell everybody where I've been so they can catch you and me up to date where we've been and what we saw and where we conspire. All right? That way they know what to do. So, are you listening? This is going to go a little fast, but not too fast. I promise. Me and Sass have been really busy. Nothing's been conspired. I promise you guys. Okay? And I'm looking directly into the camera so you all know. Nothing was conspired between Una and Dua. 1 and 2. Get it? 1, 2, 3, Dushkano. Yeah, that's right. Nothing was like that. I promise you that. And on top of everything else, I went to the biggest troll room. Who is the best kitty and cat in the world that lives in stupid Canada? Me. I am. So, this is what's happening. Shit is going down. Right? Because I know you guys are serious people. Interesting things. I see. Sounds similar. So, yeah, that's right. You keep that feistiness into you. Where do you think you're going? You had a hissy fit. That's okay. He knows who I'm talking to. You have a hissy fit. You don't know half the length of where I've been, what I've done, and don't need to answer to anybody. There's certain people in the chat that know where I've been and where he's been. He's been in my country. I've been in your country. Get it? I have a country. You have a country. We all have a country. So when I see certain people on my travels, and I'm like, yep, I'm not coming aggressive at you guys. These guys would come aggressive at you. I'm being nice. These guys would be like humble people. So up here we usually do things once and once only. It's like one shot and then you're out, right? No. This time we're going to give you 2 shots. Maybe 3. Okay? 2 here and 1 here. For an extra bit of power. Anyhow, and I don't mean power, I mean like power great. We're going to rise up above this. Trust me. I gotcha. Because I was in the biggest troll room. Where's michigander? He's fucking laying on the bottom date. And he's usually the one that says, we're going to get along. That fucker doesn't even know what's going on. Don't tell him I tell you to do that, though, okay? I'm from Canada, trust me. If they're lost in my country, there's a saying I say, over the head and under the feet. Young, little. Hey, Ness, you might like this card. And I thought, one for reals. So there's nothing going to break my high. Young grasshopper. That's right. I know you guys like these cards. Young grasshopper. Okay, dookie. Smoky. So it seems to see I saw the bald eagle. I wish I had my camera for you. It was from my eyes only. When I saw an eagle, the Canada geese, and they were soaring right by my car like this. I pulled over on the Six Nations res. And we're not very happy up here. You see your country and our country? Are we there yet? But that's okay. We're going to do something totally restarted. Catch up. All of you. I need you all. So does Sass. Because he sees what's going on. You see what's going on. Evil. Shit that he's put us through. He doesn't know half of the legs of what's coming. Remember one thing. This is all I'm going to say, okay? You have these tools from people like him and me, usually. You don't know how many people have my back. You don't know how many people want him. Darlene knows how many people want him. Now, Tetro, you're going to come in on my panel next time. Crafty Cap will be up, ready to rumble. That's what I do here. I'm not done yet. And I highly doubt he's done yet either, but I can't be too sure, but I'm going to say yes. He wants to go whisper some last. You know that we're over here, but we like to come into the old world and go, get out. Yeah, that was my fuck you, Canada. Fuck you, Canada. And the horse you rode in on. You know what? You don't do anything right now. You work on, I'm an alien, that kind of stuff. I have projects for you. We can work together. Obviously. We wouldn't be here. Look at the one major thing that happened. Ta-da. Connect the dots. Look at me. Because I've been speaking to people with sign language, and I know that they fuck up on sign language. But no, really, I don't know where I get this one, to be honest. But it's obviously been within me. That's what I mean. I'm always oh, look, Sastra took me away. He said, get behind the curtain.
If there's nothing distinguishing about
this is his stream that he just left to do. He's talking about Bigfoot.
Let's see. Here's the newest one. What's this one? Woman hiking alone in the Pine Barrens thought she was being stalked. She took these photos. I don't even know if that's a figure, though.
I can't.
Maybe it is.
Don't make fun of him. He's on our side.
And again, why jump to Sasquatch instead of just a creeper following you through the woods?
I meant Tetro.
Oh.
Just my thoughts on it. East Texas. Let's see. Cryptid filmed in East Texas.
I ain't talking about Tony. I know he's going to be on my panel to talk about him, but I can't. I'm done with him.
No, I just briefly discussed what we were doing while
I'm not going to do anything except talk about some greasy meatball motherfucker.
Nope, that's what I said. I filled them in, and then that was it.
I had that rant the other night, and that was my last. I was done right there.
Yeah, they look like they were in
a
weird costume.
No, I get it.
You talk about people, you just give them a reason to keep coming back.
No, I know.
It's supposed to be a Sasquatch. They're supposed to have be twice as wide as a human, and
they don't look like man. They look like a football player with shoulder pads.
This looks like a person in a black outfit wearing a Halloween mask to me.
Well, I'm sure that somebody sees the motherfucker. They're not going to sit there and film it like that. I'm sorry.
Let's have a look. Let's see what else we have.
You're going to shit your huggies and run like
so after this, we are all graduates of Cryptid University. So you all can go on to study cryptids at any local cryptid hiring facility.
I'm mad. Just I don't want anybody talking about anybody in this stream.
Welcome back.
If you get here to have a fun, good time, and talk about other people, I'm mad at you, but you can do it on your own stream. But I just don't want to hear anymore.
Looks like
it's not me. I don't want
summertime.
If people come in here and don't know me and they see people acting like that, I'd leave too. That's what I do. If I go on a stream and they're talking about stupid shit, I leave. Most of the time I make fun of them.
The foliage makes me think this is more northern.
I'll be right back.
People are always, you go there, people are always talking about politics or somebody else or this guy, Angry Mike, and Bob Nodell, whatever. I don't know any of the people, and guess what? I don't give a shit what they do. God's the one that's going to separate the wheat and the tare, not me. If people would start being more positive, worried about what they're doing instead of other people, because even if it's that sin, cast the first stone, and the pot calling the kettle black. If somebody out there is without sin, then you can make fun of people. But if you do shit, you got no room to talk. Sin is sin in God's eyes. It don't matter what it is.
You know what? Honestly, Sassy, and I'm not looking at the chat, I promise, because I've been looking at the chat for a long time.
You don't have to go to the channel, though. If you just keep talking about somebody, you're keeping them alive.
Right. I look at it like this. They're not paying my rent, so it's just...
Well, they got free rent in your head when you talk about them.
Exactly. And it's one of them. With me, it's totally different. Okay.
And I can say it, though, because me and you and like Steve, we've got more made fun of more than anybody else, period.
Yeah. He's attacked us most, and definitely I've been the one.
And it's lies. That's what Varsity lies. They're all lies. Everything he says is a fucking lie.
And you've witnessed this with things like Game Over. Let me just say where they've witnessed them. And that way maybe people won't be confused. I have been around where Sassy's been around because it was led to me. Not because I wanted to go down that road. That's not what I was intending at all. That's how I found Jolly You. I follow one. One will lead me to another, another, and another. You know how
it works every day. It works that way. Look at Earl's. He was meant to come by here. That wasn't no coincidence.
So yes, exactly. And there
I
is
learned a
no
lot of knowledge from him. I get thrilled when I get new shit in my head every day.
Sass brought somebody into somebody that I know that lives right down the street, oddly enough. And he brought a big person in. And it was like, hey, he's being taken pretty much for granted. I can see, but I'm not going to say anything about that person because I'm not going to be that way. I'm not, you know who, and I'm not mentioning it here because we know what you did last summer. I just wanted to throw that in for funny. Anyhow, I usually am one, and like many, we lurk. You want to call us quitters, you want to call us trolls. You might want to stop calling people trolls because I'll show you the biggest motherfucking trolls where Sassy hangs. Whoa. You won't be able to handle those people.
Our course of
just like
so
you
far,
won't
every one of those he showed, those are all fakes. You know what I
well,
mean?
they wouldn't be able to go into that one person stream there I was today. And you see, when they go to my channel, they're going to know that Crafty Cat is finished, done, and therefore, I told you, things happen in strange ways. And that's because I did see the eagle and the hawk spirit. And it was just one of those miraculous days with the whole fact of where I live. And I'm not going to mention it because Sassy doesn't like it here. Canada. Anyways, needless to say, because I know he doesn't like it. I want you to know the heart is of America. And without you, there is not us.
So
that
was Crypto Corner for today.
Thank you.
Interesting Sasquatch videos of varying degree and quality. There was some that looked like humans. There were some that looked like CGI. There's one that was definitely a dude crawling through the grass in a Halloween costume. And then one that last one, cardboard cut out to me. But yeah, hope you enjoyed.
Hey, logical observations.
All right. You think that was Man Bear Pig, huh?
Darlene.
See here, just real quick, I want to go through.
Who's leaving? I can't.
I have to roll it.
Hey, Street to Gold. Susan, take care.
Hi guys. I'm not really.
Raven?
I'm double dutying. I'm double dutying again. There's always something going on.
Everybody go set up no brainbug there. He don't seem like he's okay, dude.
That's a lot of.
I want to hear him play some banjo.
Friend or foe.
He looks like a pretty mellow dude.
But let me tell you, when you step into the other people that have no idea about stuff that maybe I don't understand or Sass is understanding, you're gonna lose you. Aren't we, Sassy?
You have to be, right?
Yeah, I can breathe.
He's gabbing. That's cannabis. Jesus Christ. I gotta smoke a joint. Oops, every time I say Jesus Christ, I'm gonna smoke a joint.
Joint reek.
Shall I get my bong since it fell over when I was calling out for help?
NGO.
Whatever.
NGO.
We can call out all the help we want out here. There's one thing I noticed. Ain't nobody gonna come save your ass. There's a few people that will come save your ass, and I've been in those rooms, and they're not existing where you are probably hanging out. And if you're hanging out there, chances are those kinds of people are hanging out in your room. Oh, yeah, they are. Because that's the biggest room ever. And you don't want anybody in that room. I don't know if they can see my hand.
Hey,
but
you can transform.
This is 6 minutes.
From looking like an 18.
All I know is that a few people are safe that have been polite to me on my path. And For those who have been really mean to me
Make your
on
own
my
path.
path,
That's right.
thanks.
Most people follow a path and we make one.
I know who I am. I'm not a LARPer.
I am
No.
that I am.
I'm just a little bit more advanced than you are. I'm sorry. Not sorry, but I'm willing and able to teach you. For sure. Something maybe that you might even enjoy better. I've had apologies too along this way. In fact, just very smooth. And Sassy knows about a lot of it because everywhere I've been, I'm like, and Sass got flipped over. One night I was actually talking for Sass, and they thought I was talking for him.
It is usually stated as a most convincing proof that the Earth is a globe that the incoming and outward bound ship is a standing proof. But that is a mere optical illusion. We have seen the very opposite occur on a calm sea and clear atmosphere. The dark hull will appear first because the masts are light color. The laws of optics and of perspective explain very much when rightly understood and applied to the phenomena around us. No ship can alter the universal law of the equilibrium of fluids. Everything is measured as above the level of the sea. As every calm sea is at true
how
level,
far above are you above
globular.
sea level? They'll
Where
say,
is the
how far
rotundity?
are you along the curve?
2. Because geographers are constantly obliged to admit that. Thus, Ansted in his geography says, quote, the surface of the earth, little more than 1/4 part rises above the uniform level of the water, and forms the land. It is irregular in its form and extensive, both horizontal and vertical. Ansted's maps are all drawn according to Mercator's plans, which treats the earth as a plane, lines drawn at right angles, straight through. Mercator's is the plan for all navigable charts. Whitehall is so utterly inconsistent as to teach the globe and practice the plane. No rotundity. 3. Because Professor Denison, writing on astronomy without mathematics, states that, quote, although the ecliptic is drawn on the terrestrial globe, it has no meaning there.
Come on, how can a
Then
ball
why
have
is it
that on it?
placed there? As though the Earth and all upon it were rushing through the sun's path at 66,000 miles an hour to catch day and night out of the sun? As the zodiac appertains to astronomy, it belongs only to the celestial sphere.
Zodiac of what?
Because Keith himself states the compass of South America form a bare horizontal surface of nearly 1,000 miles from the Atlantic to the Andes.
You guys are missing so much.
I know, because you won't shut up
Also,
either.
in the same note,
No, but he said a zodiac sign. So we watched the sky, right? So we should know this. And in fact, okay, sorry.
1,000 miles an hour to catch day and night out of the sun. As the zodiac appertains to astronomy, it belongs only to the celestial sphere.
Night for day.
4. Because Keith himself states the pampas of South America form a bare horizontal surface of nearly 1,000 miles
Oh,
from
hang
the
on,
Atlantic
I forgot I
to
brought
the
him up here. I have
Andes.
to pick it back.
5. Also, in the same note, page 415.
There we go. I'm ready for that. Oh, he's playing it. There you go.
I know, I hear it.
Oh,
Who
boy.
loves you? I love you already. Can you do that again? And I'm going to go on mute.
When you hear that, though, you want to go, you got a pretty mouth.
Do you have a guitar? Does anybody have a guitar to do the guitar part?
Do you want me to pretend?
Hey, I got people in the audience, but who's out there? Is Michigander? Or
is Michigander out there? Okay.
Because that's something you don't have to worry about lag because you take turns playing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we will help you out, brother. Don't you worry.
Oh, it's at Ravens Road.
Better than douche canoe. And I love you. Don't you know? Boop, 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 boop. You don't know the Sarah Sassy Show. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hey, do you know who Whiskey Shivers is?
Whiskey Shivers. Do you want me to go start drinking? Maybe
Well, they
AJ
play
will show
banjo
up.
and stuff, the harmonica.
No, I don't know who.
No,
Really?
Yeah.
You got to look them up because they have a song called "Cluck O Hen," and then but they have a song. They have a song that's called "Fuck You," and it's a crazy song, and it's got Kermit. Oh, he fell
Fuck
off.
You and the horse you rode in.
Yeah, that's a funny
my
song.
version, though. That's my version.
Yeah.
Giddy up. Let's go. And here's my horse impression. No. You tweet him.
You know what? Tony has one. It's My Little Pony.
My little pony, but that's why I wanted it, because I found that Raven, I totally let it out whose it might have been, and definitely wee Biggie all the way home. I got that message out. Thank you very much. So can we play the ding 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 ding?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool street to go.
That's what we want.
Hey, you know what's funny? Hey, if I found Tony's Colors video, somebody had put the link or something, but we put it on 2 times. We put it on 2 times and listened to it. It's funny, like.
Oh, how did you get so black, you fuck? I mean, black as fuck.
I stayed out in the sun too long.
I know. I want to go as black as him, but he did it.
Somebody liked their marshmallows black.
He did it in the dark. He's dancing in the dark. He just doesn't want to be seen.
Hey, if you burn your toast, do you eat it or do you scrape it off with a knife or throw it away?
I'm so black, you can't see me.
Hey, what do you do? Do you throw away the toast, scrape off the black?
No, my grandmother used to tell me to scrape it off over the, shut up, Seth, you know it, over the sink. Or eat it, puts hair on your chest. Yeah, she knows. These were
we always took that. We had like a coffee can. We put that in coffee grinds in there. We put them on the tomatoes on the ground,
and I grew them with onions too.
We started tomatoes in the refrigerator in a Ziploc on a wet paper towel. You germinate them. Then you take a coffee can and cut the bottom out of it, plant it, put that around it. Then when it comes up, you can put the lid on it at night so you can have it growing for a month when it freezes because with the lid on it. You know what I mean? You grow it quickly.
You called a Ziploc bag.
Huh?
You didn't even hear what you called the Ziploc bag.
But you know my kids. One time, I was going to tell you something funny, but I can't because somebody would probably turn it the wrong way and stretch it and stick it in their mind. You know what I mean?
No, because everybody's over there playing with puppets, and I'm like, master a puppet, stupid.
Puppets?
Master a puppet, stupid. No, because then KJ gets up online, right? And he's been with me all night, Seth. You know who KJ is.
No justice.
Yeah, no peace. You mess with him, and I'm kicking you. I will kick you to kingdom come.
You don't talk to me. Sorry.
You know what, Seth? He listens. Okay? He knows. Same with Fives.
Is he single?
I don't know. I don't care.
Oh, you do too. Yeah, I don't know. Been with him all night. I don't know if he's with me.
You never know when he's listening or when others.
I don't care. I just know how men are.
No, but you know the ride or dies, right? So you know that the human ones are out there, and you know he never gets the justice that he needs for what he does. This guy, and I'm not going to name him because I know he can name out where I've been. Like, yeah. Same with Okie Grower 75. So back it up. Back the fuck up.
Okie's kind of dick anymore. Okie's a dick to me for some reason, so I don't really talk to him anymore.
Because he loves me. I don't know. I don't know. He loves me, Sassy. So if he loves me, he loves you. Because I keep telling him, what are you
I'm not here to make friends.
What? Do you think he's stealing me?
I don't care anymore.
You think he's trying to make a steal-on move on me? I don't think so. Sassy. The thing is, we see who gets treated like shit out here. And we see who doesn't get treated.
Well, you shouldn't come on here expecting anything in return, or you're just going to get, your heart broken. Because that's not what it's about here. People have a YouTube. It's them on there, not everybody. It's people on YouTube. It's their channel. I mean, that's just like me. Most people, I don't care. I'm not going to monetize. I don't give a shit about none of that. So, if someone doesn't like me, then I don't want them on here. Don't watch me then because we're not kosher.
So it's almost like kosher. It's funny that you say that. And it's one of those, like, we switched places for a bit, didn't we, Sass? And it was one of them, what in the fuck are we doing in each other's lands? This is weird. America, why don't you let me just stay in my fucking country and let me hold my fucking country down and tell them that they're fucking stupid, fighting the other people. Alrighty. Because I'm on my secret path. And not really. That will will always continue.
Hey, where do you got? Drop the link how many times? Somebody come up here and help me with her. I can't handle her alone.
Yeah, I might be scary.
I need more than one person to look at so she can pick on them too.
I'm gonna
get up here. Interesting thing. His name Mark too, and the guy sitting beside me is named Mark. I know Raven Seth.
And that's so
I don't
funny.
know Street to Go's name. Earl's is Ron. Darlene's Darlene. Tetro's Patrick. I think Streets of Gold. The only one I don't know their first name.
That's right.
I'd put my name, phone number, address on YouTube many times. I'm not scared.
We've had no choice, really and truly.
I wonder what Jay's name is.
Right there. He's up here.
He's got the same name twice.
Interesting.
He said you can call me Jay and you can call me Jay, but don't call me Ray J.
Is that you? Did they make a soccer account? Young grasshopper. Did you make a new soccer account? And if he did, and he knows, I know who he is.
You crack me up.
Yes, he did.
Action like that.
Yes, he did.
I want to split up with you or something.
Yes, he did.
Tell Tony to keep his wanker out there.
I knew yet was you, you son of a bitch. You know why I know it's you, young grasshopper? Uh-huh. You figured it out. Good.
Give it to me, baby.
So you're sitting down there like, I'm just going to sit here and listen to a holy shit show that I know, kaboom, I've been on this ride too.
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya.
So young grasshopper has had to learn shut up when certain people are giving an ass hand kicking. Like,
okay, hey, Krafty, you go to the river. Do you know what a darter is?
A darter?
Yeah. I guess not. It's that fish that's on the bottom. It lives in the rocks and it darts around, real fast.
Oh.
You know what I mean? They're always a good sign in the water that the water's clean because they're like, they die when it's not. But see, this is what it is. Like, they look like this. They look just like this rock. Or was it a rock? It's the same. Look.
Placo. Like a placo.
Yeah, kind of. Except fresh water. Look at that. Look at that. And
so
they have an exoskeleton. When they die, they look exactly the same.
That's what we would call a chub over here.
On. Wee. I don't know if they got a ranch or not. I can't see on this phone on YouTube.
Dragon Morningstar. Wee, people. That's me. Wee, all the way home. I'm out in the chat. I know he needs to put me on watch this. I'm gonna really upset Sass. This is like wherever we are right now. Okay, that's where we are right now. Whatever. Wherever makes you happy. That's all that matters.
There you go. I gave you a spanner.
That's me in the chat acting a fool of myself.
Give me a cup of coffee for my rabbit.
Can I have a fucking cup of coffee? And can somebody please take a pee from me? Because I've been sitting at my altar. And I'm going to tell you right now, giddy up. Giddy up.
Giddy up, motherfucker. I heard you say it.
Giddy up. Because guess what? It's coming. And I'm going to sit here and laugh. Because I knew it was coming.
Oh, it's a wee panel at OUI. Wasn't that like a dirty magazine or something?
Oui, mon chéri. What?
This guy was in France and he saw a lady walking down the road and he said, would you like a ride? He said, oui. And he said, not in my car. And he drove off.
No, that's the little pig meme that you see. You might have seen a little pig meme.
I've seen the commercial, yeah, going down the road.
With the flag. Yeah. Okay, so now it's going to get really weird up here from what I can understand.
It's like this little piggy went to the market. This little piggy's got stinky fingers now.
Yeah, this little piggy, she's going to go all the way home.
Yeah, I'll huff and I'll puff, right?
My hair's gotten lighter during the summertime. It's weird.
That's a good one, Jay.
What?
Jay had a joke there. It could be joke night.
Are you also things? You are too. Strange.
Who?
Thing. I don't know. Let's test JJ. Young grasshopper, is this you? Like the hands? Oh, look, we got things here.
I had somebody on Facebook a long time ago from Australia.
From Adam's family? Thing.
She was nefarious. Hey, she was nefarious, and she made a fake account and came back to my Facebook, and I figured it out in about 2 days.
Thing. You know what I mean? Like, was that you? Was that you? No, that wasn't you. Okay, good. Because I know when you liked me. Can you freaking change this name? Because you're smoking now with Krafty.
Let's see a big bong hit there.
Oh, there's the dual personality, Addie Lilith. You know what I mean? Like, come on. You're a bunch of freaking sock accounts.
You go from KK to AK? No, AL.
AK, yeah.
KK to AL.
No, but I've actually noticed along my travels, with even both of our experiences where we were.
Is it time to get a new broom yet?
Dyson, you fucker. Let me address. Excuse me while I adjust my country through this fucking.
They still make them out of hay in the back, the straw.
I have a picture, and that's the only reason that me and Commander wanted a page. We don't want to be here for any other fucking reason but to share people. And here's us all night on a certain stream. And
I'm Sunny. Are you share?
You know who shares the most? Women.
Ozzy, because he has Sharon.
Sharon, do you want them to all go over there and just?
I love you all.
I love you a long time. Monica, do me a favor. Watch this. You put the link in, and I want them to all go over there. They'll be fucking totally like, what the fuck is going on here? But I don't want to do that today.
I'm not promoting, only myself while I'm streaming. Sorry.
Right. See, what would happen is I've noticed this. When you're going to go live stream, you're going into Sassy's stream. So that would be like me coming into a Sassy stream.
The Orinoco.
How are you?
Watch this again.
Or I would do this, okay? Now, I don't know if I have spent or not because I've been here with you. It would go like this. They would do that, okay? And when I see that, or when I see stuff like this, and I want you to be alert. This is why it's like a teaching thing.
Where's my cat? There's a cat out here that you can hear it a mile away. It's just out there just talking.
See stuff like that. When you see stuff like that, as a moderator, trust me, I've been moderating long enough that I can do better than you. And certain people know this.
My dad can beat your dad up.
Well, Google moderators are back. That's what we want.
Moderator is about like working at. My.
We were making a point of it
Your
today.
granddaughter can do that. It's not hard. Sorry.
We were making a point today. Hi, Frack. Notice Addie doesn't have a freaking. Frankenstein, I even promoted today. I promote.
That's right. I'm on that good shit.
Especially Fracky.
What kind is today? The
lava
cake. And I'm feeling
Bigfoot Adam is somebody that I've been paying attention to you. Okay, Bigfoot. All right.
Bigfoot is on his way blowing up. He's at that level, you know. He's like, don't forget us.
But he's been sitting back and watching a holy fuck, what the fuck is going on here show. Right? I can't speak for him. He might be like, what the hell?
I get out my magic crystal ball. I see big things in his future.
That's a nice pun. So do I.
Hey, you know what they say? Bigfoot, big heart.
BC. And this is energy, as we all know over here. But
Oklahoma, they have a gas station called Gas Squatch.
Bigfoot, you know what? I've helped you too, right? In the other stream where you came in. I'm like, oh, you know, Sass. Okay, cool.
I like Sabe better. They call him Sabe.
I'm that kind of person that you're not going to
Yowie?
get past
Yowie?
certain people today. That's all. They're going to be like, how do you know her? Who's this? Is that the real one?
You get their attention with a banshee cry. You know what I mean? I guess.
Make sure. Yeah. And that whole shitload, whatever. I mean, I can still pull those kinds of streams when
Hey, I want to take a shot and say Canada. Well, I'm about China, I'll take two. Hey, China, I'll take two.
How waste.
He's looking at you, kid.
He's looking at you, sassy. Sassy. They're going to think we're crazy.
Quit trying to pimp your 18-year-old daughter to me. That's so dumb. I think that's got to be the dumbest statement I ever heard in my life. It's like, first of all, my kids are in their 30s. An 18-year-old looks like a junior high elementary school kid, you know? I mean, who thinks like that? Who thinks like that? I mean, any guy that wants a little girl is mentally insane. They're not, I mean, they should just take the ball peen, go out and ball peen them. And you know what I mean? I don't think people that are that way, that's got something to do with their genetics or something bad, because they're not going to change. You know what I mean?
No, but you know what? It's so funny. That was my crystals. Where we were hanging. Now you know, JJ.
Were you in the Drama Dome?
No. Pete, on the other side, he got taken down.
Who did?
Peter.
He did?
Yeah.
For 7 days?
Yeah. In the middle of me and him talking and
what?
two other people on frickin' panel.
What did they say? Community standards or a strike? What kind? I mean, what?
You know who took him out? I'm gonna put it in the back frickin' check. Who took him out? And that's why I have been.
I bet it's the person that I had a premonition about that everybody went. Yeah, maybe.
Does it start with an R?
Not a beatnik, but a. No, I guess. That's the person I think of.
Was anybody around yesterday to watch what happened?
I guess I did. When was it?
Over in my area.
What time though? I was on all night long.
Somebody was just about to get off, and I said, "Oh no, I see something."
Did you hear him moaning or something?
I heard more something like, "Oh, you want to be there? Oh, you want? I'm over here holding something down in space. Yeah, energy is space. Me and these two people, Sassy knows these people. I'm not going to sell them to you. For how long? And they're like, yeah. And you want to come out?
You made me think of the pig it's called Ned Beatty. The guy squealed like a pig.
And it was just one of them things like, I don't mind about fuck around and who cares? I don't give a shit.
What do you think?
That's why I say fuck you and the horse you came in on. Because I know
I remember when girls didn't cuss and had manners. Isn't that weird?
So? I'm pissy. So what?
I'm just like full of piss and vinegar.
I'm pissy, and we all deserve to get pissy because of the way that we met, and it was a bit of a rocky road, but that's like ice cream. And hey, who doesn't like?
If you don't sleep, you don't lose sleep over anybody.
And I haven't been sleeping because it's been like, wow, you people are really fucked in the head, and you think that we're fucked.
Since they turned on that 5G, I've been like 5Ging.
They turned it on a long time ago. That's how stupid they are. And
no, I'm just saying they turned on two different phone companies. You know, turned it on.
Oh, I know what they did.
And somebody else.
I know exactly what they've done because it's right here, Sass. Nobody's listening to me in my own fucking country, where I'm trying to tell them, what are you fighting? A losing battle?
Hey, you know, I've never said my country in my life, not one time.
No, but I meant like with.
No, I mean it's just different how you like.
No.
I know you call it patriotic. I don't know what you call it.
No, I'm not saying my country. All of our countries.
No, but I'm saying I've never said my country because I've never thought of it like that.
World.
I just live here. I mean, I just live in this place.
I meant to say my world then. In our world. Never.
I'm just talking about your lingo. It's different than here. Just your language and the different code. You know, way you talk. Just swing. Sure. You know, I mean, like cheers. People say cheers. I never said that in my life. True. I didn't know. That's the first time I heard it.
That's
you know, it's like cheers. Yeah, I mean, those girls with pom poms, they do cheers. You know what I mean? That's the way I.
That's the one thing that there's a lot of misconstruement about. We have many similar sayings in
A, B, C.
go fuck yourself. A, B, C, and G
I guess what?
minor. Okay. All right. Let's go. So,
You can't plead the fifth on that. You have to plead the 10th.
I don't answer to questions anymore.
Questions have a question mark behind them usually.
Precisely, and an exclamation point to make you think, where
I'm
have
just
I been?
testing your no balls.
Maybe I have. Don't make me go
I hope
fishing.
not, because I will have to block you.
That is heavy. That bag of balls is so heavy from the busiest bitches that I've seen that can't even listen.
Compared to my ex-wife, you're like a kitten. She was like a mountain lion with fucking 6-foot claws and teeth that were sharp.
They can't listen to females at
She was the same size as you, though, Munchkin.
You see how many shots his sass on? Seriously, that's why he's hiding in the dark. He's standing in the dark. This is his last mistake. Krafty. Nigel.
Talking to me?
Nigel Ironman.
See, but when I have this thing over, let me show you something. I go like this. Boom.
See, I kissed my teeth earlier. Nigel knows what kissing my teeth is. Watch like.
See, when I control the button, I can shut you up.
I was saying
I had to do that last night because Bright, he just like his won't shut up sometimes. I don't think he can hear. And I'm going, hey, he's just like.
I got out of that one room with Tony. It was great. You should have seen what he did to me. It was funny, and I knew how to get out of it.
I don't want to hear it. There we go. La, 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 la. Tony talked bad to me. You're like, fuck you, motherfucker. You little dick motherfucker.
And I'm going to tell you something.
I'm just gay. Okay, Earl. You don't.
Goodbye,
we've
Earl.
been around each other a long time.
We've been through
the ringer and the dry clean and the steamer and the car wash.
Who do you think threw AC in there last night?
This is the most shit I've given her since I've known her combined.
You can't handle Canada.
I don't play hockey.
We're here for. Woo. Anyways, I just kissed my teeth. Do you believe that?
Probably.
I thought a nub to sub. That's what you need to do now, okay? A nub to sub. Now.
I never had the nub or want the nub or watch the nub.
Neither did
I gotta smoke a dub.
Sounds like a Irie idea.
I think I'm gonna push play for a minute. And I don't know what happened, but picking and grinning, he left though.
So form a plane of grass twice as large as France. 250,000 square miles are as flat as the surface of the sea.
Oh, I gotta do that.
So here is an acknowledgement that 3/4 of the earth is flat, besides the 250,000 square miles of land. Where is the globe then? 6. To these may be added the vast prairies of North America, a bit of strait which occupy the level space between the Mississippi and the Rocky Mountains. No rotundity. 7. Because in Sullivan's and other geographies, we read, quote, a table land or plateau is a plain or tract of flat land elevated considerably above the level of the sea. He states that Ireland may be said to be a level country. Surface much diversified, even where it is quite flat. No rotundity. 8. Asia is particularly remarkable for the number and extent of its table or flatlands. In fact, it includes almost the whole of the central part of this great continent. Where is globularity then? 9. Almost the whole of Tibet, the vast desert of Gobi, and the greater part of Mongolia are table or flatlands. No rotundity. 10. Every continent has plains that are hundreds of miles in extent, therefore no globularity. no allowing 8 inches to the mile, which is prohibited in Britain by Act No. 6, House of Lords. 11. The northeast of the European continent consists with few interruptions of an immense plain, no rotundity. 12. In Hindustan, Afghanistan, Persia, Armenia, Arabia, and Asia Minor, there are also extensive table or flatlands. The whole of Central Asia is a plateau, no rotundity. 13. In the interior of Africa, there are also extensive tablelands, but their elevation is not remarkable, no rotundity. 14. The Sahara or Great Desert is a table or flatland. The trade winds also forbid the atmosphere revolving with the earth, as they could not blow and prevail 6 months one way and 6 months the other, if the whole constantly revolved one way only, no rotundity. 15. There is the tableland of Abyssinia, as another proof that the earth is not a globe. We read of the plain of Dura in Babylon. Where would the great image have been if the plane revolved 1100 miles per minute? 16. There are also those in Spain, Bavaria, and in the south of Norway, no rotundity. 17. There are also those that comprise the Netherlands, Denmark, northern Germany, and almost all European Russia, no rotundity. 18. The level expanse of sands that are on view in immense desert is unmistakable that the earth is not in revolution. The tides also forbid it, as they could not gradually undulate 6 hours one way, 6 hours the other, with the ocean going one way only. 19. The equator of the earth, which corresponds with the celestial equator, is a complete circle midway between the north center and south circumference, so there are no hemispheres, as represented on maps, no rotundity. 20. The earth is entirely separated and detached from the heavens, and in the laws that control the earth and the celestial bodies, there is no affinity whatever. The different layers or beds of which the earth is composed all lie horizontally, one over the other, like the leaves of a book. So no curvatures, and no rotundity.
She takes a picture, and in that picture is this ET. He puts the camera over in that direction, and
I saw that.
That guy there, he's one of those alien guys, knows all everything is going on.
I have that picture, though, Seth.
Eh?
I do have that picture downstairs.
Picture?
Yes.
Of
That's
what?
like the bulb that you were talking about. I saw your picture the other day. In your community post of wherever you are. Right?
I don't, yeah.
Like a snow globe, yeah?
Yeah?
Okay. That picture's downstairs, Lovey.
Oh, okay.
That's what I've been trying to tell her. And when I get a person from Mexico, okay? Which is Chichen Itza, or the snake.
Chichen Itza.
Chichen Itza is Yucatan Peninsula.
Here we go. Look at it. I haven't seen. What is true femininity?
You know this, Lovey. It's the snake. I was there. Kintanaroo.
Around you. This may trigger the emotion in you that women are being implied as a weaker sex. It couldn't be farther from the truth. Women are overpowered in reality if they only realize their potential. The entire history of mankind is literally oversaturated by stories of men doing horrendous and unimaginable things for women. The chaos of man often starts with a woman. And 9 times out of 10, a woman is the reason behind the astonishing success of man. If women are removed from the history, there will be no achievement of man. A woman is the biggest motivation of a man.
That's for sure.
But the problem arises when women try to compete with men. There is a reason why men and women hardly compete with each other in any physical sport. Women would need an arduous amount of time
to evolve to a point where they can compete with man physically and industrially. But when it comes to mind, women can often be found to beat man. And if you learn to navigate the ego and masculinity of a man, then you can overpower him and have anything you want. But sadly, some women use it in the wrong way to milk men of their fortune and money. But what goes around comes around. The point is, a feminine woman can have it all. If she knows why a man must be allowed to be masculine around her. If you nourish him, heal him and build him up, he can get you anything. But if you try to be his equal, try to challenge his masculinity, then you can, absolutely. Don't get me wrong. I am not trying to say that you can't compete and win. But at what cost? This is the question you must ask yourself. A feminine woman is what men yearn for. A woman that he is delighted to come home to. She cares for him, provides him good food, makes his dull-looking house a cozy home. She doesn't challenge him. Rather, she masterfully implants her wants in his mind, with love. A man has no problem being manipulated by his woman. He knows it all too well. But he will gladly be used by her if he knows she is doing it for their good. Push him to take higher spots. Motivate him when he is doubting himself. Stroke his masculinity, show him the man he is, when he is having trouble realizing it himself. A feminine woman caters to a man's emotional needs like a mother handles her child. This is often mistaken as being his mother. Not in truth. The very foundation of feminine energy is this healing energy that can be likened to that of a mother's energy. But the feminine energy that comes from a wife or girlfriend is mixed with sexual energy. Therefore, it is a completely different emotion, but with the same base. Sex is the most misunderstood emotion in this modern era. Most couples are doing it like animals. There is no intimacy. A feminine woman will use her sex energy to heal her man. She will use it not only for pleasure, but a chance to be intimate with him. It has a lot more to do with spirituality than just the expression of sex. Napoleon Hill talks about it in Think and Grow Rich. That often women have no clue about what sex expression is, and what a man is really seeking from them. It is usually sex frustration that leads a man to cheat or do other destructive things. Women cheat when they are unhappy. Men cheat when they are sexually frustrated or their ego is bruised. You need to put him first like he is the only man you see. Take care of his sexual needs in a feminine way, not in the modern way that is being taught in the adult content. When a man is delighted to come home to you, know that you have won. Then you can get anything you want from him. Or fuel his dream, and with affection, use him to realize all your dreams by implanting them in his mind. It is much less work than to go out and do it by yourself. Make no mistake. A man may lust for these Instagram models who are posting revealing pics, but hardly he will go for marrying such a woman. It is against the very nature of man. If it's available for everybody, then most men would not want it, and if they do, it won't last. A woman should never discount herself, because she is priceless. Feminine energy complements masculine energy, and together they form perfect harmony. You won't be able to impress a man by doing the things that a man can do. Bear in mind, a man will only fall really hard for you when you do things masterfully that women are known to do, or the qualities that a man is seeking from a woman. Men will hardly be impressed by how much money you make, unless he is a weak man looking to leech off of you. And in that case, ditch him faster than the speed of light. A real man will be impressed by your beauty that is colored with feminine elegance and dignity, your manners, your nourishing and feminine presence. If he feels at peace around you, you have mastered it. It is not as hard as it seems. Just like men have been conditioned to mask or tone down their masculinity, women have also been pushed to compete with men and abandon their nature. All you have to do is look within, and let the beautiful and warm woman be expressed fully, that is already dwelling inside you. You might not attract a lot of men like this, but I assure you, you will attract the right one, and you will get to keep him. Flashy women get a lot of men, but hardly keep them. But if you become his piece, he has no choice but to be with you, because you are irreplaceable to say the least. A feminine woman can have it all, while the rest must sacrifice one thing for another. When you are clear about who you are, the right man will come looking for you.
That's the best video I've ever seen on YouTube.
If you want to eat healthy and feel your best, you've got to try Kachava. Kachava is the world's healthiest all-in-one meal shake.
It's made with over 70 plant.
It's the gateway to attainment, all that you desire. The third eye is said to be a spiritual awakening that only the masters are able to unlock. But that's not true. We all have it. We all use it consciously or unconsciously. It exists within every man, and he is creating his world using it. It is the eye of the mind. It is said to give one the ability to tune into the infinite intelligence. But what is it? It is simply your wonderful human imagination, as Neville Goddard puts it. It shows experiences that you haven't had yet. It gives you feelings of the past, excitement of the future, and it shows you everything you want to be. That is, it contains everything that exists in the universe. It contains the future, the past, and the present. And when you combine it with an adequate understanding of how the subconscious mind works, you have the master key to live your life how you want to. Have all that you want and more. Attain the inner peace of a monk who has been meditating for years. Amass wealth that took others years to accumulate. Cure any disease of the mind and body. Because in your imagination all that this universe contains exists. All you have to do is assume what you want. Imagine it via your third eye and give it all the sensory feelings of your senses. And then, just live in that feeling. Consider your desire to be fulfilled. The infinite intelligence and your subconscious mind will take care of it. You won't have to lift a finger by yourself. The universe will lead you to the action that may be required. Nothing in this world has been created without the use of the third eye. It is only the degree of control of an individual that leads to an average or miraculous creation. If you doubt it, try to create something out of your routine. Something you normally wouldn't do. Like painting. You will understand that you are using your third eye and bringing forth a vision that it sees into reality. This is how every piece of music has been created. Every single invention has been invented. Every single business has been conceived. Not a single thing has been brought forth into reality without the use of the third eye. Because your physical eyes are incapable of seeing anything else but what is. So, what can be, can never be seen from your eyes. Simply because it doesn't exist in reality yet. So, a poor man simply doesn't escape poverty because of the wrong use of his third eye. He simply sees poverty around him. And he uses his third eye unconsciously to imagine more poverty. Hence the cycle continues. A violent man uses his third eye to imagine more violence. A leader uses his third eye to see himself leading masses. And a rich man uses his third eye to gain more wealth. You create what lives in the eye of your mind. In other words, your reality is the product of your imagination. Carefully examine your thoughts and then look at your reality. You will be convinced. But this is only the material use of the third eye. It goes far beyond the realm of material conceptions. The masters are able to perform miracles using their third eye. Like surviving in freezing temperatures where death is the only option for a normal man. It is up to your ability to master this eye. Otherwise, possibilities are endless, simply because it contains all that is. Some even call it God, because of this very reason. All that you see in your life is the result of your use of the third eye. If you become deliberate about it, and use it to manifest what you want, then you will rule your fate and experience life in its raw form, which is nothing but spectacular bliss. Watch this video next to understand how the subconscious mind works, because then, you will come to know how you can completely master your reality by just using your third eye deliberately.
I'll go finish it then. I already know.
Look at this girl. No, really look at her. She's gorgeous, right? I'm sure you see girls like this all the time.
What?
I said that,
we can watch it later.
That's on my table. Everything that is going on right now, for whoever's in chat, it's just me and you right here. It's on my table. Everything that's in that, I can't see the chat, sweetheart, but everything in that chat is on my table. I have imagination, blame, purpose, and balance. Funny, I have wolf spirit. I have grasshopper spirit. So wolf spirit to me.
Tonight, they're good old interesting things. You know, I followed him on YouTube way before I ever met him on here on YouTube.
Oh.
And we used to talk. I used to comment, and he commented back, and then I ran into him at Squash Mod way back when, and then Squash ended up living, a mile down the road.
Okay.
It's weird.
Somebody come
He
up
said he
and
was leaving.
talk to us so I can.
Nobody wants to come up, you know. Everybody gets too tired now.
Yeah, I've been on a panel for over 12 hours. And
Well, I did 13 last night, and then
you've seen me where I've been.
Yeah.
I've been holding down space for other people's panels, guys.
So PDF got shut down today?
It was like yesterday.
I wonder what happened.
I'll tell you in the back chat before anybody comes. It's like YouTube. Okay, guys, it's just YouTube. But I want you to go there. Because he wasn't really impressed that he got in the timeout.
What was it for? What were you talking with it for? What was it for?
You talked to him about it because it was really weird.
Well, you said he was live when it happened, so everybody was there, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And all I did was show these cards, and they're animal spirit cards. Come on, guys. You know that this is not.
That's why they did it?
No, everybody thought that that's what happened. And it was like, whoa, something happened here. And I'm telling them, they were like, Kat, what's going on? And I'm saying, he's not going down for this. He's not going down for this. This is totally not illegal. These are pictures. These are words. And he can jump into any kinds of streams here and know that I'm not lying. I'm not doing anything wrong here. So they were all probably like, okay. Like, Holy put everybody in a panic mode. But I knew I was like, what are you panicking for? Relax. It's something different.
Well, you see when I put in the chat, it's like, when I go in their chats, and any of them, it's like when your parents and their friends come over and you just start listening to them what they're saying, you're like, and you run. Or like you go with your mom to get your hair cut at the beauty parlor, and all the women are clucking like hens. That's about all the chats are like now. Oh, my back hurt. Oh, my. It sounds like, I'm sorry. I'm not ever going to talk. I don't care if I'm 100 with no bones. I ain't going to talk like a 100-year-old.
So where's that? Yeah, you've been
all these chats, though, are just like a bunch of the chicken yard to me. There's one rooster crowing and a bunch of chickens following him, and all the rest are clucking.
Yeah.
That's what that's all it is to me.
They think that we're insane. It's insane over there because they have no idea. All right. And there's me trying to get in some kinds of
Imagine waking up in the morning and like, I'm going to get on YouTube so I can make fun of somebody.
And it's like, yeah, where do I start? Because I've got so much information that I could just sit here for days. And it's
the way the world is right now, you should get up and think who you're going to help.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm serious.
And that's why I left my path where I did, and I'm starting.
You know, if somebody's doing all that shit and you start doing it back to them, you're no different than them.
Right. And that's pretty much where I've been for 5 years. So I kind of said, all right, see you later. I'm gone.
Well, guess what? My whole life, I never hung around this bullshit like this, or even
I'm more
in real life. I just like
do me.
Go away, but never talk to them again because it's easier when you're out here than it is on the stupid fucking phone. I mean, I don't know. It's not an addiction, but when you, it is an addiction, really. Though everybody knows it because if you get enough, check your phone first thing before you even take a piss, you probably got a problem.
Well, and that's a natural thing. That's a natural thing for everybody. Let's not just point out for me, you, or
it is everybody. People are addicted to being on the phone. Everybody is, and they can say what they want.
I'm leaving. Yes, sure you are.
And then people get on here and they go, you need to get off the internet and get off the phone. You're a motherfucker, you're on it right now. Shut the fuck up. What are you saying?
And I'm thinking, I'm doing everything with one hand, bitch. What are you talking about? If the shoe fits, that's it, of course. And if it doesn't fit for you, then I'm not talking to you. And of course, when you go into
it hasn't been this way very long. It just started in the last couple of years like this on here whenever they sold out.
Yeah, and that's been to like StreamYard or somebody. Raven will know what we're talking about. And I really wish Jason would get up here so we could have a three-way conversation or something like that. Because I have to just go on mute for a bit. But he's so young.
I don't think Jason's never been on my panel before.
I meant JJ.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what's up with Jay.
I don't know what's up with him because I'm going to be quiet. I've been working.
This video then. Boom.
And he knows what I've been doing.
Grocery store, or coffee shop, or online. Beautiful girls that just blow your mind.
Okay.
You can be the master of your faith, the captain of your ship, If you learn to mold reality via your subconscious mind, creation isn't something external. We create our own reality, either deliberately or on autopilot. Neville Goddard, Napoleon Hill, Wallace D. Walter, Abraham Hicks, James Allen, and Earl Nightingale are all authors that beautifully articulated the art of manifestation and mastering the deliberate creation via subconscious mind. And they all agree on one thing. You become what you think about and attract exactly what's in your mind. Our subconscious mind creates our reality depending on our dominant thoughts. So, we must change our thoughts to change our reality. But the external world is continuously presenting the lack of things and circumstances not going our way. So how can we change our thoughts then? You must go from reaction mode to creation mode. And here are the 6 tools extract.
Don't let someone worth the value of a speed bump be a roadblock in your life.
Extracted from the above-mentioned authors to completely reprogram the subconscious mind. 1. Imagination and the 5 senses. The simple secret to attraction is to feel the essence of the thing that you desire in your imagination. Because when we conceive a new desire, it is born from the lack of something in our life. So, by default, we are in lack initially. Now, if we focus on our 5 senses and conscious mind to try to construct a way of attaining our desire, then most likely we will get discouraged, depending on how big the desire is. Consequently, we will encourage more lack. Because subconscious mind, always, is listening to your feelings and your thoughts. Hence, the widely spread advice about giving a lot of effort and action to get you what you want simply doesn't work. Especially when the thing you want is extraordinary. Because you are offering action from the basis of feelings of lack. Hence the action will weigh you down. Your 5 senses and conscious mind will present all evidence supporting the conclusion that it is not possible. This is where imagination can help us cheat the system. Simply because there is no such thing as reality. It is all your perception. The truth of this lies in the fact that every single person perceives reality differently. Even individually, we perceive it differently on different days, simply because our mood is not consistent and changes regularly. Hence, the only metric that subconscious cares about is your thoughts, which are laced with emotions. And since there is no such thing as reality, the subconscious mind treats your imagination as reality. Depending on how deep you can immerse yourself in your imaginal act. Meaning, if you can see your desired car with even finer details, vividly in your imagination, then that is the first base of immersion. But if you can hear the roar of its engine, then it becomes more real. And if you can smell the leather seats in your imagination, feel the steering wheel in your hands. Meaning, get all your 5 senses involved in the act. Then as far as your subconscious is concerned, that is reality. And by the law of attraction, it must bring that exact imaginal act into your physical experience. Neville Goddard calls this process as achieving life like imagination. The more emotionally charged your thought, and faster will be the manifestation. Therefore, imagination tool can get you out of action because of your perception, which, by the way, is most of the time faulty and deceitful. Thus, the magic makes you stealing, overriding your attention, and fall asleep. You will have
I hear roboting.
Because again, all thoughts charged with emotions. So, if you talk negatively about your desire that you just constructed in your mind,
They won't be able to hear that, but I heard everything. I heard everything that the guy said through all that shit that they think that they can't hear. I can hear through it.
it's manifestation. Our consciousness.
Well, people go, look at it, look at my computer, my computer, hotspot. I'm on it, but battery's at 16%. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, it's roboting. And there's a storm. There's a storm on the east.
every day.
He was roboting back. You're not going to be able to make any lick of sense of that. And you'll just have to wait for Sassy to come back. He's just gone down the portal. You know what's going on here.
I have no idea.
Do you want me to fill you in? Big storm along the eastern seaboard.
Oh, I think I got in trouble.
For what?
Turning my ear. Where's my signal?
Oh,
I don't know what's going on. Hello. I'm not gonna be able to play anything here for a minute. My phone. Yeah, I know you can. I can see it move because my phone is at 16%, and I had the hotspot on during that. And so I had 4 devices on my hotspot because of, yeah. So I gotta let it charge up for a minute. What is this Krafty? Oh, I went in this broadcast. There she is.
There's my cat from Texas. Right.
Texas.
There's always something going on in fucking Texas, let me tell you. And
all my exes.
Howdy from Canada. Yeah,
yeah, you know how polite they are in Texas. When you come up behind somebody, they pull over to the shoulder and let you go by.
You know how nice it is in Texas when you know somebody that lives there, and actually you can feel them coming in on the fucking Zephyrs and they know what you're talking about. It's great. And then you could actually say to them, really, ni hao? Fucking no way. And have a great. But that's when people like to really fuck things good up for other people. Because I'm sitting in a stream and I can hear snow is coming and storms are coming. That's when people are cutting me off. Or when I say clickety clack. Who says clickety clack? Get the fuck back.
Da-da-dee-da-da-da.
The thing is, they don't know who I'm talking about, but there's certain people.
Sunshine when she's gone.
That will. When you go missing, it's going to be me that normally misses your name. Like
You're
Camelina.
not lost if you're not going anywhere.
No.
So where?
Just, no.
Sometimes I leave. I don't know where I'm going. How can you be lost if you don't know where you're going?
I can't get lost. That's the problem. They tell me to get lost all the time, and it's like, fuck off. I know how to get
I can
home.
be lost in a crowd.
I'm always lost in a crowd. Yeah, we're lost voices in a crowd, and we've got really important messages to say.
I don't
And I'm
bite
not,
though.
no, I'm not talking about here. I'm just
lost
talking
voices.
about certain things. And when I see certain people go missing in chat, like if Sass goes missing in chat, I'm going to say, where the fuck is Sass?
Well, when
And
I get a bad vibe, I get that vibe. I don't care. I
And-
don't like saying goodbye either. So that's one
I know
reason.
you don't. He likes to drop off the face. I'm talking to the friend behind you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you. Hi.
Alright, what's up?
I can hear you. How's it going, my friend? You doing all
His name's
right?
Mark, too. Another Mark.
I'm doing okay.
Oh, did you hear
That's
me?
what he's doing. He's on his phone.
Yeah, listening to my own music.
Okay, that's cool. I like that. So if you notice in your local things, you've got a storm coming your way, my friend. I'm from Canada, Toronto, Ontario.
I've been
Like,
in Toronto.
okay, thank you for coming. We love you. We love everybody here. I don't give a shit who you are. I still love you, whether you're a piece of shit or not. I'll
Do
know
you
it.
like Blue Jays?
I love Blue Jays. Don't start with me, sassy.
No, Toronto Blue Jays. I figured, they get you. If you like sports, you start young in the logo, and by the time you're old, you're like, I'll kick your ass for saying anything bad about the Blue Jays, motherfucker.
Okay, so
that's the way they train people to be.
you've
that
seen
way
this.
you buy uniforms, jerseys, tickets, $20 beers. Think how much money they get out of one person that's a big fan of the team and buys all the garbage and worships it like an idol and spends all that money and fights people. I mean, puts stickers on their car. Is that not worshiping an idol?
Yeah, that's We the North bus that came down to you. If that's what he's really mimicking at me for, because I'm like, losers. You get to have Kiki for a moment. And good luck.
What are you talking about?
Right.
You lost me there. I don't know who Kiki.
But over here,
Kiki, I know. Don't go breaking my heart.
Right. Kiki is Drake. It's Drake.
Drake who?
Hotbox Bling, like we're standing in here.
I don't know who. Drake's a male duck.
He sings, Kiki, do you love me?
Oh, that.
Are we riding?
That's so like last August.
Right. So that's how all of us here in Toronto will say to you, Kiki, because that's all we heard America do. Kiki, do you love me?
My granddaughter, I call her Kiki. She's Casey.
I have a child saying.
And that's all. They get out of the car and let it drive or something while they're saying it or some shit, right?
Are you riding with my husband? Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen people singing that song, got out of the car, went around it, and got back in.
Do you love me? Are you riding in my back street? He means you guys. All right. Thanks a lot.
I call that. That's like.
He was being fucking funny, wasn't
called
he?
Baby Hop. That's for little kids, I think.
Kiki, do you love me? No. That's what we say to him.
I don't listen to the radio though. That's probably
right. But this was a big thing. I am Invictus Games. What started here too. All right. So we've been through.
I think it's Drake. I think I called you on the telephone.
Yeah, it's a call.
And he can't dance for the shit when he's singing it.
And you tell me in your Hotbox Bling, which we're in right now.
Lorraine off Friends dancing. He couldn't dance either. It's like Kevin off of
okay, put it on, and I'll do it one more time. I'll even put the pretty lights on like the Hotbox Bling, like we did the mayor. The mayor was doing it. Are you kidding? The mayor wanted to be his friend. Hi, can I be your first Twitter friend? Fucking right, you can be. I'm Drake. I'm Kiki. Do you fucking love me? Yes, this was him. He came down with a big bus.
To Major Tom.
That's right.
Yeah.
So he came down with the bus to your guys' house, right? We the North. And I thought, what? No, sorry. Was it We the North or was it Black Lives Matter? Either way, it doesn't really fucking matter. I'm doing rhymes.
Okay.
Careful, we could get really crazy here.
Don't Dial 1-800 will chatter.
No, you know what I said earlier? 1-800 free sex, free sex, free sex. And that's in Canada. 1-800-363636.
Yeah, I knew it. These guys had a band named Free Beer, and they made him change it because it'd say free beer on the side, and then all these people would come in there and get mad because it wasn't free beer, it was their band.
Don't you start with Toronto. It's a fighting country. Here.
When I think of Canada at all, I think of hockey sticks, no teeth, and A.
And rocks. And water. Water for sure.
And maple leaves. That's another thing I think of.
And the Mohawks. And the Six Nations.
And Deadly Do Right. Here I come to save you.
And Sasquatch, but don't tell anybody.
No.
We have Sasquatch. I live in a beautiful forest. You're more than welcome to my path if you like. I'm not forcing you. I'm just a nobody out here. Like Sass.
I ain't nobody.
And we're okay with that. I don't need nobody. I'm okay by myself because I know who I am. Same with Sassy. So, same with these people. And we've all been attacked. So it's like, whatever you say, we can look. We do better. That's right, Kitty. Just I have a real big love for cats and animals. See? She knows. And planting. I don't know if you like planting, but I like planting. And she likes planting, see? And we like to create around here. We like to act stupid. And we like to have a little fun. And it can get crazy around here. Sometimes we want it to get crazy. So they don't understand what we're talking about. That little wink was, it's just between you and me, kid, okay? Can we not talk about that either? Right?
You got a mouse in your pocket?
Because, well, no, what Bright's talking about right now.
I'm not looking at the chat tonight. I just don't have the energy.
I'm going to not read chat then. I'm going to take yours lead. And I'm going to turn chat off because they know how to get up here if they want to talk to us.
I know. I put the link down there many times.
I understand. You don't need to do that anymore, Lovey. Because Darlene's down there and she's paying attention. We know that.
Let me see. Okay, here we go.
When Darlene stands 6, we can understand what's going on here. So, we leave Darlene. Sorry, honey. When you want to come up, you know how to get up here. We're not forcing. We don't need to force Darlene. Well, yeah, you're good.
I'm getting ready to.
11. I'm going to get ready.
You know what? I'm going to show you how to use this app thing. I can get it right here.
Well, that's really weird that what was going on, because you're right. It is a feminine energy. And people
this phone don't even have internet, you know what I mean? It's just my last phone. I break all the screens, you know. I paint on them and shit.
He's doodling.
And I'm going to tell you how quick I could read it. Okay, look.
See, that's how I know who's paying attention and in what
I could probably do this upside down.
You guys, but
okay, you can see, look, these are just pictures that I use this for camera for doing stuff like, you know, looking at stuff. Okay, I'll pick out I'll show you how, here's how I do this shit.
He's got a notebook on him, so don't think anything disgusting.
There you go.
For whoever's lurking.
I don't give a shit. But see, this is a screenshot. This is a screenshot. And you just go like this. You just crop it so it's like this. Then you just adjust contrast and shit like that. And then let you see things.
Yeah, I say that on my new phone.
And I like doing this shit right here.
See, Sass likes doing this, and I'm like,
I like mirroring things because a lot of stuff looks a lot different when you mirror. Look, see that look.
And that's see, this is figure. This is fuckery. See, this is the thing. They don't know this. I've had to show Sass a few things. Yes, right. We know.
Then you can,
That was a long time ago. You could have not fooled me with that one. Bright, come on.
I'm just showing you how you can do art.
If anything, Bright, I saw this coming. I'm just talking to Bright, that's all.
Yeah.
Because Bright, I saw this coming. Right? In 2013. 12 or 13 years.
What could you do? How is it working?
So, giddy up. It's all right. Everything's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. We got this.
You're being slow. I'll go do it. My new phone's got this. It's like got the stylus.
Yeah.
And it's 6.5-inch screen, which is pretty cool. You see, and you can go.
See that?
I use it, like this is for coloring hair. It says. Yeah, but I use it for this.
Yeah, I like the way you brand it. Tony said. Oh, was that a plug? Oh, that's a double paradox, and that's content. Don't think. It's like we're so tired, we're overtired, but we don't know what to do.
It's weird doing this upside down, but I can.
Meanwhile, we know all shit's going off. Pop, 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 left, right, and center.
Okay, like I'm just showing you how you can do weird shit. That's the one I just made that out of, like this. You go like this, make it famous.
No, it's kind of been silent.
You can just start doing this, and then you get inspired. Just do something that, in my imagination that I see. Like, oh, I ain't got no internet. I forgot. I was gonna put wings on it. I just don't have internet. Where am I at here? This is weird. What the hell are you listening to? Shit. Play something that ain't.
You see his hearings, ears, hearing.
Auto tune, you know what I mean? Auto tune crap. Well, here, like you can put borders around it.
No, you know what it is, Jazz? I had to pull that card out this week for doing this read. And everything's here on the table. I was with Troll Queen. And
it's weird upside down.
What own telepathy? I have telepathy. Yeah, I do. That's why I know what's coming. How do you work it, you mean, Bright? Are you interested in looking at elevating? More of that kind of get out of where you are matrix. I call that a mental mindfuckery for me. Yeah, it might not be for you, but I've already cracked that code, if you will. Saw it coming when he came to Canada. I do too. It's tiring, this energy, right? So it's best just to relax sometimes.
Hard to look at it. There it is. I ain't looked at it upside down. What's doing?
I suggest that one thing's with Bright and anybody in chat. Giddy up. Get rested. If you think you know what's coming, majority of us.
Okay.
Just breathe, all right? And if I'm saying it's going to be all right, it's going to be all right. It's just other people are afraid, and I'm not afraid. Not if I seen this coming. I have no fear. I'm fearless. It's one of them. Don't be a warrior. Be a fucking warrior, all right? Because there's too many fucking wimps.
Upside down.
Why do you think the strongest don't come after me? They'll back me up, right? I can shut down a room with my mouth. I know it. So I think I felt like in my own freaking country. So when people say I'm native, I'm going to start telling them, yes, Nishi, you're going to be my bitch.
Yeah, you're funny.
I met in my own country. Bright's not going to understand what's going on in my country yet, or yours, because yours is getting really fucking pissed off. I'll tell you that right now. Sass. I can feel them. And that's usually what wakes me up and gets me going. Rip, round, ready to go. Because if I told these people that Hitler was still alive, they wouldn't believe me, sweetheart.
Who?
Still existing. You know, I don't want to say that word again.
Oh, look at that. You son of a bitch.
Looks like kind of like Mickey Mouse.
There you go, look. What color you like? Can you call you?
Walt Disney, whatever you want to call him. Looks like him, kind of. But a girl. I'm going to put that in the back chat for you so you know what I'm talking about. That way, if anybody wants to fuck around with you, and I better motherfucker around is here to guarantee I am right, they are wrong. And you know where I stand. I've got your back. I am going to tell you about, never mind the creator, you know about that. Now, there's a riddle for you. Do you know who that is? I'm going to watch the back chat for a second, see if he knows. Good night, AJ Onyx.
Yep. Take care now.
This is me. This is me. That's me. Good night, honey. It's in the back chat when he's ready.
Who?
I'm waiting. You. Look at the back chat.
I only looked in the back chat a couple times since I've ever been on here.
Right, there's only 2 things in there.
Oh, just.
But he's working on the picture.
Yeah, about done. I was just going to.
I know. I'm still waiting.
I did shit. Oh, I did.
I'm waiting for the in the back chat. That's why what do you mean? How? Or something like, and when he's gonna say how, I'm gonna go howdy doody.
How, Grace?
I'm gonna tell him how, but he's not gonna tell you. That I do know. That I do know. That's something that will stay between me and Sass. That way I know. Who are you?
I don't know what that was.
It's a safe thing for me with Sassy in case anything. Motherfuckers. That will always make Sass laugh. Because every time he hears it, he's going to think of people like me. Motherfuckers. You think you'll pass one on me? Motherfuckers. Or the natives? Motherfuckers. I don't think so. All right.
There we go. It comes back. Sometimes I'll do this and take like 30 minutes and it'll just go away. And it eats it. It don't come back or nothing.
And you're like,
I've done it many. See, like is it?
That's why I don't like doing it that way.
Big. Yeah, I don't know if it saved it or not.
You know why I keep calling him sweetie? Just to annoy people.
Hey, look, look, it saved it, but look, that's what it saved the first picture. Some bitch.
Son of a bitch. Some shit. No.
I did all that for nothing.
No, let me do it the American way. I've been around them so much now. Some of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, Jackie Gleason, you know, you bitch. See, look, all you do, you see what I was doing? I take these clouds and all I do is just contrast them. And then look, you can blow it up. And then this is when you do this and you see shit that like, what the, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Darling, son of a bitch.
Because it's Burt Reynolds talking to Jackie Gleason and Smokey and the Bandit. And he goes, where are you, you bitch? And he said, look over your shoulder. It's right behind him in the car. Mm-hmm. You know, Sally Field. See, like shit like this, like, why would that be in clouds?
Yeah.
There's no reason for, you know, the shapes and stuff. And like people look at the office, then they're talking, look.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
you see,
I've taken the sun and blown it up like that, and it looks like a guy sitting on a projector. You know what I mean? With the light, it's crazy shit. Really, it's hard. Hey, what's up? Assalamu alaikum. That guy's cool.
I know he's
one day grows. I think it's good.
Are we from it's in Jadabad.
He's in Pakistan, I think, and they grow.
Wait a minute.
Mangoes. First time I saw mangoes off a tree. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. What are you from?
I just usually, you can, you know, talk and meet people, but you can go on. I can take screenshots of the chat, go into Google, and it'll you know, put it on there, and it'll read it off to me in English.
Islam, are you in Abu Dhabi? I know where you are. It's okay. You can let me know. I'm in Canada.
He live streams every day too. I've met a lot of people there.
I'm just worried to see how my people everywhere are. People.
They play badminton, and they play badminton at night with lights. I used to love playing badminton. I mean, you can knock shit out of that little shuttlecock. What a name, huh?
Shuttlecock. You playing shuttlecock over there in Islamabad? Right. Do right. We're right for you. We're okay.
Oh yeah, I'll go look in the private chat here.
English. England. The Yorkshire is here for you. You came to the right spot. Tibbly-doo. All right?
I don't know. I know everybody here. I mean?
Yeah.
So far. Seen them. Everybody here, I've pretty much, except for Bright.
Islam is here.
Well, one was on the panel, though. The other one.
1040?
I don't see anybody. I don't know in here.
I don't know. Goodness. You know who's lurking somewhere because he's not here with his mom. Which is fine. Let them lurk. This is
maybe. There's only one, maybe. Hey, what's up, Snark and Sass? Why don't you come up on the panel? You and Krafty on the panel at the same time, might be pretty rowdy.
Oh yeah, Sass, get up here. Sass and Sass. Yeah, this is gonna be even better, motherfuckers.
I went to I went on her panel the other morning after I did one. It was a good time. She's funny.
Got you. You know where I was. You can verify me everywhere I've been because they've been wondering where's Spirit?
David Lee Ross. I ain't got nobody.
You mean Venus? Venus Spirit?
Look, here's one. Look, this is a cloud. I'm going to show you. Look,
hang on, he's live.
Look. Hey, why would that be in the clouds?
Oh, well, to deceive them, of course. For those who are not looking up, then they don't understand the map.
We don't understand.
But you see, we can tell Sass. We can tell the other snarky one, Sass, that likes on TikTok, Swalla. Because I told her, and I'm not going to drop her name here. Sister, I'm not doing it here. I'm going to do it somewhere else. 4,000 people, maybe. Plus, I'm going to have my daughter get you out there. Right, Fred? Right. I call it There is somebody in here called Fraggle Rock, actually. It's funny.
Who?
But I haven't seen that person, Fraggle Rock, in a while.
Fraggle Rock? Yeah.
But you never know, they might show up, Fraggle Rock.
I see him all the time. He just...
Well, now that we've seen
different name.
Right. So don't worry, Sass. I've got your back because you came in here. Maybe this is a test. Bongs up. Cheers, cheers. Go be our ears. Be a bitch. Nice and nice. And don't you think trolls don't come twice? Huh? Because we're hearing everything. We're seeing everything. We're just not saying anything. We're watching. Where are these people that are supposed to help people up here? You get me, sister. And if you have any questions, go see Roscon, right? She'll tell you all about it. Where I was holding that man's stream down in his space with the commander. Huh. Not one link was dropped for you. Sorry, thank you, Sass. Not one link was dropped for you. Heather. Us. Right over their head, sister. That's why I got a little bit irritated. And it's like, really? You wouldn't do that if this one was alive and kicking. Like, what up with this? So, with that said, I'm going to do you a freaking favor because I know you're watching. And my daughter's going to do it tenfold. And I don't think the people that are going to get from me and Sass maybe are trolls. Blame me. I'll tell them the terrorists made me do it. And when they say that, it's a frickin' lyric. I'll teach you how to fuck up your own country, and I'll teach Sass how to screw over mine. All's fair in love and war, baby. Right? It's okay. Because we're right here. If I ever had a fucking bomb, you'd come from Canada. But it's coming to you, so don't worry about it. And don't get that shot. And if you did, I still I love Mark. She makes me laugh. Darlene understands why. Like I said, you're not going to know. All strangers are going to come through this door tonight. Because I'm a stranger. And I got through this door. I don't know how. How are you? Hang down there. Relax. Listen. You know you're to listen. What in the fuck? Go on. Sounds like it when you're not just asking. That's putting me full screen. She's like, here, you talk to her for a while. You two go at each other and be with Darlene for a bit. It's a girl's world. Clearly he understands. Bright does too. Because they just that's why he's doing Fireball. And I'm like, excuse me. Thinking of you know who in my head. Who gets, do me a favor. You get to him and you say, never do your numbers online. Okay? And this is why. I knew you didn't leave, you son of a gun. Energy doesn't lie, people do. Okay, first and foremost, you know you're not going to leave this silly shit. Like, fuck off here. We're having too much fun. We know what's popping off. Poof, 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 poof. I'm here to have fun, fucker. Shut the fuck up. Let's play. Anyways, everything that's come out on that stupid thing Of course I'm going to laugh. Because I'm going to be laughing when it comes. And they're not prepared. And I know that all of you are. Because you pop in here wondering what you doing, Sass? Or you get snarking. I got something going on really good here. Fuck, you fucked it up. Just not that one day. I invited everybody to come back to Crafty Cats when they want to come to your old world to knock you out. But for now, it's been like we've been trading places. And it's been so weird trying to get the messages across. They've been like this. Oh yeah, pick up her link for sure. You'll have a hoot and a fucking holler with us. We sit on the sidelines along with Ross, and we lurk. We're like, what the fuck is going on here? You guys think that you got it all under control? Hell to the fucking no. Damn, Skippy, no. Take him to my I know I could shut America down, not a problem. Shut the fuck up. There are Americans and Canadians in there. In a really big channel. And it's like, huh? What? Oh, I don't know. It was on a full call. And then I went, blah, 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 bye. Click. Went out. And you all know fucking where it was. Because you were probably lurking. And I was like, oh, look at how many people we got from Andrew. Wow. But I gave him a lesson too on, well, what trolls? Shit, I've had a busy few days. Cindy, Krista, I've had a busy few days. Fuck, where have you been? Oh, you don't know what's happened here. Oh. Aches and pains, we can send you to a different room. They all like to whinge and cry over there, sweetheart. I'm only kidding. I'm only joking. I've been up for too long. How come I didn't win the door prize? I've been up working for days. Days turn into hours. Hours turn into days. And then, of course, there's me. Left with a whole bunch of young grasshoppers. To work telepathy, you have to sit quietly, guys. You really do. You have to tap into the energy. And that's hard to do. It takes time. See, oh, sorry, I'm looking at my phone over here. Sorry, it takes time. However, that's all you have is time to improve yourself. Does that make sense to any one of you? Because I know what's coming physically in the real, like what's really coming just by looking at Google. All right? And everything I've said this week, snark, sass, chat, and I'm looking here for chat. Now I'm putting you on the floor, okay? No disrespect. Sass went through imagination. Here. Imagination. So when we learn to turn everything off, even like this, watch. Want to know how Kat does it? I'll show you an easy way, okay? How many we got in here? 11. Okay. You're going right back here. You're not going to lose my attention, I promise you. And I'm going to know right behind me if you're chatting. Okay? All right. I leave it at Cindy. you do need to take care of your health, and this is why. And hocus pocus, salamagocus, this is not funny. We all know God is to our right. This is entertainment purposes only, okay? So I'm
my
going
phone,
to show.
I lost my internet completely. I had to shut my phone off and turn it off. I never have to do that, but that's weird.
So before that, these people, and I mean any one of us, go on a black theme, a back to black theme. It's like your book, KGV. Now, England is bright, and England is somebody like me. Okay? And this is very well, they know it. Whew, wow, we love tarot cards, we love pretty cards. And so do your kids. And I know somebody else who does. But I can't tell you. Some things have to be kept secrets. Because when you have to come in here and tell me a secret, okay.
Hello, Cindy.
Then it's a secret. And if that comes through, that's just yeah, she's right. I'm a guy. I'm going to tell you what's going on in the guy world. Or I'm going to tell you what's going on in the girl world.
AJ Onyx, Darlene, Cindy. Hello, hello.
So consider Sass. I'm going to use you again.
I'm always used by women.
I know. It's not fair. Sass always gets. It's Sass and pediatrics.
Hey, if someone's taking advantage of you and you know it, then they're not taking advantage.
They do. They really do take advantage of me. And I know why.
Hey, brother!
I do understand why they do. And it's fine. Because whatever works for them works for me. And
wine is fine, but liquor is quicker.
This is me juggling, right? So when I say juggle, you're juggling two things. What are you doing? And careful what. Yeah. Whatever you do, don't drop the balls.
There's the link. I dropped the link into the stink. Here we go.
And if anybody wants to come up, touch road, if you want to come up and just chill.
I said, come on down.
That way I can talk to the girls. Because Cindy Krista, I'm trying to get through to Cindy Krista.
Earl, come on now. Come on now. We're waiting on you all night, man. We need some.
This is an energy
knowledge
that I'm telling you. You want to be taking care of your health. Because that card came up. And I'm going to show you something that looks like. Watch me. Watch me.
Watch me now.
Watch me now. Hey.
Cindy, come on. Come on.
I love working with music more than any silence. But this is a Mandela. So you know about cannabis. So you know cannabis is not scary.
Chakra.
Chakras. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's how it goes. Okay?
Yeah.
He's a male. I'm a female. You're a female. We know.
What?
I was going to say something, but I know I'm not allowed to word that. Word's not allowed here today. So somebody was really bawling and having a bad time on panel.
Okay.
But that happens.
Who do you think it is? Oh, there's two. Now we're talking. There's Earl and there's Brainbug as well. Hello.
Hey.
There we go. We got some banjo now. Look out.
Well, it's a ukulele.
Oh, well, that's even better. Sing.
Hey, Bug. Thank you for putting some music up there, buddy. Hey, Bug. All seriousness, I'm sorry we butted heads last night, and I'd love to have a conversation with you if we can find common ground, sir.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff that we're both interested in for sure. I mean,
I can tell
we're not on the same side of it, but we're both interested in it. So that's what I want to do.
I can tell you unequivocally, regardless of our differences, sir, we got way more in common than we have in difference.
Well, yeah.
For sure.
Hi.
Hi. We can find common ground. I'm confident of it.
Hello.
Hey, be careful. We might make an impression. We might be getting along.
Hey, I want to get along with everybody. I'm a little touchy sometimes when it comes to how people choose their words, and sometimes I choose mine incorrectly as well, and I can honor that and accept it.
Well,
Hey, Brain, I like your show, Brain. That was good. I was filming you on this one.
But I'd like to hear more about. I want to hear more what Kat's got to say.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
First and foremost, when you come into somebody's room, please
Yes,
and
ma'am.
thank you. I don't know who the heck you are, but I really love you. And
Well, thank you.
you're welcome. You do not come blasting through a freaking door like that, like you're a fucking
Yeah, he does.
Canadian.
That's his energy. His energy.
I'm a little loud and proud, and I apologize for my brashness.
Then you do me a favor and you write your fucking name on your hand and you introduce yourself like, Kat, this is me. And I'm talking right now, but this is me and I have a problem with, I'm this person, Kat, I'm this person. And we had a problem last night. And I'll say, okay, because I fucking know there's a problem going on here of miscommunication.
You're right.
Holy
I'm Ron Clausen, and I'm pleased to meet you, Miss Cat.
Pleased to meet you. Won't you guess my name? It's Kitty Cat. I am
Kitty
top
Cat.
dog. Everybody's going to get their fucking karma here. You understand me?
Hey, I'm ready for it.
Awesome, dude. You get to sit back and watch this.
Yes, ma'am.
There's Bible always to our right hand here. Thank you very much. This is entertainment purposes only. And I know you want to see my hands because you like to see the tricks and the cards and stuff. But can we have a dab first before we start? Sassy, can I have some music, please? Now, this is chakras, right? So I don't want anybody scared of cards because my kids can do this. I can do this on the dime. Sitting right
do
there.
music right now, so
No problem, Sassy.
I had the hotspot on for a couple hours and checked the live.
I just don't need a chord picking. I do not need a ding 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 yet. Okay. I'll let you know when I need the ding ding ding. We can do
spell delirious.
Yes, I can. Delirious. Delirious.
There's some music.
I got a nice ring, and you don't got one. You don't know how good that feels. Oh, no, you don't know how good that feels. You don't know how good that feels to be me. All right. That's Tom Petty.
That's Tom Petty.
This guy played somewhere over the rainbow. Big old Samoan guy with a ukulele.
Yeah, what was his name? He passed away.
Yeah, I can't believe it. You know, I can't believe it, but he was good though. He had a voice of a small person. I mean, it just seemed like he was a little dude when he sang.
Yeah, that's a beautiful cover that he does too. It's probably my favorite version of that song.
Hey, do you know who that? What's his name? Lepoy or whatever, the guy from the Philippines that sings that song by Celine Dion and his name, the blind guy. Yeah, both parts. He's from the Philippines.
I don't think so.
I'll play it for you in a little while when my battery charges. It's pretty amazing. He sings both parts.
I learned how to play that Celine Dion song from Titanic on a Irish tin whistle some years ago, but I don't know how to play it.
You do harmonica too?
Oh yeah.
Hey dude, I need to get a couple more little screws. And one of the dumps I found what's the name harmonic brand? Who's the main one? They've been around forever.
As a matter of fact, harmonica is probably what I'm best at playing.
Hey, well, what are they? Who makes most harmonicas?
Hohner.
Yeah, okay, Hohner. It's before it was a Hohner. It says Charles Hohner, and it has like a circus on there. It's like 1898. I mean, it sounds really good. I got two of them that I found.
You play harmonica? You're a harmonica player?
I just like cool shit, you know.
Yeah.
But if I get these other nails, you know, you give me your address, I'll send it to you, and you can have it.
Yeah.
Because I don't play. I'm sure it's got its own sound. It's that old. Yeah. It's made good.
Guitar? I thought I remembered someone saying you were playing guitar.
I like singing. I fiddled with it. But I started raising kids when I was 21. I was married 28 years, so I didn't have time to work, you know.
Yeah.
Then I had a pawn shop and a flea market. Coached my son growing up. I was always busy. I went from all the time, and you know, not be able to do nothing, to all of a sudden having time to do everything. From taking care of everybody to not take care of yourself, Harley. You know, it's crazy.
And hey, Earl, I sent Jody a link last night.
Okay.
For about the dinosaur neck thing I was talking about, just the study about.
Oh
the yeah. So yeah, if you want to check that out sometime.
I would love to look at it.
They put it in straight up plain English for you. So
perfect.
Yeah.
I more than anything, I like to look at things from more than one perspective, and with no disrespect to your education or what you certainly know more than me about this subject. It's clear. But regardless of what someone knows or doesn't know, I still like to form my own opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, because absolutely. It is just that opinion, and regardless who writes the doctoral research, how many people look at it from how many different perspectives, just because it's an accepted perspective on a given topic doesn't make it so.
Well, I could tell that when you were talking about dinosaur nest, and you were talking about the way that they find the eggs and all that last night. I could tell that you like to examine, because it was clear that you had seen images of dinosaur nests and stuff and the fossil sites. Yeah,
I have a curious mind. No, I'm in Tennessee, in the top of the Smoky Mountains near the Appalachian Trail.
Where the path leads.
I love the Appalachian Trail.
I heard Tennessee. And that's
I'm about 10 minutes away from one of the main entrances of the park, at least as far as where I live, the area. Okay. Near the North Carolina state line.
I'm sorry.
I'm not trying to talk over you, kitty cat.
No, don't worry. I obviously just put some things on, and I picked up this device here in my hand to connect your back, and I heard Tennessee, Appalachian Ransom.
Yeah, that's where I live.
That's where the path is, right? Okay, I'm from Ontario.
Ontario, okay.
You know.
Ontario, eh?
I like Ontario here.
It's pretty.
I live
pretty country.
Right. So, right after here, I'm going to bring you back for a minute. Just for a minute. And I'm going to show you something. You might remember it in your town.
Say that one more time, please.
You might remember it in your town.
My town. Okay, my ears are ringing really bad today, so if I ask you to repeat yourself, it's not because I'm not paying attention. It's just the ringing is very loud today.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, because it's hearing, which is whale spirit card over here. Sound. So maybe your sound, things are getting a bit louder. Or maybe, and I don't want to say that you've been around a device all the time, but have you had anything over your ears for an extension amount of time?
Other than working around loud power tools, woodworking tools, and loud semi trucks, outside of that, nothing here recent.
So you're not plugging your ears when you're at work. So if you're like, huh, what?
Correct. Yeah, right. The nature of my jobs have not always made earplugs necessarily the safest way to conduct my job.
No, but you know, when you go to the racetrack, you can get those things for the kids to put over, like mufflers.
I have worn them many times over the years, especially
I know they're
using certain tools. Yeah, I don't care about the inconvenience of it. Sometimes it's just a simple matter of safety.
Do me a favor. Switch that up. Take your little handy dandy Gatlin device. You know how this works, damn it. And put your not your headset, but put it on like your headset. And you know how you can adjust it with both, whatever it is that you choose. And then bring another extra set, right? Always bring two. Remember, one's always gonna fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna fuck up because
I always have a backup of a backup. I'm always like double or triple redundant. Yep, that's the way I am.
That's the way to roll. That's always the way to roll. Plan A, B, C.
First thing I learned in Boy Scouts: be prepared.
There you go. I'm a Girl Scout. So, what I'm gonna say to you is gonna be most understandable to Canada than what you actually think. Do you believe I have an ex-boyfriend or not? Do you know him? My ex-boyfriend. You might. Anyways.
What's his name?
His name is Eric.
Eric, I don't believe I know Eric in any recent memory.
He's fucking off some girl over there. Anyways.
No.
Tell him. No, sorry. Eric. I met Kitty Cat from Canada. You know, the one you left at the river. When you see him, okay? Tell him, wow, you fucked up.
Hey, what's he look like, honey?
Oh, I can show you a picture of him.
Yeah, show me a picture of him. If I run into him, I'll send him a message for you, for sure. I don't care if he likes it or not. I'll be polite, but if I run into him, I'll send him a message for you.
Oh, I know you would, because he'd be so polite and be like, did she say that, really?
Yeah, I would be polite, but if I run into him and I have a picture of him, I'll certainly say hello for you in whatever manner you see fit.
Bitch would turn around and be like, is she really calling for me?
Yeah.
And I would say, yeah, like, why are you running and hiding in Tennessee, thinking that I can't find you? You think you're going to run away on my birthday, Bertha, and come back and hide under friends in the neighborhood? I don't think so.
There's lots of good reasons to go to Tennessee, though. It's beautiful
I know that,
country.
I've been wanting to come. I know a mouth of the South that also reads tarot in there. So if you want to go over there or just come to me, why should I pop her channel up anymore? I see what she's about.
You gonna show me the picture of Eric?
Yes, I'm gonna teach you. So, what is it that you need to learn here?
You were gonna tell me about Canada.
Canada had horses there right after we did. It was called Cavalia, a horse show. Acrobatics. Okay, I'm doing this track. It was beautiful, and I have the books behind me. Big, huge horses in a big white tent. And you might not have seen this, but you might have heard the buzz around town.
No.
Okay, maybe if I bring out some pictures, you might remember.
Yeah.
A big white tent that went up in about 3 days.
And when was this tent up? What time frame are we talking about, sweetheart?
Oh, we're talking about, I want you to go and see if you can find Cavalia first and foremost.
Cavalia, okay.
Can somebody type in? I want to know. Let me see.
What are we typing?
I want everybody to know Cavalia, because I have this CD.
Cavalia.
And my daughter.
I'm terrible at spelling, so you're gonna have to help me out with that.
I'm gonna do it. Because you were saying it wrong when I heard it. That's me. I'm Maddie. That's my cat, actually. From Texas. You see that? From Texas. So I'll start with me.
That's where I grew up as a boy.
Yeah.
And then you moved to Illinois, from what I understand.
First time I moved to Illinois was, let me think.
This is destiny and fate working right. I am.
I think it was 1981 or 82.
I wasn't even born yet.
And
I live in Illinois now. I grew up in Missouri, though.
Okay, show me state.
Yeah.
So I moved back to Illinois. I left Illinois in
Are you ready?
1984 and 85 and came back to Illinois in 86. Yeah, ready?
Sassy, I'm going to need a wrench to give him this. No,
señor.
Huh?
No hablo español. No English. No English.
Kitty,
how you doing, Seven? It's good to see you, buddy.
No problem.
Even if I can't see you, good to see you. We're in the same space again.
Yeah, gotta get 7 up.
Hang on. Just before 7 comes up.
I'm listening to you.
I want you to watch this fabulous program then. If Seth is not going to give me a wrench on it.
Lecca hi, lecca honey ho.
Ready. You were not supposed to tape this. And that was a big faux pas. My daughter was like, Mom, she's taping. And this man comes out every time. He did Cirque du Soleil. He left it.
Isn't that some Las Vegas crap or something?
No, what? It's horses.
Oh, okay.
They're running free. And that's music. And this. That's acrobatics. These guys went to jail. This goes to China.
Okay, it's cool.
When it turned, no, it went all over your world.
I went to Dixie Stampede.
This is actually Broadway. Fast.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, well.
This is why. In 2017, my daughter saw this on the largest screen. All these horses. Watch what happens, Sassy. Because when I saw this on the TV, I had to go. It's about water. And look at this. Is what I meant.
Quarter-inch screen is cool.
I'm so sorry, but you won't give me a wrench.
Yes, I'm goofy. Hello.
That's a Ferris wheel. And these are acrobatics. And we're all here. And there's no music. I'm sorry, only music. And these horses are not trained. They go off leash. They're trained off leash. And they know how to ride the silks and feel free in a Ferris wheel.
Up a little bit, Kat. We can't see it.
I'm sorry, in the Ferris wheel. And I'll show you the exact.
A little bit higher, honey. Hold your phone up a little bit more.
There we go. Acrobats.
Yeah, you were off this. There you go. That's better. Well,
my
go to your
daughter.
left. Go to your left a little.
I'm telling you, Sass, I'm
There you
missing
go.
something here.
No, it's beautiful.
I watched that. Let him run. And I went to Keith Urban too.
There's something profoundly majestic about that animal.
I was 4. They're
Horses really
beautiful.
are fantastic.
That water is recycled and brought in. And these boys went to jail in China. And really and truly you're not supposed to take. But how can you not take that bullshit? No, that's magnificent art. And
It's
every
elegant.
one of you, we're calling one of you to come and do this. Because that's where it went to next. Like the Grand Ole Osprey. And that makes me emotional because I was there.
Can I ask you a question, Kat?
I love horses. Yes, go ahead.
When you're near an animal, when you're with an animal like that,
I met them all.
can you connect with that animal? Can you feel it and let it feel you?
Hello, AJ.
A horse will know me for the rest of my life. Like I love a horse.
It's really cool when you have that connection with an animal that most people would never understand, and it seems like you have that, and I can kind of feel
I
it.
said, let them run. That's Keith Urban. And you should know that.
No, because I don't listen to Keith Urban.
No, you should know. Because it's country music.
I've heard plenty of Keith.
And then the new Graffiti U tour and female.
I remember the first time I ever stood face to face with a horse. He was a wild Mustang. And the guy told me, he said, don't you go in there with that horse. He said, that horse could stomp you to death. And me and my brother
died on a horse.
My brother was 8 and I was 6, and we walked in that arena. We touched that horse, and that horse didn't bother us at all.
That's
I kind of figured you knew how to ride. I was going to say, if you didn't ride, you probably wouldn't wear that hat.
Well, I'm not a great rider. I didn't grow up around money or farmland, but I definitely had my experiences with them for sure.
Yeah, I had horses when I was young.
Better when you can hear the curtain open and say, it's coming from this side, Savannah. Wow.
My girlfriend in high school did poles and barrels, so I did pickup and did all that stuff. So you had to learn how to ride. Yeah,
we had cows and chickens. We didn't have horses, but neighbors had horses, so I learned how to ride pretty young.
Kat, when was the last time you got to ride?
I got thrown off a horse.
I did the last time I tried. I got on
When
the
was the
sway
last
back
time you
horse
were
out in
on
the
one, though?
field. I got on the sway back. The guy told me you could ride it. He bucked me off. So, I mean, I landed my ass. No one had sit on it for 10 years, and I tried to ride it.
I had seizure sass, and it threw me off in Mexico.
How long ago?
On top of me.
Oh.
Hi. Cat.
What year was it?
Hey guys.
Cat, you got effing thrown off a horse. Oh my God.
I was there.
You remember what year it was? Can you tell me what year that happened?
2017.
2017. It wasn't that long ago. 4.5 years.
I paid for it all.
What kind of horse were you on? Do you know?
He was a painted horse.
Painted horse. They're beautiful. Palomino.
No, that's Twiz. And poor cat was gone, but I was on a 17-hand high horse.
Nice.
I didn't know.
I liked pintos when I was a kid. You know, when I had my room in horses, painting and shit. I liked the black and white pinto.
You have no life
Yeah,
experience.
I like the
When you have no life experience, get up that horse. Oh, that saddle kid. I never heard a scream from Jay ever. And when I heard him scream, I've only heard him scream twice. Hang on.
It's okay, sweetheart. I'm listening to you.
Because you don't know me.
It don't matter if I don't know you. I can feel what you're talking about, and you don't need to be ashamed of it, honey.
I could have died in Mexico, Sass.
Yes, ma'am.
After spending so much beautiful time in a land where I hope that you can get to, and I can get to one day, because I would fly over America and go back there to Chichen Itza. And I opted out to go to Chichen Itza because I knew what was there was the snake. And I was lucky enough, Sasquatch, even though I was dropped on that horse and I'm allergic to horses, it doesn't stop me from getting in there.
You were near the Pyramid of the Sun?
No.
Did you go down there? Where did you go?
I was
Chichen Itza?
I was in Cancun.
You went to the land of the serpent?
Isla
That's what you said?
I could see Isla Mojarra, the island of fertility, across the way.
Okay.
I was right at the tip. And I was where the lagoon was, where the locals sit. I want to sit there because it was an eye-opening experience. And when somebody wants to tell Kat what to do, I don't like authority. I really don't. Because I know what I'm doing.
What the fuck are you doing, dude?
Hypnotizing this mantis.
Yeah, mesmerizing is a very good description of what he's doing. Mesmerizing.
It wants nothing more in the world right now than for me to hold it.
Hey, Kat, don't ever be ashamed of your tears, and don't be ashamed to share with what you're feeling, because what you're sharing is beautiful. It's beautiful.
You weren't there and I was.
I know, but I'm hearing it.
Something that I've got it back up on a 17-hand high horse, and I could call 40. I can call them from my house. I have video. If you want to go to Krafty Cat, there's 5 years there, and I can call them on the reservation. But then again, I can walk into my backyard, and there's somebody here that can't even catch a deer yet. And of course, good luck to him in this snowstorm and the blackout that's coming, because I'm psychic. Not psycho, but I can be. And yeah,
I think we all can be a little bit of both.
Yeah, because you don't want to pull that dark side out of me. I don't like it. Don't rattle my cage. I don't like it.
I just want to send you love and blessings. That's all.
And the only reason I don't like it is because you're not going to like it. You're going to think I'm attacking you. And it's like, no, you're telling me what to do. I'm very fucking capable of willing and able to tell myself what to do. Because I've been told what to do my whole entire life, like you all. So that's where I say, back it up. Like I can call, or I can see a buck. Everything I've called out, it's happening. So just give me a second. I'll show you a horse book.
I'm sorry, your heart's heavy tonight.
Anybody got any strawberries?
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Cat.
I know. You gotta cure her. I never seen her like that. It's like,
It's a stressful time.
I think she needs to get up for a while too. I think
when it gets the nights are longer, the days are shorter, and you're left alone with your thoughts more. And...
Yeah, I know what it's like.
Yeah,
we're all in our own unique kind of prison right now, ain't we?
Yes, sir.
Right.
At least I got the key to the lock, though.
Right.
No, you don't.
At least I still get to interact with people, though.
But
So.
then
Yep.
And bugs, but...
Thank you for turning your camera back on.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
This is the big top tent. If you ever see this again, if you're lucky, because they've only come twice. This came through. He's American. He worked 38 years, don't you know? He got in trouble for saying something on purpose, of course. 38 years, don't you know? No, I say 38 years because 38 numerology, they think they're tricky. John Cherry. You should know who he is. He's the darkest one. And if you don't
We were
know
just
that,
talking about numerology last night, weren't we?
Well, 8 plus 3 is 11.
Yeah, I think you asked me if I knew about it, but I don't know next to nothing about it.
Like maybe Kat does, though. Sounds like she does.
Plus 3, 38. He was, see, I can't do this without Gord. He was 38 years old, never kissed a girl. It's poetry. It's very Canadian, what's going on here. Because this is why I hate my country doing this to you guys. That's the big top 10. Now he is Boston Bruins.
Hey, Kat, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever stood next to a Belgian draft horse?
No, but I'm gonna wonder.
They wouldn't have known it if you did.
Yeah,
they can if you stand next to the right one, they make a Clydesdale look little.
17 hands high. I am little. I'm 5'3.5".
No, I mean a Belgian draft horse standing next to a Clydesdale. A Clydesdale looks small next to a Belgian draft horse.
Right, because Clydesdales are from England. You bet you don't want them barrel horses to come fucking off there, running and plowing through them.
Yeah, that barrel horse, that's a good horse. That's a good range hand right there.
That's where we're from. And when we have to watch things like the Calgary Stampede, like Sassy was thinking that I'm living in the Calgary Stampede. No, but my uncle helped build that. Anyways.
Said, Mickey, are you divorcing Minnie because she's crazy? Said, no, because she's fucking goofy.
These are the artists. There's money people that take behind to do a production. And my daughter met every single one of these horses. And the girls were braiding their hair because they are the long, white Arabian horses. And we loved them. They're the carousel horses. Everybody wants the unicorns all the time. Well, here you go. Are you ready, willing, and able to stand up on a fucking horse like this? Because that's what I want to do. And if I can't do it, damn it, my daughter's going to do it.
I'd give it a whirl. I ain't never done it, but I'd give it a whirl just to see if I could fall and bust my ass.
This is trick riding. When you fabulous ladies are ready, willing, and able, because we take anybody to do this. And this is from, whoa, don't dare me dox my house. But
so are you saying you got a riding facility up there that you let people come to? Is that what you're saying?
We have Teen Ranch here. We've got more than what you think in Toronto. We're born ready for you.
I'd love to come, but I don't think they let convicted felons cross the Canadian border.
Wow, darling, who you know around here.
Is it?
Around here.
Well, I ain't got no money to flex with no local politicians. I can tell you that. All my money's tied up in my land. I got no money.
Sass isn't showing you. But that's trick riding and air jumps.
Oh, I've seen it done plenty. I just never was around enough people with enough money to do it.
So I thank that person, whoever's giving that shocked
That's
of
beautiful.
what I seen. This is last night's premiere because I had to do the intermission and everything, and I won 2 tickets plus horsehair because we reuse things, and that's on my.
You still have some of it?
It was a bracelet. I got a gift.
You still have it?
Yes.
Show it to me if you got it nearby.
No.
No? All right. Well, if it's personal, that's okay.
It's from this show.
I understand what you said.
Right?
I just thought it'd be cool if you still had it.
I do. It's right here.
I got a necklace. When I was 5 years old. My grandmother took me across the border of Brownsville, Texas, into Mexico. The first time I ever stepped foot in foreign soil. Once I came back from Germany, but the first memory I have of stepping foot in foreign soil was in Mexico with my grandmother. And I have a little wooden necklace that I bought when I was 5 years old, and I still have it.
Well, he's on those extensions.
Yep.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're making them bounce. And that's going to end up coming to you guys. It's like, get fucking moving, dudes. Because these guys were like, whoa, having so much fun. That's why they needed a bit of marijuana. And when they got into China, this is something that I caught them and I told on them. China. You take pictures, but you're so not supposed to take picture. I tell you, I'm talking.
You don't do nothing over there you ain't supposed to do.
So sorry. Yo, wait a minute. Here, they were told off. They told Trudeau off. Because this is in my house. So when I go up and see these things, they're in my trails. On the trail, you know. So this is a carousel that they put together. And this happened in like 3 days. And it retracted down from the roof. Okay.
Wow. That'd be amazing.
And then they spun around. And that's when the silks came out. And the horses come out. There's no leashes here.
I can't even imagine the engineering behind to do something, pull that off, and do it safely.
Easy. It's off.
That's kind of mind-blowing because I can't even conceive of it.
Well, they're doing acrobatics. Like, my grandmother was a ballerina. So when I saw this, I've always wanted to see the Nutcracker.
Hold it closer so I can see it better, honey. Man, that's pretty cool.
It retracted all the way down, like you would see a Ferris wheel. So you should look in your emojis. You see the Ferris wheel?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. So on this side, I knew where we were. We were in Asia, India, Morocco, that kind of area.
Where did you go in India?
I'm talking about in the book. When we
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you went. Man, I'd love to go to India.
When you go through a program like this, if you're going to Broadway, Mamma Mia, or any kind of show like that, since I've been doing like river dance since I was a kid, and I do all those kinds of things. If it's entertainment, I'm looking for you. If you're creative, great. I'm Toronto.
Let me ask you a question.
So this is what we do here, right? And we have water life here. We've got a lot here for everybody.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If you could go anywhere in the world right now, where would you go? If you could just pick a place and go, where would you go?
Fucking Fiji at this moment.
You're kidding me. That's where me and my wife got married 19 years ago.
I know.
19 and a half years ago.
Don't know
Fiji Islands.
Fiji, but I would like to go to Fiji because I met
It is mind-blowingly beautiful. It is mind-blowing. Here, let me show you. You want to see a wedding picture from the Fiji Islands?
Yeah.
Oh, check this out. You're going to like this.
Or Belize.
I remember it like it happened yesterday. I remember it like it happened yesterday. It was the most magical, next to getting married to my wife, it was the most magical experience of my life.
Yeah, okay.
Hang on a second. Let me figure out how to flip this camera around. Nope, I just turned it off. That is not what I was trying to do there. Here we go. I think I found the right one here. So check this out. Kat, pay attention. You're going to like this. This is me and my wife. Now, we've been together for 21 years, but we met in 2000. Look at that. Look at that beautiful sweetheart right there.
Yeah.
That is the love of my life. And if it wasn't for her, I'd probably either be dead and back in prison. I just have to be honest about that.
Right.
That's all you can be, is honest. It's easy, isn't it?
Hey, Cass, guess what?
I'm not going to show you too much of that one because that one's kind of personal, but you can see a little bit of that one. That's enough.
Yeah, that's nice sunset.
We got married barefoot on the beach at sunset. That's when we said our vows, and she accepted
Yeah, my cousin did
my
that.
proposal to her, and I accepted her hand. It was the most beautiful experience of my life.
Yeah, my cousin went to Mexico. I believe it was Mexico. One went out to freaking Dubai for their honeymoon out in England. So they go all over the place. I mean, out in England, yes, it's cheaper. So they go out that way. To come across this way, it costs way too much. Because when I went to Cancun, it was like 9-hour flight. That's a long flight. So when they get to here, they get jet lag, like my grandma used to. But my grandma's been to Florence, fucked off to, excuse my language, but I won't.
That's all right.
She's
don't excuse it. You need to express yourself the way you choose.
Well, my grandma I was like, okay, see you later. I was in school and she'd bugger off for 6 months, maybe. And she would always have to do like at least 3 months at a time. But she came with a pension.
Can I point out something real obvious here? I mean this with respect, absolutely. Well, you said a minute ago that you might possess an ability, and you connected directly with something that I hold near and dear to me.
It's horses. Oh.
No, the Fiji Islands. When I asked you specifically if you could go anywhere in the world, you said you'd go to the Fiji Islands, and that's where I was married.
Yeah, it's just Fiji. Something about Fiji.
It's a unique connection, though, because you made a comment earlier about your abilities that you have and possess, and I possess some of those same abilities, and you bullseyed where I got married with my wife, and I just want to point out the obvious there. But thank you for sharing that with me. That's a beautiful story.
And you have some kind of, you're turning your, I'm just going to tell y'all, whoever's blaming anybody, they can stop blaming. So if you're blaming yourself, stop it.
I don't blame for nothing, honey. I got nothing but love in my heart to give to people.
This is actually on my table, right? So when I say imagination, it's saying words to me on this card. And I know that some people don't like the cards. Well, 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi, you know what to do. Look away. That's an imagination mandala. And that would be like a purple. You're getting into creative. So you want to turn all that kind of energy and you do something useful with it. I call my show Send Zones of Peace and Smoke Signals when I have the time when I'm not filling other people's spaces. They know what I mean.
When I get to talk to someone like you, though, the fierceness inside of me is easily subdued.
Well, that's because I have things like Sass has things. It's show and tell around here. Nobody could get those birds right. Well, that's because I have. He was like, tell me what it is. Tell me what it is. See, I was trying to do something.
It's unique. It's unique.
On
Thank you for sharing it with me. I appreciate it.
And this side, okay, it goes with something that's dear to my heart. And you can catch that on Krafty Cat. Like I said, when I want to say, let's get ready to rumble in the old world when you want to kick the shit out of each other, we can do that. In a fun you think you know what you're doing. Or where you were. Because, I mean, hey, if we want to be trolls, we can be trolls, right? When we want to have those off days, we can have off days. We can switch it up. Some of us can't. Some of us can. No problem. That's free will to me.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I look at this as puppet of masters. You don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me to sit in the fucking cold and time people out and everybody else sit there and I'm doing other things. Walking. Like Sassy's walking.
Hey, you got any more of these laying around your apartment or house or wherever you're at?
What are those?
I'm just saying cheers is all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's another thing. I don't smoke as much. I'm more of a pay attentioner.
I don't smoke enough. That's the problem. I don't think I could grow enough pot to keep me happy.
Well, it's saying here on this card to embrace the nurse creative aspect of your mind. So
when I was growing it in Oregon, I went through over 10 pounds a year just myself, just smoking it for because I like it. It makes me calm.
About that one card I'm going to tell you. And I don't know what your beef was with this person. And the young grasshopper here, he's gonna stay quiet. He knows what to do. Like, I'm gonna even shut the fuck up so they know who the hell she is. Because he knows who I am.
What's he look like?
He's young grasshopper.
Yeah, I understand. But describe him. Describe him to me.
He could be things, inspiring things, and
describe him to me. Tell me what he looks like exactly.
I can tell you what everybody looks like in here.
I understand, but what does a grasshopper look like?
Well, this grasshopper, funnily enough, I just told him directly. And I don't mean this way. Like, I told him, hello? When I see something nasty in my kitchen, I don't like bugs, okay? And when I turn around and my house is clean, he can verify that. He's been here. No, it doesn't take him 6 hours. I don't care what you fucking hear. When he's been here, he's seen my path. And he's seen a hawk fly under. And my kitty cat. My daughter's cat. So he likes animals. But he's even admitted, no, I should watch your path more. You're right, fuck's sakes. I'm not paying attention. Young grasshopper, be quiet. Because I know he wants to go.
He doesn't bother you, does he?
No, he's like, go, Krafty. Go ahead. Kick up my ass. I deserve it.
All right.
Young
well, if he bothers you, tell him to go. He'll leave.
I know he would.
All right.
But you can't do that to young grasshopper. He's learning.
I don't think he'll bother you.
Oh.
You got to stand up for yourself like you said you would earlier, remember? I remember you said it. I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention.
You already. Can you do that a little bit more?
What?
With emphasis and shut up, young grasshopper. Behind there that wants to fucking laugh and sit there and smoke dope and think that I don't know that you're fucking sitting there going, Krafty cat, shut up.
I couldn't hear you.
Looking at your other device going on. Like everybody else says, what is going on over here for fuck's sakes?
I'm just trying to listen, that's all.
Oh, she's yelling at me. Oh, wait, she's yelling. What? That's what's going on around chat right now. Young grasshopper spirit, but I found that outside. And it's kind of chilly up here in Canada. I don't know if you've noticed, like your house. It's kind of the same weather. So when I have a tarot card reader and I'm like, Cindy, the mouth of the south? Yeah, like fuck you are. But you're my sister. I love you anyway. She's another one I helped prop up her channel. She ditched these. She washed her fucking, because she didn't want to leave anything spiritual, because it said tarot on it. So whoever's giving you a hard time about tarot, and if it's him down there, he's going to get a little bit of peace of my mind, so don't worry about it. Tarot's not scary. Thank you very much. Embrace what you don't know. Okay.
I have a curious mind, a very curious mind.
Open your mind. You're going to have to open your mind here. You're going to not work. The imagination. So you're kind of this. Go back.
Show me that bird again.
This is
I'm sorry. That's the grasshopper. Okay. Yeah, I thought you showed. I thought you showed me something different. I already saw that one.
Faith. But prior to, I just pulled that card out because I said grasshopper. You want to be a wolf?
No, I don't. I used to be a wolf.
You want to know what wolf you feed, though. There's the times to feed one and the times to feed other. See, this is the way life works. It's turning wolf spirits, turning knowledge into wisdom. So when you can count on,
I used to be a different kind of wolf, and I made that one go away.
That's the dark wolf. You know what I mean? That's the one that one's.
I starved him out a long time ago.
The thing is, you don't starve him. You lock him up where don't make me.
I just quit feeding him and he eventually went away.
Right. So some are still feeding him.
I hope
they
not.
love it. Yeah, they are. They're going to be everywhere around you. Now that I'm saying this, you're going to be so much more aware of these people. Wherever you are, whoever you are. And this is including the chat too. I like to include everyone, including young grasshopper down here. I know him. For reals. He lives down the road. But turning the knowledge into wisdom. So young grasshopper goes, yeah. No. Yeah. But here's a question I want to ask. What did you do today? That's all you have to ask yourself. He knows I'm going to know. That, and I have turkey vultures. When you see 7 turkey vultures in a tree, please, with a blue heron, let me know. You'll see that on my video.
You know, it's funny you say that because both where we lived in Illinois and in Oregon, we were always surrounded by turkey vultures, lots of them, and we were always followed by blue herons everywhere we went.
I don't have to move then. I'm home. That's porcupine spirit. And I really don't get these upside down, to be honest. I don't really read them upside down, but I can read them.
Do you know the wisdom behind him? I'm familiar with some wisdom, but I don't know it.
Time for a beginner mind. So, porcupine. And a porcupine.
Read it to me. Let me hear it. Say it loud because I'm hard of hearing.
Yeah, I'm going to read from the book so you know.
Okay.
Porcupine spirit. And if you want me to,
yeah, I'd love to hear it. I've heard it before, but it's been a long time. I was young, and I wasn't smart enough to pay close enough attention the first time I heard it, but I remember it left an impression.
I watched a porcupine just go into dust on the side of the road. So it's like, but they use quills with the Six Nations and First Nations.
Oh yes, yeah,
and I have
handy.
Those things. And
really, you got some there at the house?
Yes.
That's cool. That's very cool.
That's what I've been doing on my path. I've been trading and beating and shit like that.
Yeah.
Right.
I want to show. We keep talking. I'm gonna go get that necklace that my grandmother got me. She bought it for me when I was 5 years old. First time I stepped foot in Mexico. I've had it ever since, and I've never let go of it. I gotta find it though. It's in here in my closet somewhere.
All right. Let's do something.
Maybe not in my closet.
You're gonna unplug. Sorry.
Hey, Miss Jody, where's that shadow box at? Do you know the little one I got? I just had it out, but I moved it, but I don't remember where I put it. I put it somewhere. I just don't remember. I just moved it. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I just totally got
so many times that I forget where
I'm just gonna take it out there. So I'm gonna show them some of the stuff in here too, if they want to see it. That is. Would you turn this light on above you, honey? All right. You want to see this?
Sure.
I got some cool things in here I'll show you that I've hung on to over the years. And it ain't a whole bunch, but it's just some cool stuff like Sass likes to put up in front of the camera. Just kind of showing part of who you are and what you found and what you've run across in life. And it's really cool to get to share. If I could go anywhere in the world, you know where I'd go right now? I'd go to Russia and I'd visit the Hermitage Museum that was established by Catherine the Great. It's supposed to be one of the most beautiful, extensive collections of the great masters and great arts instruments. No, it's the Hermitage Museum. It was established by Catherine the Great.
Where's that?
Russia.
That's what I said.
I believe it's St. Petersburg, but I could have my geography wrong.
Yes.
This is a necklace that my grandmother bought me when I was 5 years old. I was down in Houston, Texas, visiting my uncle, and I got to go down there and see my grandmother. It used to have a medallion right here, and it was shaped like an eagle, but because of the way they made it, it cracked in half, and I was a little wild ass heathen kid. But
Seen an eagle.
Look at this. This is made out of a walrus tusk. And a friend of mine got this in Alaska, made by one of the, it's missing one of the inset eyes there. Yeah, it's an owl, and it's a one-eyed owl now, but it used to have the other eye. It was inlaid with something. And this was made with a walrus tusk.
It's too weird.
By a native Inuit in Alaska.
Go north to Alaska.
Yeah.
Yes, that owl is right behind me and beside me and above me. And on
that. Hey, now you pay attention to that owl, and you don't accept no bullshit from that owl. I'm telling you straight up, because this sucker here can haunt you, and if it does, you reject it outright. You understand what I'm saying? This can be dangerous. This can be dangerous, and don't mess with it, and don't listen to it, and don't talk to it ever. If it's bothering you, you reject it.
What are you talking about? Hootie?
This right here. If you just said you're seeing this thing or talking to this thing.
No.
What did you say?
Something behind me, or all over me?
What?
Well, what do you think they call me?
I don't know. Kitty cat.
And never mind a duo. Right. A duo is a two. It's a parallel of two. Like a familiar. Things are going to get weird here. If I were to say demon, oh, it's my familiar. Demon. That's poetry. So if you're hearing these words and they're going to scare you, of course they're going to scare you. In this time and age, they're going to scare you. When you hear, oh, you're a demon. I'm going to get my demon. I could sit here and read to you poetry from Edgar Allan Poe, because that's where you are. Hello? To Kill a Mockingbird, I have that book behind me. Okay, boo? Right. So these are memes that I've already come across here. Things, and I speak more codes. And I can pick up things. So when I look at porcupine spirit, and you want me to take to a book, I can literally do that.
Why don't you tell me about the porcupine?
But the porcupine, you don't want to touch him.
You never did get to finish. Yeah, you don't want to touch him.
You're not going to want to touch him, because my grandma tried to help a porcupine. See, everything happens for a reason. It's connected for a reason. And it's something along yours and my path for a reason. Sassy understands it.
Mm-hmm.
JJ gets it, because they've been around me.
I don't get it yet, but I can feel it. I don't understand it yet with you, honey, but I can feel it.
I have a owl on my finger.
Here, hey, in case you lose your way, I got you covered. My grandmother gave me this.
Is it from Germany?
No, this was from my grandma Davis. She wasn't actually my family. She was the one who adopted my mother and my uncle. And she raised them. She was firm, but she was a loving woman, and she was brilliant.
Find out where it's from.
Let me see if I can see a maker's mark on it. I don't believe it's nothing fancy. It's just something very simple and utilitarian. It was never meant to be fancy, and it doesn't have a hallmark that I can find.
I already have one behind me. It's an owl. And your north is not pointing north anymore. It's on an axis.
It might be because of, well...
It's on a weeble wobble. Your water's moving the other way. I can prove this.
Well, I have my phone next to it, and it's got an electromagnetic interference from the phone. And that'll affect it. So.
Take it away from the phone, and if you
yeah, that's what I said. Wait a minute. Let me look.
Anything, if anybody's listening, wear shungite. And these are back beats that I'm wearing. It's one thing to guard you, because your 9G is going to be coming. And if you can't handle this, and I understand what people are going through, I can feel what you're going through. You're going through like, what am I fucking doing? It feels like drain. Right? I'm just going to talk about the energy sauce right now. It's a draining energy, guys. But this is where you need to feel up low. And you can know that somebody's blaming somebody somewhere. And if you're blaming yourself, it's time to let it go. That's for sure. You've been carrying those burdens too long.
Let it go. Let it go.
That's right, buddy. Let it go. Don't let it own you ever.
You know some aren't giving with grace and gratitude, so let them be the hardest turkey vulture. And pack, like that are going on in some rooms, and some people are talking about you. Who cares? Because you know the knowledge, and you know the wisdom, and you know what to do with it. You just need to shut the fucking shit off. And some people have a hard time shutting that off, and we can understand that. Because it's not so easy to want to be quote unquote nosy. We get it. And it's not so easy to be composed all the time. That's why we allow those days off. Like, yeah, okay, go fucking be a troll. Who gives a shit? We can make those Fridays if we wanted to. Friday, troll day, fuck it. Who gives a shit? We can even have roundups during the week. Like, well, whose room are we going to go into this week? So, because you know how the TV guide system works already. And everybody wants to wait for this person's show to come on and this person's show. Who are we to wait for anybody's way to go? Like, oh, by the way, because I'll tell you what. I know where to go when I need to feel safe. My own show, per se. Like I said, Sass, isn't it true? I could sit here and just play music for fucking hours. Sass has done it. Do. Oh, yeah?
Yes, you're correct. Stephen, you can go up there on the panel if anybody wants to link just to say so. I'm just drawing. I'm just listening and drawing.
That's I'm just chilling. I'm enjoying listening to her talk, man. She's got a beautiful mind.
And I usually sit just here, and I am supposed to be smoking while Sassy's drawing, but it never gets that way.
Well, get you a smoke in, girl. I'm just sitting here putting some silly stuff on here for y'all to look at. Just some silly trinkets I found and been given over the years.
All the time. It's just, why not, you know?
It's
I don't even know how this...
I like looking at people's stuff like that. I always have, just, you know.
You got a beautiful mind. I like hearing you share it.
I grow plants. I do a lot here. And I'm taking me and Sass are allotted to a break where we can just have no cares in the world, right? We've been through the ringer.
Hey, can I ask you a question real quick? Hey, if it was the apocalypse, right? And nobody had no food, how much food do you think some piece of silver or gold would actually buy you in times of desperation? You'd be better off wiping your butt with this.
No, silver and gold though, since the beginning of time, have always been a value. You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying, but when I'm talking about times are real desperate, the only currency is food and skill sets. This has no intrinsic value whatsoever when people are suffering on a profound level.
Wrong.
This might as well be pavement.
The people that aren't suffering can buy it because they know it's going to get back to normal again, and they'll make twice as much.
Well, eventually, yes, yes.
But you know, when that crashes, all the rich people just buy more land, and they get richer when we get poorer. That's
You'll
how it
never
works.
get the silver that I have over here. I promise you that, because you never stepped into the fucking lands of Mexico, and that's where the Romans raped all the gold. So there's only
People
silver
that's
there.
got power don't need anything. They've taken it all forever.
I have it.
I mean, they got more silver than gold than you could probably.
I have Firestone opal over here, Sass.
We got vaults full of seeds, you know.
No, I'm talking Mexican silver from Mexico.
En Mexico, ¿tú hablas español, señorita?
Mexican silver does usually cut with something else.
Tú, fucking local over there.
Con permiso, ¿tú hablas español?
No, not really. All I know is I'm a motherfucking local. All right?
Mi español no perfecto.
Pendejo, you know, Pinocho.
No pendejo, güero. No pendejo.
They call me pinche loco, iguana.
I've seen the iguana there. I got pictures. But you see, this is the thing. They don't ever get
Pancho Villa. Pancho Villa.
Bon dia.
Señora, ¿cómo te llamas? Señora, ¿cómo te llamas?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, what? Parlez-vous français, what?
No, I don't know French. So I haven't learned that one.
Oh, no,
Like,
no,
speaking in
Frosty.
Deutsch? You know, like
Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Ja, etwas.
You want me to really rock
Wie ist der Name?
people
Wie
up
ist der
here
Name?
and fucking rock your mind with words?
You know,
Yes, I
most
can do
languages
that.
like have the same word, like fast, rapido,
Arabic?
rapido, you know.
Shall I
Here's
bring
the still.
Arabic?
Here,
Both?
yeah, I'd love to hear Arabic. I don't know
If
any
you want
Arabic,
me
but
to listen to
assalamu
both.
alaikum. That's about the only know.
He's like, oh,
I don't know. I'd like to learn it. It's a beautiful language.
It is. I
Salama.
like
Hajj.
it too.
Hajj. And Hajj means
Okay,
stop.
are you race banding? No.
No, that's from Abu
said
Dhabi.
Hajj. Haji is from Johnny Quest.
You see all this stuff here I got that's got camels? A lot of this stuff my nephew brought me back from the Middle East when he was over there visiting.
Listen to me, my friends, please. You don't understand who I am. I am Sarah, okay? And Sarah lives with many, 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 many cultures here. JJ, open your fucking
all
mic
in one
before I
mind.
kick her ass. Huh? No, because he has to understand. Sassy doesn't know anything about Canada. And JJ does.
I'm not bipolar, I'm tripolar.
No, because you're getting a fucking snowstorm. JJ doesn't know these things, sweetheart. And this is what your country doesn't have any idea on. This is why.
I think JJ can probably handle it pretty much.
No, that's fine. And when he has no power and no way out.
Is that a printer shelf?
I'm going to laugh at him, okay? Just so you know, when you're sitting there in the same situation, I'm going to laugh at you too, and all of you too, because I call this back into, because it's a storm coming, honey.
I am the storm.
Mm-hmm.
I
can feel it. I can feel it coming.
The funniest thing is
the storm.
It's coming on my birthday, has Corona Borealis. You're writing my birth chart.
Well, my full armor from God has a life jacket built in, so I'm not sweating it.
He doesn't.
Roger that.
I'm a moon in Cap.
10-4.
My moon in Capricorn this year.
You can't scare me because I don't care. I know what's going to happen, so it doesn't bother me. It's already written.
Hey, Satch, you want to hear something crazy, bro? You know about that alignment that occurred on September 23rd, 2017? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I heard you talking about it, but I've seen some stuff on YouTube, people.
No, but one thing I didn't tell you yet, though, it's going to blow your mind a little bit, maybe.
This is the guy that can tell you about it, probably right here, Mr. Spaceman.
All right, well, hold on. Let me tell you before anybody muddies the waters with this. I want to tell you about it real quick. So in 2017,
muddy water, because it's going to be.
Hold on, check this out. Pay attention to what I'm getting ready to tell you. It's going to blow your mind a little bit. In 2017, my wife and I sold our property in Illinois and moved to Oregon. And we were in Oregon in the path of totality on the eclipse that occurred, pardon me, in Oregon. And I would say it was August what? Does anybody know August what?
16th.
August 16th. Okay.
I was
You were in Oregon?
I caught it. I felt it.
I got it on pictures. Yeah, you can film pictures too.
You can even ask. You can go on my. Like I said.
Anyway, that's good. What was it?
So here, check this out. So anyway, we were there for that, and
let him finish.
On September 22nd, 2017, at 5 minutes to midnight, I celebrated my 40. What was it? 42nd birthday, 43rd birthday, and 5 minutes after my birthday, that eclipse in the heavens occurred.
Wow.
That's a fact. And the other interesting fact, the way that alignment was described in Revelations 12, a very similar alignment occurred the same day I was born in Nuremberg, Germany. Now
you have 3 numbers on your head,
no, I'm only pointing out the obvious strange that I can't explain.
I hear
so in 1974, when that same event occurred, that was very similar. The only thing was Saturn was not sitting in her belly. Saturn was in the belly of the twins, Castor and Pollux. And Mars was, I believe, on her left elbow. And the sun was over her left shoulder. And the moon was at her feet. She was in an upside down inverted position at about, I would say, roughly 7 p.m. UTC. She was visible in her totality, the night I was born. But there was a slight variation in that alignment, but those two alignments did occur, I believe 42 years apart, 5 minutes after my birthday. Well, one occurred on my birthday and one occurred 5 minutes after.
Things that make you go,
Yeah, makes you go, what in the world? Y'all want to see some other cool stuff?
That's Seven. What's going on, brother?
Oh, just listening and in amazement, quite honestly, because you guys are all the ones like you're breaking the matrix. I'm amazed because the one lady that was talking, I've been listening the whole last time. Oh, hi, Earls.
What's up, brother?
What's up? Yeah,
good to
the
see
one
you
lady that
again.
was talking. Yeah, well, I didn't know if I'd see you guys. Like, I mean, the lady that was talking, you know, there are these similarities and these connections that we all have, regardless of distance or area code or cell phone
It's shocking,
number.
dude. It's shocking, dude. It's blowing my mind. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. Please keep going.
Well, go ahead. I mean, you go.
No, I just have to say that. No, I just had to say that because that I run into you, you know, and I know we have some things in common, but we barely know one another, and bam, here we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I need another hit off my bowl for sure.
Hey, that happens a lot in the last couple of years, like you didn't believe, dude. It's like unbelievable.
Well, and it's very interesting because as that lady was speaking, she mentioned her visit to South America. I believe it was
Can I take this?
Chichen Itza.
Yep.
Yes.
Chichen Itza.
Mhm.
Chichen Itza. The
Her
fact
name's
that
Kitty
she
Cat.
touched that place. Well, folks, I mean, I really enjoy being able to see through the matrix me or being able to see through the real me. And at first I was like, okay, I've been listening. And instantly the real me is like, well, people listen to you. Because I catch the matrix me. I'm like, do not react in any way impatiently and love on somebody. That's what she was saying. And there was something in the matrix that didn't want us quite to listen to her. And she was just breathing it. So I'm serious. I caught it. She was breathing Chichen Itza, and she was in tears. And she was like, I hope some of these people are listening. And I was like, damn, I was about to
I was hanging on every word, brother.
Yes, exactly. She's been there. Well, let me tell you something. Yeah, me too. She brought something back with her. Yeah, and that's what we're all about. That's what you and I and she. I hope she's still here. Is she?
I hope she is. She's got a beautiful mind, and I want to hear as much as she wants to share. She's got a lot to share. She's got an amazing mind.
Yeah. Well, there are a
lot
couple
of hours
people
last summer on the line together. A lot.
I could listen to her for hours.
I'll put her up on Mountain Woods walking, and she talks while I walk.
I wish I had good enough service so I could do a walk in this timber out here and have a conversation with y'all and let y'all see what I see when I walk through the timber, but I don't possess that technology.
I love that's my favorite thing to do is be in the woods.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you again.
Well,
I
that's all
interrupted
right.
you again, Stephen. I apologize.
Well, yeah, I'm mutant, so I can't do it.
I'm telling you, you people are X-Men. You are empathic powerhouses. You're being mapped and targeted and messed with a little bit maybe by the convergence negative, but there's something so much more, how can I say?
I don't consent to it, Seven. They can try, but I don't consent to it, not for 1 second. Not for 1 second.
I know. And that's why people like us are in touch. You know, for almost 10 years now, a bunch of the bigger channels that are gone, or a bunch of little stags like you and I, have popped up, and we all talk about community, right? Well, it's starting here when somebody can cry about their experience. It's like it's not all about the fanfare and a big fancy channel with 2 billion subscribers. Spank
Don't care
my
about none of
monkey.
that.
And yours. Yeah. Yeah. I really think that when I heard her say even the name Chitsumitsu, something popped through me. I was like, I'm going to stay on this chat. I mean, Sasquatch, he's one of my biggest heroes. And
I'm just getting to know him, man. And he invited me in with open arms last night and said, the floor is yours, brother. I don't even know you, but you got something curious to say, and I want to hear it. And not only him, but every listener on the channel heard everything I had to say, and I was stunned. Ron Earls.
I never met a stranger.
Oh my God!
I'm showing you the pictures.
So weird.
I'm showing you the pictures right now, Seven. This is Cowboy with the cowboy hat. See, look. Sorry,
yeah,
man.
O'Reilly. Sorry, I'm part
Ron
black.
Earls.
So like Earls, the Earl of
Earls of Orkney.
Duke of Duke of Duke. Duke of Duke of Earl.
When I hear Earl, I think of Earl Campbell.
Well, I'm going to say a couple of things, and then I'm going to give the floor to you guys, because I'm the captain. And we all fucking know I'm the captain. And they fear us. What?
I like listening. I mean, you got to talk every long as you want. There ain't no rules.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to, because I've learned how to not be like a super dick. And to listen. I mean, I've been... Yeah. What? Okay, just let me finish. Folks, I just got finished watching what is happening all over the world. Die-offs, the avian flu, the H1N1, which all of a sudden they're going to make us so afraid of. Guess who brings us the feathers?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh.
Yeah, this is demonic warfare. So now you got COVID. You got spank monkey ass fucking COVID from the...
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I can't help it.
That's all right.
I keep hearing the song Pink Floyd, Comfortably Numb, going in my head right now. I apologize. It's making me chuckle a little bit.
Right. Look, hold on. I learned from Steve Olson and a bunch of other people about 6 years ago that if we're going to do this, you got to let people talk.
Yes, sir.
So the 50 to 100 red balloons, but I think it was 99.
99 left. Yeah.
And
yes.
Yeah. So now we've got all of a sudden the resurgence of the bird flu, which is weird because birds are trying to talk to us right now, just like dogs are, just like fucking fart pigeons. You name it, animals are trying to reach out to us. And they're gonna layer this stuff. Okay, that's number one. Number two, during the last,
right here,
I believe, 3 days, they just ramped up the 5G. They turned up the 5G, and I felt it. I immediately felt it. I can hear it in my ears. And the crunching of our heads, our ears, our pineal glands, the base cortex of our cerebral cortex. These things are all, I could feel it. It clicked like that. Okay, what else you got? This extreme weather.
You're kidding
that
me.
Even the news people were saying. No, I'm not.
Sorry.
What? Do you feel that too?
No, my wife just showed me something.
That?
My wife just showed me something, and this is what she showed me. I didn't know we had this.
That's cool. Is that maps?
Yeah, it's not super antique. Let me see if I can.
The bait.
Let me see. I'm trying to make the. What? Well, hell, I'm trying to get the lighting a little bit better. I got piss poor lighting. Go ahead and keep talking. I'm just trying to show y'all something cool while you're talking, brother. That's all.
Yeah, I'm trying to see it too. Like this is what they're trying to hide from us. Wow, you guys are quantum empaths. I mean,
see that Longmire name? Folks. That Longmire name is connected to my wife's family. That's her kinfolk right there.
How old is that?
This map is a reproduction. Let's see, it says right there. It says copyright 1977. It's a reproduction of something older, but this was North American cartographics. Maybe I can't see because I'm looking through this silly little viewfinder. Portland, Oregon. So 1977. Yeah, ever since they turned the 5G on, my eyesight's been blurry as shit. I'm having a hard time seeing. My ears are
That's
ringing
amazing.
like gong drums.
Okay, that's amazing. I didn't say anything about the eyes, so you pick up from here. After I say one thing, because I get to say the craziest shit because I don't care. Does anybody feel like laser beam?
Van Trump. Look at that shit right there. I didn't even know this was on there. Look at Van Trump. Stevens Van Trump. Van Trump would be the original Germanic way to pronounce a Germanic name like Trump. And when they immigrate to this country, they drop the Van because they don't want to be associated with their Germanic roots. That's an interesting thing about entomology and family history, isn't it? There's another couple Van Trumps. What in the world? I didn't know this was on here. I ain't bullshitting y'all. I just seen this for the first time. I didn't know my wife had this map. She got this one, I believe, when she was out west. Did you get this map when you was out west, when you lived out there? Or did this come from one of your family?
No, it probably came from Mom. She might have.
Man, it's blowing my mind. It's got Trump in here 3 times. Van Trump, which has been their original Germanic way to pronounce Trump. And like I said, when they would migrate here, if they want to distance themselves from their Germanic roots, they just drop the Van.
Did they name one of the mountains?
Van or Von.
No, it's not.
I'm listening, y'all. Bye.
It's Von Trump.
Is that why it's on the map?
I told you Hitler was alive and kicking.
It's right here in the legend. Right here in the legend, it's got Van Trump 3 times.
Van Trump, and that's not.
Yeah, 1883. It says 1883 August.
I'm saying.
And 1891 August.
Okay.
1870.
Right. So that's President Trump. I knew he was coming. Anywho, now I have your attention, and I'm still sitting here.
I'm listening.
Thank you, Sassy. The funny thing is, 7, you know me. Thank you. 7 knows me. I know it. How are you?
I hear you. I want to get to know you. Our Father wants to know you too.
The funny thing is,
He hears you. He's been hearing you all along. He's heard every one of us.
Who?
Our Father.
Oh, of course he does. He listens all the time. When you can sit in the sound of silence for a long time, you get to know who you are. So that 5G that you're talking about, no, my friends. You see, everything that's going around you right now, you think has happened. It was already on. I'm from Canada. I know these things. August 25th, they went on. That's why I was laughing a little bit. Because I knew I could see these things happening. They think they're tricky, meaning their government. Van Trump is where his grandfather was. He had boudoirs there. And he had to bring women up for the Alaskan gold rush. What an asshole, huh? Anyways, it made work. And the boudoirs, you Americans needed to go there. Play with your sense. We went out. See you later. We gave that to you. Bye. No more golds. We left you with the silver. See you later. Fuck off. You can have it. Play with the Russians. We're going back home. We came back home. We came here. Wow. They think that they can outsmart you. Not with this dick around, right? No. Because I'm on Justin Trudeau's ass. And he knows it so fast. That he
knows we're all on his ass.
No, he's scared of me. Because where my daughter is right now, you all, I'm going to tell you, have a voice where you are too. Just like she does. And she thinks all of this is retarded.
No.
And she's more.
They're all getting ready to hear us pretty soon.
Yeah, trust me. She can checkmate, bro. All right, bro. Don't tell my baby.
It's coming.
Don't tell my baby girl it's coming. She already is welling, repaired, and ready to go. She's out of the house, sweetheart. When you're going to be doxxed and things like that, those are the things like, don't be doing it.
You want me to show you what's coming for Justin Trudeau? Here, let me show you. Let me show you a piece of history right here, baby girl. Right here. The Nashville, Tennessean, 5 cents. Okay, hold on. This is right here, May 9th, 1945. And it says terms of complete German surrender, signed in Berlin. If Justin Trudeau somehow makes it through this evil he's trying to perpetrate on your people.
He already did.
Well, I know he is, but he might have to do a similar signing here in the near future.
The problem is it's back to Berlin, and this is where Diana X wanted to have a little battle with me on a different channel that I was holding down space for. And when I say space, that means energy. Energy, space. See, I don't follow this flat earth theory. I believe we're on a weeble wobble. Our poles have kind of shifted, you know, on the kilter. You see, that's where one person, and I'm not talking, I would love to doctor, but I'm not going to do it here. Spellbreaker, whatever. You think you're good. You're not that good. I'm looking in my mirror. You know who I'm looking at, Sass. You're not
I don't understand what this word means. This word I've always escaped me. I don't know. You can explain it however you want to, but it still doesn't make any sense to me. No, I don't know what that means. Surrender. I don't. You know, it just is gibberish to me, and it always will be because I can't comprehend this term.
We're coming for them.
Well, yeah, they better learn this term, but I'll never learn that term.
Look behind me very carefully, and I don't give a shit. This Google fucking camera wants to look at me.
I don't care.
Do you hear me, Justin Trudeau? Do you hear me, George Soros?
They're all going to hear us real soon.
And your fuckery. You listen to Canada. I've got big fucking poem to pick with you. I'm Scottish, Irish, and I can fucking kick your ass, Justin Trudeau. And this is only directed to Nope to Trudeau. And don't make me take these antics out again. Alright? This phone likes to play fuckery with you. I'll tell you that much right now.
You forgot a little bit wacky too.
What? Yeah. These phones are a demon. And it's one of those things where I'm going to check what that was.
They're not evil. Whoever's holding the phone, if they're evil, it's
that
evil.
Right there.
Hey, I want y'all to pay close attention right there, because this, I mean, you know, you can look at it however you want. But this should be able to be understood universally if you have any faith in our Father in heaven. However you look at him and whatever name you give him, this right here should make sense to every one of us.
That's the Jupiter kiss in the sky. See, I watched the sky.
I'm just talking about what's worded more than anything, but that's pretty. It makes it look pretty, but this right here, this rings true to me in every cell in my body.
I'm going to have to get that two-tail freaking eye thing out again.
I don't need no interpretation, no scripture, or no theologian to tell me. When I see something that's beautifully written, so eloquent and so simple, that right there is truth to me. And there ain't nothing anybody could ever say to sway me from that.
And that's an owl, is wisdom.
It depends on which way you want to look at it. Yes, it does. It can mean wisdom and patience, fortitude. But you could also, there's always another side to a coin. And if you're not aware of which side of the coin you're looking at, that side of the coin might reach out and bite a hold of you if you ain't careful.
Right, like Snowy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I told my ex. So, see, he understands I'm the storm. And I'm that storm that's coming. And when I say what's that, and I don't want to fear anybody. And see, me and Sassy are creators. You're all creators. What the fuck is that knocking?
Don't worry about it. Ain't nothing can touch you.
It's my cat. No, when Texas wants to play around, I like to listen to what Lilith is saying. But it's not Lilith.
No, you reject that bullshit.
I will be. Because some shit's going on.
Lilith ain't got no power over you neither.
That's my other cat. That's my farm cat. That's my Lola. It sounds like I get Lily. That's my farm cat. Hang on.
Your farm cat a good mouser? Look at that bull in there. Ain't that a trip? Right there. It's got a bull's head in there. See? It's got the dove above it with his wings spread. Divine glory above. Resting on top of the bull, right where the bull belongs. Below his divine presence. Never stand above our Father or his Son. Whatever the hell they may think. With their tiki icons and all that bullshit. I see signs everywhere I look, have my whole life. He's giving up the hype. He's giving the thumbs up, y'all. Check him out. Roger that, Captain.
What is that? Is that a book? Or
No, this is a bunch of stuff my wife had that belonged to her kinfolk before her. You know, I believe this come from your great uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah, her great uncle, man. Oh my goodness, man, he was a brilliant man. He was amazing to talk to. He's one of the most calm, rational, intellectual people I've ever had the pleasure of sitting in his presence for hour after hour, listening to what he had to share. He had a special mind and a gift of love and compassion and patience I've never seen surpassed since that man took his last breath. I felt fortunate to stand next to him.
Right on, right on. So it's a collection of flyers and drawings that he had.
These were things that were put out by local artisans or local print shops that were, it was not stuff that was real high dollar, and it was things that were put out in fairly large numbers, not massive numbers, but large numbers on a local level. And it was for Christmas, and it was just to remind people, you know, what Christmas was about. It wasn't about the gifts and the giving, but it was about the remembrance of the occasion and, you know, remembering to be in touch with your father and in touch with your family. That's really what it was about. And it's stuff that's been held on to for several generations now.
Where was he from? Was he?
He was first generation. Where's he from? Norway, honey? Where was his mother and father from? Norway, or
Yeah, they were
first generation from Norway. His grandfather immigrated over here first, and then his kids immigrated later, I believe. But his grandfather established a whole town and a church up in what town?
It was his father.
His father. I'm sorry, not his grandfather. What town? Is it Michigan?
No, it was in North Dakota.
North Dakota. I'm sorry.
South Dakota.
South Dakota. Yeah, South Dakota. Because that's where Mechlin, South Dakota. I had a picture of him somewhere where he had a Model T Ford that he made his own convertible out of, and that was just his little beater car. They built it, but his dad built a church and established a whole town up there.
Right on.
There's a museum up there dedicated to her granddaddy, and we had a trunk that was handmade. That was Norwegian made, handmade back the old school way with dovetail. Had the family name still painted on it, and we shipped it up there and donated it to the museum in remembrance of her granddaddy. It's kind of cool, man. Her family, man, her family's amazing.
It was their trunk.
It was their trunk that they brought over when they immigrated over here, when her granddaddy immigrated here. And then his son, which was my wife's great uncle, he was first generation from over there. And these are a lot of holdovers that's been handed down, and we tried to hand some of it right back to the museum.
That's really neat and interesting. I've got my grandfather's trunk upstairs. Same thing. It was.
Who am I talking to right now? Forgive me.
This is David.
David, I'm Ron. It's good to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Where are you from, brother?
I'm from the Midwest, Ohio.
Midwest, okay.
Ohio.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good to meet you. Hey, go ahead and finish with the story. I just want to introduce myself.
Yeah, no. I was going to say upstairs I have my grandfather's trunk that's the same way. His parents brought it over from England. His parents brought it over, and I still have it upstairs. It's something that's really neat to have. Yeah.
Can I get some tea?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was getting mad for my wife to grab me some hot tea. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir.
Oh no, that's all right. But yeah, there's a lot of power in that because you realize that in that trunk held the belongings of their whole everything they owned was in that trunk when they came over.
Their life, everything that gave them the ability to do what they did.
Right. Yeah. So
The most important things. You know what was in that trunk? Have you seen the family Bible I showed the other day? Go ahead and keep talking. I'm just going to show it to you.
Yeah, I did, and
you did. Okay, good.
Yeah. Because it seems like you're kind of like me. The place. Not everybody's interested in all the history where I was. So I have, literally several Bibles from everybody in my family. They all made their way here because they knew that I would preserve the history.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty
sure. Funny where it lands, ain't it? It lands in the right hands every generation.
Yeah. And so I know that I've got my great grandmother's, I've got her grandmother's Bible. I know I can bring. In fact, when I was watching you guys yesterday, I meant to grab those. Maybe on the next stream or the next time I see you.
What do you want to grab, sir?
My family's Bibles.
Oh yes, I'd love to see them.
Oh, I have several that have made their way here. As someone, my grandma was going to pass, she gave me her Bibles, and my mom, the one that she had, but she was going to pass. Everybody, the history came here because they knew I would preserve it, and I would love to show it to you guys. Yeah, I gotta get them out from the back and stuff.
Can I say one thing real quick about history? Just real quick.
Yeah.
If we forget our history and we forget where we come from, we will never figure out where we're going. Now, please continue.
Yeah.
That's why history is important to me.
Yeah. But it was amazing. And that's why I'm commenting on how you seem to be like me in that you preserve the history and you appreciate it and are fascinated by it. I feel the same way. I'm that person in my family. Old organs, Bibles, it all makes its way here because people want it to. But it's amazing how many people are not interested in any of it. They could just throw it out in the backyard.
Man, this is why I trip out about public schools, man. Back in the day, you want to talk about history. That Bible was how everybody learned to read and write. And that was a foundation of families. And somehow that chain was broken. And we've forgotten our history, and we've forgotten our faith, and we've forgotten our place in our Father's kingdom. And it just tears me apart.
Yeah.
And I don't have all the answers. And I'm not talking like some prophetic nonsense. I'm just a normal dude here. But I have a deep love for history. And what history tells me, just based on the thickness of that one Bible from 1889 versus a modern iteration of that same book, it's brought me to tears. And I don't know the answers to it, but that's proof. That is absolute proof that the word of our Father has been manipulated and changed and altered. And the fact that people aren't in touch with that absolutely breaks my heart in 1,000 pieces. And I can't articulate with the words of how profound of a lie that has been perpetrated against his children.
Yeah. The other really interesting thing that maybe I'll say 6-7 years ago, I started to collect old cameras, like Eastman Kodaks, turn of the century.
Yeah, they're cool, bro.
Yeah, and so I just bought one because I thought it was cool, and then I found another one, and I started to tell people, "Oh, I'm collecting old cameras now." I can't tell you. I really can't tell you how many cameras I have now because everybody I knew who knew someone old tried to outdo the other person to bring me an older camera.
That's my wife's walking stick right there.
Yeah.
That's what she uses for hiking.
That's neat. But but people would bring me all these old cameras, but not only the old cameras, they would bring me their old photographs. And I think the oldest one I have is from 1903. It's It's not a Kodak. It's an East. It's not even an Eastman product. But I'm saying that people went out of their way to never throw these things away. And when they knew that I was saving them, they passed them on to me because they knew I'd be a good caretaker. But that's incredible that people had sat on these things for over, 100 years until they found a home where it could get a new voice. And that's with a Bible or an organ or a trunk. These people can't wait to talk about them, but you have to find someone that's interested in listening.
It makes my heart beat with joy to hear someone else share the same thoughts as me. It's almost like you're reading my mind.
Yeah.
Man, you're making my heart feel funny, dude. Be quiet for a minute. You're making me feel.
Right.
You're making me. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it's just you're touching my heart with your words, and that's all I'm trying to articulate. I'm being a little facetious while I say it, but only to make light of the fact that you're making me tremble with your words because I rarely hear such things from people I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. No, and that's why I was being quiet, listening to you guys, because I was soaking it in. As
that's deep, dude. That is deep.
You guys were saying such important things that I really wanted to just soak it in before I chimed in, and yeah, it was really interesting watching you yesterday share and today share, and the way you were sharing with everybody else. Yeah,
man, we all got a story, man, and sometimes our stories come out mixed up. And sometimes they come out with anger. Sometimes they come out with pain. Sometimes they come out with joy and ecstasy. And I don't mean sexual. I just mean pure ecstasy. And we all got to be loving and patient enough to listen to one another, even when we're broken, because that's when it's real hard. That's when it really tests our spirit, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes I look at it like a curse, but I know it's a gift. I'm just trying to learn how to use it. But when I feel pain pouring out of somebody, the whole world around me shuts down. And I feel what they feel. I mean, literally, even if I ain't in their presence, like Miss Kitty Cat.
Right, yeah.
I can feel inside of her. Now, I can't see inside her, and I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's a knowing, it's a feeling, and it's an understanding that I can't put words to, but it's there all the same, ain't it? And a lot of y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't know if all y'all know, but I think there's a good number of you know. There's a couple feathers for you. They ain't real. They're pretty.
Yeah, it's nice.
Keep talking, man. I like to hear your voice.
Yeah, well, they had tried to discourage in a massive way people connecting on this level.
Hey, my wife don't play. I just want to point that out in case anybody was wondering.
Yeah, right.
There ain't nothing but her hands reach away for her anytime she feels threatened.
I have
in case there's any sick weirdos out there watching and they think they want to come pay us a visit, they got an open fucking invitation.
Yeah, I have something very similar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to see something I brought from the Fiji Islands, Kitty Cat? You still there, baby girl?
I imagine she may be listening still.
This has come from the Fiji Islands. This is called, I don't know, I can't pronounce the original name, but the English translation is neck breaker. Now, I didn't buy this in there, and it wasn't made there, but I saw a whole bunch of them that them cannibal headhunters used to kill each other with, and then they would consume each other's flesh like the heathens they used to be before they turned Christian, like my ancestors, the Vikings, and my wife's ancestors, the Vikings. But this was a neck breaker, and they would use this portion right here to hit across the vertebrae of the neck and paralyze their victim, but not kill them, because they like to cut them apart while they were still alive, and they thought they were consuming the power that rested within inside of the inner spirit or soul of that person, their captor, their victim. And this was one of the instruments of their warfare. And I brought this image back in my mind because I have a memory that's peculiar. It's not photographic, but it's close. And I built this by hand with a drawing knife because I couldn't get the image out of my head and what it represented. And I made this to remind myself of the evil that rests within inside of people. Once I made it, I could make it go away inside. This is something else I like.
Oh yeah, I love swords. I love swords. Yeah, that's great. That's a great sword.
This is I don't look at this as an instrument of warfare. I look at this as a piece of history. And I'm fascinated by the Japanese culture, which designed one of the finest blades ever crafted by human hands, and is referred to as a katana that most of you well know.
Yeah.
And this makes me think of devotion and dedication, even if it's for the wrong reasons. It reminds me of the tenacity of the human nature.
Well, because, and you probably know the exact answer, but it takes like maybe 5 or 6 people to make that.
Yeah, and I think it takes on average, under modern standards, which they argue would be a little bit more efficient than they used to be because of the ability to get temperatures more precise than they claimed they could back then. Let me set this down before I cut a finger off.
Yeah.
Set that phone down for a second. This thing is razor blade sharp.
Sure did. And because the guy making the blade isn't making the handle and the sheath and the inlays and stuff like that. They all had a special skill.
Yes. Now see, hold on. This is crazy. See, I just touched it and it cut me.
Yeah.
But that's an interesting thing about this sword and about swords in general. And what I just did, if you looked at it in history, what I just did by pulling that sword all the way out of its scabbard and not using it as an instrument of warfare, you pull a sword from its scabbard, it's supposed to draw blood, and it just did. You see, I want to show y'all something. Look at this. You see, it's got a backup dagger built in the handle. I'm having a hard time doing this one-handed. The lighting here. I'll put it in better lighting. I'll show you here. It's got two backup blades built into its scabbard.
Don't drop it on the puppy dog.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to be careful. It's hard to do this one-handed holding the phone. So you see this right here?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool, man. Look at that.
It's got one on each side.
Wow.
If this was a high-end sword, they could have put as many as 80 to 220 man-hours, and the blade itself would have only been forged and finished under the hands of a master craftsman. But this ain't a real sword. It's a nice reproduction, but it's if that was a real sword, even a mediocre one, it'd be about, in today's rate, probably be 15 to 30,000. This is not that.
Right.
This is not that. Hey, we were talking about Lord of the Rings a few times. Me and Seven talked about Lord of the Rings, and so did me and what are you doing, little bit? What are you woofing at, buddy? This looks like one of them Lord of the Rings little wizard canes. My wife's uncle made this. He found it and then he cleaned it up and carved it out a little bit because it had a bunch of unique twists and turns to it. Her great uncle that we were talking about just a little bit ago.
Neat.
Yeah, he found this. He had an 80-acre tree farm. I think he paid $12 an acre for it back in the 30s. And he found this somewhere on the land and made him a little walking cane out of it. It's pretty cool. Go ahead and keep talking. I'm just muttering.
No, I like it. Yeah, it's got me. It's got me.
My wife's mother was an excellent artist. She painted this. She liked the artist Thomas Kincaid, so she liked to do the play of light in the foreground or in the background. Pardon me.
Yeah.
And she likes to show movement, ripples of water. She was good. Let me show you, see if there's no. Here's no. I love this. I think this is my favorite one of her mother painted. A couple swans. It's got an old arch stone bridge. You know, she just painted this out of her mind, as far as I know. She did a lot of creative artwork. She spent a lot of time.
Man, that's nice.
She ended up carrying a rotator.
That's an oil painting, isn't it?
I believe, yes, this is oil. She did acrylic too, but these are all these big canvas ones are in oil.
Yeah, that's an oil. Wow.
Yeah.
Really neat.
Her great uncle also made this here. He found old black walnut stump on the ground. I don't know if I'll see if I can get it in some better lighting. This lighting in this house ain't the best, but I'm just glad it's got lights in it.
Right, right. Yeah.
He carved this. It's like a man crawling up out of this tree trunk, striving to reach salvation. And he carved this by hand just for something to do. There's two people back here climbing. There's a big person here climbing. And there's another person over here climbing. This is actually a female. You can see the long flowing hair. This is a female with her arm reaching up. This is a man. And then these two figures back here, this one appears feminine because it has the longer, elongated, what would be like flowing hair.
Right.
And this appears to be a man. And they're all reaching up towards salvation.
Wow, look at that.
He made that. He was a hell of a craftsman. He found this stuff on his 80-acre tree farm. Now, he bought it back in, I think, the late 20s or early 30s, $12 an acre. And this was stuff that he found on the land that was there before him. And he nailed it to this old board he found as a remembrance of history before him.
Wow, look at that, man. Look at that stuff.
Yeah, that's just stuff he found laying around on the land. And he was a big history buff too, and he couldn't bear to part with it, so he attached it to this board. And then me and Jody ended up with it.
Man.
Yeah, that's treasure right there to me.
Yeah, it is.
That's, to me, I don't care what people say, because I don't look at money the way I used to. This is worth more than its weight in gold as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it is. Look at that. You got an old saw, right? I think an old saw up there at the top.
This is, this would have been something like what it would have had a blade here, and it would have been for like cutting weeds. It would have been like a little mini sickle.
All right.
It would have been handheld, single hand for hacking and cutting little things.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it would have a more exact purpose, and it's a little too deteriorated for my my lack of knowledge of blacksmithing, but it's certainly a hand tool made for cutting. That old horseshoe right there.
Yeah, look at that. Man, if those things could talk, right?
Oh, dude, I'd love to hear the stories.
I'll tell you, when I hear old, I remember when I met my wife's grandfather, and he was telling me all these old stories. First time
Morse code.
Yeah. I'm a ham operator, so yeah, I know.
Oh, you are? That's cool. I wish I knew how to do that.
Yeah.
I know you got to get a license and all. That's cool. Go ahead, finish the story. I'm sorry. I get excited.
No, it's all right. Yeah, no, you don't have to take the Morse code part anymore, though.
Really?
Yeah, no. They did away with it about 5 years ago to try to encourage other hams, because that was way too hard, But yeah, I love to listen to the dudes on ham radio, man. There's a lot of, there are like the old school hams that just got a million great stories, but there are a ton of new smart ham operators because it went digital now,
Oh, really? Yeah. See, I'm not up on that, but yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. So now they have the different Arduinos, and you can ham operate through the internet now and stuff like that. So there are a lot of young, smart people doing ham radio too. And if there's ever a tornado or something,
buddy,
the ham operators, I turn on the ham radio, they come out of the woodwork and pinpoint the thing, and these guys are on point.
Did you hear my story about Santa Claus?
No.
All right, so I'm gonna give you a quick history lesson. Now, I didn't make this shit up. Now, I was reading about my family name, and this is what history says. And I have to chuckle when I say it because history says this as a matter of fact. The name Clausen, which is my last name, my surname,
Sure.
and the antonym or base root meaning of my name is Klaus, and the name Clausen means literally son of Klaus. And because my name is so ancient, the Clausen name, Santa Claus, C-L-A-U-S, and Saint Nicholas, the old English version of my name spelled with a K, Klaus or Klaustar in the old English version.
Right.
Santa Claus and Saint Nicholas are an antonym of my family name, and history says that as a matter of fact, not conjecture or speculation. And I was stunned when I found it because nobody in my family ever told me that.
Yeah, they had an interesting Christmas movie that came out a few years ago called Klaus. Klaus. And
Oh, I gotta wind it up more. I love the sound of this thing. Go ahead, keep talking.
yeah, no, they had this, and it's an animated cartoon, but it's called Klaus. And they go with that concept where he was a woodsman, he was a he made the children, and it was set back in the old world. Yeah, if you ever get a chance, check that movie out.
I've heard of it, but I don't watch a whole lot of TV because
Yeah,
but yeah, I will. I'll look at it because I do like history and I like the things that the people put out.
Yeah.
Be it real or imagined, it still tells its own story.
Yeah, I don't watch TV either, but I came across that this earlier in December, and it was pretty interesting. Yeah.
There's a lot of history and mythology associated with Klaus and Saint Nicholas, both Santa Claus.
Okay, so
Krampus, that comes from Nuremberg, Germany, where I was born.
Yeah. So someone's asking in chat, what percentage of Santa Claus are you?
What percentage?
Yeah.
Well, now I haven't dug all the way into my history, but what I found in history, what it says when I research. Now, when I say history and researching my name, I don't mean going through ancestry.com or the way I research family names is you run the meaning of the name and you can run that name forward or backwards through history based on the base root antonym, which in my name would be Klaus. And there's a lot of resource material out there that helps you trace the root meaning of your name. And it can, like I said, you can run it. It's like a DVD player. You can run it backwards and forward in history if you know where to look. And it'll tell you everything about your family name because like my family name, there's probably 12 or 15 different variations of the spelling of Clausen. But history says unequivocally, every Clausen, no matter how it's spelled, we are all related 100%. And the more funny thing about the Clausens is we're one of the rarest families on earth, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. There's only about 32 or 3,300 of us in the world, and we're considered one of the rarest families by population compared to overall family names and populations throughout the world. I don't know why that is. Look at this. This is a Indian artifact that came off my wife's great uncle's farm. It's a pounding and grinding tool.
Right. Yeah. That's cool.
And rather let it be lost to time, we brought it with us. This is something that her uncle made as a wine opener, and he made it out of just a piece of burled wood.
Yeah, that's cool.
Took an old corkscrew and just made use of it again.
Right on.
And these are some of the artifacts that came off of her uncle's land and the first land that my wife and I owned. We tilled up a garden and we found some spear points and Most of this came off of her uncle's land, though, her great uncle's land. And there's let me put this over here so I don't dump it on the floor like a dummy. You got to treat them like the treasures they are.
Yeah, those sure are right there. Yeah, me being a percentage. So
I'm sorry. Did I answer the question? I get lost in my thoughts when it comes to history.
You did. Plus, your wife's in chat, so she helped answer too.
Oh, okay, good. I'm like, I didn't even realize she was still in the house with me because I'm in my own world right now.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Daryl, what's going on, Daryl? Welcome, Daryl.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I'm a percentage Indian, so I recognize these things. Yeah.
My wife, she said, I think she's a quarter or a third Cherokee, maybe half Cherokee. I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Blackfoot. I'm sorry, Blackfoot.
Well, I'm same here, Blackfoot as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where I left my mortar and pestle. Right, Dennis? Or Dennis, is it? Or Denise? Dennis. Mortal and
Man,
yeah.
I'm dyslexic. Let's see, look, this is a broken one. See, it broke the tip off of it.
Yeah. Don't break those up.
No, it was found like this. Because, see, this is a broken tip, too, but they don't go together.
Oh, I see. I got you. Okay.
Right? That's just how they were found.
Yeah.
Well, like this would have been for making a hole in something. This would have had a finer point on it. And they would have used this for, like, maybe punching a hole in leather or something, a hide to make a tent. But this was some kind of hand tool. I'm not a flint knapper, so I couldn't say what kind, and I don't claim to be. I'm just kind of guessing at it, but it seems to be like a punch.
Yeah, right.
This is bigger, way bigger than an average arrowhead. If you were going to shoot this at something, you'd want to shoot this at something, a deer or bigger, a bear or something. This is way bigger for or a spear point maybe. See, here's a size comparison.
Yeah.
I don't know if this would have been a spear or lance or maybe a much larger bow for a larger game like a buffalo or bear. I don't really know, but it's different than your regular arrowhead. And I'm not an expert, but it's just things we found. Or her uncle found some. We found some. What? What are these dogs doing? Goofy dogs. My dogs are so goofy.
He was laying on he crawled up in the chair and laid down.
He was laying. She said he was up on the chair. He likes to lay on top of this Rottweiler for some reason. This Rottweiler puts up with him. See, look, he climbs on his back and just likes to lay on him.
Yeah. Look at
Dumb and Dumber, right here. Dumb and Dumber. They're so cute, man. They make me laugh every day.
Yeah, they are.
I'm sorry if I'm rambling, y'all. I hope I ain't boring y'all. I get lost in history, man. I could talk about this until I pass out.
Darlene said, "Oh, okay." Daryl's channel, or Daniel's Art Shop. Sub to your channel, Earl.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. Daniel's Art Shop just sub to your channel. I'm just.
I wasn't even. I'm sorry. I just heard Earl. I said I didn't know you were talking to me. I get lost, man. I mean, my mind runs wild when I look at this stuff.
I'm just going over chat here.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead. I'll pay more attention. I'll try not to ignore what you're saying.
Pretty much that's it. Yeah. Daryl just got off work. And
welcome, Daryl. Good to meet you. My name's Ron, sir.
Yeah.
Here, I'll turn the camera around. I can't see what's going on, but I'll let you look at my ugly mug for a minute. All right, not too long because I don't want to make you retch.
Here comes Sassy. Sassy back to his channel. Man, look at that. Wow.
This book is actually leather bound. Look at the cover of this book.
Yeah, man, look at that.
It's real nice. It's real nice. It have to be a real fine grain. I don't know if it's buckskin or what it is, but it ain't too fancy. It's got 3M on the back of it. Don't let me blow too much smoke here.
Yeah, that seems like one of those 70s.
Yeah, Time Life type deals.
Yeah.
What's it say?
I swear we had that one. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to sell these on the first infomercials or something, but they're cool though, man. They put some work into these.
Yeah, super cool. Great photography.
A lot of sketching, old lithographs and typeset, whatever you call that, old printing. Look at that. That's majestic right there. And that was something. Not all the tribes were great, but most of the tribes used to live in harmony with their environment and hunter gatherers, and it was a beautiful thing because they never would have run out of nothing.
Sure.
Had the Europeans not inflicted their will over here the way we did. I ain't apologizing for it because it wasn't my fault. I had nothing to do with it, but I can recognize it for what happened. I'm not going to apologize for something I didn't do, but I'll recognize the history of it without question.
Yeah.
Look at these boys hunting. Look at this with old flintlock and a ramrod, and they're hunting these big flocks of geese. It looks like geese or ducks. This old boy here fishing his ass off. Look at him.
Yeah, I guess he is.
Daniel Boone, eat your heart out, son.
Right.
Who is this? It says
that guy ain't leaving any.
A morning's work, duck hunter in Lake County, California. I can't imagine there's no abundance like this left anywhere in California. The way that state and their water management and forest management has been utterly mismanaged for decades, and now it's like a barren wasteland out there that burns every year.
It was funny. I was just down. I was in Florida in November, and a pier, in the Gulf.
Oh, who's this? Is a guy. Wait, I know his name. John Muir. That's right. Is that Angel Falls? Well, that's Yosemite, isn't it?
Yeah.
What is it? What does it say?
Yeah, from Rocky and Bullwinkle, Angel Falls, right?
Liberty State Historical Society of Colorado. John Muir. Man in the mountain. Man, if I could go back 150, 200 years, I'd choose this way of living any day and never step foot in the city another day in my life. I ain't kidding you. Before I met my wife, I was gonna pull up and move to Alaska and live in the bush. She's the only reason I'm still here in the lower 48. Not that I wouldn't change a second of it because she changed my life for the better without question. But if I hadn't met her, I'd probably be a bear turd because I was going to move out in the bush and just, disconnect from society altogether. When I go into town, it literally makes my brain hurt. I can't control my emotions when I'm in town because I feel so much from other people. It's like I'm drowning. I can't breathe. I can't think. I feel like people are pouring their misery into my soul. I can't get out of town quick enough because people are so sick and they don't even know they're sick. And it breaks my heart. I want to fix them all, but I'm just one guy. I try when I can. I'm kind to people, even strangers I've never seen before. I shake their hand and introduce myself and look them in the eye every time I talk to them. I don't care what color they are, what religion they are. If they make eye contact with me and they give me a chance to show them a little bit of love. It's so much easier to express just a little love and kindness than it is to ignore people or to, be worried about politics and tribalism, social and economic hatreds and racial hatreds. It's all invented garbage. Colors are relevant. We're told to think it's relevant.
Yeah.
It ain't relevant.
Sure is, yeah.
Anybody that says it is, I'd love to have an open debate with them. I got all kinds of stuff to say about that whole topic.
I'll be right back.
All right. I'll be here rambling.
All right.
The voices in my head have taken over from history.
Cool stuff, dude.
Yeah, it is. Man, it blows my mind. Here you go. Check this one out. Damn, that one's cool.
I still got shit,
What'd you say, bud?
I got tons of weird shit. Unlike you, I'm nostalgic. It ain't value's worth a lot more than any monetary.
There's a Gatling gun right there. Look at that. Richard Gatling, the inventor of the Gatling gun.
I just had a Tommy gun, one of the old ones. That was crazy.
Oh, dude, those things are wild.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Changed the West. Or changed the world, I guess. Not the West.
Hey, do y'all know why they carry these little daggers on them, the male and female samurai? They always were required to carry this under the Bushido code. Now, I don't have all the history, but I know a little bit of it. And if they were in any way were to displease their liege lord or break the Bushido code, they'd pull this out and they'd stick it in their belly and then cut their belly open. And if
die honorably, right?
Yeah, they would. But if they were respected enough, their liege lord, instead of letting them die a slow, painful death like belly wounds inflict, if they had enough honor and respect, that the liege lord would allow someone to behead them once they had plunged the dagger in deep enough and had cut enough, then they would give them an opportunity to end their suffering.
This is real old handmade jewelry I found one time. Look at
I gotta come back. I gotta come back over by the computer because I'm roaming around the house.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go. I'm just everything.
No, show me. I'm looking. I want to see it. I'll just come back over. What is it?
I don't know. It's got rubies in it. It's handmade from some island.
Oh, dude, that's cool.
Yeah, it's like rope. It's got rubies in there though, like blood red ones. You know what I mean? I guess it was a necklace for looks like a real small person. Because look how big it is.
You know, this stuff I've been showing y'all. Yeah, that's cool. I love it, dude. I love it. The stuff I've been showing y'all. This is about other than our clothes and personal papers. This antique stuff. That's all we brought with us from Oregon.
Hey, dude, I'm the same way. All I got's a cool little knickknacks.
I wouldn't part with none of this stuff. You showed some cool stuff. The first time I ever tuned into your channel, you were playing music in the background. You weren't talking. I think there was only 2 or 3 people watching. I don't know if you were at the beginning of a feed or at the end of a feed, but you were just sitting there. You weren't even in view. You just kept putting all this cool stuff up, and I'm like, I am totally subscribing to this dude's channel for sure.
I just don't like being on camera. Like I paint rocks. You know what I mean? Weird rocks.
I got to plug my phone in. It's about dead. I can't show y'all no more because my phone's going to turn off if I don't plug it in.
It's like a tool, really. Yeah, mine did that earlier. Mine got down to 15% and it wouldn't come back on. I had to put it on and turn it on and off. I don't know what's going on. But I usually got the right people up here that I know they're going to come back. Something happens to me. He's gone, ain't he? Yeah. Well, I've used all my hotspot data. Can't even turn that shit back on. Let's see, it's over here. I'm sure they're eating. Maybe Dave will play guitar. Oh, chili peppers? Ooh, I guess I could, hang on. There you go. Okay. I didn't eat anything yesterday. Well, maybe I better eat something today, and today's over. I fasted for 2 days without even trying. I'm tired of food, though. I only eat because I have to. Food does not thrill me. Probably why I'm not fat. Not that there's anything wrong with being fat or anything connected to the thing called fat. I don't give a shit. But come up, Vincent. You gotta have a guitar to come up with my shit. There you go. Wow. There he is.
Wants the floor. I'll shut up, man. I get to rambling. I can talk for hours.
That's fine, dude.
I'm not trying to dominate nothing.
I've done 1,500 live streams. I've let people on here for hours and went to the store and shopping and come back. I'm serious. I don't care.
Man, I get mesmerized by history, man. It just never gets old. Like our conversation last night that went on for nearly 13 hours. I mean, it doesn't get old. I could keep talking until I just literally pass out. I mean, it's just fascinating.
I did 40 hours and I fell asleep for the last 30 minutes. Maybe.
Oh,
I'm like you, dude. Ever since all this radioactive shit, it just juices me. It always has.
Yeah. What I do?
I got electrocuted 3 times real good once, and I was charged for a couple of years.
21.
How you doing, Daryl?
Hey, good evening. The noise here is pretty prevalent. But yeah, I'm really very exhausted and very out of it. I worked very hard today, and I'm gonna try to get some recuperative rest. Which
are you outside or inside?
I'm outside. I'm going to that Tyler fucking beach access. Or hopefully the police won't throw me in a cage for being homeless.
They will?
They do, and they could, but I'm trying to avoid that.
Yeah, well, yeah. When they get behind me, I drive till they turn.
Yeah, I'm just riding my bike, so I'm gonna. Cool. But yeah, I really enjoyed listening to Earl's talking about stuff, and
thank you.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I really think that we owe our ancestors attention for what they went through and what they imparted to us. I think that is really crucial. Not even people that were related to your family, but
every one of them, the things they endured.
Yeah,
the hardships,
there's a lot perseverance. There's a lot of vibes that I picked up when I went across country in 2001. We stopped near the Grand Canyon. It was like somewhere near a place called Turret Point. Turret Point. It's like this mine that's been burning for 100 years. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I've been to the Grand Canyon twice.
Yeah, it's pictures don't do that place justice, but
no.
There was like
no.
I don't know, just a lot of vibes. I guess I picked it up. I was just picking up these vibes, and it was just like I happened to be in a place where someone who was I don't know, it's crazy, but it's somebody who was part of my like 17 times back grandfather, or some shit, and it was just so weird.
Touch it, did he?
No, it was just really weird. I said I have to pull over right here and stop for some reason. My girlfriend was like, "Why?" I said, "No, I have to stop right here." And it was weird. I had this impulse.
That's what I'm telling you. Someone reached out and touched you right there.
But you know that the weird thing is that struck me when I was out driving like that is when I got out of the van, the quiet was so real as opposed to the din of DC or any of those metropolitan dog piles. It's really, the desert has like this real silence and stillness that just is destroyed by the air conditioners and the sirens and the.
Hey, do you go out in a place like that and take your shoes and socks off and ground yourself to the earth?
I would really like to do that. Let me tell you, right now it's really cold.
Brother. Yeah, no, I mean like when the conditions are right.
Yeah. I didn't do that back in 2001, but
don't ever pass that opportunity up again, buddy. It's electrifying. If you got that quiet and stillness.
Oh yeah.
It's the only time my ears don't ring is when I'm out in nature like that. And if I ground myself to the earth, take my shoes and boots or socks off and sit down on the ground, put my hands and feet down and just ground myself to the earth. I'm not saying there's just nothing like it. It's a feeling of peace and stillness that once you feel it, you crave it and you yearn it and your soul brings you back to it, man. It's something else. Where are you from, sir?
Oh, I'm from DC, Maryland. Can you hear me?
Used to work. Yeah, I can hear you fine. I worked out of DC Metro quite a bit.
Yeah, I escaped DC in 2019. I did a lot.
What a viper pit.
My grandparents, my grandfather and my mother were jazz musicians in the city.
Nice, love jazz.
The late 40s and 50s, my grandfather was growing pot and playing piano.
Love pot too, buddy. That's what I did in Oregon outside of farming. I grew real good cannabis for fun, and yeah, I learned from some of the best growers in the country out there. It was a lot of fun.
Oh. Say hello to Nez. Nez is up here.
Hey Nez, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm never going to ask the government permission something my ancestors grew.
Thank
That's
you.
ridiculous. Oh, can I smoke a joint? Shut up.
Hey Nez, my honey wants to say hello to you.
Hi, Nez.
I don't know if I got you on there.
I got to turn on my light.
Hi, Nez.
I'm riding now. I'm riding, so I'll be listening. I have my speaker up.
Yeah, where are you riding to?
I napped this dog out of a rock. You know, it looks like a terrier.
I'm riding.
Oh hell yeah, dude! That is cool.
I'm riding from Ron John's area of Cocoa Beach to a side street
Hi, everybody.
in Cape Canaveral. It's got a beach access with a bench that I can sleep on.
Right. The first time I slept on a bench, I was 6 years old, bud.
It hurts my hips. It hurts my back. It's really fucked up because I'm 57. And I've been hit by a car 3 times, and I was a bike courier in DC. I did bike courier shit in the late 80s. All those old injuries.
That's a crazy job. That's a crazy job, bike courier.
I love it, dude. I love it.
I bet you're your own boss for the
show
most
me.
part.
I gotta figure out something. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Having a radio and just zipping across.
At least you weren't on a Johnny bench.
Yeah.
He was a queen in the gay parade in Houston, Texas once.
Oh,
so he wasn't a catcher. He was really a pitcher.
Oh.
That's funny.
He knows how to sell suits on TV.
Yeah.
So keep talking, Daryl. I like to hear what you got to think. You sound like you got a real interesting mind yourself. If you're able to while you're riding your bike.
I don't know. I'm a very talented person, but I'm not real verbal about it. When I was in high school, I liked to take 2 VCRs and take a Judas Priest song and make a video. Take clips from Mad Max or Road Warrior and make a 3-minute story with a Judas Priest song. And now on YouTube, I do that, and there's this copyright claim, and
bunch of garbage.
I made a video of Forrest Gump meeting Mad Max.
Oh hell no,
when I saw Forrest Gump, I was like, I'm gonna take. This was in the theater when it was. I said one day I'm gonna put a clip with him being almost like face to face or 20 yards apart from. Because in the Road Warrior, at the beginning, at the end of the first chase, he is trying to sop up gas off the road from this wrecked car.
Oh, I know that movie by heart.
The guy who is chasing him, Wes, is at the top of this hill, and he screams, and he's got this dart in his arm that he tried to shoot him with. But what I did was I inserted Forrest Gump out in the desert when he's got those people following him, and he says, "I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go home now." And it's really funny to see because I visualized it and then I put it together, and it's, I have one of those visual minds, but I like music and I hear music all the time. And
man, I get songs in my head. Do you ever get 2 or 3 playing at the same time and you can hear all 2 or 3 of them going together?
I can tell when they're in the same key. I have perfect pitch.
I couldn't carry a tune in a bucket, but buddy, I can hear it crystal clear.
Well, then if you have an atonal memory, that can be refined, and you can learn how to play an instrument.
I don't have no doubt. Most of my adult life, I've worked between 70 to 90 hours a week. The reason I did that, well, I don't know if you heard me yesterday. I was incarcerated when I was 15 years old, and I didn't come out of the penitentiary until I was 22. And I just decided that the only way I could, make amends or atone for my actions that led me to that place and, move forward in life was to work enough hours in the day to where there was no time left or no energy left to get in trouble. And therefore I made twice as much money, which helped me and my wife with her tenacity of working the same way. we were able to get all our debts paid off and unshackle ourselves from the slavery of this so-called free country we live in. And now, for the first time in our lives, we're experiencing true freedom. But we're both pushing 50, but by God, we made it.
That is a great thing that you've done, because I mean, like, I've always had at least one full-time job, but I've been playing music, you know, since I don't know, my mother asked me what I want to play. I saw Ted Nugent, but the warm-up band was Van Halen in 1979. I'd never heard Eddie Van Halen. I heard that son of a bitch, and boy, let me tell you, I was like, I want to play guitar.
No doubt, right?
So,
you know, if I could choose a different path, you know, with an open mind, I'd definitely choose the path of a musician or artisan of some kind, because, you know, to be able to connect with music or art or literature is such a deep thing in the soul that I look at most of my life as an abject waste of my time, chasing dollars and chasing things and possessions. And you know, that's why I sold everything we owned in Oregon except for these antiques that I've been showing y'all. And I shed myself of all that nonsense and falsehood.
He isn't debating a side that he doesn't. You know what?
Sorry,
What'd you say?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was me trying to get sass.
Oh, that's all right. No, I just, you know, I just realized that the things that I used to think were important. Now, I'm lucky that I was given an opportunity as a convicted felon to work at a job. And when someone gave me a chance and I realized that I could make a career at that company, man, I held on to that thing with dear life. And I ended up working there for about 16 years overall. I ended up being the #3 guy at the company before it was all said and done. And the only two people above me was the owner, the president, CEO, and his brother, who was at the time the vice president, who eventually became the senior vice president. But yeah, it was kind of cool to work my way through that whole. So I started out as a laborer making like $7 an hour, fresh out of prison. And I built a career out of it. I got to see the country driving a semi. And they let me work as much as I wanted to, because I told them, I said, if y'all give me a chance, I know I got to tell you and disclose I'm a felon. I said, but if you give me a chance, I won't let you down, and I'll never tell you no. I'll do whatever you need me to do whenever you need me to do it. I said, but I just need to work a whole bunch of hours, because it's the only way I'm going to stay honest and stay out of jail. And somebody gave me a break, man. Somebody gave me a second chance. And me and him butted heads a lot over the years, but, you know, he gave me a second chance, and I just took it and ran with it, man, and it helped change my life.
That's
good.
You know,
along with my tenacity, but it helped change my life because someone believed in me for just a moment, and they let me prove myself, and I did. There's hope for all of us, man. We just, you know, we got to remember who we are, where we come from, and if we know who we are and where we're coming from, we sure as hell easily figure out where we're going to go.
I'm really rooted in a kind of a conflict. Going through, I'm 57, and I got a hell of a fucking batch of tunes in me, and I don't know what's going to happen. I haven't played guitar in 22 days, and I've been playing since I was 11. So it's kind of hard, because that's a real important part of my life, is playing music. And my guitar's in a shed, you know, behind a restaurant.
You just can't access it to play it, or what's going on, brother?
I don't have a place to, well, I'm homeless.
Well, so what? I mean, yeah, you ain't got a music store you could go to and test ride one and pretend like you might be interested in buying it or something? Come on, brother.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But
man, if you got passion, buddy, you got to run after it, man. Come on, man.
That didn't, you know, going up to the pawn shop is really, that's all there is. And playing a couple of guitars.
Hell yeah.
It didn't occur to me, because it's like I have to go. My situation is such that where I am, if the Cocoa Beach cop takes an interest in you and sees you a couple times and you're riding your bike, he's probably gonna take an interest in seeing where you're going.
Oh yeah, I get it. I get it.
Going on, and then, you know, they'll throw you in jail and collateralize your social security number.
Oh yeah, I know how they are, bro. I know how they are.
So I have to be real, you know, kind of.
Yeah, I'm just saying, once in a while, low key slide up in the pawn store and say, "Hey, can I strum on that for a second? maybe considering, and then just play him something pretty and walk the hell out, man, and just going about your day.
Yeah, I mean, just get some.
Let it grab a hold of you even for a few minutes, brother. Let it grab a hold of you.
There's libraries you can check out musical instruments too.
Oh, check
Don't
you
forget
out.
about that.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Check you out. That's my girl.
You guys been
grab
to
a hold
Florida?
of it. Mm-hmm.
Pull my finger.
We spent 3 months in Panama City. My wife and I.
What's going on in America?
When I first retired from work, I don't know, back in 2015 or 17, we spent 3 months down there. 2014. I took a short-term retirement.
Sass.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what's actually happening in America at the moment in all your states.
I don't get how to stay out of it.
Okay, I like to stay out of it too, you know that, but I'm very lost in confusion because when I get emails, lovies.
Just call me Schultz. I know nothing.
I know nothing either because I haven't been watching the Matrix system, but when I get emails, Sass, I would like just to know what's going on in America.
I can sum it up in one word for you if you like.
Because I'm up in Canada, that's why.
I can sum it up in one word for you if you like.
You're fucked. We know.
Nope, one word. Tyranny.
Yes! That's it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's
you know what my response is?
No.
My response is liberty. That's what my response is.
That's the other side of the coin. That's the other side of the coin that we need to polish bright.
No.
Yeah. Do not comply.
That's right.
Never will.
Okay.
Quit
Then giddy up,
consenting
Paul.
to madness.
America. Let me guess. No, seriously. This is a serious thing because I just got a serious email and I'm not taking threatening any.
I'm listening. I'm listening loud
I'm
and
not
clear.
being threatened by a fucking American, all right? Now you hear me, America.
You.
It's okay. Somebody who wants to threaten me from America, I want you to giddy up and listen up because I know you're hearing me. You never fucking threaten me. You don't know who I am, where I've been, who I'm talking to your chat says, in case there's any lingerers. If you email me like that one more time, you will be running like the devil.
Who emailed you?
I'm talking to this one certain individual that I know is listening.
Okay.
Because they like to linger and they like to want to sit there and listen. That's fine. But if you ever email me again, and I know you're listening, because I can feel you listening. Okay? Now listen to me. You don't know me from a whole fucking wall, right? I play with bigger fish than you. Do you understand me? And yeah, I'm looking in my mirror right now at you, Patrick. Because at the end of the day, you never know who the fuck I am. I am a warrior from my country. All right? You understand? When I come and say, I'm going to make you run from one end of the fucking Americas to the other. Do you understand me? You better run. You run. Motherfucker, you run. Because you'll never know where I'm going to pop out of a hole. I'm sorry, this is a not threatening message, but this is my bite back to America.
This is how you take your power back.
With something that has died. Do you understand me, Patrick? Do you understand me? When it comes to America, that land that you're fucking standing in, I bleed red, white, and blue. And I also have a black side. Don't fuck with me. Because I have a black and white side and a fucking Mexican side and all sides covered. Don't you ever think that you could threaten Krafty Cat ever again, because this will be reported to the authorities on my side. My side's stronger than your side. You got me? I could throw your ass into a jail cell. Clickety click. You understand me? Thank you. Now sit down and know your place. We are warriors up here. Don't you ever fucking touch me or come near me again, you bitch. Because I'll tell you, I'll have the flags of Texas after you. And when I say Texas, I just want to say scorpions. You should know what I mean.
Scorpions and vipers. I used to live there.
Thank you.
Hey, you know brown owls?
I can touch you from here. Fuck off. I cannot stand standing in a fucking Mickey Mouse clubhouse.
Yeah, it feels like we're
being able to touch that person to say, I know you, but I can't touch you. But I can't do it because it's the wrong fucking clubhouse, bitch. You don't know who I am. I play with bigger fish than you. Now get back to your conversation. I'm done.
No, that's
Patrick,
good. I'm glad. I'd love to hear
you.
you.
Don't ever fucking come for Canada.
Feels good to let it go.
I'm a fucking warrior. You don't start with me, you bitch. Or
Feels
if you
good to
think
let
that
it
you
go.
got Tony under control, no, you don't. You can't. No, you don't. Run. Run. And keep running. Run like the fucking devil. Because you got no courage, heart, humor. But you'll always see this face. Now fucking run. And never contact me again. Or you will be sorry.
Y'all want to hear a crazy story?
You've been sold out down to this one.
Hey, check this out. No, it goes along with what she's saying, man.
Well,
do
You've been sold out to the
Check
dark
this out,
side.
Kat.
To the dark side. I send you, bitch. I banish you. I banish you, and I banish you to the scorpion in me.
When we came out here from Oregon, no shit.
Take his wrench.
Oh, these are nice.
Take his wrench and give me mine on Natty. Because now he's fucked with the wrong bitch.
We came out here from Oregon.
I'll send you that, Sass.
All the way here from Oregon, we had people in black 4-door Audis that followed us from Oregon all the way here to Tennessee. And we kept seeing these some bitches over and over again.
You better run from something that's red and white.
There'd be 3, 4, 5 of them, and they'd do running a rotation on us.
White. We come for you.
You're being followed.
Yes,
they followed us all the way here, and not only that, every time we would go out more than 15 or 20 miles from the house, these fuckers show up.
I am the storm, bitch. You don't know.
They've been following us for about 6 months. I don't know who they are. I ain't never be able to, get close enough to them.
Oh, I'm telling you. When they get you, Patrick, when they get you, you don't know what angle they're going to come at.
Right now, if I drove 40, 50 miles, I guarantee you'd see the rotation fall. If you rode in the car with me, you'd shit your pants. You'd see them. I just say, hey, look to your left and don't
Especially if
turn your
they're
head.
an FBI agent. Yeah, sure.
They've been following me for a while and my wife. I don't know why.
I don't fucking care.
No idea. Don't care. I don't consent to their bullshit, and they don't put no fear in my heart.
Real, man. I got gang stalked by Cocoa Beach and Florida State Patrol the other night.
He's not me, and that's the only
These fuckers are so they have so much tenacity. They followed us over 3,000 miles.
I'm not talking about whoever you're speaking about. I was talking about something that.
No, I know. We're talking about different instances, but I'm saying they're similar, sweetheart.
Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am.
Because at the end of the day, I'm glad that you said that one word, and that's the only word I needed to hear.
Yeah. It's tyranny, and it's unfolding in front of us. Most of us are too damn asleep to see it. We're too busy getting boosters.
That's okay. I'm just going to tell him. You might see some red and white.
We're too busy looking to men for answers when we should be looking inside our souls, because the answers that we need lie within us.
Right.
We just got to remember who we are and where we come from and reclaim our power like y'all hear her doing, because we're all in distress in one form or another, and it manifests differently in every one of us.
I will eat him alive.
But every one of us can feel every way. If you got a soul in you, every one of us can feel what this woman's saying, because we've all thought similar things.
You don't come for me like that.
Because you feel this spiritual attack grab a hold of your soul, and it tries to choke the life out of you, and in turn it tries to choke your history out of you and your memory out of you of what's real and what ain't real. I feel it every day. Man, it's crazy.
You don't know how to stand like a warrior. And if you don't know how to stand like a warrior, then you're just not ready. And if you're just not ready, maybe sit in the back seat and let the games begin.
If we're too afraid to express ourselves out in the open without ridicule like we've been heaped upon our whole damn lives.
I'm not.
And shit, I know you're not, and I'm acknowledging you, honey. Believe me, I'm acknowledging you.
I found my voice, Patrick. I can stand up to people like Tony. And
we got to all get
people
our
like
voice back, every one of us, because we've been told that we're crazy and Chicken Little and Rip
To
Van
people
Winkle
like
and all this other silly horse shit.
everybody that you just heard
And
that
we all
guy
got
say.
a unique story to tell. We all got hopes and dreams, and these fuckers have
Problem
tried to
is,
rob
he's
it from
never
us.
walked a fucking mile in my moccasins, and he has no idea who I am.
Oh,
But
But
it's okay.
it's real
He
easy.
can
It's
drool
real
like
easy to
the
take
other.
it back. All you got to do is acknowledge your history,
It's
acknowledge
okay.
your family name, acknowledge what you
I've
have in
just
your heart
heard.
and soul.
I agree with you, Earl.
Hey, no, Sass. It's funny because it's funny how it was very
And when we
work.
stop as a people, we stop consenting to this madness
Where do snowy owls come
and
from?
just refuse to comply on every level. You never have to lift a finger. You don't have to lift a finger. You don't have to cause harm to a single human living being, and you
That's
can make
right.
this go away.
Bye. That's what
Goodbye.
I mean. He's
You gotta-
gone. He will be gone. He will be running scared because it's just one of those things that when I know something about other people, yeah, they don't like it when Krafty Cat says, "Oh, is this what you're talking about?" Oh,
I
I've
hear her
been in.
talking, and she's like reading my mind, because
Problem
when you
is that
can't express yourself and you're told that your opinion don't matter and your opinion don't count, this is how you push back against this falsehood that's been wrapped around your head and been told it's reality.
Sass,
And I could feel every word she's saying. Feel every word of it.
Sass knows I was just in 3 other rooms and checked an email and wrote an email. That's how quick I am. Because at the end of the day, I'm in transitions, like I was saying. Because what I was doing was sharing Sasquatch as well, giving him the lowdown, the Swanee River, whatever. At the end of the day,
Weird.
I'm going to
Can you-
continue saying that because he hates it.
Can you
Whatever.
sing, Kat? Do you know how to sing?
He knows I know how to sing.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know. Can you sing?
Sure. But I'm going to tell you something, Sasquatch, for a second.
Okay.
KJ knows. Commander knows. And I'm telling you, I'm not up for foolery or fuckery. I'm here for warfare. And these people are just not ready. And not you guys. I'm not talking to you guys. It's where I go and I see, oh, wow, yeah, you're totally not living up to your promises. Oh, somebody's going to have to know about this, because when you want to put somebody like me and Sasquatch know, who work tirelessly hard, and how old he is, and somebody younger wants to question them, and they've done really they've been up all night, and they have a routine, and when they say I'm going to bed at 7 o'clock, they say, what do you mean? What do you mean? You're like a kid to me. And then when you get, hi, I'm not a kid. That's the guy that actually gets all the clips. That's the guy that, if you ever disrespect him, I'm going to kick your ass. I guarantee you. And then he's going to come back and kick your ass even more, because he always gets the clips. Thank you. Because Sasquatch, I love him dearly. I think he's great for what he does and for what he has done today. Shit. He was a ride or die today. He sat back and I knew he was there. He knew all the trolls. It was great. It was fabulous. And now we're ready to rock and rumble.
Hey, Sasquatch, play me something cool in the background. You play
Yes,
some
for the love
really
of God,
interesting.
please.
Well, we can keep talking. It don't have to dominate the chat, but it'd be nice to hear a little something beautiful playing in
Be
the
nice
background.
to hear, yeah.
You can play one of my songs. You don't have a copyright claim. That's only if you want to. Please don't. Play one
Hey,
of David's songs.
Nez, sing something for us, baby girl, if you can sing.
Yeah, that's probably better.
Oh, no, that's okay. You go, whatever you guys are doing, I'm just chilling.
Can you sing Amazing Grace? Or
I could.
Come on, baby, let me hear it. That's better than something recorded any day. That's real as it gets.
Oh, boy.
I'll try, but I sing horrible. I can't carry a tune in a bucket with 3 people helping me.
Okay.
Come on, man. This is about being real. Shit, be real. Give me something real from your soul. Ain't nobody gonna judge you. Hell, I don't think I got the balls to do it. There you go.
How sweet the sound saved a wretch like me.
You better quit. You're gonna make me cry.
I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
That's really beautiful.
Man, girl.
Good.
Thank you.
Man, you get a hold of me with that. You can keep going any day.
When you've lived it, you can sing it. You know what I mean?
Man, his grace has always kept my tired butt alive.
Is that Nez? Nez? Is that you?
One and only. You bet.
I'm so sorry.
Thank
you
you.
Heard that? That's rattling my cage. That's somebody who just rattles my cage. And I'm not taking that shit. I'm not having that shit no more. And I'm sorry that you saw that nasty side of me. But I've been trying to stay away from that. But I'm not being triggered like that again. And when it came to Camelina, it was me. Because I can clearly see who's fucking paying attention and who's all about me. And, of course, maybe if she passed away, there's certain things that are left on the computer that nobody knows about. And I'm the one that finds them. Okay? Don't worry about that. I took care of that. That's why I wanted you to know.
I pray that God gives your soul peace, sweetheart.
It will, because he'll leave me alone.
Amen.
Because I can touch him from my couch. I don't have to move anywhere. I can fuck up any one of you.
I hope you know that there's a lot of people out there that love you and care about you.
Witchcraft is not the way. Jesus is the way.
That's right.
I used to be into witchcraft, honey. I know it's a dead-end street. I'm sorry if you don't know that.
No, it is. It's one of those, I'm not being threatened by somebody who wants to just...
Well, nobody wants to be threatened, but having a big fit and casting a bunch of spells isn't going to do any good.
No, I'm just telling him to back off. It's what he had said to me.
I'm not going to back off. I'm speaking from experience. I've been where you're at. I've had threats. I've been into the things that you are into. And I have a heart for people who come from the occult. So, you know, I'm sorry that you're going through this, but you'd be better off seeking the Lord to help you with this than Satan.
Yes, you would.
That's all I'm saying. And I'm not the only one who thinks so.
In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus.
In the name of Jesus. Thank you.
Nez, I do believe in Jesus.
He believes in you. You can count on it.
The devil believes in Jesus, Cat. The devil believes in Jesus. Tell me something else.
You can only worship one God.
That's right.
Okay.
Hey, a while ago, when I got kicked off. It went through everything, through StreamYard, the internet. And this is what it went to. It says, I mean, I can show you. I took screenshots. And it says delivered by Google. And it says several asteroids are headed towards Earth. How do we deal with this? With threats?
Oh, for God's sake.
And then it has a picture of an asteroid in the red sunset sky coming at the Earth.
I wonder if that asteroid is made out of Rocky Road or Neapolitan.
Oh, no, it looks like
they're going to crash through the dome firmament, or is God going to open a window for them to come through? Or, you know, what?
I'm not really.
I don't know.
It might crack open midair and a bunch of Care Bears and Cabbage Patches might fall out of it.
Yeah,
ain't no telling what you're going to expect nowadays.
Like you had this picture. It says delivered by Google right there. Delivered by Google.
Raining Smurfs or some shit.
Wait until the quote-unquote alien disclosure. Oh, my Lord.
Oh, boy, they've been preparing us for that hardcore since 2017. Right after that eclipse, And right after that convergence in the sky of 2017, September 23rd, they started talking about aliens within a month of that. And they've been programming us. They've been programming us for this shit since fall of 2017, and they're getting ready to drop a big old turd right on top of us.
Yeah, look how many people bought generators in 1999 that are rusting.
Hey, for real. These sick bastards that run these world governments are getting ready to take a giant shit on us.
Yeah,
with this whole alien bullshit.
Somebody's gonna pop their dreams.
I can't help but laugh at it, man. It's so fucking absurd because they've been setting us up for this shit for decades.
Yeah, but the longer you wear scales over your eyes, the less translucent they are and the heavier they are.
Hey, if you look at the lies that's been spun around our heads, you don't even have to smoke reefer because you can laugh at this shit from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. The shit they're spraying up in the air out the
reefer, but yeah, I mean,
the shit they're spraying out of planes. The fucking orbs or shit people see in the sky, the fucking volcanoes and earthquakes going everywhere, fucking Ukraine and Russia pointing every missile and gun and tank they got each other, and the whole damn country's asleep to it. And they're running up getting booster after booster.
Oh, I know.
Like, oh my God. I can't help it.
NASA said they sent a satellite and went through the sun. Because it's not a physical thing, it's gas.
Hey, when they launch up there, one of them astro pops? What the fuck?
Man,
a dreamsicle? Did they fire a dreamsicle at it? What the fuck, man?
The only thing is curved is the rockets when they get high enough before they hit the firmament.
Like we can make something. Like these fuckers could make something to go through the sun or even get close to it before it fucking melted into a billion little pieces.
Have you ever seen the footage where they show two different companies that shot rockets up in the sky and they both hit the firmament at the same time?
No.
Looks like they're floating in water when they hit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
I believe that there's water above and below because that's why when God flooded the earth, everyone lived forever and stuff because they were in a perfect environment. When you took half the water down, then you get radiation. It made it a lot. Things got smaller. I mean, I've been reading the Bible a lot, and after a while, you don't even have to think about it. You just have the memory of it, and when you read the whole thing over and over, you get the right interpretation. God's not going to give you the wrong one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the more you read it, the more is revealed to you, and the more I research history, the more it points me right back at the Bible. And when I look at history and run it side by side with the Bible, I literally sit there and just sometimes just laugh uncontrollably because the lies have been right there in our faces the whole time. We just forgot who we are and where we come from. We forgot how to fucking read and study shit. And
but when you're young,
now we're living in the fucking matrix, and we're popping red pill and blue pill faster than we can swallow them.
The red pill and the blue pill are both choices of illusion.
I know, and we're fucking dizzier than shit, popping pills left and right, or vaccines and boosters and whatever the fuck.
If you lay with dogs, you get fleas, and that unless you want to become like them, you don't hang around people like that, or it rubs off on you if you like it or not.
I know. That's why some of my videos on my channel, I'm talking about this shit up in the skies, and I can't help but make a smart ass comment. I'm just like, well, if you want to argue about what I can see with my own damn eyes and tell me that I'm, looking at fucking lens flares or some silly horse shit. But when it's locked in movement, or like the big white orb that I took one of, where you can see it advancing into the sun, and it looks like the moon, but it ain't the fucking moon because it's the wrong time of day and the wrong position in the sky. And it merges behind the sun that's behind the clouds. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, okay, well, that's a lens flare in my ass. And anybody who says any different needs to go get him a couple boosters and go take a fucking nap. Because it's so absurd. It's so absurd. And people see it and they fucking deny it.
Atmosphere, you know what I mean? Atmosphere. People must fear looking up. People don't look up because they're afraid what they might see,
I know, dude. And you can show it to them in stunning clarity and they'll be like, huh?
Somebody the other day, I've been filming the sun doing all kinds of shit, and it's been pulsing in and out. And somebody said in the chat, like, "Why don't you adjust your autofocus?" I just ended the chat. I didn't feel like saying anything to hurt somebody's feelings. You know what I mean?
Man, dude, people
get negative. I leave. I don't like saying goodbye. I just go, and if something happens, I just hit the off button. It's a lot easier. Because when people wake up the next day, they can't remember half the shit you say anyway.
The easiest thing to understand about history and world governments is there ain't never been a single government that's ever existed in world history that was for the benefit of the people. It's always been set up for the benefit of the rulers and nobody else. And if anybody can't recognize that simple fact in history by reading a few books on history, we would realize that by putting our faith in men, we are fundamentally flawed as soon as we make that decision.
Hey, well, that speech I played yesterday by Charlie Chaplin, that
you got something to say there, David?
Yeah,
that thing sums it all up.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I'm gonna be back in a few minutes, but I wanted to comment on how beautiful Nez's voice was. That was amazing.
Yes, it grabbed a hold of me. Yes, sir.
That was absolutely amazing. But I'll be back, guys.
All right.
In a little bit. Thanks, Sass.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No problem. I like Amazing Grace too, that Coke theme. We always sang that in the 70s. Back in the 70s, most of your Sunday school teachers were hippies and shit. You know what I mean?
My favorite song, hands down, of ever is Just a Closer Walk with Thee.
Just a closer walk
with thee.
My dad was a preacher. I grew up in church my whole life. Until I was 21.
Hey, what's it? I forget the number. Was it Randy Travis?
Like that.
No, yeah, Randy Travis. He does a bluegrass version of it. Oh my goodness,
that's cool. I've walked down a few ravines like that.
Yeah,
it's the first time I did something like this.
It's got that. I like it. It's got that depth thing going on too.
Perspective.
Colombia or something, or Costa Rica, or I don't know.
Hey, let me put it on the big. Hey, put it on. I'm gonna put you on the big screen and put it up there. We can get a screenshot of it. I like that.
Hold on, honey.
There we go. My new phone. All you do is put 3 fingers on the screen. It's a screenshot. It's a lot easier.
Jesus. I'm gonna ruin it for you.
I like that. How many paintings do you think you've done now?
Oh hell, I don't know. I mean, how many drawings you did? You lose count after a while. That's like.
Yeah, where I lived before, though, I had like 6 boxes full of flooded together, and ended up, they went right to the dumpster.
After doing it every night for 2 years in a row, and then occasionally after that for 6 months after that, it adds up. It adds up.
Yeah, it does.
But some were commissions, some were gifts, some are still waiting to get shipped out.
Are you cold there? Is it pretty cold in Ohio?
It's pretty cold right now. Yeah, the snow that happened yesterday stuck around, and they did a 2-hour delay for the school kids, but there wasn't much. They freak out over just a whisper of snow here. You can still see grass. If you can see grass, I'm sorry, that's not a proper snow.
Hey, Nez, excuse me for 1 second. I need to stand up and stretch my legs. I'm going to put my wife in my place and let you look at my beautiful sweetheart.
Cool. Well, it's still spinning. I haven't seen you since I got on panel.
Okay. Well, she'll be able to see you better, and she can talk to you. And she's interested in hearing what you got to say too, honey. So I'm gonna stretch my legs so my legs don't go to sleep and go numb altogether. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. Take my boys out for a walk.
I'm glad to join you guys tonight.
Yeah. You started going
later. Been a while, show me.
Hello.
Hello. Jody, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I'm trying to figure his little setup here. I've never been on this before.
If you want to look somebody like in the face, just look up towards that corner right there, and it'll kind of like make an eye contact.
Okay, great.
So you ain't looking off into La La Land.
Yeah, I keep looking in the wrong spots. I don't.
Yeah, I'm not one to like to be in public, so this is kind of strange. But I will try not to look too crazy with you.
My trolls have me from every angle anyway, so it doesn't really matter anymore.
Girl that ever lived.
They're always recording.
He's putting his hat on me.
It's too big for her head, but I can't resist.
I can't see it. You guys are still spinning. Still,
really?
Your picture's still buffering. Yeah, show me. It's taken a while for everybody to come in. I saw you, and I saw myself. I saw Krafty Cat. I saw.
Well, it's been buffering a lot. That's why I've been like getting out and just doing, the chat. That way, people, at least you can see something.
Yeah. but I still haven't seen Earl's thumbnail come in here. It's still spinning.
Oh, really?
Am I, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, honey. I just can't see you because it's been spinning the whole time I've been here.
Oh, well.
That's weird.
Okay, I can see you guys. I mean, I can see nobody down there who has a gorilla.
Still spinning.
Yeah, I'm right. Okay. I'm kind of like you. I don't like getting the public.
Yeah.
Hi, show me.
I didn't even got my teeth in tonight, though. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't want to mess with that shit.
You do or you don't have your teeth in? I didn't hear.
No, I haven't taken them out in a while, so.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes it's good to let your gums relax, but I'm getting used to them.
Hi, nobody.
Are they? You're getting used to them? That's good. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jody.
Oh, I was just saying hi to nobody because I haven't met him or talked to him yet.
I'm showing me. It's me. I just put no. I ain't got nobody.
So, how's everybody doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. God is
your
good.
art is beautiful, sweetheart. I went over to your page and checked some of it out.
Oh, thank
it's
you.
Just gorgeous, and your voice is amazing.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful. You keep that up. I play the guitar. Oh my goodness, what are you doing?
Put that mask away.
Guitar. You can play if you want to.
Yeah, well, maybe in a little bit. I was playing earlier, but I was thinking that do you play the guitar, Nez?
Oh, I wish I could. I do not. I do play keyboard some though.
Well, hey, we should get together sometime.
No, I didn't say I did well.
Well, hey, we don't have to sound good. We just have to make a joyful noise.
That I could do.
Yeah, I like your mask.
Yeah, I painted this one.
I don't. I hate it. It looks like voodoo. Get rid of it. You and your crazy voodoo stuff and your stuff and
got sugar skulls everywhere. I like them.
You just tell Jesus all about it. Okay. Say Jesus, isn't this cool?
I'm a voodoo Christian. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, like I said, you explain that one.
I don't really represent nobody but God, and the rest of it's just. If I like it, I don't care what they think it represents.
You're handsome enough. You don't need to put something ugly in front of your face there. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
I already did that several times.
I like to see my friend, not some crazy ugly face.
So do you guys prefer dogs or cats?
I'm a cat person. Yeah. I did a quick video tonight featuring one of my cats, my little town cat Mario. Yep.
Do you just have one?
I have two. I have Stella, who is a little black kitty. She's going to be 8 years old this year. And then Mario is 11 months old. He was a birthday present from my son.
Oh.
And I couldn't find him today. And I said, where in the hell is he? And I have this basket that says things on it. And he was in the basket labeled things. I'm like, well, what do you know? There's a peeping Tom in my things. So I kind of made a video about it. So.
That's funny. They like to hide. That's one thing. Cats just, most of them, they just like to hide and they're typically afraid of people.
He just, he's young and he just gets into stuff and, what can you do?
Yeah.
Open the door and kick him outside.
I'm not gonna put him outside.
They've never been outside. Most people keep him outside.
He was outside at where Jason lives with his dad, but
I just couldn't do litter boxes anymore after so long. I just couldn't do it.
Oh, it's shit. If that's my big problem, then I'm having a good day. So.
Well, I had 32 fish tanks. I had snakes.
Well, yeah, you had 32 fish tanks. I couldn't do that. Oh my God, that'd drive me crazy.
Do you find that your cats can see or recognize things that you can't see or recognize? I think
absolutely. Animals can see into the spirit realm.
They can. Oh my goodness! I think cats are really good at it myself compared to dogs. But
they talk about cats in Egypt with Cleopatra. Way back then.
Oh yeah, for sure. Cats, animals, and children.
Yeah, and children. That's right. I always ask my my children when they were small, and they would look up in the corner of the room where nothing was. I'm like, what are you looking at? Somebody here? No.
It's amazing to me. My husband and I have over 68 nieces and nephews. We weren't able to have children ourselves, but we had guardianship of about 3 or 4 of our nieces and nephews, and a lot of them lived with us through the years, and we're just always been really close with them. But when they were younger, it's just some seem to be a little bit more in tune than others, but just some of the things that they would see or say, it just was always incredible to us. There's definitely they're definitely more in tune, like the animals.
I agree with that. Yeah.
They're not indoctrinated to think a certain way.
That's right. Show me that's right.
Praise God. Absolutely. Because they start them young. They start them on the TV, and they start them in the schools.
Yep.
With
my daughter being autistic, though, she's not as susceptible and open to the kind of programming as someone who is not in the spectrum. At least my experience with her. This COVID stuff doesn't faze her a bit. And you know what? Praise God. She doesn't need to be filled with anxiety and concern and propaganda the way that non-autism people may be.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't need one more thing.
No, she doesn't need one more thing.
Absolutely not.
And yes, I feel very bad that it turned out that she's got autism, but it's been a blessing in some ways because it does protect her from some things. I think so, anyway.
That's cool. Did you draw that?
Yeah, I draw it.
Yeah, he does Sasquatch stuff too.
Is that is that a Sasquatch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll show you. I'll change it.
Now, have you ever seen a Sasquatch, or do you go hunting for Sasquatch?
All the above.
Yeah, that's Sasquatch has always fascinated me because we lived in Oregon, and it's kind of like Pacific Northwest, and the prime territory, and I don't know honestly what I believe about that, but I do know that I'm extremely intrigued about it, and I do believe that there's
it takes seeing it with your own 2 eyes to believe it. I mean, that's about what it is.
Absolutely, but I'm intrigued enough to really believe that they do exist out there somewhere. I mean, because there's so many people that have witnessed it.
Exactly. And go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's like somebody when you have a sister and somebody comes up to you and says you don't have a sister. Well, you have a sister and you really don't give a shit what they think.
It's going to be funny for a second.
Exactly.
Just roll with me for a minute. Okay. Hey, y'all, get ready. Shit's about to get real.
What are you doing?
Shit's going to get real. Hang on, buckle up.
Is that foil?
Yeah, it's a tinfoil helmet. We're going to keep it protected, honey. I got your back.
Okay,
way
awesome.
back.
Hey, my lawn works better. Just get one of those helium balloons, got a slit in it, and slide it on.
Yeah.
Why do they think Bigfoot always has blue Mylar balloons? You're like, putting this on, you won't have to worry about this shit no more.
We're worried about the next solar storm coming in, so we're prepared.
Yeah. Got my Faraday cage wrapped around me.
Exactly. So, have you guys ever heard of that copper clothing that they sell?
Yeah, and they got hats now that 5G won't penetrate like that. You can wear. I mean, it's all kinds of making a buck off of more stuff,
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's any truth to it, but I would think that potentially if you wore it, it could act as some sort of Faraday cage.
Hey, look at this is the sun up close. Look.
Oh wow.
It's a projector simulator. I mean, they make it Bosch and Lomb. I was videotaping this week when they turned it up, and it goes from it doesn't get bigger, it gets brighter. I mean, you can't even see it, blinds you. It was like 10 times bigger or 100 times bigger in the sky when they turned it up.
What is that?
It's the sun simulators in front of the sun, because the sun's in a solar minimum, and there's stuff that passes in front of the sun they don't want you to see right now that eclipses it during the day.
Oh, we see it every day, just about every single day.
And now and then they don't spray enough and stuff, and you'll see both suns or light source or whatever. But there's something up there I've caught. When they're spraying and stuff, you can see the roundness in it. You'll catch it, barely. But they try hard to keep you from seeing it. They spray all up here. We must be the main path that at sunset because they spray every day. They spray. There were 7 airplanes day before yesterday sprayed in front of the sun at one time.
Oh, we see them fly over the house all the time, and they try to keep it, concealed the best they can, but it's temporary,
Well, they argue about it. It's contrails of steam, but then you see them turn it on and off, and there's planes right beside it not leaving anything. And they admit to it now. It's called Operation Solar Shield, and Harvard. I mean,
right.
Every one of them that's true. Eventually, they end up telling you anyway. I mean, they just
Absolutely.
don't care.
Absolutely. I was out earlier today. I was walking my dog, and there was one flying over the house, and I found something really strange about it. There was nothing coming out of the back of it, and then all of a sudden it started spraying, and I'm like, and I had never seen that before, like you're saying.
They're full of big tanks in there. They just, spurted out. My first video in 2015 on here is them spraying a complete circle above my house. I mean, big jets that flying people don't go in circles. Jet fuel is so expensive, and that's even bullshit because the only thing that the jet fuel does is start the engine, and it runs on compressed air. That way you can charge all that money for fuel, because the amount of fuel they put in the airplanes, they tell you, the wings would fall off.
Oh my goodness. Do they ever do like X's over your house? We see that a lot.
They do everywhere. They do that for the radar, so they know where to move the radio waves, move the weather and shit around. It's supposed to be, it's all that stuff in the air that's all toxic. And when it gets in the ground, they can awaken it with anytime they want. It can lay dormant forever. That stuff they do.
Yeah, it's aluminum oxide, but we think it's
barium and all that shit. Lithium, blood.
Lithium, yes.
All kinds of shit in it. Medical waste.
Black coal fly ash, strontium, barium.
Yep.
They've been doing black trails lately here in right before it's weird to be white and black beside each other.
Yeah.
We always laugh because the X is over the house. We're always like, X marks the spot.
They've been making pentagrams lately.
Really?
Oh, we see them all the time, and a lot of times they're proportionately correct, and we're like, it's a little trippy.
Hey, geospatial, you know him, don't you, NEZ? Geospatial.
Yeah.
Well, I watched him a long time, and I did like him. I'm over here in this parking lot, that where I always go, and it's huge, and there'll be clouds. They'll stop right over me. I'm serious, and I rebuke you, and they move on. I mean, I've seen him do that. If you have faith in you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just mention the name of Jesus Christ around anything evil, they don't like it. They will avoid it.
Amen.
When somebody's possessed by a demon, they come in the room and they see you. They don't like you, and there's just and people when they get weak, they let that in you, and they'll control your thoughts, and you'll think it's you and your pride and your ego because they're boosting you, like Tony does people. He tries to make you feel good. The people that watch him, like everybody's attacking them. It's like he would be a good cult leader. I mean, he would. Because he could just bullshit.
I thought he was.
Well, on YouTube though, all your hurting families and sleep. You know what I mean? I don't watch it at all.
I thought he was already leading the cult of Tony. I'm sorry.
I know. How many is there? Like 15, maybe.
That's enough for a cult.
Maybe he'll give him some Kool-Aid. Hey, one of Beacon's friends' name's Jim Jones.
I know. There's a couple of Jim Jones on the internet here in the tubes. I've seen a few Jim Jones flying around. Yeah.
But you know what, Tony? A lot of people like Tony on the. I didn't know on YouTube. There's a whole bunch like that. I didn't know there's people that way.
There are so many dark channels and dark people who enjoy those channels. It's disgusting.
I can't do it no more. When I go in there and they start getting negative, I leave because if you stay there, you will get negative without even trying.
Well, nothing good will come from it. That's for sure. Yeah. Ugh.
Where are some of those channels? What are you guys talking about?
Just people that all they do is dox people, make fun of people, and talk about each other.
Trolls doing troll things.
Yeah, you see that all the time. It's terrible. It's just terrible. The hate that are in some of these people.
And you can get caught up in a minute if you're careful because it's people that you know, and they try to make it comfortable and turn it around where everybody has hate. It's just like brainwashing. It is.
Yeah, we've seen predictive programming. Like I don't know what some of these comments are, but they don't make sense, and it just looks like it's predictive programming. Like they're just trying to fuck with someone.
That's all. It is. Speaking for my trolls, they have admitted to this is what they do for entertainment. There is no rhyme or reason. They do it for the manipulation, the mind fuckery, the response. You know,
who was that rock and roll troll? The first one I got from you, the rock and roll Ayatollah or whatever.
Yeah, Ayatollah.
I made like 3 videos about him, and he quit.
Good for you.
I've made a lot of videos, but I usually only run them 24 hours and then take them down just to get the point across. You know.
Oh, I left mine up so just to get my point across.
Oh, you know how many I've made about Tony, and I got ready to hit the button post, and I don't do it. You know,
I've never made a Tony video. I thought
you guys, you got to stand firm. You got to stand firm, and then stand. Stand.
I'm too firm though. I'm rock hard most of the time. I have to be careful.
That's okay.
I can only take it for so long. Then you know, you're just like Tourette's kind of like you just get it out.
I invited him to my birthday stream just so I could throw him out again.
Well, we let him up. Me and michigander was on, and I let him up for maybe 30 seconds, and oh my God, I couldn't even. He wouldn't shut up. You fucking pig, slut, horse. You know what I mean? He's like, come on. I mean, he just calls everybody you pedo supporters. I'm like, what? It's so funny. I laugh. If you go back when I was, he don't show when I was on his panel, but the whole time I was laughing because my name is Father Guido Sarducci. You know, he's a character. That's all he is.
He does sound like Guido Sarducci. He does. He sounds like Ren
he's
from
like that one. He's that
Scarface.
The angry dog, like I kid. You know, with the cigar. Yeah.
Oh Lord!
Hey, I put him on 2 times, and you can't understand what he's saying. He's like, "You're it's all one word almost."
Why would you let him up on panel? Shame on you. You have to be ashamed for doing that.
Hey, he sit back there.
I didn't think it was going to go anywhere good.
Hey, he was in the back room one night for 5 hours and put 40 comments of filthy, disgusting stuff in.
You let him backstage. That's your damn fault.
No, if you put the link up there, though, you know, he can grab it and go back there.
I just wanted him to come to my stream so I could kick him out. I would never let him on my panel for any reason at any time. No, sir.
You know, he says, ever since Sasquatch turned on us, this is what he says, ever since Sasquatch turned on us.
Oh, whatever.
Where did Kitty Cat go?
I know where Krafty went.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, I've known her a long time, and she's been on my panel and walked thousands of miles with me. And so, you know, you're new. You just got to live and learn. You know, you'll see.
Yeah,
I'm not bad about her, but dude, you know,
I feel what's got a hold of her, and you know, when you listen to someone, I
don't let her come up here at all, dude, because she flirts with the enemy too much.
I know.
Yep.
You can feel it. But
she's into things I used to be into.
She told Tony every one of Kim Leona's accounts. You know what I mean? That right there is enough for me.
Yeah, it's just important to listen sometimes because you learn a lot.
Well, Kim Leona Rose died, though, and the guy still made fun of her after she died. I mean, he's like, come on, who's that low?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
If you live in the United States, I'd be in jail because I would have already killed his fucking ass. That's a promise. I'm serious. Lived a whole life, raised a family. I think God would forgive me. Anybody causes people that much pain, I have no. I don't care. That's one time. Somebody like that, do it because that's the right thing to do. But he lives in Canada, so he's safe for a little bit.
A lot of evil in this world.
You're lucky you haven't been involved, dude, because if he came on and did what he does with you there, you'd have him crying in the corner, sucking his thumb.
What is this? What are we talking about?
It's time to wake up Tony. He curses and makes fun of people in the name of God, calls us all pedophiles, calls all the women sluts, whores, bitches.
Oh.
He did Crafty Cat all the time. He did a video with her telling how he's going to sodomize her and all this shit, and she stayed there and listened to it. I mean, you can't. It's horrible. It's the most horrible thing you ever heard, dude.
Yeah, I get it. I do. Believe me, I get it because I was locked up with a lot of those people. And
yeah, but you know, when somebody calls you a pedophile and you're not, though, that's killing words in where I live.
Well, it can be if you consent to it and give it authority over you, or you could look at it a different way.
Yeah, but after a year, and you've been doing it for months and months and months, and after a while, you gotta, you know.
Well, that's his shtick. He's an online troll. That's his shtick.
Yeah,
he
what
says
I'm
it to
saying though is,
everybody.
once someone reveals their true colors, then if they're really that that twisted, then
Yeah,
it's
but he
easy
knows
to
that. He
cut.
says, I'm the bad guy. He knows he's bad. And he tells everybody he's bad. He's a minion of Satan, is what he is.
Right. So you can't block him out of your network or whatever.
Oh, I have. It doesn't matter. He records everything we do. I can get a stream taken down for music and he can play it, but I can't.
Oh, I got you. So he's always stalking your channel, trying to cause problems.
Everybody, he's a paid opposition. He's a fucking weasel.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a paid demon.
Well,
he's
here's
on
the
welfare
thing.
candidate. It's horrible, dude.
Just let him do what he does and quit acknowledging him, because the more we acknowledge
I've been
him,
telling everybody that every day for months. People can't keep his name out of their mouth.
right?
And they come here.
See,
They come here like Krafty
keep
and
naming him. You keep naming him. You give him authority over you.
Hey, you're talking.
We were just talking about rebuking.
Yeah.
You got to rebuke them.
But you got to listen to the story they got to tell. See, me, I'm new to y'all, but when you hear that, there's more than one message. When you hear something coming out of somebody, it tells you where their heart's at, where their soul's at. But there's always
That
more than one
doesn't stop
message
him from doing it, though. He's just a dick, dude. You don't know. You're clueless to it because you haven't been around. But we've been putting up with him for a long time, and he's just a fucking leech. He's like,
I'm clueless to that guy.
He's the worst person I ever met in my life.
He ain't nothing that Jesus can't handle. He's an
Amen, sister. Amen.
That's why he hasn't done anything to us, because he can't.
I was incarcerated with thousands of animals just like that, and they used to try to dominate me with their words or with their actions, and man, that shit never.
That's all trolls try to do. They want to dominate you, manipulate you.
Yeah. Until they stand in front of a lion for the first time in their lives, and then make them piss their pants and call for their mommy to come get them.
Well, there's like a shitload of streams still talking about it. Like tonight I went one, and I said, Tony won. You're still talking about him. And he got banned for, I think, 90 days. He got struck.
Yeah, I don't consent to none of that shit.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I just looked the other way,
Poor
man.
dirt farmer, I guess, got hit today, too.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, we don't need to talk about him no more because we just give it power. So
let's just move
he
on
can
from
fuck
that.
right off.
I know, but at least you got to know who he is in case you.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, I got. He can just go eat a big giant. I ain't gonna go there. I'm just gonna say
bowl of dicks.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say.
Okay, words don't bother me.
As the problematic people and trolls come along, and we're here to help you, we'll help you. I know me.
Absolutely.
Hey, one of the first thing they teach us when we're little, sticks and stones break my, words will never hurt me. Why do you think they told us that from the beginning? So that's good advice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the most simple thing and oldest thing, one of the things.
All right.
His spaghetti sauce, show me.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's
here.
Yum. Hey, Sasquatch. Show Ron that picture you drew of your Sasquatch. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
I draw every day, all day long.
It's really good. You did a good job.
He's a good artist.
Yes.
Man, he blows me away when he uses both hands to draw shit, man. That's a trait.
I know.
That's such a rare trait. I don't know if that's I don't remember. It's high up there. It's like in the tens or hundreds of millions. That's just such a rare trait to possess.
He'll take my artwork and amp it up.
Da Vinci drew all his plans and everything backwards because back then nobody had a mirror and you had to look in the mirror to read it. So no
mirror writing. Yeah, mirror writing. Just another cipher.
But my son can do it too, so it's a trait that was inherited, from somewhere.
The military calls it signals core or signals intelligence, but it's the same thing. Beal cipher, mirror writing, all that stuff.
Yeah, I can write forward, backwards, upside down, sideways, and without even trying. It just does it.
That's cool as shit, man. That is really cool. I can't do that. I can't even come close. I'm pretty.
You can get a job doing that. I'm like, what, at 6 Flags, drawing profiles?
I'm fairly ambidextrous, but my right hand dominant, but all my strength lies in my left.
My mom and dad were both left-handed.
My brother was left-handed, so was my father and my sister.
There it is.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's so cool. That's one of my favorites of yours. Show me. I like that one.
I did like a couple days ago.
I somehow don't think he looked that friendly. Are you sure he was smiling at you, bro?
It depends on, how long.
You sure he wasn't licking his chops? looking like, ooh, there's an hors d'oeuvre.
Well, everybody thinks the animals all have to be the same. They're just like anybody else.
Scooby snack.
No, one thing, they like the smell of weed. That seems to attract them when you're out in the woods too.
Yeah, they do. They do like it.
A little catnip.
Streaking kind of wakes them up too.
I hear that they have a really distinct odor if you are near one.
Well, that's a defense mechanism because, believe me, I've been in the woods my whole life, but only one time we got a report of there was one eating a dead dog in the road in between two towns, and it was like 100 yards from a rest stop. So me and two other guys went out there, and they went to go do the dog thing, and it was in between the railroad tracks and the highway, and so this one strip of woods had all kinds of roadkill, armadillos, places where there's good food. And I got back in this thicket, and my phone started zooming in and out, and then I got that smell twice within 5 minutes, and it was gone, and it was the worst. It can't describe it. It's like sewage, a landfill. Like
you think they're expelling their anal glands or something?
That's what it is. They're telling you to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
When they start throwing rocks at you and shit, they don't do that for no reason, you know what I mean?
You ever seen a dog get scared enough to expel its anal glands? Oh man, that's foul.
It's terrible.
Hey, you knock a buzzard off a gut wagon with that shit, man. Woo.
Do you think that the Sasquatches could potentially be some kind of shapeshifter?
Oh hell yes.
I don't know what they are. I tell people they're like the physical side of nature. That's what I say.
The what?
The physical side of nature. They're like this guy named Kevin that died. He was a friend of mine. The Glag story, where he spent a few years when he was young with one that his parents got killed, and it's a long story, and I don't want to get into it. But he told me one time that guy, the Glag, told him that they're part of God's plan in the end days. They'll be dragging people to hell. That's what he told me. I never told anybody that, but I just thought
I never heard about that. That's
why would anybody? I mean, that was not something like you'd make up. It was bizarre, though. He told me that's what it told him, that it was like, I don't know, but I don't know, but you know what people tell you. I only go by my own eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I believe it when I see it. That's kind of where I'm at with all that stuff.
I'm from the show me state. I don't believe nothing I hear, and only for what I see.
Yeah.
One of my favorite researchers, his name is Gary Wayne. He's a Christian apologetic researcher. He studies Bible, ancient history. He studies the Apocrypha, the Book of Enoch, and all of that. And
Apocrypha. He said that.
That's the Apocrypha.
I can't believe he said that. Look at, because he has a Bible from 1889 that's got all the Apocrypha in it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, but I haven't even heard that word hardly.
The history says there's over 75 books of the Apocrypha, but there's only a few of them in there. I don't know. I don't even know them all.
Alley. Gary Wayne.
Gary Wayne.
Book.
Can you put it? Is there a link up or something? He's got a link to something, or is it just a book I'd have to find?
Up, it's spelled just like it sounds. Gary. Gary. His last name is Wayne. Wayne. He has a channel here on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And he has a website, and he has a book called Genesis 6 Conspiracy.
It's
more of like a reference book than it's not like a straight dry read, but he delves into what many things are and explains a lot of things from scripture, from ancient history. When it comes to
what was his last name again? I'm sorry. Say his last name again. I apologize. I got
his name is Gary Wayne. Wayne. He's been a guest speaker on many shows, many Christian truther shows. He's been on Richie from Boston a few times. He's been on Now You See TV with John Pounders and David Carrico. Zen Garcia has him on where they can ask him questions. Anyway, his book, Genesis 6 Conspiracy, again, is not like a straight, dry textbook or novel kind of book, but it's more like a reference book. Most of it is available to be read online for free, and I think it's available on Amazon. But when it comes to Sasquatch, his research has revealed that the Sasquatch are part of the fair folk, a subcategory of Nephilim, along with the gray alien beings and with
Gary Wayne.
I think he says elves. Anyway, you'll have to consult Gary Wayne's book to be sure. I've read everything I can read of it online for free. I don't have.
Hey, check this. You talk about elves. Check this out. I was born with this little. I don't know if you can see it. Is it in the camera view?
No, you're still spinning. I can't see you at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a little notch I was born with on my ear, and every time I've ever been around a doctor, they think it's a little cyst or something. Then they look at it and they realize it's just an extra piece of cartilage, and they always comment on it. It's kind of funny.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, that's what his research has led him to believe about Sasquatch. That it's a half, part human, part fallen angelic being. That's why they can do what they do. That's why they can disappear and appear. That's why they can shapeshift or whatever mystical things they do, because of the Nephilim connection. That is it. Yeah. Yes, they can do all those things that people say that are crazy.
Yeah, all this myth and legend they talk about, and dragons and the sword and the stone and the lady in the lake. I know exactly. I know it's crazy. It's crazy. They wrap it they wrap it in cat shit and roll it in sugar. And say, here, take a big old whiff and a big old bite.
Everything that we were told was fairy tales and bullshit is fucking real. I'm sorry.
Exactly. I know Santa Claus is named after my last name. I mean, come on. I mean, seriously.
I remember you saying that. Yeah, and that ain't no good. Santa Claus.
I mean, come on. That's like history laughing at me saying Ron Clausen here in 2021 or 2022. You're a fucking living fairy tale, you silly shit.
Hey, I hear Clausen, I think of pickles.
Yes, same damn family. No shit. Same family.
They're good pickles too.
Well, yes, they're garlic pickles that you have to keep them refrigerated. You can't ever put them in a shelf because they'll go bad because they don't can them. They just I don't know, cold seal them or something. And they're garlic pickles, boy. They'll blow your eyebrows right off your forehead. They're fantastic.
I've never witnessed a Sasquatch firsthand. I've heard them. I've smelled them. I've heard their knocks. I've heard their calls. I've seen their structures. I've seen more than enough evidence to suit me. I've gotten photographs of dogmen type creatures. I've gotten photographs of dryad.
I had one visit.
Were you sleeping?
I had a real dog man visit me. It was Anubis in person.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he come in. I was 5 years old.
Things like that have been reported all over the world.
Quit it! You got one at the Denver airport.
Yeah.
Pull up an image of him, Anubis.
Oh, who's here, Michigander?
Hey, I got a picture of abalone I sanded Anubis into. That's weird.
I can see everybody's, thumbnail or whatever, but Earl's is spinning and spinning and spinning.
Really? Yeah, that's coincidence too, ain't it?
He's fine on my side.
There's got to be some reason.
Get
I don't
that
know.
Earl plug. People call oil plug Earl plug before. Get that Earl plug out.
Michigander, I'm from Michigan as well. I'm from Birch Run, Michigan.
Birch Run, I know where Birch Run is.
I'm sure you do.
I'm in Reed City.
Oh shit. Hey, Naz.
Yeah.
You want me to show you a picture of who come to see me when I was 5 years old? I'll show you.
I can't see squat.
Oh shit! Damn it! I keep forgetting. Man, I'm a dumbass. I heard you the first 2 times you said it, and I just can't get over this image, man. I'm gonna show the rest of everybody looking though, because this son of a bitch.
There's a quart Bigfoot riding something. Look,
Show me. Right here. Show me would have to show your picture from another device.
You know what was twisted about him visiting me is this Anubis dog man came and visited me in a damn convertible red Cadillac.
Wow. That was Snoopabus.
I'm not bullshit. Yeah, I was bullshitting like fairy tale Santa Claus in his funny ass sleigh. Fucking
if you read through history, the dog people
How absurd is that shit? How absurd is it, you know? I mean, when you think about what happens to you as a kid and everybody tells you, oh, you're crazy, you're imagining shit.
That's called fallen angels.
I remember it like it happened 5 minutes ago. This dumbass right here come chilling in a drop top caddy. Bright red. I don't know what the hell.
How many hits of acid did you take?
I was 5 years old, man. I was stone cold.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably no acid.
It's all real.
Yeah, I
Dragons
know.
are real.
But it's
Giants
funny.
are
I
real.
laugh at that
Fairies
shit.
are real. Witches are real.
I have to laugh at that
Okay.
shit now, though, because as a kid, I was so damn confused. But now I look back and I realize all this predictive programming and subliminal messaging and all these fairy tales and myths and legends, and I just can't help but laugh at the shit now.
It's amazing.
This was all concocted to fucking make us deny who we are and where we come from and where we're going to end
All
up.
to hide the existence of God.
I know. It's just absolutely hilarious when you start to see the truth of it. I mean, it don't even have power over me. It don't cause me no fear. I just have to laugh at the absurdity of it.
And everything we talk about, everything we research, it's all tied together, and eventually we've been lied to about, again, to hide the existence of God.
Yeah, but
everything.
3/4 of the world doesn't see it, though.
No,
It's tied together.
I think it's less than that. I think it's less than that. I don't think there's that many people that can actually see it, dude.
Well, I would say it's probably 1% of 1%. You know what I mean?
I forget the Bible verse, but y'all should remember this if y'all have read the Bible. It talks about as rare as Ophir gold.
Mm-hmm.
The rarest gold ever found on planet Earth. It was the purest gold still to this day.
But not you're talking about monotonic gold? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's called Ophir gold. And if you look up Ophir gold and do a Google search on Ophir gold, it's the purest and the most rare gold ever found. And in the Bible, it speaks of it too. Like,
you're talking about the manna.
Is it the? No, it's in the old. I think it's in the Old Testament. It talks about in the end days that no, it's the New Testament. In the end days, it'll be man that will make it back to our Father's kingdom. The deception will run so deep, and people will hold on to this deception for dear life, and they're going to cause so many people to burn in hell for eternity that the Bible said it thousands of years ago said that the people that hold true to their Father will be as rare as it's in Isaiah 13:12. They'll be as rare as Ophir gold, the most pure rare gold ever found.
So I said, if you don't come soon, he's not going to be taking very many back.
More rare than it says. I will make
people more rare than fine gold, and mankind than the gold of Ophir. And that's from the New Living Translation. The King James, where's the King James at? King
Ever
James
since
says, I will make man more precious.
Mined an Olympic swimming pool full of gold.
Damn.
Because you can plate the world with a pound of gold when you thin it out. You know what I mean? When you start cutting it. Yeah.
The King James Version reads, I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir.
Wow.
Yeah. That's what's going to be left. That's all. It's going to be such a small percentage of people that wake up and quit denying what the truth has been all along. And I don't know what all the truth is, for goodness sake. I mean, the lies are so deep.
You can't even sit through it.
How could you know what it all is?
The sad part is the people that are doing it, half of them don't even know they're doing it and don't believe they're doing anything wrong.
I know, and they think like, here, a perfect example. If y'all read the Ten Commandments, and it talks about churches and altars. I mentioned this yesterday, and it says outright, if you build an altar, you build it out of earth and stone, and never shape that stone, and never use a tool on it, because to use a tool on it to build an altar to God is to, I forget the exact word, but
it's changing what God made.
Yes, to defile it. It's to defile it. And you walk in any church in this country, and they all got altars that are made with man-made materials, made with tools, with chemicals and lacquers and nails and fasteners, and cut and polished stones of all shape and size. And the Bible tells you in plain English that's a farce.
Yep.
And they ask us to go up there and tie us to it and kneel before it. And when I realize the truth of it, man, I just can't stomach it. It just makes me sick when they sit there and pump that shit in my head.
That's why she can't see us.
Try to restart my device. What? Hey, it's telling me if you're having issues like
just hit restart and come back. It'll probably
what restart on what? Restart the whole phone or
no? Just
just turn the restart the phone. It'll go off. Come back on.
All right, I'll go out for a minute and come back, and maybe you'll be.
I'll be right here.
All right, well, prepare yourself for some pure hideousness because I'm getting ready to shock you.
I saw you last night.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, for what we've been through, dude, you won't phase us.
All right, I'll see you.
I'm glad I got to come back tonight. Show me I had fun last night.
It was a good time.
Yeah.
I like learning stuff from different people.
That's nice.
Well, the guy that came in last night, Brainbug, he's a total scientist, atheist. And he came back. When my phone died, when it came back on, I hit his link and I went over there in the chat for like 15 minutes to argue with an atheist. But I left on a good note. But they were sitting there saying, you know, all of it was fake. But I just let them talk. That's their opinion. But, you know, you non-believers won't hear anything if you don't talk to them.
Right.
I mean, sometimes you might say the right thing that changes their mind or makes them think about it, you know?
I mean, he was just reading from the same script that he'd memorized at the institution he went to. And
I know, it sounds like they're reading from a book sometimes.
Right. They all say the same thing, and they all stand behind their religion of science, whatever they want to deny it or not. It is what it is. You know, well, you don't have to go to college or university.
Hey, what's up, Jesse James? Jesse James said hi.
You can learn things, and people like us, we've learned plenty, and not have to be in a classroom to learn it.
In my world, the word God and the word that starts with F shouldn't be in the same sentence. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. Well, hello. Nice
to
see us now. Did it work?
No, don't do that. Don't do it. You might lose your sight. Don't do it. Don't trust
Look away.
it.
Look away.
Don't stare at the light. Don't stare at the light.
Lady. Hello.
Hey, y'all remember that from Poltergeist? Don't stare at the light. Whatever you do, don't stare at the light.
What's your name?
Hi.
Carol Ann, come out of the light. Come on.
Yeah, Carol Ann. Yeah. God, that woman's voice gets up in you, boy, and it just don't never leave, does it?
You know that little girl who died of toxic shock syndrome? And what's his name? Spielberg, they said he had a tie and a pair of shoes made out of her skin.
Oh.
I'm serious. I read
That's like the Pope's shoes. Have you guys seen the Pope's shoes?
No. What's going on with his shoes?
They look like they're made out of real thin hide of some kind, and I'll just let your imagination
like baby
run
shoes,
with that.
like they're made out of baby.
Yeah.
Go look it up.
Go. There's so many images of it, and you'll get some close-ups of some that'll make you like, what in the world is that made out of?
No, we're not saying we know. We're just saying go look at it. Go look at it for yourself.
It don't look like no patent leather shoe I ever seen.
Well,
the manuscripts they've got hidden under the Vatican.
Yeah, on top of the grave of Paul. Is it Paul? The grave? It's on top of his grave, or Peter or Paul? Maybe.
Oh my gosh!
What's on top of his grave?
The Vatican. You can go down in the catacombs, and it's all underneath it. All that stuff.
Michigander, what's up, brother?
I'm freezing my left testy off.
I struggle for comfort, but people might question my sexuality, bro.
Oh no, I'm straight woman, dude. I like women. I like.
I'm just playing, man. I'm just playing. I really don't want to make out with you, bro. I'm just kidding.
Hey, whenever you say sex on the application, I used to put none.
Hey, so they got these coffee cups. They're like super cool. You can stick them in a snowbank. It'll keep your coffee warm for hours.
Hell yeah!
Really? That's awesome.
What is that? Booze? What is it? I can't see what that is.
It's the only good thing I got to say about Westco gas station.
Now I gotta put my glasses on again.
Man, I bought 2.
Oh, okay.
My wife bought me one of them Yeti coffee cups one year for Christmas, man, and that sucker keep a cup of coffee hot for probably 7 or 8 hours.
Hot.
I mean, it'll burn your mouth if you don't take the lid off
Yeti,
of it.
But it's made like Yeti. It's the metal. Yeah.
If you pour it in there straight out of the pot and you keep that lid on it with the little slider closed, you could open that thing 3 or 4 hours later and it'll scorch your tongue.
I think it makes it more.
Yeah, you can.
My dad gave me some.
Hey, look at this. This is the moon.
Knocked me out, dude. I took 3 hits.
Oh,
of
wow.
Shit woke up.
What is that?
That's the moon. The moon looks just like the sun did.
The moon.
That's at night.
Hey,
if we what? What's up?
I seen your clip about somebody putting a different lock on your gate and shit and all the
Yeah, fuckers.
Hey, listen, go check your corner post.
Those fuckers.
Why is that?
Because we deal not with flesh and blood.
Yeah, right. I got you. Yeah, 10-4. Right. Yeah, I don't give them no authority over me anyway. They try to come around and flap their wings like a dunghill rooster. And when I come out there and flex on them, they scurry away like the little rats they are.
They meet me at the farm and stop and get a bag of lime and a shovel.
Yeah.
Hey, Michigander, did you see that 13-second video of me telling that police to put my nuts in his mouth and explain that?
No. I haven't made it that far.
Did you say these nuts?
Hey, check it out. No, he said, hey, let me explain something to you. And I said, why don't you explain these nuts in your mouth, son?
Wow.
Hey, that guy that comes in here named Harry Nuts, he was streaming tonight. And I go, hey, I'm having a good time. First time I ever liked Harry Nuts.
Hey, check this out, bro. My nephew filmed this shit on his phone, and his phone was almost dead, and he only got 13 seconds of this interaction. And he's got quite a few followers on TikTok, and he posted this shit right after it happened.
Wow.
And he posted on TikTok in under 12 hours. It got 469,000 views, and TikTok censored that shit. TikTok censored that shit so fast.
Yeah, we had 469,000 people talking about my husband's nuts.
Right. Hey,
how diabolical.
And you know the funny thing was, here, look, there was 13 seconds, right, with no context on either side of that 13 seconds. And across the board, there was several thousand comments. I think before they shut, that might be a stretch. I think there was 12 to 1,500 comments that were so convinced that I was so bogus at what I said to these police that they kept saying, well, why ain't this guy in handcuffs? And this is white privilege, this, and why ain't they stomping his guts out? And there was only about 2 or 3, maybe 4 people that come in and say, hey, look, this video doesn't tell you what happened, but if you look at just the 13 seconds, he did not say or do one single thing that they could arrest him for because he has a freedom of speech. And as much as you may hate what he said, you don't have context on what he said, and based on that 13 seconds alone, there ain't a damn thing they can do about it but sit there and listen to what he said.
People commenting that bad shit with cops.
I don't know, dude. There was over 1,000 people that said that I was a piece of shit garbage, and they had no idea what transpired. They arrested my brother when someone broke my mother's window out, and he was in there picking up glass, and they come back. We had video evidence of these fuckers breaking the window out, showed their faces and everything, and they went down there and questioned them, and instead of arresting them, they claimed that the criminal who broke my mother's window, they claimed that they said, well, your brother came down here and was beating on the door, threatening them. Now, mind you, that was hearsay. They had no video evidence, no proof of any kind. And instead of using the video evidence that they had of the criminals who did the crime, they came back and arrested my brother, and that's why I snapped on them. Huh. And why? Because they arrested my brother because of our family name, and they hate our family from that town. And it's just a reality of the world we live in, and them fuckers will arrest us any chance they get. Most of the males on that side of the family, I'd say 80% or more of us have all done time in the penitentiary. They despise us.
What made it?
It's by design. It's coming out. It's coming out now.
Yeah, it's by design. Of course it is. That's why I got locked up at 15 years old. Was sentenced to 15 years. I got good time, so I spent 7 years to the day, and I had no prior criminal history whatsoever, and I didn't cause not a single piece of harm to a single human being other than kicking the door in of a judge's house, a doctor's house, and a lawyer's house because I was pushing back at society because I was so pissed at them because I knew that they were the source of evil that was oppressing my life. So I lashed out at them at 15, and they gave me a year in the penitentiary for every year I dared breathe a breath.
Yeah,
they matched me day for day, year for year, for every year I had been alive for daring standing up against them and lashing back out at them. They gave me 15 years in the penitentiary and let me know that that was my punishment. They were going to give me every year in prison for every year I dared to breathe a life on this planet.
I'm kind of a unique individual. I learn by patterns. I see patterns that other people don't.
Yeah, me too, bro. It's true.
Well, I'm serious, and I always have since I was a little kid. But I'm also certified by the state of Michigan to help with the handicapped and the mentally handicapped and the criminally insane.
Wow.
And, it tends to give you a view on humans that's a little bit different than a lot of other people.
Kind of scary, ain't it?
Well, I tell you what, I learned one of the biggest life lessons that I got from a mentally handicapped schizophrenic dude. I still take care of this guy to this day. He's still in my family's care after 20 years.
Awesome.
That's
And,
God bless you.
It's hard, Michigander. I understand. My brother has schizophrenia.
Well, with that being said, I'm watching a pattern come out right now, and it's going to happen around the world. It's starting right now all over the world. Their power is going to dissolve. They're going to try to push. They're going to try to push, and they're going to hurt people. And then they're going to go too far, and then the people are going to say, "Nope, you're done."
Yep.
And it's going to be non-violent, and they're going to hurt.
Will.
They're still going to hurt.
It will be easy to do.
Yep, they're still going to hurt people, but it'll be their end. It won't happen again.
They'll reveal themselves to everybody who they are, and when they finally reveal themselves for who they really are, everybody's going to wake up and stop consenting, and it's going to happen near simultaneously.
I constantly keep saying the feds and the CIA have no future. They have no future. They're done.
They're illegitimate, and they've been illegitimate since their inception. Because we never, as individuals, ever consented to that bullshit. Congress, these monsters that call themselves leaders of our country, they decided that because we elected them, they could just make shit up and say, "Oh, well, you elected us, so therefore we're just going to vote this illegal bullshit into power and claim that y'all elected us to do so." And that's horseshit, because I guarantee you ain't none of us ever consented to this level of secrecy and deception.
I got 3 animals sitting here looking at me like, "You fucking asshole, it's cold as fuck in here." I was crashed the fuck out, dude, hardcore, dude, and all of a sudden I hear whipper at the front door. And I haven't heard this sound before, you know.
He got his nuts frozen to the front porch.
I sit up and Bobo's at the front door, like he's shaking. He's like, he's gotta go. He's holding it, dude, trying not to go bathroom inside.
Hey, if he had to shit, he ain't got to go no more. He prairie dog that bugger all the way back up in the hole.
That's just it. I go let him outside so I could start the fire, man. I wasn't even in front of that firebox for 2 seconds, and both dogs are barking to come back in. It's like, shut up, go to the bathroom, you bastard.
Hey, Michigander, I got something funny for you. Hey, you ever seen a husky or Malamute pull a sled and take a shit on a run?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that's some talent, man. I wish I could do that shit.
I've had two of them.
Oh my goodness.
Hey,
somebody
these 2 bums walking down the street, and this dog was licking his nuts, and one bum said, "I wish I could do that," and the other said, "I don't. He might bite me."
Hey, my brother walked in on me once, and I was licking my nuts, and he said, "Man, that's nasty," and I said, "You're just jealous."
Oh God.
I'm making that shit up, by the way. I mean, I ain't double jointed or nothing. I just like to say some random dumb shit once in a while.
I noticed you're unwinding a little bit with the crew, so that's kind of cool. You're getting a little comfortable.
Yeah, I got a sideways sense of humor sometimes. You know, I'll say some off the wall shit, but you know, I don't mean nothing by it. You know, like, you know, this one old boy I worked with. You know, he was. I've had a lot of friends, you know, that's been, you know, gay and lesbian. I worked around them when I was a bouncer, and you know, I never took offense to it. Hell, when I was a mover, I used to move, you know, gay and lesbian couples, and I don't care about none of that. That's how they choose to live. That's their business. I ain't gonna judge them for it. It ain't my place. But this one dude, he was so homophobic that I couldn't resist, because every chance I got around him, I would have to, you know, just test what a sensitive cream puff he really was, and I would just say stuff, you know, to him, you know, and just, you know, like blow kisses at him and tell him I thought he was pretty, and he asked me one day, we was all sitting down, we was all working together. There was probably, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 of us working on a crew together, and we're sitting at the Pizza Hut buffet, and he looks at, we're all sitting there, and he's serious as heart failure, and he says, "Hey, Ron, I got a question for you." I said, "What's up, buddy?" And he looks at me, and he confused the shit out of me, but I'm going to verbatim quote what he said, because I'll never forget it. He said, "Are you really?" And I said, "Am I really what, bro?" And he said, "You know, are you really gay?" And I said, "Look," I said, "you know," I said, "I'm not gay, bro." I said, "But I'll tell you straight up right now, if you're gay, I'd totally be willing to learn." And I never smiled. I was like stone cold, like,
oh my God,
straight up.
You got to take their power away.
Yeah, because
what the hell was he gonna say?
He was always saying this homophobic. You can call it this racist. This, whatever you label you want to call it. His behavior was inappropriate. So instead of letting it anger me, I would turn it back on him and use his twisted bullshit, and I would aim it back at him and say,
What happened then? What happened then?
He was convinced I was a homosexual. I got a better story than that. I got a better story than that. Look, I was a Teamster driver and I was hauling trash for a big city. and I think there was 35 drivers that worked in the area that I worked in. We did the residential trash pickup. And it was right after I started working there, and a buddy of mine helped me get on there because most of that union stuff is somehow buddy or family related anyway. And I was sitting there cutting up with my buddy that helped me get the job, but we were talking real quiet, in the morning before the safety meeting. And I made some funny comment to my buddy about lick my nuts or something, because he knew me, but I wasn't trying to make it out there so everybody could hear. But this fucker was sitting right next to us, and he was eavesdropping. And we never looked at him or acknowledged him or nothing. And he was so offended and so homophobic about what I said, just fucking ribbing my buddy, right? And he don't know me from fucking, nothing. I mean, he never introduced himself to me. He never come up to me like a man and tried to shake his hand. When I tried to look at him and say hello or good morning, he just kind of ignored me like I wasn't there. And he pops off loud for everybody to hear. Now the manager ain't in there yet. So there's 35 drivers waiting for the meeting to start. And he says, "Man, you're a nasty motherfucker. You faggot motherfucker. You dick sucker this and dick sucker that." And I looked at him and I was dead serious because I don't get flustered by this shit. And I said, "You know what, bro?" I said, "It's not fair to judge me." I said, "I only did it that one time in high school, and I didn't even stick it in my mouth. I just rubbed it on my lips real fast."
I got a party. The biker dude said, "I know I'm not gay. I sucked the dick. I didn't like it."
I bullshit you not. Homeboy never said another word to me. I worked there for a year and a half before I told the boss to suck a big fatty, and he never spoke to me ever again. And that was the end of that.
Are you cold? Yeah, it's cold in here, dude.
Yeah, I took his power away from him.
Across the street first.
I took his power away from him with about a dozen words, and he was so flabbergasted with what I said to him, he couldn't bring himself to ever even look me in the eye again.
Wow.
Yeah.
One eye again?
Into that racist, homophobic, whatever. Now, I don't believe in homosexuality, but I do believe it's everybody's right to choose their own destiny.
In the Bible, we know what happens.
Yes, we know what happens, but if they want to live in that denial and pursue that passion of the flesh, man, that's their free will being exercised.
I tell you, you lose.
It breaks my fucking heart, but I gotta respect it. I can't inflict my will on them.
I just avoid it.
But I'm not gonna sit there and listen to somebody be hateful and let them get me fired up and ruin my day. I'm gonna make him look like a damn fool. And every it's called the art of war. And you take their strength and you turn it into their biggest weakness, and you can do it with a handful of words, and you can shut some of that shit down quicker than it knows what to say back.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
How you do?
Are you cold? Yeah, it's cold in here, dude. My dog's mad as fuck at me, dude.
Show me, I'm getting a seizure looking at your strobe light show. What's going on over there?
It's like a video game, huh? When the first time it came out of the game, it's like Grand Theft Auto. I'm sure this is awful righteous.
Yeah, man, I handle
if you kill the whore, you get your money back. And 6-year-olds are playing it. It's like, nice.
I handled all my business, man. Went out and I got some good dry ash wood to stay good and hot because it's going to be pretty cold for about a week. And I came back in here and ate dinner. And
what's cold? Cold.
Oh, it's cold, dude. It's fucking cold. But I fell out, dude. Stoned as fuck. My dad gave me some good ass two-toke shit, dude. Man.
What a nice dad.
I was like, "Dad, can you give me some more of that kick-ass weed?"
I wish my dad would do that.
Yeah, but it's like I said, dude, we're not supposed to fucking buy and sell it. We're supposed to be trading it back and forth between each other. Like,
that flea market was called Barter Town. You know what I mean?
Last week, he didn't have any weed, and I got that box of weed for Christmas.
Oh
box
man!
of weed. You got a box
All I
of
want
weed
for Christmas is a big bag of weed. A big bag of weed.
I got
Wow.
a big ass box
That's
given to
like
me.
if somebody says, "Dad, I'll give you a quarter pound of weed for an 8-ball." Then they're not a pretty good family.
Yeah, we
Oh
don't
my
fuck around. We
God.
don't fuck around with that trash. But anyways, fucking, he didn't have no weed, so I gave him a big old handful of my stuff.
Nice.
And then today, I got a routine, like I said, and before he came this way, I was like, "You got any good weed?" And he didn't reply. And when we were at the road,
guilty. The guilty silence, huh? Yeah.
yeah, and we were at the road, and his pipes froze on his new house, and I told him they were gonna freeze. I was like, "Be ready fucking to deal with pipes," and he's like, "What?" And I was like, "It's just a thing with these units. Just be ready to deal with pipes." And fucking sure enough, they froze. So I brung out a torpedo heater for him, so that he could take a torpedo heater home and open a little window under the.
You gotta be careful that you officiate one of them, son of a bitch.
Yeah. But anyways, I asked him if he had any, weed on him, and he's like, "Oh shit." He's like, "Yeah, I got this." And he gave it to me, dude. I get up here, I open it up. It's like, oh wow, that's some good shit. No, we got people from all over this state, dude.
Hey, Michigander. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish your story.
We got people all over the state, dude. We got family all over the state. We got very close friends all over the state. That's not counting the people that I got all over the U.S. I got uncles in Colorado. I got uncles in Illinois. I got family in Tennessee, Kentucky. I got lots of family in Florida. Yeah, I got fucking family everywhere, dude. That's just family. That's not counting friends. That's actual blood relatives.
Yeah, right. I got hundreds of family members, but there's only about 33 or 3,400 Clausens in the world, but over 2,000 of them are right here in the United States. But we're one of the rarest family names in the world. Not the rarest, but one of the rarest.
That fucked me up looking at, you know what? My family crest looks a lot like yours.
Does it really? I pull it up, Jody. Open the tab up. I want to see it. What's your last? Do you mind if giving me your last name?
I'm a son.
Is it okay to? What's that?
I'm a son of a beach.
Okay.
I thought you said you lived in Florida, a sunny beach.
Yeah,
I got you. I got you.
B-E-A-C-H.
I got you. I can read between the lines real well.
I used to love saying that, dude. People look at me like, "What'd you say?"
I got you as soon as you said it. I've been seeing signs and things of all kinds of nature since I was a little boy.
I'm a lot like you, dude. I don't care. I don't fuck with nobody. So if you want to come fuck with me, it's on. Let's do it.
Yeah, come get you some, homie. Come get you some, homie. I'm ready for it. Shit.
Hey, whenever you feel froggy, just jump, right?
Yeah. I stand ready. I stand ready 24/7.
I came up to this little one like
dude, your crest is pretty. One of these days, you and me need to have a private, or maybe we could just do it for everybody. But man, I can show you guys how to run down your name.
I was gonna call you because I want to talk about that one download they gave me. That was fucked up, dude.
Yeah, no doubt, right?
It spun me out. Listen, it spun me out for days.
Dude,
I'm not joking.
I got one.
Do you have his number, Michigander?
Hey, bro.
Yes, ma'am.
I got a download. I got a download that was so intense it laid me prostrate on the ground.
His number is from. I was
wide awake. I was wide awake, and it laid me prostrate on the ground. I was in such awe of what was handed to me, and the clarity which was given to me. I couldn't do nothing but lay flat on my stomach in abject humility.
Dude, man, it wouldn't stop. It was like a faucet.
I quit using them big words there, Fancy.
I could see it.
I was like, Uncle, I'm good. Just breathe. It's okay. Just stop doing this for a minute.
Yeah, and the thing is, dude, I can drag a corpse that I know the person who used to be in that corpse to the fucking road, and it don't bother me. But that fucking spun me out, dude. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, bro.
And it kept coming. It kept coming.
Yes.
For like 2 days. For like 2 days it did it.
You know how I described it to my wife? I said, look, it's coming with such shocking speed and clarity. I said, you could put 10 computer monitors, like 10 big screen TVs on a wall, And I said, you could take those 10 big screen TVs and hook up a little, computer like you'd have at your home, right? But a good one, not a junk one. And I said, you could put 10 people at each station, and I could start telling you, look at this, look at that, open this, open that. And I said, I could keep all 10 of them people busy with more information to look up and bring up and with such clarity that they wouldn't be able to keep up with me. And that's it. It came to me with that volume and that clarity, and I was, man, it blew me away.
What do you want, Kiki? Fuck off.
I can't even describe it. It was just unbelievable.
Let me stock my wood stove, man. I just got the fire going. I got to stock it up so it cools up.
Don't be a stalker.
I stalk myself.
It is almost 3 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Show Me Sasquatch. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it is.
That party just getting started, too.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're just getting started, dude.
Right.
Well, my daughter gets up pretty early, so I'm gonna have to. Well, I'm glad I got to be here with you guys. Nice to see you again, Earls and Joe.
Yeah, it's good to meet you, sweetheart. You take care of yourself, and we'll talk soon.
Good. It's good to look you in the eye, even through a computer screen.
Thanks for the song, darling. It was beautiful.
Yeah, you got a beautiful voice.
Thank you very much. I love you, Show Me.
I'll see you on the flip side.
All right, honey. I love you guys. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye, sweetie.
Yeah, she's a squat. She kind of researched squatch too.
I think you could do that, but I'm not sure.
Darlene's doing it.
I'm sorry?
She'll do it.
Oh, okay.
You look like you're from Sweden with your hair so blonde.
She's Norwegian.
I thought of wooden clog shoes and what is it, a windmill and tulips. You know, when you think of Dutch and blonde-haired girl, you know, like the girl in Swiss Miss. You know, the hot chocolate.
Oh.
My family's from the Norwegian area.
She's my Norwegian princess.
Yeah, right on. When I was a kid, me and this guy rode our bikes to Springfield where we lived. It was like 15 miles. And we had to have we were going to the movies. They said, just make sure you bring back the ticket stub, you know. And we were supposed to see some movie, and it switched the day before. We had to watch Pippi Longstocking.
I remember seeing that.
Ponytails like that, you know.
Yeah.
What about The Sound of Music?
Oh, I love that movie. I like musicals myself. And we did that in junior high, like Doe a deer, a female deer, you know.
Hey, you know, one of the golden sun.
Yeah,
I love that movie. It was was it Carrie Underwood that did it last time?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, she did The Sound of Music on TV. She played the part of Julie.
It's so cold in here. I can see my dog's breath, dude. Fuck.
Your dog is so cool.
My dog's breath.
Dude, it's cold, dude. It's cold. I woke up cold. I passed out at like right at dark. It's like 5:36.
I literally reached up to the computer screen so I could pet your dog. Isn't that ridiculous? I'm such a dog lover.
If you wait another 6 months, you'll probably be able to.
The boss told me,
right? Yeah, with this holographic bullshit they got coming out.
Hey, I know it's weird, isn't it? It's the same technology for putting people on music on concerts with people. They just shrunk it down.
Yeah. Right, I know. Yeah.
Bobo.
Yeah, these silly bastards.
Bobo.
They're gonna get these people that are taking this nice long winter's nap. They're gonna start worshiping this shit too, and it's gonna fucking blow our minds when we see it.
You know who will probably be protesting out there with signs? The company that makes that, it's the porn industry.
Holy shit, dude.
Nobody will leave the house now. They'll just have some headphones on and some glasses. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'd be what was that movie where they did that shit? There was a movie they made back in the day about that.
And all the people were in like treader courts and and just sitting in a bed with
Yes, yeah. It was like a weird twist of 1984 with a
they had one with Bruce Willis that way too, where they have an avatar doing everything for them. Right?
You mean
they have avatars doing all the stuff while they're in bed? Kind of like Avatar.
Idiocracy?
What is it?
What?
The movie Idiocracy?
Yeah, it was like something like between Alice Wonderland, a nice big hit of LSD, and some 1984 and some Red Dawn shit all rolled into one big fucking hysterical farce.
What are you doing?
It was some bullshit.
What the fuck are you doing?
You know, some of the people, I'm not going to say it. I'm getting good at watching what I say. I hate it.
What I don't know. What rules are we supposed to play by again?
Well, I try not to say anything that will hurt anybody. So it makes it
Oh,
hard.
right. No. Yeah, I just like to make jest of the absurdity that's in front of our faces. I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings.
No, I know, but there's somebody that films every one of my streams and they turn it around, so that's why I do it.
Yeah, I just didn't know what the rules are if I'm stepping
There ain't
out
no
of
rules
bounds.
in my chat because I don't ever go by any rules. I do whatever I want.
Well, that's kind of where I play too. I'm not trying to put you in hot water because I tend to speak pretty openly about things.
Hey, I tell people if you don't like it, kick rocks. I don't want pebbles in my stream.
You know, the funny thing is these YouTube channels got an off button. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is click the thing over, and you can go watch something else altogether.
Yeah, they say turn the channel if you don't like it. When I was a kid, just turn the channel.
I mean, what's the problem? I don't understand why you got to hate on someone just for having an opinion on anything. Because I don't care how smart or educated you are. At the end of the day, it's all opinion. You can say it's all backed up with research and doctoral studies and all, but it's all fucking opinion because nobody
all
know
bullshit has
anything
some
to a
truth
certain.
in it, though. There's truth in some bullshit. Always is some truth.
Oh yeah, you bet. Yeah, there's usually a nugget of truth buried underneath that big roll of cat shit they're asking you to take a big old bite out of. But yeah, there's usually a nugget of truth in there.
You know, the part I like is when you tell somebody shit for a while and they don't believe you, and then when it comes true, they look at you like, "How the fuck did you know?"
Exactly.
Right, I know, dude. I've been hearing that shit my whole life.
I know, but you know what? It doesn't matter. The next day they forget and still don't believe it.
I know, right? They pretend like it never happened. They go right back to sleep.
How about when you're at somebody's house back in the day and they lose something and they sit there looking all over, looking at you, and then when they find it, they don't even call you and tell you they found it. They let you sit there. You know what I mean? I hate. I don't hang around people that lose stuff because it makes you feel bad. Even if you didn't do it, and they keep looking.
I used to work with this dude I was working as a operations manager at this moving company, but on the weekends I worked as a bouncer for fun. Because I got paid to hang out and I got to drink for free. And I like to beat
people up every now and then without getting in trouble, right?
Well, no, yeah, back then. Well, see, it was one of them crazy ass bars that was violent as hell, and he knew I was hiring and training people. He says, "Hey, if you get a guy that's not wanting to work, or that won't work out for you because he's got a kind of a sour disposition," he said, "send him down here because these bouncers I got right now are a couple pussies, and they won't stop the violence in the bar, and I'm losing money." I said, "Well, I got the perfect candidate for you." I said, if you need him on the weekends, I said, "I got the perfect guy for you." He said, "Yeah, who is it?" I said, "It's me." And he said, he laughed at me. He laughed at me, bro. And he said, "Come on, Ron," because he never knew me as anything other than an operations manager at a moving company. He didn't know I was a roughneck and was born one.
Did you go Patrick Swayze on their ass?
Well,
Patrick Swayze can pound sand.
Yeah, Patrick Swayze is an actor.
I know.
And he ain't real.
He's a fugazi.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick Swayze is an actor, and I live
he's
this
also
shit.
dead.
But the funny thing was,
Jean-Claude Van Damme was the same way as a dancer. That's it.
Yeah, the funny thing is when I finally left there, I worked there for 2 years. This is where I actually met this one here. And then actually the night I met her, I broke my hand on this dude's face. I hit that fucker so hard, I broke his jaw clean in half with one hit. And that fucker, he was unconscious before he hit the ground. And he was sitting there in convulsions, looking like a fish come out of water. And the bad part about it is I didn't fight him in the bar. He was waiting on me after I got out of work with 3 of his boys. They thought they was going to jump me and manhandle me. Hey, homeboy come running at me, tried to do one of them MMA. He was supposed to be, I guess, a 3rd degree, what the fuck, jujitsu or some silly shit. And he come running at me, tried to do that Superman punch, and I ducked up underneath that fucker, and I hit him clean. I had a $10. I knew they was waiting on me. See, they didn't realize that I was paying attention. And I had a $10 roll.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah. I saw 4 of them fuckers, so I knew I was gonna have to fight them by myself. So I'm like, well, fuck, this ain't a fair fight. I ain't got no pistol. I ain't even got a fucking pocket knife. I went and took $10 out of my wallet and I gave it to the bartender. I says, "Hey, give me a $10 roll of quarters. I gotta do some laundry. I got to go clean some shit up." And I left my wallet and keys on the bar. I said, "Hey, by the way, if I saw you back here in about 10 or 15 minutes, I said, give all that shit to my roommate because there's enough money in that wallet to come bail me out of jail." And I walked out the door. And I just met her and got her phone number. And I'm supposed to make dinner for her the next day. My life is like a fairy tale, like Santa Claus is, right? It's fucking too stupid to believe. and I got these 4 fuckers waiting on me, and I'm not tripping, right? Because I'd only been out of the penitentiary for like maybe 3.5 years, and I faced way worse odds than that inside there. Yeah. And this dude come running at me, tried to do a Superman punch, and I ducked up underneath him, and I connected on his jaw clean, right there, right on the button, and it separated his jaw. And man, it looks fucked up when someone's jaw breaks, man. And I hate to say it, but man, the fucker had it coming. They told me they was gonna kill my ass, and they was waiting on me to bring it to reality. But when he tried to run up on me like Billy Tough Guy and do that silly ass Superman punch, man, I had to teach him a lesson. And when he hit the ground, I hit him just a couple more times just out of sheer reaction. And I looked towards his 3 homeboys that was standing there like they was all 3 of them looking like Bozo the Clown like this. And I said, which one of y'all's next? And they said, no, we're good. We just came with him to make sure that he didn't get jumped. I said, who's he gonna get jumped by? Me? There's 4 of y'all. What the hell are you talking about? Get jumped? Y'all was trying to jump me. Y'all told me y'all was gonna kill me. I said, what you need to do is grab homeboy right here and hurry up and get him down to the ambulance because his motherfucking jaw is separated and he got to have that shit wired shut.
Yeah, you can choke on his own blood too.
Yeah, I know. And I said, that's what I told him. I said, turn him on his side and get his tongue out the back of his throat before he fucking suffocates and get him medical attention. And you think about this next time you threaten to kill a man.
Hey, I punched a tall fucker once in the mouth and his eye tooth punctured my finger. Blood was squirting everywhere and he ran off and I was the one bleeding.
Right,
you know what I mean?
I know.
He was squirting out like a prop. You know, like,
that's the only time I lose my shit is when they say they're gonna kill me. When they say
right, exactly.
If I get hit in the nuts, I lose it. I spark out. Something happens when they hit me in the nuts. I just lose it.
These 4 little punks was in the bar, and they was getting drunk and rowdy, right? You know, we like to get that, right? But you know, they was getting handsy with females, and they was calling people punks and bitches, and trying to act tough because old boy's supposed to be this black belt jiu-jitsu tough guy. And I kicked them out the bar, and when I'm kicking them out the bar, they're trying to get mouthy, and they're saying, we're gonna be waiting on you when you get off work, and we're gonna kill your ass. I said, hey, check it out. I said, this bar closes at 4. I said, at 4:10 is sharp, I walk out this door. So if you got beef with me, then just be out on the sidewalk at 4:10. And they was trying to be nonchalant like I couldn't see them, but I saw them. And I come out there with that $10 roll of quarters, and I delivered just a little bit of humility to homeboy that thought he was a tough guy, because he never knew nothing about me. He didn't know. By that time, I bullshit you not, I was almost been there for almost 2 years. Had been in, I don't know. I used to fight every Friday and Saturday night, and I look forward to going to work. I mean, because I grew up fighting. I mean, by that point in my life, I've been in, I don't know, a couple 100 fights. And when these guys would come and flex on me, I would just serve them a nice little dose of humble pie and remind them that, you just because you think you know something by looking at somebody and you judge somebody or label somebody, that somebody might give you the shock of your fucking life.
It always took a lot to get me to fight. Words never got me triggered, but if you touch my family, brother, sister, it's that shit. That's the only time I ever really, it had to be something.
I had guys I used to work with at the moving company. They're like, oh, you're just beating up on a bunch of drunks. I said, well, first of all, if I swung first, I was automatically going to jail and getting fired. So I had to wait for these fuckers to swing on me.
Plus, a drunk person or someone on drugs is the worst because you can't hurt them. They'll keep coming back.
Well, yeah, and then you have about 10% of these people that like to brawl at bars. They like to come down and find the bouncer who they think is the toughest, and they like to test you to see if they think they can take you, just for fun.
Yep.
That goes all the way back to the old days in the bars,
Yeah, it's just like a test of manhood.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we heard old boy over there's, he whooping the shit out of people, and they charge up one of their buddies. They put the battery cables on his testicles and think that they was going to actually grow a pair by doing that. And they'd say, oh, yeah, old boy over there, he whoops the shit out of everybody that comes in the bar that tries some bullshit. And, they'd amp somebody up, and they'd come in there and they'd try to flex on me. And they'd be the next motherfucker getting hauled out of there on a stretcher. And I bullshit you not. There was ambulances taken out of people there every weekend.
Yeah, how about those big fuckers? They shoot him with that taser and they just pull it out and look at him like, oh shit.
Right. Yeah. You better hit me with the most powerful taser this man ever made, because if you hit me with one of them little soft ones, I'm gonna pull it out and I'm gonna choke. How
about the movie Crank when he crashed that Cadillac into that rail and he had to put the chargers on his nipples and said, start your car? What the fuck?
Yeah, right.
And he goes, He goes, did you take that epinephrine or what? He goes, you took the whole thing, didn't you? He goes, you probably got a raging boner. And he looked down that sheet was sticking over there. Yeah. He's running down there. That was a funny ass movie.
Here's a funny bar story. My roommate was also the bouncer that worked with me, and we worked at the same moving company together. I hired him there at the moving company, and the boss I was working for at the bar hired him at the bar. And then when I met him, I said, hey, if you want another job, I said, I can get you a Monday through Friday gig because I'm the one in charge of hiring. I said, I just do this job here for fun. And this one old boy, he went over there. I said, go over there and tell old boy to get the fuck out of here because he was getting real mouthy with the waitress that was delivering drinks. He kept making real rude comments and sexually inappropriate comments. I said, go over there and snatch a hold of the dude and get him the fuck out of here. And old boy was kind of going along with it, right? And right before he got to the door where I was standing, dude turned around and hit my roommate in the face with one of the most shocking fucking flying elbows I've ever seen. I was like, oh fuck. And my roommate, he's a hard head son of a bitch, and it did not even knock him down. And he pushed old boy across the back of his shoulders, and dude came flying and landed flat on his face and stomach right in front of me. And I snatched him up by the back of his hair and grabbed him by his belt loops, and I used his head as a battering ram to open the door. And I launched that fucker out the door, and he bounced off the concrete sidewalk. I threw that fucker so hard. That was some funny shit.
Hey, I worked with this kid. You know what a full Nelson is when you're wrestling, you know?
Oh yeah. I used to
you get these big guys and they'd say, you know what a full dog Nelson is? They're like, no. He go, let me show you. And he get behind him, he'd bend over and start humping him when he had him in the full Nelson.
No, I didn't do that. Now, I will say that there was a few fights where guys were being real mouthy, and then they finally took a swing on me, and I beat their ass. When I was holding them on the ground, there was a couple of times I spanked them on the ass just to prove a point.
I never liked that. The coach or anybody ever did that to me. I'm like, look, don't be touching my fucker. I was one of the people that I didn't play that game. You know what I mean? You know,
you have these phony tough guys come down there and try to test you. And then when you manhandle them, you got them on the floor, and they're little legit screaming like a woman, saying, "Please don't hit me no more, sir, please." And I sit there and I spank them on their ass, and I tell them, you need to learn a lesson, and I blow them kisses. I say, "Look here, sweetheart." I said, "Don't you ever talk to your daddy with disrespect again."
I saw a thing on TV. This guy's best friend, he asked his daughter out and shit, and he was so mad at him. He's like, I can either whip your ass, but he ended up taking 50 spankings with a 2x4 on his ass, and this guy was hitting it as hard as he could. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Hey, but I grew up real rough, and like my old man was like you was talking about, I think yesterday, that if you was out with your people and someone, hit your brother and you didn't help your brother, buddy, you was going to get your life stomped out when you came home.
You're going to get beat up by them or your parents when you got home. I mean, it's like.
Yeah, hey, you didn't want the old man to hold you up by one arm, and he'd beat you with that belt from your shoulder blades to
but if you got 3 or 4 siblings and they get in a fight, and no one will fuck with your whole family when they know your whole family.
Yeah, that's exactly right, buddy. Because everybody knew if you touch one of my, me or my brother, there was never going to be a single fight, and it was never going to be fair. We used bricks, bats, bottles.
Hey, that was the way everybody used to be too. Everybody was that way.
Yeah. Hey, like that movie, The Outsiders, for real. You remember that old movie, The Outsiders?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's how we grew up. But we were like michigander. We was these little skinny ass white boys that living smack dab in the middle of the projects.
Trailer trash. Used to be.
Oh yeah. I used to say we was poor white trash, and like a poor white trash rodeo, and I was the center clown right in the middle of the ring.
Well, I tell people this may be my first rodeo, but I sure the fuck wasn't the clown.
Oh, I was always the fucking clown or the joker, or I keep hearing that song, "Joker's the only fool." I was the damn clown and the ringleader of the white trash rodeo.
They're like, I may have been born yesterday, but I left the fucking house.
Yeah, people talk crazy. I'm like, yeah, I know. I just fell off the turnip truck yesterday, didn't I? Yeah, I was born during the day, but it wasn't yesterday, dumbass.
And they say, you're weird. I'm like, you think I don't know? I'm that person. It's like, people used to give me shit because I bleached my hair, had 5 earrings. They're like, why are you dressing like that? I go, well, let me see. When I got up this morning, I sure the fuck wasn't thinking about you.
You're right.
Exactly.
I gave less than a fuck about your opinion of me when I got out of bed and my feet hit the ground this morning. You were the last fucking thing that went across my mind, but thanks for sharing your opinion.
Exactly. It's like, and your point is...
my mind. They never did go across my mind.
I'm not one of those people that gets the wrong order at when you go out to eat and eats it. I go back and tell them, you know what I mean? Some people just take it home and eat the wrong thing, you know?
No, I just leave it sitting on the table. I don't pay the bill. I get up and walk out, and I never come back. That's how I deal with that bullshit.
Hey, I was at McDonald's one time, and this dude, the manager, there was this black dude, and I played softball against him, and he was a dick. And I'd already paid for my food, and they said, you need to pull up. And I go, no, I'm waiting for my food. He come over and he goes, you need to move your car right the fuck now. I said, you need to give me my money back right the fuck now. He's like, fuck you, give me my money back, bitch.
You need to learn how to not bark orders at a grown fucking man, you dipshit.
I never took any food wrong because I spit on your food. I always just got my money back.
I know exactly. That's why I just leave it at the table. I tell them, hey, I ain't paying for this bullshit, and I get up and leave. And I ain't never going back.
Hey, I went to Burger King one time, and they put this white ass tomato on my burger. I came back there and took it aside. And I asked the manager. I said, "Why will you eat this?" He goes, "Fuck no." I said, "Why the fuck you put it on my burger then?"
Thank you.
And I quit doing that a long time ago because you know.
Hey, you want to hear? Here's another fucking bizarre story of the fucking oddity of my life. When I first started. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, I said hi to Tetro in the chat. You gotta do that.
Oh, okay. When I first started dating her, we was going up to visit her sister, and we stopped at the McDonald's to get us a breakfast sandwich. We drove through the drive-thru, we placed our order, went up there, and I told him I've always been allergic to eggs from McDonald's, man. I mean, it's like taking Turbolax, man. I mean, within 10 minutes. I know, it's like some fucking phony fairy dust shit that looks like eggs or smells like eggs, but it ain't eggs. But anyway, I told him, I say, look, I said, I can't have eggs. I'm allergic to them. And I didn't want to disrespect them, tell them it was their fake eggs, but I just said, I'm allergic to eggs. Don't put it on there because, you know, even if I take it off, I can't eat it because it'll mess me up. And I get up there and lo and behold, the sandwich got an egg on it. So I was like, I was cool. You know, I went through the drive-thru. I pulled apart. I walked in. I was calm. I was like, hey, yo, I just want to know if I could get a different sandwich. I said, because this one got an egg on it. And I got my receipt in instead of, you know, I asked for no egg. And, you know, can you just make me a new sandwich? And they said, I bullshit you not, old girl behind the counter. Didn't miss a beat. She says, yeah, breakfast is over with. What would you like for lunch? And it was that quick.
Real quick.
And I said, what are you talking about? I said, I just ordered a breakfast sandwich like 30 seconds ago. And you're telling me I can't get a sandwich without an egg on it? And she said, no, sir, breakfast is over. And I'm like, well, so is my patience.
Oh, wait for it.
One time somebody ordered a beef burrito and they got it.
Look here. Now, I'm not about being disrespectful to especially people that work hard, because I've waited tables. I mean, I've done some gnarly fucking grunt work in my life. But she was so disrespectful and so matter of fact, like, you know, go fuck yourself with your breakfast sandwich.
It must have been good. Look at this guy.
Oh my God.
Wait for it.
I took that
It must have been funny as fuck, these guys, man.
This was 20 years ago.
I slapped that fucker up against the wall behind the counter, and it stuck there like a piece of sticky Ward cheese. The whole sandwich stuck to the wall, bro. And I turned around and walked out. I said, you can keep your fucking sandwich.
But you know, somebody in Springfield, they hit somebody in Taco Bell, they give him the wrong burrito, and he went in and threw it, hit him in the head, and went to jail. They took him to jail.
No, I wouldn't do that. No, I wouldn't do that. No, but I was just trying to return the absurdity to him because, you know, I seriously wasn't. I got the sandwich, and within 30 seconds of getting the sandwich, I was standing back at the counter being polite as fuck. And she's like, yeah, you ain't getting no breakfast. What do you want for lunch?
They gave you the last thing they fixed for breakfast, and it was sitting there, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's like they scraped that fucker off the floor.
If you order anything from any of those places, you just order it with like no onions or something, or they have to make it. That's what you know, make sure it's fresh.
Yeah, I should have been like, yeah, let me get like a fresh chicken sandwich. It takes 25 minutes for you fuckers to deep fry.
That's called mechanically separated meat, though. They say it's all white meat, all white because it's bleached.
I'm sure you've studied into those family crests. What's that mean with the lion above that fucking crown?
I don't know. I don't have it. I got here. Open this file right there, Joe. I got a file. No, it's right there. It's that file. We've already had. Yeah, we've already established that file. Let me see if I can look it up here real quick.
That's the one thing you wish you had in jail, a file. No.
Right. Oh yeah. No, we used to make shit, dude. You don't even know, dude.
Hey, my friend said you take a toilet paper roll and put
nothing but time in the cell.
sheet
They come up with
softeners or whatever in it and both it to hide smoke or some shit.
See what you can find about the lion. Is the lion holding something, or has he got a crown on his head? What's going on with the lion?
The lion was sitting on top of the crown.
I think a lion's always.
Oh yeah, so that's the crest. It's got another name, but it's the crest of the. It's at the top, at the very top. Now, not all people have something at the top of their crest either. By the way,
I'm gonna have to look it up.
The more adorned. Well, it depends. It depends because it can be bastardized, but typically, the more adornment or banners or ribbons or crests. Sometimes crests have crest on top of crest. But okay, so the lion is a common charge in heraldry. It traditionally symbolizes courage, nobility, royalty, strength, stateliness, and valor, because historically the lion has been regarded as the king of beasts. The lion also carries Judeo-Christian symbolism. The Lion of Judea stands in the coat of arms of Jerusalem.
Hey, I got a real old book in
the original tribe.
It says the lion is the king of the forest.
Let me tell y'all about a lion history. Now, history says that the art of heraldry was established, I believe, in the 13th or 14th century. Right? And they say it was established in the British Isles either by I can't recall. I think they said it was established by the Sinclair family, if I'm not mistaken, but earlier, back towards not quite Rollo's, maybe right at the time of Rollo. I'm not sure. It could have been at the time of Rollo when he did the Treaty of St. Clair. But anyway, they say that's when heraldry started, but that's not true, because if you look at ancient history, heraldry was bestowed upon the 12 tribes. And it goes back thousands of years, not millennia or part of a millennia. It's another part of just a farcical way to look at history. When you look at ancient Christian history, it shows that the original 12 tribes were all, like it says right there. But see, they'll sit there and tell you in history, if you Wikipedia when heraldry was established, it kind of steers you back to the 12 to 1300s. And it's a damn lie, because it even says it right here on the same damn thing. I'm gonna show it to you. Let me turn this camera around.
The next thing that caught my eye was the stag on the shield. What's the stag on the shield?
I will look it up for you. Hang on a minute. See right here.
It was on the shield though. Listen, the stag was on the shield though.
Yeah, see, and that makes a difference. If the stag was on top of the crest, it means one thing. Now, see, there's meaning within meaning. So you might have a lion on the top of your crest, but you could have lions elsewhere on your crest, and depending on what color they are, what position they're facing, how they're adorned, or if they're adorned at all. This one's adorned, and he's holding a sword, and his arm that's holding the sword is a separate color, and all of that means something. The colors that are on here mean something. These little, I think those are florets or flowers, and every one of them and the number of them that are present on there also have a meaning. And then the fact that there's another sword and the type of sword that it is, this looks almost like an Asiatic sword being crushed under the feet of a lion with a European sword. Right, exactly. And see, that all has meaning, every bit of it. The shape of this shield even has meaning. That roping, or there's a name for it. I call it roping because it looks like rope. But the rope, the way it's braided, the colors that consist of that rope, they all have separate meaning, and there's a way to look it all up. But let's look up what you want to know about the stag, right?
All they had was rope. They only had rope back then. They didn't have chains or nylon. They just had rope from hemp usually,
Yeah, hemp. Yeah, right. Hemp's been used for thousands of years.
Hey, one time Woody Harrelson planted one seed and went to jail. Remember that? Because of all that. Woody Harrelson planted one hemp seed and went to jail because he wasn't supposed to do it, and he did it
because they're so absurd and so full of themselves and self-righteous, telling us how to live.
Stag.
That's over with.
Yeah, go down. Yeah, go down to S.
There was Hydra.
Yeah, there's a Hydra symbol in there.
Hydra's what they're putting in everybody's body.
I know. So stag right here. It says. See if I can find it. I'm trying to look at it through the viewfinder. Stag. There we go. A very common heraldic animal, often shown at gaze, meaning the way it's looking, and the way it's looking is symbolic on the crest as well. An emblem of one who will fight if provoked. There's no accident that you don't take shit from people.
Yep.
You were built this way through the generations of your family.
Yep.
And I suppose there's a whole bunch of you look just like you in your family.
Yeah, there's a.
This is not by accident, sir. This was established by our father.
Listen, my blood.
And you can even see that in your DNA. Your genetics even show that shit. You know what I mean?
You bet your ass.
Hey, I've been out here about 6 years now, hiding out in the woods. Not hiding. I just stay out in the woods.
Go back
and the fucked up thing is, at the end of the road, my family had a farm, and then my brother owns one of the next houses over from me, and it's a couple miles, but he's literally one of the next houses.
So I'm not saying this is your crest, but I just want you to see how some of these stags can be used to adorn a family crest.
Here's what I noticed. You either got the stag or you got the lion. You didn't get them both together, and mine had both of them together.
Right.
Mine has a dragon.
This one shows a griffin.
Yep. That's what the Illuminati used too.
It shows a stag, and it shows another stag with a crown. It's got, sorry, I'm holding this phone. It's got trees with something on them. It shows 3 trees. You know, that's emblematic. This, I forget, this has got a name down here. If it's got like a mound, I call it a foreground, but I know it's not correct in heraldic because I haven't memorized all the terms yet. People go to school for this shit. They have universities that you go to get a full degree on the full complete understanding of this art, but you also have to learn how to draw this stuff. And they have universities dedicated to the study of this very thing. It's mind-blowing when you start reading about it, man.
People used to care about their heritage, you know, and they pass that shit down.
Yep.
Yeah,
and they've indoctrinated us. They've indoctrinated us to forget about who we are, so we'll give them consent and authority to rule over us.
They still take the Navajo kids out of their home and stuff, so they can't learn their history and language. It's sad.
You know, here's the problem: is we've forgotten who we are, and the problem is the original 12 tribes of Israel that the Bible speaks of, and we can all interpret this different, but its basic foundation and meaning says that the only real divine royalty ever to exist was God the Father, and because we are His sons and daughters created in His likeness and image, we are by default the only divine royalty ever created, and all this other evil bullshit that's been controlling this world for millennia has somehow tricked us into forgetting our past and convincing us that they somehow have the divine right to rule, which they don't. But we believe their lies.
That worship Satan, you know, Satan gives them the things they want here on the earth, and you know they believe in him just like we do God. You know,
the problem is when Satan gives them authority, and things start going sideways, like in that painting of the suicide of Saul. Things happen, and people, you know, wars are fought against good and evil, and histories and texts get destroyed, and people lose faith. And when people lose faith, and they start, you know, getting defeated by the evil because they lack faith or they lack conviction, bad things happen in history. And the downfall is when evil gets the upper hand, it goes through and uses these world wars as a way to destroy history, destroy Bibles, destroy texts. And by there we forget who we are, where we come from, and then we start consenting to this madness, saying, oh, well, they must be in charge because they say they're in charge and they say they know it all, and we eventually get tired of hearing the lies and we just start believing it because we lose our will to fight against it.
When the Israelites got driven out of their home and they went to Babylon, by the time they could go back, most people had already changed over and stayed. They just adapted.
Look, check this stag out here. Look, the majestic stag with golden horns. Now, golden is a very cool color, and it's got a lot of meaning. But look, it's got a knight shield with all these banners coming out, or a helmet with all that, and he's got another arm with chainmail, and he's gripping a serpent or a lizard. You call it. I mean, it's a lizard. It's a serpent. You know, reptile. Look at that. He's crushing that son of a bitch.
Damn, bro.
And if you don't think that there ain't meaning in that goes back millennia, you can kiss my ass. This shit's been around. They got universities studying this shit.
I wonder if lizard people taste like gator nuggets.
Yeah. No, they taste like the shit they are. Trust me.
That's what I'm saying. They probably taste like turds.
You know, it's
they're getting ready to.
Hey, is that on a scale of 1 to 10?
Hey, when our Father sends Jesus, our brother, back here to deliver some justice, they're all going to be crispy fried like some overcooked fatback left in the fryer too long.
They'll be vaporized in 1 second. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're gonna stay in that vaporized, torturous state for eternity.
Yeah.
That's a sad fact, and it really hurts my heart. You know, sometimes I have to laugh at it, but
You know how the world went to shit so
people are
fast?
that deceived.
I had a theory that the world went to shit so fast because where the fallen angels are frozen underneath Antarctica that's starting to melt, and that their spirit has gotten in the water because everything is water, and they're in the water, and they could go into a body that way. I mean, think about it.
Hey, if y'all want to learn Latin, it's so easy. Look, you just do the Google Latin translate right there. Look, translate Latin to English, and you just type anything in here in Latin.
Hey, I do that with Arabic and everything. But if you watch a Spanish show for very long, you'll start understanding words without even trying.
Yeah, once you learn Latin, you can learn Spanish, you can learn Portuguese, English, Gaelic. No shit. Once you get the base root, because Latin and Greek are the base root of most languages, not all, but most European languages for sure. And once you understand the basics, man, it makes learning language pretty straightforward.
Hey, you know what I wonder?
What's that?
When a baby's born, you can control how their brain develops by pain receptors. I wonder if that has anything to do with why they cut the tip of the dick off. Circumcision?
Well, it talks about it in the Bible. You know, I don't know how I feel about the whole circumcision thing, but it talks about it in the Bible. The last time I was reading about it, it talks about it as a way for God's children to, I don't know, stand out or be somehow more clean. I don't know. You know, it's hard to say. You know what that really means. You know, I just, you know, when you're little, you're not really given a choice. You're either circumcised or you ain't. You're not really given a choice whether you want to do it or not. But you know, that's just how it goes. How do I get back out of this stuff here? I don't want to shut the whole thing down. No, I just want to go back to the YouTube.
I started letting this pit bull free more and started to behave a little better.
Yeah, that's cool, man. They got so much love to give you. And it's so beautiful once you establish that bond with them, and they have that unconditional love and trust for you. You spend a little time working with them, man. They're so cool, and they can lower your heart rate. They can help control your respiration just by being up against you. It's such a beautiful relationship to have with an animal.
I've had dogs my whole life. Matter of fact, if my dog ain't allowed, I'm out.
Right, exactly correct. Yeah.
But I'm kind of a wanderer, man. I mean, to a point. I have my, you know, my spots where I was, you know, born, raised, and I always am in them spots. But I've always like taken off and gone places, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I love to go out and wander in the woods. Me and my brother, we were good at in the woods, but we would sometimes try to just go out and see if we could get lost. You know, when we just walk, we wouldn't even pay attention, Hansel and Gretel style. And we didn't care what time of day it was. We just like, if we want to go explore, we'll go explore, because we always found our way out. It didn't matter where the hell we were. We just had a natural instinct for it. We didn't need nobody to explain shit. It didn't matter where you put us. You could abandon us in the middle of a forest somewhere, and if we watched ourselves come in, we'd walk ourselves right out of there. We could do that when we was young, real young, like, you know, 5, 6, 7 years old. It didn't make no difference. We just had a natural ability to connect with nature in a way that is just beautiful, you know?
Yeah, I also know that there's a reason why, like with them coat of arms for the family crest and the family name.
Yeah.
The people were taught certain things as they were born.
Yeah.
When you're born, your birth numbers all fall into like a metric lock tumble. And that's what you are supposed to train, and study on to a point.
Yes. Yeah. That's what, because it's innate in you.
Yeah, because it's heritage. And that stuff is going to become very important here in a minute. And that's why they don't want you to know it.
Let me explain something to you about one of the symbols on my family crest. The main symbol present on the shield is a sailing ship. And that represents trade, commerce, exploration, a few other things like that, right? Bravery, whatever. There's a lot of meanings to it, but that's the base meanings to it. And my whole life, I was born in Germany, and my father was in the military, and we had kind of this gypsy traveling lifestyle that involved, military security, but also involved trade and commerce. And my whole life, I was in logistical transportation, now using semis, but it's a different ship. It's a land ship. And my whole adult life, most of my career was spent in a land ship, in trade and commerce and travel and exploration, and seeing things I've never seen. And it was innate in me the whole time. And I didn't find out these things here until not that long ago when I really started researching heraldry. And it's been in me the whole time. It was in my father and his father and so on and so forth, and it's just, it's part of who you are. And it's how you were designed right from the very beginning. And we've been told that this is all bullshit fairy tales. Down that rabbit hole you go, Alice. I don't consent to none of the lies anymore. I'll make up my own mind. And even if I'm wrong, I'll figure it out eventually. And then I'll admit my wrongness, and then I'll correct my thinking. But I don't need nobody to fucking tell me how to get there. I'll figure it out myself. I'm a stubborn son of a bitch when it comes to that kind of thought, because these schools of indoctrination that like to tell us how to think and how to talk and what safe space to go to where you can exercise your limited free speech. But we consent to it and we allow it to happen. And now we're suffering, we're reaping the harvest of that consent as a society and as a species. We're reaping the harvest of our forgetfulness.
I honestly see something different coming down the pipe. I just hope everybody does it peaceably. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I want more than anything.
You know as well as I fucking know, we need policing because there's people out there that cannot control themselves. But we don't need the policing we have.
No,
what we have now is not fucking policing.
It's corrupt from the top to the bottom. But there's good law enforcement out there. There's good people out there, man. My uncle's one of them. I admire that man because he's always. And he ain't saying he's perfect. We all got faults and sins, but son of a buck, man, he's done a great job with his life and his kids, and he's not bad.
Here's the thing: it's all by design. You know it. I know it.
Yes,
everybody's
it is.
Learning it. Everybody's learning it. But the thing is, they're trying to make us targets. They're trying to do. We got to watch this pre-crime shit they're pulling.
I know.
And the thing is, both Trump rapped about it and Biden rapped about it. I'm not being classified and called something I'm not. As it is with the Patriot Act, when they passed that fucking Patriot Act, they called me a fucking urban terrorist, and I ain't never hurt nobody. I've never been convicted of anything violent. How the fuck you gonna classify me something and put it on a motherfucking computer, and I've seen it in the back of a police car for getting busted driving with no ops? That's fucking illegal, and you officers know it. What the fuck is wrong with you? In the end, an excuse won't do. Listen, in the end, an excuse won't do. These motherfuckers keep. Or if you fuck up, just say, okay, look, I fucked up. How are we gonna fix it? If we can fix it, let's fix it and move the fuck on. If not, then it is what it is. You know what I mean? But
tell you. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When you got somebody fucking up, and then they fuck up more to cover that fuck up, and that it just keeps tumbling into a big pile of shit, dude.
You're set up to fail right from the beginning. I agree.
And it's just fucking too much, dude. It's disgusting. It's fucking ruining our world, dude.
Yep.
I don't want to live in that fucking
They're gonna
shit.
do what the fuck they want anyway.
But and
there's a lot of cops out there that they go into this career and they think that they're going in there to serve and protect, and a lot of them start out that way, and they really want to be a useful member of their communities, and some of them, are in smaller towns, and maybe there are some good people that run them. But some of these guys signed on to this shit, and they realize that they've signed on not necessarily to a corrupt law enforcement, but maybe the corrupt politicians that put all this shit in place. And the more they live it, the more they realize that they've signed on to something that wasn't what they thought it was, and now they're faced with tough decisions. And God bless the ones that are moral enough to stand up and say, you know, we're not going to play this game. We see it for what it is. And I'm personally, and I'm not going to put nobody's name out there because I don't have his permission, but I'm currently talking to a brave individual and a whole bunch of his coworkers that are taking a stand on morality alone, and they're saying, as members of law enforcement, we're not going to consent to this tyranny neither. And every one of them are putting their careers on the line. And believe me, I got issues.
Why aren't they arresting them? Why aren't they arresting them? They have the legal standing. There's international law against what they're fucking doing.
It's coming, but it can't come in a flood. It has to start with a trickle before the dam breaks. And these brave men, like us, right? We're taking a stand and we're putting our shit out there, and it's taking time, but it's going to happen. It's part of the awakening. And these guys are taking a brave stand, and they're putting everything they have in jeopardy by saying, we ain't going to put up with this garbage, and we're going to put ourselves and our families and livelihoods at risk because we realize that we're serving something that's not what it said it was, and they realize the evil for what it is. And it's starting to happen, but it's going to start with a trickle before it floods.
All I know is I won't contribute to a corrupt. I won't contribute to a corrupt system. And the thing is, my life,
I won't either.
I'm not going to say I live a miserable life, but it's fucking hard. It's hard. I don't know too many souls that can do it. I honestly don't know too many souls that can come out and do it. And you know, it's and the thing is, it isn't all that bad. It isn't all that bad. It's the other shit that I have to deal with to make that happen. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the scary part about what history tells us. Whenever there's conflict, especially when it, you know, refers to awakenings in history, and there's been in recorded history, like recent history, there's been the first and second Great Awakening, and the last one ended, I believe, in the early 1800s. And they take people like us, now not necessarily us, but they take people like us and they martyr us. And there's, you know, like the guy standing in front of the tank in Tiananmen Square, there's always got to be a martyr or a sacrificial lamb before
I refuse.
Right.
I'm not a fucking fool. I'm not a fool.
Right. I understand. I'm just saying that's how history repeats itself. And until those events start to occur, people are unwilling to accept it until they see enough martyrs killed in the name of tyranny before people wake up and say, hey, we're not going to consent no more.
I already know that. And the thing is, though, fucking, like, I'm not a confrontational guy, but if you're doing some fucking dumb shit, I'm going to fucking tell you, you know, get the fuck away from me with that shit or something, you know, or I'll remove myself from the equation or something. But the thing is,
exactly.
That still brings conflict, even if it's with your own family, you know, and it's like, I just don't want it. Especially not right now. Right now is not the time. You know what I mean? If they're fucking starving and beat up and hurt, and you know they're might not gonna make it, and you got to pick them up, that's when you're gonna have to be like, look, motherfucker, you see that fucking dumb shit? Look where it got us, motherfucking. It ain't just you. It ain't just fucking me. It's us as a whole. We got to do this together because they ain't fucking there no more. Because the government
you know what the hard part's going to be for us, brother? Honest to goodness, when you think about this without being upset, when I look at this calmly and rationally, when the things start to get real scary, when they start, you know, aliens start showing up, because they've been telling us it's going to happen, and as other things start to unfold that's been prophesied for thousands of years, they're going to come to us. And here's the real tough part, and this is going to take a big dose of humble pie for us. We're going to have to learn. We're going to have to learn to not coddle people at all. I don't suggest that for a second, but we're going to have to learn to be patient and give people the opportunity, because we've been seeing these things our whole lives and they've never seen these things. And when they start coming to fruition,
shocking.
You know, I humbly think that our job is going to be to help wake them the rest of the way up so they can finally, for once in their life, make an informed consent choice on where they want to go. Do they want to burn in hellfire? Do they want to accept the Father? You know, I think that's what it's going to come down to. And it's going to have to be a big event of many different things all culminating at once to get this awakening to come the rest of the way open. And we're going to have to show a little bit of humility because, you know, we've been preparing for this stuff our whole lives, and now it's starting to come into reality. And now we know why we've been on the path we've been on. And this is just my opinion. I don't, you know, I'm not saying I've got some great revelation. It just seems obvious that at some point, you know, people like us are going to have to step up to the plate, and we're going to have to teach people how to survive off the land like we know how to do. We're going to have to teach people how to do things the old-fashioned way, things like me and my wife and guys like y'all have been studying your whole life, flint napping and things like this. Because I don't think things are going to shake out the way everyone believes it is, because what would be the point? Now, this is my humble opinion. Now, I want to stress this because I'm not a theologian. But my humble opinion is, what would be the point of having all the rapture and all this things happen with nobody here to witness it but the evil itself? I think, humbly, in my opinion, I think the whole point all along has been, now I don't know this to be true, I'm just saying that this seems to make sense to me. I think the whole point of this whole test through the generations and through the millennia is for God's chosen people to come here and bear witness personally to the evil as it's unfolded through the generations. And I don't think it's going to change here at the very end. And I think that there's going to be a whole bunch of us that are going to be given a choice as well. Do we want to help brothers and sisters wake up and help reveal the rest of the truth to them? And in the meantime, if shit starts getting real wild like it is, the stores are starting to get empty, we're going to have to teach people how to feed themselves and how to survive, because they've forgotten all this shit, man. Are y'all off the air or what's happening here? I don't know what happened with the view here. No, it says it's live still. Mm-hmm. And you know what? I just keep hearing that over and over in my head, and my whole life has led me to believe that this is true, because I can't accept that the way I've lived and the things that I've learned and things that's been shown to me was all just for fun. I mean, the skills that each one of us possess, the gifts that we have got to be more than just show. I think that we serve a greater purpose in some way that's yet to be revealed to us. But I think we possess a bunch of unique skill sets that makes us uniquely capable of surviving in situations where other people are going to perish. And I think that if we have the ability to help bring people to reality and help remind people how to survive, you know, that's going to be the new currency, you know, and that's going to have weight. But it's not going to have weight based on the individual, because as soon as we start looking to men again for all the answers, we're going to put ourselves right back where we started. But if we can teach a man to fish instead of giving him a fish, then he can make a good choice with that lesson, and he can have informed consent for the first time in his life and make the right choice, or choose to make the wrong choice. But at least they can do it with their eyes open. That's my humble feeling. I feel it in every cell of my body, and I can't say that I can prove it. I can't even quote you scripture that'll back that up. I can just tell you what I feel in my soul.
I don't think anybody else is on. I think it's just us.
Maybe that's good. That's fine. I'll just keep talking to myself. It says it's live though. Is anybody out there reading me?
Yeah, they're here.
Can y'all hear me, or am I talking to myself just for fun? Okay. I wasn't really sure what was going on here. I'm new to this stuff, so when it went to just me, I didn't know what happened here. I thought maybe things were disconnected. I don't care.
Thanks, Darlene. We'll just, if you guys just want to, I'll answer the comments if anyone has any questions or wants to.
Yeah, I can ramble like this for hours, man.
Talk.
It doesn't have to involve violence. It doesn't have to involve tribalism, you know, racism, socioeconomic divide. We just got to wake up and learn to love each other like we were supposed to, and quit attaching labels to each other, and quit putting words in people's mouth. Thank you, Cindy, Krista. 5x5. Roger that, Captain.
We got to be here for one another and help one another through it, because it's going to be tough.
I'm tired of believing the lies and consenting to the lies, and I just want to speak truth. I ain't afraid to share emotion. I ain't no sissy, but I'm tired of being told how to think and what to think and when to think it and how to say it. And I just want to be real with everybody. And if we can start being real and acknowledging the bad that we have inside us, acknowledging the good, and not be afraid to talk about it. And if we have a gift or 2 or 3 or 10 or 12, it's okay to talk about it and not feel like you have to be crazy or Chicken Little holding a sign on Times Square saying the end is nigh, because whether it happens tomorrow or 10 years from now, we all got a purpose to serve. And we better wake up to start learning how to take care of ourselves, because we've been looking to men for far too long on how to feed us, how to rule us, how to govern us, and how to, just give up all our rights and consent to this madness that they tell us every time we turn around. It's something new, and every day and every minute that goes by, we lose a little bit more of our divine history and the creation of who we are. And we're told that we're crazy and we're this and we're that. And we forget our place in our Father's kingdom. And I say it's well time for us to stand up and reclaim our birthright, and do it with love and peace and humility and patience. And at the end of the day, I love my cards. Where I'm loose, I'll find my cards. I'm gonna show it to y'all again, because I can't get this out of my head either. It just plays over and over again like the song, "Playing with the Queen of Hearts." It just gets me. It just touches my soul over and over again. Because they do the Suicide King. Y'all know this, right? Suicide King laughing at us. But it also speaks to me in other terms, because this is just, you call it predictive programming. I'm seeing these things, I feel these things, I hear them, whatever. But, I see evil, the trump card. Check this out. When you look at this trump card right here, you turn it upside down, it looks like a heart with a spike pierced right through it. It's another way to laugh at us. That's just my interpretation. I ain't read nothing that says that, but that's what that says to me. And it speaks to my soul loud and clear. It's just another way to laugh at us, and mock us, and make us forget who we are. That's the real trump card right there all along, folks. And I say it in one of my videos on my channel. Love conquers all. Don't y'all know that? How the hell will we forget this? That's the real trump card. Love. That's our Father. Now, I'm not trying to abominize his name, and I don't want anybody to turn it into that. I'm just trying to use their ammunition against them and break their spell they have on us. Because the Bible teaches us that love conquers all. And we can say, this book and that book and this interpretation and that doctrination. I'm just talking from my heart. And I'm not saying I have all the answers. But some of the answers seem painfully obvious, and they seem right in front of our face. I'm done with my long winter's nap. I'm waking the fuck up, and I'm doing it in a hurry. And I hope the other people can hurry up and wake up too.
What happened, Michigander? I hear you. I see you.
I've cried a lot here in the last few months, realizing some of these things and the gravity and some of the responsibility that's going to go along with these choices that we're going to be faced with. And it's made me cry, but I've come to terms with it. And now I have to laugh at the absurdity of it, because I know I've been preparing for this my whole life, and it's starting to unfold in front of us with shocking clarity. And man, I stand ready. I couldn't be more ready if I tried. So I'm here just waiting, and I'm going to keep talking, and I'm going to keep trying to wake myself up even further, and wake up my brothers and sisters even further. And I just stand ready like a sentry.
I encourage y'all to talk to your families as much as you can. I know it's hard. I've struggled with that with mine.
You got to be patient, though.
Just got to be patient and, kind of spoon feed it a little bit.
Plant a seed and see if it grows. Plant a seed, a small one. Plant a little seed and see if it'll flourish. You'd be surprised what comes up out of the ground sometimes. When you think the ground is barren, sometimes you might get a little spark of life push out from that barren ground if you just give it just a little bit of love and nurture.
No disrespect at all, Esther. You have mentioned that the rapture, will you be used to deceive? Do you have more information on that, perhaps? Because I'd be interested in seeing what you got.
I don't know what it's going to be.
Because that's like a very controversial topic.
Yeah, there's a lot of schools of thought on that, and I don't know what the answer to it is. and everybody can have, I'm sure there's a lot of doctrine and a lot of scripture, and I'm willing to look at all of it. I don't have a closed mind at all. I just don't know how any of us could have such a definitive answer with all the lies that's been told throughout history. I mean, look at the thickness of those Bibles I showed some of y'all the other day. I mean, that's just shocking proof that history keeps getting changed and erased and whittled down to there's almost nothing left but a big ass pack of lies. And I'm not saying the scripture's a lie. I'm not saying I don't know what's lying, what's true half the time because there's so much of it. I'm just ready to do with whatever comes. I'm just going to stand here faithful and keep putting out my Father's message out there and hope people will make the right choices. And maybe I'm making the wrong choice. Hell, maybe I'm saying all the wrong things. I don't know. I just know what I feel inside of me. We all got our own truth that we have to accept one way or another. Because some of us are going to make wrong choices. Some of us are going to make right ones. I'm just doing my level best every day to figure out what's right for me.
Yeah, Esther, that's absolutely right, because that's all we can do is just interpret it and understand it the best we can. But no one's going to hold anybody to their opinions.
I love
that's
people,
what they are.
I love people sharing it. I like to look into stuff, man. I mean, this is how we get there. Is we look at things from not just one or two angles, but from a faceted approach, like a kaleidoscope, and look at everything that's out there. And that's how we make our own individual informed consent. That's how we come up with our own truth, because at the end of the day, we're all responsible for our own salvation. And however the prophecies manifest or come into reality, who's to really say? I mean, we all just have an opinion to express one way or the other, but I think we can all agree that something's coming, and it's coming in an undeniable fashion for those who are paying attention.
Cindy, that's cracking me up. We're sharing a pair of headphones.
Yeah, I know, because I'm so technologically improficient.
We're usually always attached to the hip anyway. We're retired and we live on top of a mountain in the middle of nowhere, so we're never apart.
Yeah,
and if we need a minute, we just go for a walk or something.
Yeah, I mean, we've been best friends for 21 years, so I mean, we have our ups and downs for sure.
Everybody does.
We definitely step on each other's toes from time to time. We forget our place, both of us, but ultimately, we have enough love and respect for one another to get over ourselves and figure it out.
Esther, it's Jody with a Y .Clausen CLAUSON @gmail. Tell me if you got it, honey.
Cindy, it has been a wild ride. My whole life has been a wild ride. It's like riding a wild bronco and slapping him on the ass with a stirrup or a strap while he's trying to buck you off with all his might, and you're just sitting there spurring him with your boots and slapping him on the ass with a leather strap just for fun. This has been how this conversation goes, and that's how most of our lives probably go.
1903. How many generations did you acquire that?
1903.
Thanks, Esther. Awesome.
What do you got? Girl. Like 2 big 12-inch subwoofers.
Darlene, you are so right. Oh my goodness. And the dark and the light, we need to stay away from it. We need to seek God's light. And we are all under horrible spiritual attacks right now. Be aware of it. Be aware of it. Be aware of it.
Frack. I'm sorry, my eyes are a little blurry today.
Frack
Centurion.
Cheers.
Yes, cheers, mate. I forget to look at the comments sometimes, y'all. And if I ignore y'all, just keep posting something. Call me an asshole or something. Say, hey, look over there and read something. I forget. I just get lost in my thoughts sometimes because I like to look at things and I like to talk to people.
Well, shit, Cindy, you're just getting started.
I was on your channel. I was on your channel looking at your videos.
Oh, was you?
Yeah, you get the same. I've been getting that same other light source in the sky. I filmed it for 90 days, except the one I was filming was right above the sun for 90 days every day.
We were sitting outside in the front yard, and the sun was really extremely bright, and I couldn't even stand to sit out there, and I didn't have my cowboy hat on. I don't know, we were out there for whatever, and I would come back in and grab my hat and my sunglasses, and I was trying to look towards the sun. I was like, man, why is it so freaking bright? This is weird. And I tilt my hat down like this to shade it,
and I got my polarized glasses on, and I just kind of cock my head just so the sun is not going past the brim of my hat, and it's creating just enough of a shadow with the glare reduction of the polarized lens. And I start seeing these giant fucking spheres in the sky. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Crazy.
I was like, whoa. And then when I looked at it with my phone, I thought, I see if I can see this with the phone. And when I zoomed in on it, I was like, oh shit, it looks even clearer.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, for you Brits and Aussies and stuff, I love this thing. The British
got that
and
exact
Aussie,
same picture.
They said there's some fuckery afoot, man.
Yes.
There's some serious
2015.
fuckery afoot.
Filming the same thing in 2015. Exact same thing.
Yeah, dude. It's like, come on now.
That's bizarre.
I stumbled across it and tripped over it with my dumbass luck, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I said, Jody, you go get your polarized glasses and grab a hat and come out here and tell me if I'm losing my mind.
In the dark, like you can see it with your phone, but if you look at your bare eyes, you're gonna have a green dot between you for a while.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a trip. It's a trip.
Those welding hoods are good, that glass.
The same coin owned and controlled by someone. Yeah. It's what they call it. There's an image in heraldry for that. It's either a two-headed serpent or a two-headed black eagle, and whether
I've seen that, a lot of dragons, a lot of birds.
Or a seven-headed hydra or whatever the hell, Medusa.
Michigander.
It all goes to the same belly of the beast. No matter which way they get you coming and going. With tribalism and racism and all this other bullshit, and it all goes to the belly of the same beast at the end of the day. They're just controlling both sides of the narrative.
I think the atmosphere is getting closer to us. That's why we can see so much shit.
Yeah, there's something going on for sure. There's something going on. I mean, goodness.
But if you look at that word, it's atmosphere.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. There's some etymology and understanding base root meanings of words, right?
My favorite, I like wordplay. Like my favorite one is "believe in me" also means "be leaving me." The same thing.
Yeah.
One of my favorite ones is if you want to get to know God, get to know history, his story.
Yeah,
his story. I tell everybody that God is truth. That's why so many people are looking for the truth. They don't know God.
Yeah, there's so many play on words and symbols and everything else, and man, we see
like intention. And also, it's like intention, like stressed out. Your intention.
Yeah.
My favorite one too is sex while you're camping is too intense.
Too intense, yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Boy, man, we're getting that cold push in the morning here, man. Oh.
What's the projected temperature?
I don't know. I don't even pay attention. When I go out, if my beard starts frosting, then it's cold.
Ball shivering cold forecast for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
That's when you get, it's cold when you get that inverted penis.
Not an atmospheric inversion, but an actual inversion.
Yeah. Or when you could get around a girl that's woof ugly, it happens too.
No, surprisingly, this afternoon when I was doing my first firewood run, my feet, man, were burning when I got back up here. I was shocked.
I'm having a mild allergic reaction.
He's having allergy issues. He'll be right back. So you're stuck with me.
Hello, nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. How's your dog doing?
Oh, they're great. They're over by the wood stove sucking up all my heat. Yeah, the boss brought me up this pit bull, and he tells me he doesn't know affection, and he was all tore up in the nose and snout area, so he's got a collapsed sinus.
Oh no, that's terrible.
His tongue hangs out.
Oh, his dog's nose has a collapsed sinus.
Oh.
He's coming around, but I got him like twice the weight size. I mean, I got him all worked out.
That's good, dude.
The only problem I had was he went right after livestock. He would not stop going after livestock. So
that could get expensive too.
Well, luckily I managed that, and the thing is, he was abused. So number one, I don't want to put hands on him.
Yeah, right. It doesn't get you nowhere.
So it's just been a chore. I mean, he's either got to go in a cage or he's got to go in a chain. The thing is now, he's so tied to my hip kind of situation that if I put him on the chain and walk 5 feet from him, he starts yipping and yelping, and he will not stop until I come back.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about how you work with your dog, or would you be offended if I asked you? I don't want to offend you at all, but I have a gift when it comes to dogs.
So do I. I'll do
Oh,
mine
you
the way
do?
I do mine. You know, everybody's got their way. I'll do mine.
Yeah, no, I was just curious. You know.
No, I
I'm
think
just
your
curious.
dogs are sharp. I think your dog's sharp as fuck. When I seen you walking around your gate area checking that lock, you had your dog on locked up, dude.
Yeah,
The
he was a wreck when I got him.
Yeah, he's a great
He was
dog.
a
He's sharp.
mess. He was a mess.
Well, that's just it. You know, sometimes you just get them dogs, and like this one, he's wounded.
Yeah.
And I got him worked out to where when he's going at the livestock, it's more for play, but he can't get to him. So I got him on a runner in front of my livestock. So you know, I'm just gonna go with the flow. If I can get him to run free, because I don't like my dogs on the chain.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Well, both these dogs are kind of rescue dogs
Yep.
that I have.
Yep.
I usually do German Shepherds, and my Shepherds are all hand time trained and all that jive. I did my
Oh yeah, I
last.
forgot you told me that. I'm sorry. I forgot you said that yesterday.
I traveled the country with him.
Yeah.
I had Shepherd, and I traveled all over doing shit all over the country in a motorhome with a Shepherd. And then I got two. When I was down in Florida, I picked up another one, and then after that, I had two Shepherds. And the thing is, I could make a hand sign, and these dogs would sit next to me, left and right side, like statues. I could walk down through the hood. I could walk
that's
down
awesome.
through the hood in Bradenton. The cops wouldn't fuck with me, nor would the hood rats. And both dogs were off the fucking chain. No, I literally had no leashes, no nothing.
So you know what you're doing. You're just dealing with a tough nut to crack here, then.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Fucking what's crazy is walking through the hood with these dogs, and I lived right in the hood on 5th Avenue in Bradenton. I'd walk down the fucking road from the party store, dude. The black dudes that were selling crack and shit would jump to the other side of the fucking road, dude, and walk.
Hell yeah, buddy. We had a Rottweiler. The first one we got was the biggest one we've ever had, and he ended up being 150 pounds. His head was bigger than a basketball, and he was man. He was a scary dog. People would part like the Red Sea. We'd come down the sidewalk, walking through downtown to go, order a sandwich or something from the restaurant. And you see people move to the other side of the street when they seen this big ass behemoth Rottweiler. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, I've seen a couple really, really sharp, well rocked, but then I've seen a few freaking retarded ones that were, bad.
We had one that was tough. We had one that was very difficult to manage.
Well, I've also been, in every other city and cesspool around, to see it. So you kind of run across people that don't do so good with animals.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff when I was hauling city trash because we picked up for the whole town, and like 2/3 of my week was involved, picking up trash in neighborhoods where I grew up, where people think it's okay to fight dogs for sport and for money and all that stuff, and it was tough to see some of that stuff. And the damage it's causing the animal and the damage it's causing the people who participate in it and who encourage it. It's just a sick cycle.
Yeah, but when you get back at it, I mean, that's what's getting indoctrinated to these people. You know what I mean? They're fucking. I mean, look at, for instance, this John Wick movie. You got people, running around fucking making a spectacle out of this shit. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, movies are cool, yeah, all that shit. But then when they try to bring that into real reality, I'm John Wick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, no offense, but that shit's for protection. There's no with what's going on. I don't know, man. Especially this gangster rap trash, all that stuff. But then again, it was designed that way. It's what they wanted.
It's embedding this subconscious and subliminal message in, and people get them to believe something.
What I've been having a hard time with probably the last 2 years is trying to figure out, okay, I was educated in the worst education system in the country, one of the worst locations. How did I figure this shit out and not very many others did? You know what I mean?
You were always meant to. You were always meant to. That's what I feel. That's what I keep hearing resoundingly in my head.
Listen, and I ain't perfect. I ain't perfect. I've had my issues throughout, time in life. and you just kind of go through it. You know what I mean? You just, I don't know, man. I can't even explain it. What I'm seeing, I can't even put it into words.
I know it's difficult, man. It's just hard to come to terms with it when you're seeing it with such clarity. And the only thing I can make of it is we were always meant to see it for some reason when other people weren't. And I don't even know how to speculate on that. I just know that's what I feel.
And the thing, well, what bugs me the most is if you say something and point something out that's fucked up like that, all of a sudden you're the asshole piece of shit. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
It's, so I just I've been reclusing, which I know isn't good either. You know what I mean? I still stay in contact with my people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't, I don't care to, I don't know, man.
I sent that before I ever even opened my YouTube channel, that video that I had for Pfizer Demon. I had that video in my phone where I had, I guess, I don't know, downloaded or whatever you do with it. And I knew where to find it again. And I had been milling over that video for probably 3 weeks. And I'm like, how do I get people to pay attention here? Because this is something so shocking that I ran across on pure accident. Well, I wouldn't call it accident, but if you want to look at it in modern way of thinking, you could say I ran across it by accident or dumb luck, but I know it wasn't. And I first started sending or forwarding that link to my family, and I said, hey, go check this out and tell me what you think. And friends of mine, and there was I only got like 1 or 2 responses from all these people that I knew that were like, a couple family members and one of my dear friends, and they actually were like, whoa, dude, that's kind of fucked up. What is that? I'm like, I don't know what it is. I can speculate about it, but whatever it is shocking as hell. But pretty much across the board, everybody I sent it to and forwarded it to just flat out ignored it as if nothing was odd. And I just, man, it's hard to come to terms with that, realize that people are just absolutely oblivious to what's right there in their face. And that's just one example of thousands,
They've already lost. It's going to be beautiful, dude.
I know. Yeah, I mean, it is in its own right because
that's why I just kind of chill out here and do my thing. And I get up, fucking, go take care of these critters and shit.
Oh yeah, that's all you can do.
Yeah, I have a cup of coffee, fucking figure out what I want to do, and I mean, there's more to it than that, but
I've been learning to find some peace with it, and that's why I start laughing about the absurdity. I'm not laughing about the judgments that's coming. Believe me, I'm humble and because I don't even know for sure, how harshly I'm going to be judged, because I don't have the answer to everything. But
you'll be all right.
Yeah, I just have to laugh at the absurdity of the lies, though. That's what makes me laugh and chuckle. Because it's easier to laugh than it is to cry, and laughter is good medicine and good healing for the soul. And I've just learned to laugh at it and just take it all in stride and just say, man, it's just going to be kind of warped for a while, and this is how it's going to have to be,
So I got this hammock swing that I hung from my ceiling.
I don't know if I want to hear the whole story here, bro.
They usually call them.
If it involves a bottle of Jergens and any kind of magazines, I'm not sure if I want to discuss this with you.
How you doing, Kip? I haven't seen you for a while, brother.
I just live, dude. I want to take a cruise though and kind of bounce around the continent again and come back. But the way that the country is going is being all fucking plottered. Right. I don't want to fucking get into Kansas or something like that and have them say the borders are locked down.
Right? Yeah, I know. Dude, I can't tell you enough how I feel that way every time I even think about going into town and going to the store. It's like, you really got to choose the right time of day because you don't know when things are going to start popping off and when the tyranny is going to try to lock things down like they're doing in other countries like Australia and, New Zealand and, a bunch of other countries all across Kazakhstan. Man, they're killing people in the streets over there.
Yeah, but it's their president over there just called shoot to kill orders. That right there.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I read that too. I was like, holy cow, man.
That kind of shit, that blatant tyranny. Look right out in public. They're gonna snatch him up. His own people are gonna snatch him up.
Yeah.
They're gonna say no. I mean, what are you gonna do? Murder off everybody in their families? Hey, get the fuck out of here. It's done.
They did that to Gaddafi during the Arab Spring. And, I don't know how it got started over there in the Arab Spring, but it started with Gaddafi. I don't know whether that 2010 or 11, somewhere around there. And I know that there was a bunch of bullshit that got it started, but at the end of the day, they were showing that video of Gaddafi and how he was being brutalized in the streets. And, I know he's an evil man and he probably deserved what he got, but, I also say that violence ain't the key and it ain't our place to judge. It's definitely our place to get those people out of power, but, it doesn't have to be done with violence.
It's already done. Ain't nobody going to fucking listen to him. If you're telling shoot to kill orders and calling people terrorists and they're not,
right?
At a certain point, the people are going to turn their back to him. What's he going to do? Pick up the gun himself? They'll just mow him down.
That's what I'm saying. Like over there in Kazakhstan, that's a perfect example of what I've been talking about. Yeah, they're going to martyr people. They're going to shoot people in the streets. They're already doing it. But what's going to happen is the realization of what's happening. People are going to just quit going to work. They're going to quit doing what they've been told to do, and there's, the whole supply chain is going to break down, and they're only going to have right. I know, and we're well into it, and these tyrannical governments are going to run out of the supplies they need to try to wage war against the citizens of the world. They're going to run out of supplies because we're not going to keep doing it for them.
That's why we need to work our communities like you're doing, and make sure to get with I've been prepping with everything to do all the work, like you said. You could pull up to me right now, and I can rebuild the top half of your motor in a night.
Right?
You know what I mean? So
yeah, I wish I could do that, but
I'm serious. I literally sleep in I'm making a makeshift shop. I got shit hanging around. I could build your house. Literally, I could stick build your fucking house. And everything from scratch right now.
Man, bushcraft building, little trapper shacks. There's all kinds of different ways that you can build structures to survive in a pinch or longer term. And it doesn't take a lot of ingenuity.
I can do professional built. I got all the gear to do professional built shit, all by hand, but I can do it.
Yes, because eventually petrochemicals are not going to be available once things really, because even in times of war, all that shit gets rationed. And if we don't learn how to
get over that, I started building all 1977 vehicles that I can run off alcohol.
Yeah, you're talking about using a wood gasifier?
No, I'm building my cars to run off alcohol because I can distill my own alcohol.
Yeah, you ought to look at. Have you ever looked into a wood gasifier?
Yeah, I've been checking it out.
The way I see you is just Santa Claus. This would be you right here. Look.
That's good. Is that another one of your drawings?
Hey, that's a Viking. He's got a Viking accent.
No, and I got him like I screenshot him like a couple of months ago when Christmas was coming, and then you started talking about your like
Santa Claus. Hey, Santa Claus.
With a reindeer. It looks like Thor with the fucking Santa Thor.
Hang on, I'm waiting for it to come up on. There it is. Hang on. I'm looking at it on a computer screen. Yeah, no shit, right?
It's probably going to come to where shit kind of looks like that because we're going to have to make our own garbage shit because the stuff that they're giving us now is trash. Dude, you know how fast...
Hey, dude, I'm next to that high school. I've already got like 5 baseball helmets, pads they threw away. I've already got, all kinds of shit. A shield made, a mask.
Do you know how fast I could tear up a brand new good pair of jeans or bibs from the Tractor Supply store? Do you know how fast I could shred them?
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude. I really get pissed when I spend that, because I try not to
throw away society.
It used to be called trash, now it's waste.
Yeah.
Well, he's good.
Yeah, it's pretty cool image there, bud. We all got a role to play, and we all got unique skills to offer. And I don't think that we were given all these gifts and been preparing our whole lives just for fun.
Well, we all
made
have
that.
that.
I made that live the other day. That was there.
It's coming.
There's a little bit of delay when it comes up on my phone to the computer, so I'm looking back and forth. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Did you make that one?
Yeah, I made it.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I'd love to learn. Man, if I ever get to hang around you, you got to teach me the flint knap right off the bat.
Man, you are so creative. It's absolutely creative.
Dude, I love some of that stuff you got hanging up in there. If you ever feel like parting with something, we'll have to barter for something.
I'm going to make an arrowhead out of this piece of TV glass right here. See how thick it is? Look at that.
Yeah.
Hey,
would you, if I paid for postage, would you barter for something for some of your artwork?
Yeah, I had a flea market called Barter Town.
So
this is one of the rocks I nap with. Look, Kansas City Chiefs on it. See?
Well, we're gonna have to come up.
I don't
We're
flint
gonna have,
nap. I
we're gonna
use
have to
another
make a
box.
trade. We're gonna have to make a trade because I like what you create. It's cool as hell.
I've got boxes full of this shit.
Yeah. Oh, I
It's
mean,
funny.
I got some
I make every bit of it without a table or anything sitting on my lap in this chair.
Do you like antique tools and stuff like that?
Hey, I live in a hotel room, so stuff that wall hangers don't really do anything for me anymore because I've already got the
No,
walls
I'm talking about antique hand tools that you can still use and you can use in the production of your artwork.
I don't. One thing, I never use any power. I've done everything by hand. No air tools, no electricity. It's all by hand.
Yeah, I'm talking about just old school hand tools, like a planer, or a hand plane or something like that.
I'd rather like food excites me more than things.
What's that?
Food.
Food. Yeah.
Food.
Hey, we got
tomatoes.
Dude, we got canned goods. We still got we got stuff we canned up last fall from our chemical free non-GMO farm.
This is a darter. Look.
Yeah, we got all kinds of stuff in mason jars that we canned up in Oregon last fall, and it's as good as it gets as far as canned.
And I've got 8 cases of mason jars I found in the woods. Every ball, all of them.
Yeah, are they the blue ones or are they the clear ones?
I found the 2-gallon ones too.
No kidding.
The big ones, like I got all kinds. I got 8 cases already boxed up, and
are they clear or are they the old blue ones?
I got blue, clear, every color.
A few people in the
Think of
chat.
the bubbles in these. These are hand blown. They got bubbles all in them.
What'd you say, Michigander?
We got a few people in the chat. I can't fucking type in the chat when I'm up on this live thing. It don't give me the option, and it's kind of rough because sometimes I want to drop down to the chat, but
when it says more, you can watch, but you can't type. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
well, so you can say something to me or Jody.
I can type it or just talk to them.
My new phone's got picture. I can have YouTube up on the screen and a little bit screen while I'm on StreamYard too, and I can click back and forth.
Yeah, see, they don't give me that option. It messes with me, so I just kind of leave it alone. So anybody in the chat, I wish I could respond, but they don't let me. Yeah, I just kind of do whatever it takes to stay away from that corrupt system, man. I can't.
I've used 65 gigabytes in 12 days.
Dude, I just sat in county jail a year or so ago for some bullshit. I mean, I took care of it. I didn't do nothing wrong. You know what I mean? Flat the fuck out, and I could prove it. But
half the people in jail plea bargains that aren't even guilty.
Anyways, I sat there for almost 30 days while I got up bond money to get out, and what I seen sitting in jail cannot continue. And the thing is, it's so blatant you can't hide it anymore.
It's broken, dude. It's broken so bad.
But the thing is, on both sides, we got to deal with both that shit. We got to deal with the corrupt officials that were doing the shit, and then you got to deal with the fuckheads too, because these guys inside, man, are fucking twisted, dude. They're fucked up.
It's been almost 25 years since I got out of penitentiary, and I ain't kidding you when I'm saying this. I'm not exaggerating. When I was 16 years old, still in juvenile, I was paying guards off to bring me in contraband, whatever the hell I wanted. And it's so corrupt that, even the guards that knew what was going on or whatever, they just turned a blind eye because they were just waiting to get their palm greased too.
Hey, this dude was in jail and he started screwing in one of the guards, and his friends would throw a quarter pound or a half pound of weed on top of the jail, and she would go up there and get it. Well, a couple of times she said they didn't bring it, so she got caught up there with like 5 of them.
Yeah, hey, my brother had an affair with a guard, and me and another buddy of mine, we was getting guards helping us bring in 1/2 pound of marijuana a week. We was there was so much pot. Me and my boy we was getting so much pot brought in this penitentiary that we drove the price of it down by half because we flooded the prison with it, and there was so much of it. Hell, you couldn't even sell it. People were just saying fuck it and just smoking it, and they weren't even trying to make money on it because there was so much of it. And this is a prison population of like 7,000, and we could get whatever we wanted whenever we wanted, and we could smoke it right out in the open.
My son's been in for a while. He just went to a rehab thing, or not rehab, but halfway house, and he said the only people when he's in the big one, and the only people in there that would check on you, he was hanging out with the Muslims because he said they're the only ones that cared about people. Is that crazy?
Well, there's a design behind that.
Yeah,
the Muslims, in my experience, the Muslims that are in there now, there's some bright ones in there. I've met some ones that, man, they're intelligent and they devote their lives to what they believe in, and they devote their lives.
They sit down and face Mecca and pray. I mean, they pray more than anybody. And if you look back at what they do, they make it look like it's bad here, but they make women wear that stuff so you don't lust over them. All you see is their eyes. Yeah. I mean, it goes back to the Bible, but people just don't realize it. But Allah and God are not the same person, and they're not even close. You know what I mean?
No, not at all.
You can't have a one-on-one relationship with Allah. You can't draw. You know, you can't draw them. You're not. It's weird, isn't it?
Well, it's definitely culturally different. I hate to label it as weird, just because I like.
Well, it's different. I guess it's different.
Yeah, it's very different. It's very different from what we understand. And I don't even have a rock solid opinion on it, other than it's just different.
You know, all the religions have the story of the flood, and they all have.
Yeah, I know, it's so common.
All of them do.
Yeah, it's a very common.
And if you look at what every religion has the same thing about the Virgin Mother. I mean, it's all basically the same story. A lot of them.
Yeah, it's the same song, second verse all day long.
Hey, look how big this vertebrae is.
What is that from?
I don't know. I found it in the woods.
It looks like maybe a damn cow.
You
That's
think?
a big ass vertebrae.
Yeah, it is.
I've got a hog skull, a feral pig.
That's bigger than your fist, ain't it?
Yeah,
that's big.
Hog.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be a hog. It could be a big, them domestic hogs that go feral.
Oh yeah,
some of them fuckers get enormous. Yeah, dude. Or Hogzilla, they call them.
Hey, the feral hogs, though, I got a skull I've been painting, and their skull the brain's not that big, but it's still thick. You can't hurt them. It's like inches thick.
Oh yeah, you could smack them in the head with an axe handle, and they'll still tear your ass up.
Like a possum. I've only killed one possum, and I hit it square on the head with a ball bat, but usually the next day they're gone. You think they're dead, but they're just playing possum.
Yeah, they're tough little bastards. Looks like
they carry rabies and shit, and they'll fight you know what out of you.
The coyotes are tough little bastards. They're
nasty.
We used to have to run them down. We used to have to run them down in Illinois because, man, there was nothing out there to compete with them. Man, there'd be packs of them bastards 20, 30 deep. And that's not natural to see that many coyotes together.
Yeah, but lately you'll hear them too, just, man, when they're out together, yelling and howling.
Yeah, I have to do perimeter runs and shoo them off. I have to literally go and deal with them here. And I'm not joking.
Yeah, we used to deal with them too, but not quite in the same way.
But they're small. Yeah. They're small. They're not big.
Yeah, they're little wiry things with sharp teeth, and they shit everywhere. They stink.
No,
they're nasty. They are nasty.
One time they tried to circle me, and I had to turn around. I had walked away from my quad and all my gear, and I had to turn around and go back to the quad. And instead of riding off like most people would have, just to get out of the situation, I rode right up into them motherfuckers and pushed them further back into the woods.
Yeah, you got to meet aggression with aggression, because if you show weakness or retreat, buddy, they'll be on you.
Yep, and then I took a pot shot at them. You know what I mean? Right,
it's like any animal. If you swell up and look a lot bigger, that's what you got to make yourself look bigger than them.
Yeah, exactly.
What I find is pushing them out of the path that they came in, and then pushing them to the edge of my perimeter. Because I got
you own the space. You own the space, and the canines understand that.
Yeah, and I got 70 acres, so I push them just past my perimeter. I'll go like 10, 20 yards over my perimeter property line, and I'll piss.
Yep.
Exactly. I don't care if it's fucking storming out or what. Drop trout, fucking piss right there.
When I walk my dogs, I walk them around whatever I determine to be my immediate perimeter, and me and all the dogs. I mean, it might sound silly, but we walk around the perimeter, we'll piss all over, and we mark our territory, and we let our presence be known.
Well, what's odd is I even know the deer that are coming across my lot, dude. I don't even have to see them. I can tell by
they get to know you.
If they think that you're not going to harm them, you can hand feed them after a while.
We get a whole herd of them that come up in the yard. I mean, we're just now getting used to them, but I mean, heck, we can go out there and get within 20, 30 feet of them. They don't even raise the alarm that we're there. They acknowledge that we're there, but they don't even get in a fuss about it.
They don't have very many predators left anymore. They have urban hunting here with a bow.
We got a shitload of black bears and bobcats up here. I'll tell you that. Coyotes.
Bobcat at night. Bobcat at night will sound like a screaming woman.
That's actually what I'm worried about. That's actually what I'm worried about. I think I got a big bear den in the back swamp area, and I think they're right here by me because there's no people. When you
Are
get
you
about
finding
3
scat?
miles,
Finding scat out there?
yeah, I'm finding
Hey,
lots of scat. But the thing is, it's only at certain times a year. And the last time I had them on video, there was 5 of them, and one of them was big.
a bear or a coyote?
No, bear.
Bear.
Yeah, and the thing is,
We got a lot more of them came back to Missouri down at like Busick Park. There's bear warnings now. We never had them before, but the climate's changing. We got what do you call them? Armadillos now, and because they have to hibernate because of cold. We call them a possum and a half shell.
There you go.
And
hey, michigander.
Here's the thing. We just had DNR come into the lake association next to me and put a bear down because it kept coming up and fucking with people.
Yeah.
And it pissed a lot of people off. You know, we fucking told them, well, yeah, what do you expect when you're fucking feeding them? You fucking assholes. Quit fucking
Hey,
feeding
let me ask you a question. You ever seen them big I guess a restaurant size thing of like cayenne pepper ground up?
Yeah.
You take that shit and you mix it in a pump sprayer and you walk around the perimeter of your property and you spray that shit on the ground, and a bear's nose is like, I don't know, 10 times or 100 times more sensitive than a dog.
Come back. Yeah, but
man, they get a whiff of that, buddy, and that's it. Same for the coyotes and bobcats.
Yeah,
if you take pepper spray and spray the carpet in your car, the dogs can never smell anything. All they get's that pepper right in their nose, they're done.
Yeah, it's
dude, I'm the only one who fucking soils this fucking land. I don't want to see that, dude. I like watching them come across.
Oh, I didn't know if you were concerned about them. I thought maybe you were concerned about them getting too close.
No. I'm not concerned about them, but I don't want them coming up on the livestock or stuff like that. And I want them to kind of shoo away from the camp area to a point. Because when I'm
there?
Well, that's just it. It's hard to explain, man. I live the way I live, but yet I have it organized. I don't know how to explain that.
Yeah, I got you. Some things
you know it's fucked up, but you know where it's fucked up.
Yeah, I have a very big family connection and network around here that's 20 years plus deep, and then I just stay way out in the thickets, and I take care of a recreation lot. So yeah, I could get a phone call at any time, and I got to prep the stuff for them so they pull up, and that's my job. That's what I do to keep my spot on the land.
Dude, I strive to simplify my life more and more every day, and I envy what you got.
I got no wife. I got no kids, and it don't matter if somebody calls me that's family or friends right around. Pretty much, I drop everything and go help them because they help me.
Right, you got freedom, right? You got real freedom.
Yeah, and that's
you're rich in life. You may not be rich in material, but you got more freedom, which is the true richness of life.
Hey, I'm rich in health. That's more important to me is rich in health.
I could listen, like hunt season, that's my vacation time. But yet at the same time, I'm still producing something out of that time for the day. You know what I mean? Because I sit here and eat fucking venison jerky, and I mean, dude, I don't know, man. I do what I do. I'm healthy. I'm not fucking all doped up, drunked up, fucking adding to the problems of society. I'm not contributing to that.
Yeah, and it's not hard to live in harmony with your surroundings. I mean, you can live in such a way where you don't take more than what the environment around you can replenish naturally. And
dude, I can't keep up. I gotta just from these storms and shit that come through from the tops of trees that are knocked off and shit.
Yeah,
I got more firewood than I fucking need now. I
more
got
firewood than you could even use. Yep, I know it. And you don't have to cut a single tree down.
No, the forest is full of dead trees and knocked over trees.
Yeah, everywhere. But that's my job. I got all these trail quads and shit, or quad trails and stuff that I have to keep clean and cleared out. Dude, I can't keep up. I can't keep up with the fucking trails, man. It's bad, dude. This year it's fucking horrible.
Job security.
Yeah, job security, and it's been. You know what my wife's great uncle used to do? He had an 80-acre tract and it was never developed. It was a designated tree farm. And what he would do is he would when he'd go out there to clear the roadways and stuff after storms, he'd just make stacks of he'd cut them down into bucket down into 18 or 24-inch long bucks, and he'd just stack them right there on the edge of the trail, and when he needed it, he'd just go get it, or if someone he knew needed it, he'd just hey, go down a trail over there, go down that road over there, and just go get it. Or he told me.
That's what I'm doing right now. Now, I got a big gully full of really good wood, but it's deep. It's deep.
Yeah, that sucks, dude. You ain't got a winch or come along to drag the sections
well, that's
up
what
out
I'm
of
looking at right now. I think I'm going to set up a cable run, and I'm going to drag the logs up, in certain length. But
you know how to use a snatch block?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is a snatch block. I think I want to get a fucking. I think I'm gonna get a couple rescue horses and do logging with a horse.
Oh hell yeah, dude! Now you know what's good is a mule. If you could get your hands on a mule is a lot more sure-footed
I like
and a
that
lot
one,
stronger.
Missouri Mule. This is Marilyn Manson, the Hydra. Look, all the
Yeah,
arms.
fuck that freak.
Hey, hey, Sasquatch, do me a favor and pull up the album cover of Prince when he did that 1999 song 2000.
I can't pull up anything right now because I ain't got no hotspot or nothing.
Yeah, that pull it up, Jody. I want it. Oh, I can't flip it. Never mind. If you take that image of that album cover and you flip it upside down, it's got 666 and it shows like a meteor crashing into the earth. It's trippy, dude.
I might be able to find an image of it though.
I'll see if we can find an image and I'll flip the camera around so y'all can see it. But I don't know if I flip my camera upside down, if it'll show it upside down. I'm not really sure.
I might be able to find it upside down.
Yeah, she's gonna look for it right now. It's crazy. You don't talk about predictive programming, subliminal messaging. It's right there in the damn album cover art. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, hang on. Let me flip this camera around. I think she found it.
Well, you could got it
Right
both
in your
ways.
face the whole damn time, kind of thing. You know, laughing at you, telling you don't believe your lying eyes. Whatever you do, don't believe
the
your lying
elevator
eyes.
brings you down. Right.
You want this one first, or?
Yeah, show that one first. So this is what it looks like, right? Yeah. Now go ahead and show me the inverted image of it. Get back. Yeah, there it goes. Now I don't know if you can find a bigger one. There it is. So right there, 6. Where's the other one? I'm looking at. Oh, right there, 666, and that's an inverted phallus.
Yep.
Right there is your meteor.
Yep.
Crashing into town.
Wow.
And this actually spells E. There's a crescent moon. EVIL. Evil. And there's the all seeing eye of Freemasonry right there.
Yep.
Laughing in our face. I'm gonna laugh with him too because it's fucking absurd.
I can't even listen to my fucking favorite. Listen, I can't even listen to my favorite music no more. And the thing is, I
know. Yeah, I know, dude. It trips me out, but you know that's where we spark our own creativity, and we figure out how to make our own music, our own history, and stop listening to these damn lies, and stop because every time we listen to it,
hey, what's up, Gypsy? Woo-hoo.
We give this evil power. And look how they flaunt it in our face, and we don't even see it for what it is. Some of us do, but most of us don't. And even when you show it to them, they're like, "Oh, that's just coincidence," or
yeah, no, that's
and they go straight back to the fucking pharmacy, get another booster, and go home and take a nice long nap again.
Yeah.
It just breaks my heart when you can't see it for what it is. You can't tell me that ain't a phallus. And you can't tell me that don't represent.
A lot of stuff has phallic design.
It's got an all-seeing eye in the center of all of them. You can't tell me that ain't. Well, that one don't, but there's an eye on either side, but each one represents a single eye.
Hey,
and it's just symbology within symbology within symbology.
I want to do some research into that crest thing with the last name.
Yeah, dude, I'd love to sit down and talk with we could get into it now or any other time.
I bet $50 it ties in with lumber in some way.
You can guarantee it. You can guarantee it has everything to do with being a woodsman or a carpenter.
Dude, I get off on it, dude. I'm out there working. I don't know, man. I can't explain it, dude. I like being in 3 feet of snow with a chainsaw, man. And fucking get all fucking
timber in our research. Dude.
Yeah, we can't
be knee deep in the creek with no shirt on.
Check this out, dude. This was someone. We weren't even digging deep into heraldry, right? We were. I don't want to keep looking at that. I don't want to keep giving it a power and consenting. I just want to point it out. I don't want to keep looking at it.
I'll get off on being out in 3 feet of snow, wicked weather, cutting trees down to where most people wouldn't even get out of fucking bed. They'd be like, "Fuck that."
Right. So we were running across when we were running our family name down through history, and we were looking into entomology, the base root meaning of words. One of the words that kept popping up on both of our, when we were researching our name, was literally the name timber. It kept popping up over and over again. And I've been doing the same thing, cutting wood, heating my home, building campfires for different things, and I've always had a connection to the woods like you. And I would almost guarantee that if we run your name down, and we start tracing it forwards or backwards through history, I guarantee the name timber is going to start popping up for you too, in one way or another. And it's going to be so in your face that you're going to do like me, and you're going to start chuckling. And you're going to be like, yeah, bullshit. It's been hidden from you this whole time, but it's right there if you look for it and you know where to look.
I think I got a fucking copper mine around here somewhere. Something tells me there's a copper mine around.
Get you a couple pieces of copper, number one copper, and make you a few dowsing rods, and get you something for them to sit down inside so they can spin freely. Practice walking and holding them, and when you walk over different fields, whether it's water or electromagnetic current or minerals underground, you'll start to notice. You'll notice a reaction, and if you study about dowsing, it's not fucking witchcraft. They actually, some of them call it witching, but all it is a copper. The copper rods that you're holding it interacts with the Earth's electromagnetic interference, or input output, whatever, whether you're at a positive negative field, and how that interacts with the igneous rock, whether there's flowing water under you, because flowing water over certain types of igneous rock, especially if it's full of like quartz or different types of feldspars, basalt, granite, quartz, they all resonate at their own frequencies, and when water runs over them, it can amplify it.
Here's where I get twisted. How the fuck do I know this shit? Dude, I'm from the hood, from the west side of Grand Rapids. I was educated in a shitty ass fucking school called Sibley High School in the 80s.
Yep.
I mean, one of the worst schools in the country. How do I know this shit? You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck?
It's because it's been in your family for millennia. And it's been part of you since before you were ever created. It manifests here on Earth. That goes back to the study of heraldry, and that's why heraldry is important to understand, along with entomology, because when you look at what it means to your life personally, and then you look at the ancestors that and you apply that same thought process to your forebears that history about. And it's just, it reveals itself with such stunning clarity that you can't even deny it. You see it and you're just like, okay, well, that makes total sense.
Yeah, that ain't happening, Esther. That ain't happening. Not a fucking thing.
Only to the sheeple that bend over.
Yeah. The only fucking shot I'm taking is between the eyes.
That's right.
Yeah,
in the
I ain't
dome.
bending my knee. I ain't bending my
15 shots to the dome. They're going to use a guillotine, though.
Yeah, they are. They've already been.
Hey, look at this. Hey, this is the sun. Look at that lemon. Look at the sun one.
Hey, y'all seen a picture of the Chanel guillotines that they've been building?
You know what's hard to suck up? When you look at your old man and he just told you that you should go get that shot, and you look at him and tell him flat out, the only shot I'm taking is between the eyes. That's it. Yep. Get it. You understand? To see that look in his eyes was, it was pretty rough, man. I don't like talking to my old man like that.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough because here, I'm gonna show y'all a picture in case y'all ain't seen this. Y'all need to see this.
Find it first. Is that it?
Yeah, it's right there. That one right there. If y'all ain't seen this, y'all need to see this, because this has actually been manifested in reality, and they didn't build this just for show.
That's another thing too, is to be from the hood and watch how other people treat their parents and other people, to still have that kind of respect for your old man, because you don't even like talking to him like that, and most people don't even give a fuck.
This is crazy shit. Why would Chanel be making something like this? And, they're probably gonna call it art, or interpretive art, or something like that.
That's already been called out. That's been watched, followed.
I didn't know.
Listen, there's thousands of us, dude. It's over. They can't. Right. It's done, dude. These people are fucked.
Yeah, stop consenting to this madness.
Listen. I know for a fact that people have a line drawn in our fucking state, and that's it. When that's called, the officials and shit like that, they've already been told to. They know. I'm seeing some weird stuff, dude. I'm not gonna be cocky or nothing. I stay in the woods. I'm just watching.
I don't want just watching and waiting.
Yep, I don't want no trouble.
That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be talking and communicating and preparing for what's coming, because whatever's coming.
And that's why I just keep saying I ain't hurt nobody for these cocksuckers. What I'm trying to do with the livestock that I got is to make sure. I'm hoping it don't happen, but if it happens, I'll have livestock to help keep women and children, fit for a second. Yeah, because they're going to go from, you know what I mean? They don't understand, you know what I mean? And we're going to have to keep them around. And we're going to have to keep them around and teach them, because within 30 to 60 days, you know as well as I know, we can have a crop to feed them potatoes or whatever the fuck out of a.
Well, I mean, like all kinds of lettuces and shards and things like that. I mean, they grow radishes. I mean, these things grow fast. And you can harvest them over and over again for the whole growing season.
I'm sitting on a big giant professional greenhouse with crank up walls and shit like that. And I struggled and built this motherfucker myself. Do you know how hard it is to do a steel girder for a greenhouse by yourself?
Yeah, I've done some stuff. Yeah.
You know, I figured it out. Listen, I figured it out. You know what I mean? I made it happen. You know, I had help with a couple little aspects of it, but for the most part, I did it all my fucking self. And the thing is
the mother of invention.
Well, that's what we're going to go back to, you know. And the thing is, they goddamn cash. It's a fucking curse. I swear to God, bro.
It is. And so hey, one of the things we did that you might want to look into, because it's easy to do and it don't usually cost you nothing, is in Oregon we were part of a seed exchange club where we exchanged all non-GMO heirloom variety seeds. Some of them were ancient that had been, you know, kept passed down through families literally over the generations, and you got stuff that's not been modified for hundreds or even 1,000 years, and like ancient grains, and people will exchange these things with you for free if you have something to offer, you know, other seeds or even, you know, whatever, barter for services stuff. And they have these seed exchanges, man, and it's a great thing to have, because being able to produce and grow our own food is going to be the only thing that's going to keep us alive, because they're going to use our food against it. Like I just saw a program today where Australia said, I watched whoever this guy was, they was on regular mainstream news, and you know, coming out of Australia, and he was saying that if you don't have vaccination, you can only leave your home for 3 reasons, and going to work is not one of them. So if you have a mortgage or a car payment, or you run out of money to buy food, going to work is not an acceptable reason to leave your home if you've not been vaccinated.
Hey, guess who this is? Can anybody guess who this is? Look, it's a quarterback for a college team back in the day. Look.
Yeah, I gotta change my camera.
You'll never guess. No one guessed who this is on my Facebook or YouTube. Every time I put it on, nobody guessed who it is. Richard Nixon.
No shit. Yeah, I would have never got that.
Yeah, he's a stud
college. I was thinking Eddie Munster or some shit. I don't know.
Listen, the people are gonna wake up, dude. They're not gonna listen to these fuckers. I mean, who the fuck would listen to that?
Yeah, I know, dude, right? Who would consent to that kind of madness?
Listen, I just watched one of our officials. What's her name? Fucking the vice president, supposedly.
Kamala.
Yeah, she just got up there and said January 6th was as bad as 9/11, this and that and the other thing. The thing is, from what I'm to understand, one lady was shot by a police officer,
right?
And a couple windows were broke. That was it. We've had cities burned down. We've had people murdered across the country.
They don't talk about the cities burned down and all the murders that occurred.
Well, that's just it. I'm not with either party. Fuck the Democrats. Fuck the Republicans.
Yeah, all the way across the board. They're all evil and corrupt.
With that being said, it's so outrageous and outlandish that people are done, dude. I'm telling you, there's something going on.
It's just two sides of the sword. They're the same people.
If you go back and watch the fake inauguration of Biden, all the military had their back turned to him, dude.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
I didn't see that. I'd like to see that.
They turned around instead of saluting him. They turned around.
Yeah, and the thing is, Trump said something, and it all means something. Every word you say means something. But Trump said Joe was shot, and one of his little fucking TV speech dealies he was doing. I remember watching a little clip of it, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about Joe. He's shot." Why would he say that? There's something going on.
They say a lot of things. They say a lot of things that I think a lot of it said to keep us guessing and keep us confused, because I think that they all serve the same master. I think they all serve the same master.
It's getting beyond insane. I mean, these fuckers lost the right to govern. They know it. I think they're just trying to squeeze, like you said, every little bit of drop they can out before it fucking dumps.
Yeah, it's going to evaporate like fairy dust that it is. It won't take too much longer.
Rich became the beggar. Poor became the wise.
Yep.
Rich became the beggar. Poor became the wise. Over fucking night. The thing is, I think we ought to break that. I think we ought to break that too. You know, we're not all created equal, but that don't mean they gotta, you know, be a beggar. Well, you know what I mean? Why can't they produce something?
Most people are in the situation they're in because of what they did, though. You know, a lot of people out there being homeless, they sit there and go feed me, but they killed people, went to jail, lost everything. I mean, you don't know how people are, though. You can't trust very many people like that as well.
You know, that's true too, because look, I was in Oregon, right, and I was taking some produce delivery to a local co-op where we were selling some of our eggs and produce, and there was this homeless dude out there, and he was looking pretty sad. You could tell he was either heroin addict or meth addict, you know, and he come to me kind of humble, and he's like, "Hey, sir, you know, I'm kind of hungry. Do you think you could, you know, grab me something to eat, or you know, if you could even spare 50 cents? I'm just hungry, you know. I don't care, you know, whatever. I'll just eat." So I said, "All right." Well, I said, "I'll go in there. I got some deliveries to make," and I said, "I'll find something for you to snack on, you know," and trying to show a little love and compassion to the guy, right? And this is how absurd people are. I got him a sandwich and a big bottle of, you know, all organic, fresh squeezed mango juice, you know, no bullshit, you know, just as pure as you can get it. And I bring it out to him, and I said, "Well, here, you know, I hope this makes your day a little bit better, and you know, hope you, you know, it'll just help you, you know, help you feel a little bit better for a little while, anyway, you know, and you know, just here you go." And he looks, he takes the juice, and he's like, "Okay, cool, thanks." And then he grabs the sandwich, and he looks at the label on it, and he didn't like what was. I didn't know. I just grabbed what they had, you know. And homeboy said he's hungry, so he looks at the label and he says, "Oh, I can't eat that. I don't like that." And I said, "All right, well, I'll go ahead and take that away from you because I'm not gonna waste it because I'm hungry too." And I said, "I'll eat that son of a bitch right now." And he's like, "Well, do you think you could get me something else?" And I just got in my truck and left.
Good picture, Sass.
Yeah. Long time. Yeah, but look at this one. OG Squatch.
Yeah, I just kind of, I'm over it. I like this.
Yeah, there's some people that you'll never get through to, no matter what you do.
Yeah, well, I'm going with the flow. I'm enjoying it kind of to a point, man.
Hey, look at this michigander. This is my brother that died. Look, he's got his hat on like you. He was a crazy son of a bitch, that big old knife. He got bit by a water moccasin once, fell down the water, and stayed under there and came up out of the water and said, "Water rush."
Oh my goodness.
Hey, you can take a snake and whip its head off. You know what I mean? Like a whip, you just whip it and the head would pop off.
Yeah. Like spin it, like you're slaughtering a chicken. You just wring its neck and watch it pop off. I mean, you know.
I've seen him kick the windshield out of the cars and pull people out of them.
You gotta watch the fucking feet though when you go doing that. The feet. I just.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they'll get a hold of you. Yeah, and you don't want to get cut by them neither.
Yeah, I prefer to just pull the head across the stump and walk it with a fucking.
Hey, read this.
Yeah. I've spun plenty of them off though. I mean, you get a feel for it, but yeah, you get a scratch over one of them claws that's been walking around in feces and stuff. You get a little infection going.
Hey, this says when it's time to fight, you fight like you're the third monkey on the ramp to Noah's Ark, and brother is starting to rain.
The third monkey. Yeah, they tell us we're evolved from primates. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, but if we came from monkeys, why the fuck are there still monkeys in?
Yeah, whatever. You know, that is just another way to abominize our creation.
Darwinism is the dumbest religion ever.
The movie Planet of the Apes and shit.
Oh, I like it when Charlton Heston was in that one. He said you can't kill these humans.
You know what, man? Listen, when that Charleston Heston dude or whatever, when he first came into the contact with the people who were already enslaved by the monkeys, they couldn't speak.
Yeah.
They couldn't
speak. Could. No, he could. Yeah. The rest of the English people couldn't. Only he could.
Yeah, right.
That's what
he was the only one that could talk. They took their vocal cords out. The monkeys did.
Well, you know, that's I guess that would be symbolic of a stifling of free speech under tyranny, right?
Yeah.
Under tyrannical rule. I guess that's what they're.
Then he got to that cave, and the people were worshiping the nuclear weapon like it was God.
Yeah.
I think the best part of all those when he sees the damn Statue of Liberty and he starts just freaking out. You know what I mean?
It's so crazy, man. They throw this shit in our face and they laugh.
I like Planet of the Apes, though. As long as you know that shit's fiction, you're okay. You know, it's just some people they get their history from watching movies. Like the West, they didn't all wear cowboy hats and the streets weren't clean. It was a muddy mess and people were dirty. You know what I mean? They act like it was just, I don't know. People think that gun smoke and all that shit's how the West was.
Hey, if y'all, any of y'all, I have one of my in-laws. I'm not gonna call her out, but I gotta laugh at the situation. Y'all, any of y'all heard of that show called Yellowstone?
Nope.
So I think it's on Paramount Network. There's it's about some modern day cowboys or some shit. And one of my in-laws said, "Hey, you kind of look like this old boy on this show called Yellowstone." And this in-law said, they said, "You trying to look like old boy on that show?" And I said, "Hey, old boy on that show, he's an actor and he's just pretending. I live it. Who's copying who?"
Dude, did you know they used to shun actors and shit out of town? They were
Yeah. They were even in ancient Rome.
Hey, Ron, there's that red horse of the apocalypse of that painting right here.
I know. I saw that when you were showing something yesterday, one of the videos you were playing. But what were we just saying, michigander? He got me thinking about the apocalypse horse. What did you say?
What?
That's my fault.
Hey, my crow is fucking my cock is crowing. He ain't been fucking singing for like a 2 weeks to a month.
Hey, you keep your cock to yourself there, pal.
What's that? No.
I said you keep your cock to yourself there, pal.
My rooster, dude, he's crowing. He ain't been crowing for like 2 weeks to a month, dude. I'm serious. I've been paying attention. And the thing is, my second one died. I found my second one dead.
The Sinclair family motto.
What?
I want to show. Hey, you want to talk about cock and symbology right there? Click on that. Hey, what? No, for real. No, this is not about phalluses at all. This is about heraldry. This is about the study of heraldry. I'm going to show y'all something.
Hey, how does a gay rooster crow? Any cockle-doo.
I say heraldry. It's heraldry, but I get my phonetics screwed up because I'm a little dyslexic.
Hey, it is what it is, man. I like making fun. Life's got to be fun too. It's
hard
enough to live.
Hey, check this out. Since you're getting an interest in heraldry, this is the Sinclair family motto, and it says, "Commit thy work to God," and it's got a cock on there. Now, the funny thing about the Sinclair family, if you look up their family history, it says that the Clausen name is called a sept, S-E-P-T. Now, it's not an abbreviation like September; it's an actual word. And
did you say you spelled your last name with a K or a C?
Well, in very for the longest time it's been spelled with a C, but in much more ancient times, as it relates to Denmark, it was spelled with Klaus, like Klaus Tar. But when you research the Sinclair name, it says that my family name is a sept of the Sinclair line, and this is their family motto. But here's the funny thing about when we say it's about cock, because this is legit referred to as a cock because it's a male rooster.
Yeah, from Cockney.
But here, you know what the funny thing is? I live in a place called Cock County. No shit.
Hey, I live in Greene County next to Stone County, next to Christian County.
I've never been to this part of the Smoky Mountains in my life until we bought a home here, and I start studying heraldry, and I realize I live in Cock County, and this right here is associated directly with my family name. you know,
I grew up. One of my best friends, his last name was Sinclair.
Right, and my family name says I'm a sept of that, and I don't really know in its totality what that really means, but what certainly means something, don't it? Because I just landed, and I'm living in Cock County. I had one of my best friends in Illinois. I nicknamed him Country, but before, because he for Illinois, but he's as country as it gets. But before I met him, his long-standing here we go with the weird connections in family and history. For the long time before I met him, all of his friends and family referred to him as Rooster.
That's my nickname. One of them.
And that was, we were just thick as thieves together. We were best buddies. We did all kinds of shit together. His nickname was Rooster, and I got this name attached to my family name for, I don't know, nearly a millennia. That we can confirm. Damn near a millennia. It's pretty wild. what you find, you know.
You
can't deny it when it's,
people got mad and changed their name because they didn't want people to know they related to people. Like Murphy, they'd add an extra E before the Y. You know how people drop a letter just to get away from their family.
yeah, but that's the interest. Yeah, that's true. That did happen. But you know, there's another part of it too, and that's what a sept is. Sometimes they'll now there's different ways to look at a sept, but this is one of them. You could look at a sept as they will take your name. Say if you're, let's just say for example, you're a Smith, but maybe somewhere in ancient history before you married into the Smith bloodline, your name was, let's say, Jake. I'm just going to make one up. Yeah. Now, if you're a sept of a royal family, and a royal family would have something to hide or a secret to teach you, or like, let's just say if you only had 2 sons and there was a plague going on raging across, you know, the planet in ancient history, and they wanted to ship one of their sons off to a foreign kingdom that was less likely to be subject to a plague. Now, I'm just giving a hypothetical here.
Yeah.
But they would ship they would in some instances ship one of the heirs, one of the male heirs, maybe not the primary male heir, but maybe the primary male heir, and they would ship them off to a different kingdom or an ally to protect them. In order to protect them, especially protect their bloodline, they would go back to an older meaning of their family name in history, an ancient name. And then now you're still part of that same family, but now because they've made a change, you continue to carry that change to remind the family that there was a point in the family history that, you know, something had to be done drastic for one reason or another. They changed the name and moved you somewhere else to conceal something or to teach something, you know, or to learn something. And they would change your name for many different reasons, but one was to hide things.
Yep.
And that's part of what the changes and the variations and spellings of names that you run across. Yeah, some of it's done out of shame, you bet, but other times it's done for other reasons that aren't so obvious unless you research history.
You ever seen a petrified mushroom? Look at this.
Oh, dude, that's cool. No, I've never seen one. Where'd you find that at?
In the woods. Look at that. I mean,
I don't know how something that's so delicate and easy to come apart was petrified.
That's because whenever the flood, you know, all the volcanoes went off and the ash covered everything, and then all that
like a mud flow or something, like a pyroclastic.
Yeah, because like all these obelisks and stuff that they can't put a credit card through. I've seen a guy that's proved that most of that stuff was wood, and whenever the flood came, it covered it all that and it petrified it.
Huh,
it wasn't stone to begin with; it was wood till after, you know, the flood. It's pretty crazy.
Someone sent me a picture the other day of some tanks that were left out in the rot in the middle of nowhere from World
Hey, you
War
can petrify stuff in less than a year, dude. It doesn't take a year.
Yeah, the steel was starting to petrify itself.
Hey, I've done it. I've seen it with an orange, a potato, Twinkies. I mean, they'll petrify acorns. They'll be concrete, but it just replaces the mineral, you know, with a mineral or whatever's there. Like that guy, Roger from Mud Flood University, he proved that some of those crystal skulls and stuff are real people that got covered in where quartz was. And you can see, it's crazy. I mean, you can see the real, and some of the statues they've cut into have bones in them. Some of these statues weren't carved. They were real people that got like a Vesuvius.
Wouldn't that be something if you could prove that?
Well, like he's proven that, like, believe it or not, he says caves are women's giants' vaginas. And somehow he's proved.
You want to hear?
He's a scientist, biologist. You can see the parts, and he's taken and done DNA tests on these rocks, and they were live giants.
Yeah, you want to hear something else crazy about giants and mountains? When you talk about Michigander, you were talking about a copper mine. I heard a wild theory. Now I can't prove it, but
that's blood.
The veins of gold and silver and precious metal are actually with the veins of what were inside these giants.
You're right. That's why it's called gold vein, gold mine. I mean, the vein.
Yeah, vein of silver, vein of copper, vein of gold.
Anywhere
vein
you
of
find
platinum,
the precious
palladium.
stuff is where a giant laid. Exactly. And you're right. I believe that too. I mean.
Yeah. When me and my wife got married in the Fiji Islands, we went and visited an orchid garden that had been there for decades, and it set at the base of this mountain range, and the mountain. I have a hard time saying it. The name of the mountain and the orchid garden was called the Garden of the Sleeping Giant.
Yeah.
And the mountain, when you stood back at it, when you pull as you're driving down the road to come at it, it literally looks like a giant laid down.
Yeah, I've seen that before. It's in what country? Can't remember what country.
Well, they're all over the world, but the one we saw personally was in the Fiji Islands where we got married.
Well, like that Devil's Tower is this a silicone-based tree. I mean, you can see it plain as day. It's a stump. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does look like a tree stump. It looks exactly like a tree stump.
Giants. There was also, what do you call them? Titans were bigger than giants. I mean, they're hundreds of feet tall.
Yeah, they said in the Bible it talks about them being tall as cedars and then being as big or bigger than mountains.
Our trees were bushes to them, like weeds. You know what I mean? That's why I always said we're the little people because they talk about giants were regular.
Like Lord of the Rings, we're the hobbits.
Yeah, because look at the doorway. Adam and Eve are 25 to 30 feet tall. You know what I mean? There's no standard for height that came after the flood. You know what I mean?
Like what was it in Greece, the Temple of Apollo?
I mean, people in a buggy and a wagon aren't going to do extra work to build a door bigger for no reason.
I can't remember. Yeah, I know, right?
But there's another guy that pyramids and stuff. I watched a documentary. This guy proved that the pyramids and all that they learned they could take and melt down rock to make concrete out of it with this giant magnifying glass. I mean, it was crazy, dude.
Yeah, like there's some stone cuts down in South America, like Machu Picchu, where they say that the way these stones are shaped and formed together, that it was almost like they were liquefied. And then
they say you can't put a credit card in there because it only goes in a few inches because it's poured and it's a mold,
Right, like a precast.
Like they pour a foundation or something. They put up boards or panels when you do a basement,
I was looking at these pictures the other day of some of the temples over in India that were in disrepair, and it showed some. Now they could have been doctored, and I realize I have to take it with a grain of salt. But it showed some of these places that were in need of repair, and you could see the wood underneath the stucco.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you should look at Salt Lake, Utah. Within, I can't remember how it gained, all these giant places, those buildings that look crazy, they built all them, within 1 year with only, 2,000 people there, supposedly.
Which buildings, some of the big fancy, real ornate
cathedrals
ones?
And all that shit.
Yeah. I've heard that too.
We can't build them now, but they built them with a buggy and a wagon and just, it don't make sense.
Rudimentary hand tools and shit.
Well, all this shit was already here, And
hey, like they tell us about Egyptology, that they did all these carvings in this granite and marble, and they did it with copper chisels with absolute pure.
And the Native Americans had cities with millions of people in it and shit. They lied. Well, I don't believe in caveman because our brain's always been this size. Why would we go from Adam and Eve to a Mongoloid that didn't know about the wheel?
Check this out. Check this there. We were talking about this, I think, yesterday. And here again, I'm just going to talk about my concept of things, but I was talking about Tutankhamun's iron dagger that he had that they found in his tomb, and it had been sitting in that tomb for several thousand years and had no rust on it. And you say, oh yeah, well I guess the archaeologists say, oh well, it was meteoric iron, and they didn't forge yet, or they didn't produce iron. They just took the iron and made it into a dagger for him. But here's a problem with that. Even to take a piece of meteoric iron, now I'm not a chemist or a metallurgist, but to take a piece of iron and get it hot enough to be able, even if it was meteoric iron,
to work it like this. Look, I found this in the woods. Piece of metal that's been worked like a beat into this.
Right.
I don't know what it was used for, but it looked like a spear, probably.
Could have been a spear. Could have been a chopping tool too. You could use it. If you had
handle, I use it for napping arrowheads. It's hard as a rock.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you could use it as a chopping tool. All kinds of uses. Chopping, like if you were like you had
it's not like the massive steel, but you can see where somebody
the quarters off a deer and it had a good edge on it. But you could hack a quarter off.
Somebody forged this on it and beat it with a hammer. It's like you can see it. Everybody had a blacksmith in town in the old days.
Yeah, you were considered one of the most sought after and skilled people in town because of what you could do.
They were always working because they always need a horse shod or how they horseshoes or whatever. I had horses growing up. I had a Shetland pony, and then we had a Tennessee Walker or something. You know what I mean? When I was a kid.
That'd have been cool. I had a neighbor in Illinois. That he raised mules, and he didn't raise his mules but for one purpose. And if you ever heard of the mule rides that they do in the Grand Canyon?
Yeah, I'm in Missouri.
Mules are really intelligent and they're really sure-footed. Every mule that this guy raised and trained, he sold directly to those outfitters that take those tourists up and down on those trail rides.
Yeah, I read about that before. Those trails sometimes not very wide. They're sure-footed, like you said. That's the only thing.
Oh yeah, and they're like 10 times smarter than a horse, and their footing is so sure that they ain't afraid of nothing. And them things will climb up damn near a trail that's 12 inches wide, and they'll climb you right up the side of a mountain. All you got to do is know how to hang on to that sucker right. Man, they're a unique animal. It's like a giant mountain goat, man. They got some balance and coordination. They ain't got no fear.
Hey, I seen a thing one time on those mountain goats with the rams with the horns. The eagle came and flew off of that sumbitch, and it was almost bigger than the eagle, but it like glided all the way to the ground with it. You know what I mean? It was insane.
You're an ass. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at my wife over here. She's cracking wise. She's flipping me some shit right now. She's showing me something she just typed in the comments. She's she's a pistol. I'll just say that. I dish out plenty of shit, so I have to take it when she returns it. Yeah, that's true. That is funnier than shit.
Hey, when I was younger, my ex-wife and grandpa, we'd go on trips. I'd go with him because he's getting old, and he'd listen to Louis L'Amour books while we were driving. You know, them old Western. It's pretty good sagas. You ever read Louis L'Amour?
Yeah, oh hell yes, man. I've read a bunch of his books. He wrote some good westerns.
Yeah, and he had them on cassettes, and we'd listen to like 3 or 4 books while we were gone, you know.
Dude, when I was in jail, the only thing I had really to keep my mind from breaking amongst all the chaos in there was I had a fairly decent access to reading material, and I got real good at reading, and for years I would read 300 to 500 pages a day, just on everything. I mean, I would read dictionaries from front to back. I read the New Testament from front to back. Whole volumes of encyclopedias.
Hey, I've read the history of the town. I used to show for limos. I built them, and I took this guy. He was a memory guy that bought the limo, and I had to take him all over. And he taught me, when you read, you don't have to look at the or, and, the, is, any of those. You scan past them because your mind sees it anyway. And
I can read way faster
that way. You just like look at the whole chapter almost. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I can read way faster than I can even say it. Even if I was like a skilled auctioneer, I can read way faster than I could possibly ever say it.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah, it's cool when you learn how to develop that.
But you take that for granted though, because half the world can't read, write, or do shit, can't spell.
Yeah, there's a lot of illiteracy. That's for sure.
And you don't know it because people don't tell you. You know. And when I was in New Jersey, they had signs that said "Help Stop Illiteracy." I said, "What good is that? They can't read it."
Right. Hell, I can read, but I can barely spell illiteracy. I can read it just fine, but sometimes I got a little dyslexia and I'm a little ADHD too. So yeah, things get jumbled up in my head. But I mean, when I read it, I make perfect sense of it. But if I try to write it, and even sometimes when I try to say it, I flip the phonetics around it and it comes out sounding silly.
You know how you can tell if you really have ADHD? If you take Ritalin, and if you go to sleep, you got it.
Yeah, I've heard that, but I don't like taking medication, so
I tried Ritalin and the other one. It's what's it called? The one it's like Ritalin they give for kids so they can take one pill for the whole day.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I took one and I was bouncing off the walls like a freaking bouncy ball.
Yeah, ain't no telling what it would do to me. I don't know if I'd even trust taking it.
Well, if you're not hyper or whatever that is, it does the opposite to you.
So hey, check this out. I know you can stay up for a long time.
Adderall, that's what it's called, Adderall.
Yeah, Adderall. Yeah, I've heard you talk about staying up for a long time, running like a 40-hour
I don't do that. It's natural. I don't do it. I don't need it.
I know. Check this out. When I was in jail, right before I came home, I didn't sleep for 7 days straight. And then the last night before I came home, I slept for 2 hours. And then when I got home, I slept for 2 hours after 7 days, and then I went home. And I was up for another 9 days, and I never took anything, not caffeine, nothing. I mean, I stayed up total for 16 days on 2 hours sleep, and
I got divorced when I became insomniac. I never slept in a bed again. You know what I mean? When you're some major event affects you, it affects with your sleep.
Yeah, it started with me when I was 5, when that damn Anubis came and visited me. That's when my insomnia started. I can literally tie it to
We have a lot
point.
in common, dude. I saw Sasquatch when I was 6 the first time.
My insomnia started at that actual crossroad in my life when that son of a bitch came to see me when I was 5. That's when my insomnia started, at that exact moment. And I
my
haven't
dad
slept
was
the same
dying when I
since.
seen mine. It was a weird deal. Let me tell you.
I actually like my insomnia, man, because it gives me so much extra time to think about shit or research shit and do stuff and get work done.
I was talking about today that when you don't sleep, you get to study while people are sleeping. You're learning. So, you know, if you sleep a fourth of the people, then you've got 4 times the knowledge. I mean, because you spent thousands of hours more doing shit besides sleeping.
I can go month after month after month where I only sleep usually about 2 to 3 hours a day. Now, every once in a while, like maybe once or twice a month, I might get like 6 or 7 hours of sleep. But I can go month after month after month and only getting 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night. And I mean, I don't feel foggy, or I just feel more sharp and more.
Have you ever got like
aware.
8 hours of sleep and you get up and you feel like shit from sleeping too long?
Yes, I do that every time I sleep more than 5 or 6 hours, even when I'm dead dog tired. If I sleep more than 6 hours, I feel like garbage. I don't feel well at all. I never have. And that's why I don't like taking even melatonin or anything. I don't like taking anything because it goes against my natural function.
I don't take any medicine. I don't take vitamins. I don't drink milk. I don't drink water. I don't drink coffee. I mean, I'm not normal though. I eat everything though. There's nothing I won't eat.
I like herbal teas. I like a lot of herbal teas because there's a lot of natural essential oils present in those natural herbal teas that are good for the body.
Sassafras tea is my favorite.
Yeah. Sassafras soda, you ever drink that? It's pretty good.
And I've had sarsaparilla.
Yeah, that's what I meant, sarsaparilla.
That was Hoff's favorite drink on Bonanza.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Did you know Bonanza was the first color program on TV?
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, because they had movies since the 30s, but they didn't have the way to do it on TV. You know, color TV on at the theater, they could color in the film. You know what I mean?
Or so they tell us, right? You know, so that's
what they say. Exactly. But I've seen those old pictures of old technology where they had like they could see people in the 20s and 30s, you know, on the screen, on the phone. You know, and I've seen one that was like in the 30s, they had conveyor sidewalks that you stood on and it took you down the road.
Yeah,
you mean?
Yeah, right. Hey, you know what burns my ass, dude, for real? When you go into a big airport and they got those flat conveyor belts, and people are so fucking lazy, they go in there and they stand on them, and it's not the point at all. The whole point of a flat escalator is a people mover, and if you walk on it, you almost triple your rate of forward movement. And these fucking retards, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Well, maybe I did. People don't think about it. And it's to move you across a large distance in a very rapid fashion, and they get on there and they just stand on it, and I'm like, excuse me, I'm coming through. What are you doing?
And you see stand on it till it gets to the end, and they trip off the end and fall. You know, if they stay on there.
Yeah, I know, dude. I'm just absolutely mystified every time I go into a big airport and I see that happen. I'm just like, man, get the hell out of the way! Don't you even know what this is made for? This is not a place to take a break. That's what the benches on the fucking side are for.
I heard it.
It's just like, y'all don't get it. Even if you showed them a sign that said this is what this is for, they'd stand on that son of a bitch anyway and sit on their suitcase and block the whole son of a bitch.
That's like somebody puts a Phillips head and tries to loosen a screw and strip it, and they start stripping it, and they just keep going until it's just
they just keep going. Yeah, it's a true definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny when you watch that shit play out, and they just can't let it go. Yeah, it's funnier than hell.
Hey, if you're down there, I seen who was here. Isabella, if you want to come up, dude. Another Canadian. I never met so many Canadians in my life till I got on YouTube. I never met one in person until I got here.
Smash a brick wall. I like what you're saying here, and would often the guards would stop saying would say, "Stop beating up my wall." Hey, I made this. Check this out. I made this little shelf out of cardboard in the jailhouse once, and I got my hands on some wood glue because I worked in the wood shop. And
Did you get
I
some
took.
tobacco too?
Check this out. I took a little. I had a little bitty container, and I put just a little bit of that wood glue in it, and I smuggled it back to the cell house. And I took some cardboard, and you know, like those little wooden shelves that go onto your wall that you put little knickknacks and shit on.
I made it with matchstick boxes, but match boxes.
Right.
Before.
So what I did was I took some pieces of cardboard and I just put a nice thin layer of glue on there and bonded them together like a triple thick, you know. And then I made some little 45-degree angle braces. And then I took the whole back side of that little homemade shelf out of cardboard and I covered the back edge of it with glue that was going to attach to the wall. Now you don't think wood glue might hold it to the wall, but there's a little
wood glue is good if you let it dry right. It is.
Well, actually, there's a trick with wood glue that you can speed that process up, and you can make that wood glue set and cure within 15 to 30 minutes. And what you do is you heat it up with a match, and you get it to where it's just starting to bubble, and you press that sucker into the wall, and you hold it there, and you just be patient. And you hold it there for about 15 minutes, and then you let it sit overnight to finish curing. But once it's up there, it's up there. And here's how I know. They came in to do like a massive shakedown and search all the cells and look for contraband. And I was standing right there at the doorway, and the damn turnkey looks at me and he says, "What's this doing on the wall?" I said, "I don't know what to tell you about that." I said, you know, I'm not going to sit there and just, you know, incriminate myself. I said, "I don't even know what to tell you about that, bud." So he pulls out his big mag light that's got the D-cell batteries that they can use to beat on you if they want to.
Hey, look, he's in the chat. Poor Dirt Farmer's back. And I like that name too. Why don't you come up on the panel? I'll put this link down there and tell us what happened. I wasn't there, dude.
What's he saying?
Well, he got his channel taken down. Now he's got a new link there, poor Dirt Farmer Live. But come up and tell me, because Krafty was here. I think she finally got some sleep. She's been up for a few days. I think she said she was kind of talking crazy.
Hey, so check this out. Check this out real quick, Sash. This turnkey reaches in and grabs that flashlight and he tries to knock that shelf off the wall. And that fucker bonded that concrete so strong that it took chunks of concrete off with it. Man, dude was pissed.
Hey, you know how to dry super glue fast, don't you? Put baking soda on it, dries instantly.
No, I never heard of that. No, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, make it hard instantly, but it's white though. It'll stay white.
Because the porosity will get all in between it, so the air can get in between every single solitary section, every place where the baking soda is.
Yeah. No shit.
Yeah, I've had to do it. You know, when it's kind of like by 5-minute epoxy, and you gotta mix it.
So is that like a thermal forcing thing? Chemical reaction?
It does get hot too when you do it.
More spaces into it, like.
Okay.
Every space a granule is going to have air around it, right? And like cracks and everything. And every single spot where a granule is. So you mix it in, you got way more porosity, so you're going to be way more oxygen in it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. You're imparting air pockets or space for. Yeah, I get it. It makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Hey, what happened, Dirt Farmer? How come you lost it? You took your channel down. I've been wanting to know.
Well, I did a news story that YouTube didn't like. I told him the Surgeon General said, that's the Surgeon General of Florida, in my title, which is the same exact title in NBC, ABC, CBS, plus a bunch of various other news stories. So what I did was I put the same title in, knowing YouTube was not going to like me. Either way, I put it in the story. The Surgeon General of Florida said, do not take the test unless you're sick. Period.
Yeah. I heard that.
YouTube struck me. YouTube gave me a strike and took my channel for 90 days. Fuck YouTube.
90?
I got 200 more channels. So what? They took my 10,000 subscriber channel. I really don't give a shit because I've never made no money on YouTube and I've never tried. So happy fuck YouTube day.
Right, no doubt, man. Why would I just can't stomach taking money from people that would want to stifle free speech. And why do they feel so threatened to stifle free speech from people like us who, are essentially nobodies, really? We're not like some major political figure or religious figure. Why do they care so much about what we got to say? That's kind of shocking.
How come the exact same titles in all the news channels where I got the title from? Our fucking Surgeon General of Florida is telling everybody, do not take the fucking test unless you're sick.
But if a guy like you or me, if a guy like you or me repeats that, then now we become a threat.
Oh yeah, YouTube took my channel away for 90 days, and so fuck YouTube. Like I said, I don't make no commercial money on them. You know?
They admitted it. Opinion.
I'm trying to see how long, or I don't know if there's people like totally banned from the internet, but that's what I'm gunning for. I'm gonna see how long it takes me to get banned from the whole fucking internet.
I've been trespassed I've been trespassed about every town around my house.
Hey, whoa, hold on. I gotta in case anybody ain't watching, this is fucking badass. I don't even know how to say this name. COQUI 1955. Yeah, if you're not at least on one government watch list, you're just not trying. Amen.
You're a fucking slacker.
Hey, Dirk Palmer, the guy that spray painted, the guy spray painted you out of that restaurant. Whatever happened to that guy? Did he get charged?
Ooh, good question.
You know, the guy with the black paint, you kept broke your phone, all that shit. He may not be on there. I watched one of his videos a year ago, or maybe longer, where this guy, they were in a restaurant filming, and this guy starts trying to spray paint their black paint on their camera, broke his phone, all this shit, and the cops let him go. They said he's going to jail. They said, you let him drive his own vehicle to go to jail?
You're right. Hey, I mean, I don't look for trouble, man, but if trouble approaches me like that in any form, I swear, man, I would take that can of spray paint and I would do something medieval with that motherfucker. Straight up.
It was weird, dude.
Yeah.
You gotta see the video.
I get trespassed from every town around my house. I got way over 50 trespassings from stores that I don't even know where they're at. I've never been there.
Yep.
Hey, you know what's priceless is when you're going somewhere like a store, convenience store, restaurant, gas station, and the police got you in their crosshairs, and they go in and they'll go into a store and they'll actually solicit a trespass from a private business and try to tell you that you can't go in there when they went in there and solicited a trespass from the proprietor. That's actually illegal, and they get away with that shit every day.
Yep.
You're right.
Well, the police are the ones that solicit the trespassings.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
That's his point. Yep.
I mean, they'll go to every town.
Because they don't like you, they'll try to make it illegal for you to go conduct business.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got trespassed from the dress shop, man. I'm fucking pissed. I can't go to the dress shop.
Thank God for small mercies, I guess.
I've been kicked out of better places than that.
Somebody said Tony got struck for 90 days too.
That was the crime.
Did he? Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, all these people try to strike me for over 10 years. I've struck myself 2 or 3 times, but nobody else has ever been able to get me. I always beat all their strikes, no matter who put a strike on me in 10 years. I've never lost a strike until YouTube strikes you. They don't.
I've had 4 of them. I've had 4 strikes since I've been on YouTube.
On one channel?
Yeah, but I had them I had one, and then I got another one. The 90 days they go away. Luckily, none of them, they went away before I got the next one.
Oh no, my strikes on that. I got one more in that and the original the 10,000 subscriber channel will be gone soon. So I figure I'll start
you can get 3, but if you get one, it only lasts 90 days and it's over. It only lasts 90 days.
90 days. It'll be 90 days before I can even put another video up.
Right. Well, if you get 1, it's a week. 2, it's 2 weeks. All I ever got banned was for 2 weeks not posting anything.
This one's for 3 months.
Yeah, I never had that. Usually they just get rid of your channel before they do that.
Well, you need to step your game up then, all I can tell you.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't bother me none. I mean, they're all gone now.
Yeah, I'll abandon that channel. The 10,000 subscriber channel, Poor Dirt Farmer, I'll abandon that one. I can sit there. I don't give a fuck. I'll never use it again. And I'll start on a new one.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. So, like, if you get a warning or a strike, is it against policy? Would I, like Sasquatch, if I'm on your channel, if I was to...
you won't get one on my channel. I will. It won't affect you
that's
at all.
what I'm asking. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying is, so like, they gave me a warning, and you have a chance to, I guess you can file a grievance or some shit. You can contest it. So I did that very thing. I was only on YouTube for 3.5 days, and I got a video taken down and a warning, and they gave me an option to, have my say. And I'm looking. I screenshotted it, and I'm trying to find it. But you guys are gonna laugh if I can find it. You guys are gonna fucking laugh at what I told these people.
They give it to you.
Hey, I got something of yours that I while ago when I was gone. Listen to this PDF.
You're a fucking hoe. No, you can explain these nuts in your mouth.
Oh, that's my 13-second video.
That's what he said to a cop. You can explain these nuts in your mouth. Fuck you.
Yeah. This police come walking up to me. He said, "Well, just let me explain." I said, "You're a hoe. Fuck off. Why don't you explain these nuts in your mouth?"
I like shit like that.
Yeah,
You mean he
I
didn't wanna
like
make a
telling them all about themselves. Well, now see, now look, if they're respectful, man, and they come at me like a man, I'll never disrespect them. But when they come at me like a piece of trash, I'll talk to them like a piece of trash straight up, and I don't give two shits.
Hey, poor dirt farmer, you were pretty nice when you first started. I couldn't believe how you were in some of them. I was like, I could see you must have got rubbed raw too many times.
Oh my God.
It could be in mine, but I don't know if I can go look at it without screwing
Well,
everything up.
actually, my real name when I started on YouTube is
Yeah,
Mega
but we saved it.
Violated.
It's in a folder somewhere, honey. I'm telling you. Or I sent it to your phone. It's in your gallery under.
Check my text messages.
Yeah. I was trying to find this. I was trying to find this grievance or whatever. I'm surprised. I was actually expecting when I wrote this shit to YouTube, contesting their warning and pulling down my video. I thought for sure that they was going to shut my channel down with what I said to these people. But
somebody has to turn you in. Somebody complained, or they don't even look usually.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never lost a strike on someone turning me in 10 years. Never.
Because
Not
your
one.
opinion. Like,
Huh?
No, this video was only up for a few hours, and they took it down, and they said because I was spreading medical misinformation. When I said straight up front, I said, look, this is just my opinion on something, and I think that it's a little bit strange, and I'm just sharing an opinion. And I even said, I don't claim to be a doctor. I don't claim to be a medical professional. I'm just voicing a simple opinion on what I see. And buddy, they couldn't pull that fucker down fast enough and start issuing warnings and threats. And when I responded to them through their grievance process or whatever hell it's called, I thought for sure they were going to kick me off YouTube altogether. But I'm trying to find it because it was funny. I mean, I just kind of let them have it a little bit.
I got mine take it down in the middle of the stream though. They just shut it off right in the middle of the live streams.
Hey, Sasquatch, my original name, Mega Violated. No one remembers that name. Hey, no one remembers Mega Violated out here, right? Mega Violated. And the reason nobody remembers that name is because I got them all gone. None of them are left.
Yeah.
So I was never a nice guy out here. I just pretended to play one on YouTube.
Hey, see, this says things you do not say to a police officer. I used to wear this shirt all the time. It's pretty good. It's like weren't you one of the people in the village people? Weren't you one of the
women officers? You say they should have sent a man out. That gets them to a woman officer. You say, fuck, they should have sent a man out. God, I can't.
Well, you know what you say when you get pulled over? You know why I pulled you over? Yeah, you thought I had donuts in the car, right?
Now that you get a woman, that kills them. That kills them right away. When you're dealing with a woman, right? And you're talking, and they start doing their bullshit. You just go, I can't even do it. Why? Just look away from this. Go, why couldn't they just send a man? And just refuse to talk to them after that. They will.
Women can cry and get away. You know?
The woman officer, she will go insane. Don't even have the respect to look at her when you say it. Look away from her and go, why couldn't they just sent a man?
Oh, nowadays they'll pull out their bully club and probably club you.
She'll go nuts.
Have you been tased, Dirt Farmer? Have you ever been tased by a cop?
Oh my God.
I mean, I didn't know if anybody's ever tased you.
I ain't never
Ron,
been
is that the only time you got into a cop on video that you recorded it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think so. I think that's the only time. Well, I have another video. Well, I had one. I don't know if my wife or my sister might still have a copy. There was another one. It was actually that night. The 13-second video was recorded by my nephew, and when they were hauling my brother down to the car, I could hear him. You know, they were roughing him up and trying to manhandle him a little bit. So I turned my camera on my phone and started walking down there. And I told him, I said, I walked up on them and they said, hey, don't you get in the way and try to interfere. I said, I ain't here to interfere. I said, I'm here just to record so y'all don't sit here and abuse my brother like y'all have done in the past over and over again. So I said, if y'all do, I'm gonna get y'all on camera. and I'm going to come after your qualified immunity, and I'm going to get your pension. You know, I said, I already know how this game is played. And I said, once I catch you fuckers dead to rights, I'm going to have you that ass in perpetuity for the rest of your career. And I'm going to attach myself to every penny you make for the rest of your life. And this other one, though, my dumb ass, because I'm not used to recording shit. I got it recording and running, but I never even pointed at the son of a bitches, because when I walked up, they immediately relaxed their grip on my brother when they see me recording. And so I'm just kind of holding the camera, and it's kind of facing down to the ground, but you can hear me reading the riot act. And I'm telling them, you know, where's your fucking humanity? You know, you guys are sitting here arresting my brother for something he didn't do. His son was just, you know, hung himself, so-called. You know, he was actually murdered, but they were, you know, they were calling it, you know, suicide. And I'm like, you know, you guys want to arrest my brother for something he didn't do. You got no humanity in you, because I'll let y'all hear it if you want to hear it. I mean, you know, it sounds a little crazy, but I haven't posted this yet because I don't think people are really ready to hear, you know, someone talk to police in such a way. But when you understand the context of what happened, you know, I think any man or woman, if their family was being targeted and arrested literally for doing fucking nothing. We had our mother's house vandalized by a brick. We had them on camera, and instead of arresting instead of arresting the criminals that we had clear facial imagery of who threw the brick through the window, they decided to come back and arrest my brother because the so-called, you know, the criminals that we had video evidence of told the police, they said, well, he came down here and threatened us. So instead of arresting him based on video evidence, they went and arrested my brother based on hearsay evidence from the criminals. And they said, well, we're going to arrest him for disturbing the peace and disorderly conduct instead of arresting the people we had video evidence for. So, you know, I mean, I got a little irate, and I said a bunch of crazy shit to him, and you know, putting my nuts in his mouth was the least of it.
Right. Yeah. If I would have been there.
But I will tell y'all, if you want me to play this, I mean, I use a lot of profanity in here, and I say some things that aren't necessarily considered appropriate, but it's okay if I have your permission.
They're just words. We don't care.
Hey, Blood, you ain't never watched none of my videos. It's obvious. You're talking about profanity.
Okay, all right.
Holy
Well, as long as
fuck,
I got Sasquatch's
damn.
do I have your permission, Sasquatch, to go ahead and hit play?
Yeah, you can play whatever you want.
All right, you can't see shit on the video anyway because I was holding the camera like a dumbass, but you can hear it. All right, I'm gonna hit play. Let me see. I gotta turn the volume up and make sure. Here, let me see this for a minute. I'm gonna hold it by the microphone. Tell me if I'm holding it too close or if there's echo or something. I tell y'all heard him. I'm gonna get that qualified immunity, and I'm coming after everybody's pension. I'm not going to fear. Y'all touch me unprovoked, I will defend myself. I'll tell you that straight up. I ain't no bitch, and I ain't scared of none of y'all. All of y'all can get some of me. Nice. You hurt my brother and his own. And I got money. I'll get a fucking team of attorneys on you motherfuckers, so I don't look like no poor white trash in this neighborhood, do I? We'll come get you. It ain't over yet. Hang on. Y'all better not. This guy's son hung himself, and I sat here and tried to explain that. That's why he was snapping. And this little pussy, pretty boy motherfucker here got his feelings hurt because my brother snapped on him. He ain't right. He's institutionalized. I had nothing to do with it. I was talking to you the whole time. How could I be down there? And y'all couldn't exercise fucking discretion when little Mighty Mouse here come rolling up talking about taking it over fucking disorderly. He lost his son, man. We're humans like y'all. We ain't got no fucking badge, but we're just like y'all. We happen to be poorer than y'all. We have problems. But exercise the fucking. Why do y'all think people hate y'all? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Look at what he's going through. And now our mother got her fucking brick launched through her window after her grandson just hung himself. Institutionalized fucking brother. And y'all want to harass him and lock him up over fucking petty disorderly conduct. Suck my cock. Humanity, man. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Listen,
y'all got a reckoning coming from the people of this country from the way y'all abuse people. And this is the type of abuse that the people of this country are fucking sick of. And we're going to strip you bitches of power. And we're going to start locking y'all up for abusing us. And y'all know what's going down across the country, don't you? The auditors that are on y'all's ass, y'all give me a new mission in life. We'll start following you bitches. Get y'all doing some dirt.
I got the money to follow you. I got money to hire investigators for you bitches. And it don't take no violence whatsoever. It takes brains.
That's the power of nonviolence. It can't be.
Is that in Tennessee? Is that in Tennessee?
No, that was in Illinois.
Okay.
Power.
Hey, look, here's the deal on that for real. And if you think about this, if it's called the art of war, and if you take their tools of warfare that they use on us and you turn it against them, buddy, you got some real authority now.
You are the man.
Well, no, I'm just a normal dude, man, but I'm tired of taking shit and I'm tired of listening to the lies. So I've learned how to read their
PDF's got videos like that all over the place, just like you. PDF.
I've learned how to read their laws and interpret their laws, and I've educated myself, even their Latin terms. I just translate them fuckers on Google, and I get a full understanding of what they're talking about, how, where, when, why, and I stay within their boundaries of law. But believe me, buddy, I turn that shit against them quick as they turn it against us. When they're being unlawful, you know, if they're arresting some maniac or some pedophile for doing some fucked up shit, man, I got their back all day long. But when they turn that same tyrannical behavior towards us, oh, I got something for their ass. You can count on
you said you grew weed. He grew weed too, and they stole his weed from him, you know, and put him in jail for it.
Man, that's theft, pure and simple. God gave the water, the sun, the seed. They do not have the authority. They try, but they don't. They'll have to even give you back your plant. I've seen it. They fucking had to hand back the thing, even though it wasn't. You know, you go back in that room and you get it for them. The judge said, "You get it for them."
Hell yeah.
Yeah, because you're entitled to every single thing back that they took.
Yeah, you just gotta know how to. You just gotta know how to read through their lies and turn their lies.
How many plants did you have, PDF? How many plants did they steal from you?
They said $400,000 worth.
So
I like how they attach a value to something that we look at as something that's just part of life, and they want to attach a dollar amount so they can penalize you for it based on their own corrupt way of looking at shit.
It's 400. That's 400 plants. That's 400 plants. They counted each.
No, it was actually 200. They said mine was hydroponics.
So it was worth 2,000. Yeah.
Mine was worth 2,000 a plant. Y'all's is only worth 1,000. I grow twice as good as the rest of that.
I don't know about all that now, Hoss.
I do. I guarantee you. There's nobody can outgrow me. No one.
Maybe. I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm just saying I can grow some pretty good reefer, man.
Hey, my name's Gardner, so I got to jump on you.
I grow the best. I don't grow pretty good. I grow the best.
Well, my wife and I ran an all organic, non-GMO, 100%, not organic, but 100% chemical-free farm in Oregon. It was a U-pick farm. We had 65 varieties of vegetables and fruits. And as a hobby, I grew pot, and I learned from some fantastic growers out on the West Coast, just outside the Emerald Triangle. And I would grow. All I would use, my only inputs in soil was organic bull manure and organic compost, that most of which we produced ourselves. And like an average sativa plant, what I would grow would get 11 to 13 feet tall, and I would yield dried, cured, and trimmed. I would yield about 2 to 3 pounds per plant, and running about 25 to 27% THC.
Yeah, see, I got what I grow hydroponics. I call it maximum growth capacity.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, a little forcing going on.
I'm into maxing the food out, give that motherfucker as much food as you can feed it, and fucking pump that bitches up. And I
like keeping things simple and growing outdoors. And I know there's some great hydroponics, man. I can't take away from nothing you're saying, because I agree wholeheartedly.
That's the breed. You only want to have as good a plant as the breed you start with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. The genetics of that plant.
Start with good genetics.
Yep, absolutely. I agree 100%. I like to do things real simple and old fashioned. That's just my nature. I'm not saying that I'm better than you or anything. I just say I can grow some really fantastic pot.
People they called me the professor.
Right. I get you. I get it. I understand.
It's almost like the less you mess with it, the better, though. You
right. I got a Spotify that I've only shared. I got a Spotify channel thing that I've only shared with like 2 or 3 of my friends. But my name on Spotify is the Cannabis Cowboy.
Okay.
If you don't have a pH tester and a parts per million tester, you ain't really in the league that I want to be in. I mean, you can grow great plant, hydro, fucking organic, whatever you want, but that ain't what I do. I grow maximum growth capacity. I fucking pump the motherfucker up with as much food as it can possibly intake without burning the fucking leaves off the plant. And every single bud will be full grown maximum as fast as it, as big as it could possibly grow. They can no way grow any faster or bigger. That's how
one of the guys I learned to grow from.
Man, it's like
one of the guys I learned to grow from grew exactly the way you do, and I don't take opposition to it at all. And you guys produce some fantastic product without question. I'm just saying, like, I'm old fashioned, but even doing it old fashioned, you know, like my cola buds would be, you know, anywhere from 16 to 24 inches long, and they'd be big around as my wrist.
Yeah, but now they're growing 10-foot plants, 10-foot round, and getting over 5 pounds a plant.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen them big ones, and I haven't gotten into them strains, but
again, it's the breed.
Right. The strain, the genetic line of the plant.
When you clone the plant, do you just cut a bud off and root it? I mean, I've never cloned that.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to cut a bud. You want to
not a bud. No, the
like a limb or whatever.
And the growing stage is when you want to cut your cuttings.
Absolutely.
Do they get as big as the other plant? They don't, do they?
And you want top?
Yeah, they get
nice,
the top of the plant.
If you got a good mother plant, you get a good mother plant with some good genetics in it, and all the subsequent ones you harvest off that and replant, man, they'll grow fantastic.
Well, it's the same plant. It thinks it's fucking 10 years old.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I knew a guy every year, he would grow them in his attic, and then when it got warm, they were budding. He'd put them outside, and the buds would go away and grow, and then get buds again. It was like second generation in one plant, he called it.
The plant will grow in over 12 hours. It'll flower, which is bud, under 12 hours of light.
Spotify on your phone.
You can back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
I think you changed
the main problem you'll have is it might
still comes up when you open it.
Oh, okay.
Hermaphrodite?
Yeah, it might morphodite out on you because of stress for turning it back and forth from bud to
it's
flower.
crazy when they flip. It's crazy when they flip back and forth.
Yeah.
That's not good for the plant, though.
No, it ain't. It stunts their growth.
It males when it stresses. You want to make them female.
Yeah. I used to run lights 24 hours, and you switch it to 12, and it starts budding like the next day instantly.
That's
it takes 2 weeks. It takes 2 weeks for the plant to turn around from growing stage to bud stage. It takes 2 weeks. It don't happen overnight.
But you know, you can sex a plant when it's young. I always could, right at the nodes when it's young. The hairs go up and cross, or they'll get the balls. You know what I mean? That's pretty easy.
The hair, balls. Yeah.
Well, that's the good thing about a cutting. Cutting don't have to be so old before it flowers. It's already a guaranteed female.
Right, but people get confused when you say budding because males bud because they have a flower, just like a rose. And they'll say, well, this has buds on it, but male buds aren't female buds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're just pollen sacs.
I just love growing. I don't
a flower is a bud before it opens, you know?
Hey, you ever see a plant that got that one big old giant pod right there at the stem?
Yeah.
Where the
I don't know
node
how to
comes
do
out?
it, but I didn't learn that, but I know how it's done. I've heard of it.
That big giant fat pod is a male pod on a female plant. Nobody knows. If you go through your plant and take all them big old giant fat pods off and stick them in a bag, let them dry out, you could actually use them to pollinate a plant if you don't have a male. But it's a lot of work.
Q-tip and then touched it to it.
I know people that only take a bread sack and put it over the bud and pollinate it inside that, you know?
When we lose all our honeybees from all these damn toxins, we're going to have to learn how to pollinate by hand anyway.
Walmart has the patent for drone bees.
On my site, Isabel Live.
Hey, DC Accuracy got a bunch of bees. If y'all need some bees, we got you down here in Florida. We got the fucking DC Accuracy got a whole shitload of bee boxes. He builds bee boxes. He's got bees.
What's a good startup cost to get set up just for a small colony or two?
There's so much to learn, dude. I wouldn't suggest it. I'd suggest go buy some honey from your local guy because
I know, but I love learning shit, man. I'm never put off.
You can go out and find them too in a tree, and you just got to put smoke in there, smoke them out.
Well, there's so much. You know, bees get fucking mites, and you got to spray smoke inside their box to kill these little mites on the bees, or it'll fucking kill the bee. I never knew a fucking bee had mites. There's so much to bees, man. It's not just like you stick a box out there and grow some honey. It ain't nowhere.
No, I know it's a lot of work. It's a lot of time and work.
They can go out and get lost and not make it back to the hive too. They just don't people
Hey, you know the female bee when she first when your queen first becomes the queen, when she gets ready to fly, she flies straight up in the air a mile and then breeds with them bees that are up there a mile and then comes back down and goes in the box.
That's badass. I didn't know
Have
that.
you ever ate queen bee jelly?
Yeah, that's right. They go up. Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, dark honey is called queen bee jelly. It's black, and it's what they make for the queen. And you can take one teaspoon every morning and drink it with warm water, and you're ready to go. I mean, it's like
that royal jelly.
Yeah, it's badass.
DC Accuracy
royal
got
jelly and bee pollen. That's good stuff.
He's got a bee channel he just started up. DC Accuracy just started up. It's called dribble comb.
See if you can find
Dribble
it.
comb something. I forget the name of his new page. He just started it up, and he's going to show how to do bees, how to fucking grow them, and all that shit. Hey, fuck you! I ain't got no weed. Florida sucks.
Maui.
Hey, I got a jar of honey I found in that wine cellar. It's 1974.
Wow.
Hey, you know they found honey in a jar in one of the pyramids, and it was like 3,000 years old, and it was still perfectly edible.
Yep, that's right.
It's got its own natural antibiotic, antimicrobial, and antibacterial properties already present, and I think it's the only natural food product that is produced naturally by nature that doesn't never spoil.
Never. It's like gold. It is gold.
Yeah, liquid gold for real.
Yes.
Hey, back in the day, I was from Louisiana. One of my ancestors was in the Guinness or Ripley's, believe it or not, because they had slaves, and she was pregnant. And she got gored by a bull, and the slaves were eating sorghum, molasses, and bread, and they took that plate of molasses and pushed her guts back in, and she lived because it killed it because of the molasses.
Grant,
Is that weird?
Took a Chinese grenade stomach on the beach in Normandy. The Catholic priest running around doing last rites. When he got to him, he's like, the guy's still alive. Whipped off his shirt, right? Tourniqueted him with it. Got him on the gurney, got him out of there or whatever. He was driving a Jeep for the SS guys. So they had to make him one because you're driving the Jeep. Trevor, get over here. You're sworn in. You're one of us because you drive the Jeep. You hear what they say. So he got back. His chest couldn't fit any more medals or whatever that thing is. And then he became a Shriner. So, you know what I mean? And then GM.
And then he became a Shriner.
You know what I mean? So, and then it's just bad. I went down to my dad and he was a Christian. But the thing is, you're doing talks everywhere with the obelisks, Dad. They hire you to go talk to them because you convince them all that that it's right, but it's not. But whatever. That's
Hey, Dirt Farmer.
Right?
Hey, Dirt Farmer, I got a question for you. Have you ever heard of, or have you ever tried putting molasses or honey in your soil composition?
No, no.
Have you ever heard of it done?
I never used dirt.
Well, I understand, but like I know guys that grow indoors, not hydroponics, but they grow indoors and outdoors, and they impart honey and molasses into the soil or to the substrate.
Try that shit in Florida. You don't have so many fucking ants. You don't even have a plant no more. And then the
it's not a high concentration, but it can happen.
In Florida, man, you can't grow outside. You got to fucking have. We call it guerrilla farming down here.
Right, I got you. Different environment. Environment.
Hey, my father-in-law moved to Florida and tried to grow tomatoes, and the only top 2 leaves would live, and then all the rest would fall off. You know what I mean?
Well, I guess what I'm really trying to suggest though is that it has an influence on the terpene profile.
Yeah,
but here do that with the juices.
Yeah, but see, you got pH balance. It's like with your fish tank. If your pH gets off, the fish are going to die. Same with plant. Plant has to be between 5.8 and 6.8 pH balance.
Right.
It has to be. If it gets out of that range, the plant goes into a dormant stage. It goes into shock. It sits there for 2 weeks and don't move. It don't accept no fertilizer in, and it don't grow. So after 2 weeks, it'll try to take some more fertilizer in. Now, if you didn't get the soil back prepared properly, it's going to kill the plant because the fucking fertilizer, the pH balance is off. It's either too alkaline or too acidity. So you can't have it like that. Molasses or sugar, what's the pH balance once you mix the fluid? You know what I mean? If you're going to change your pH, I don't care what you put on it, whether you piss on your plant.
If the pH balance is wrong, your plant's gonna fucking suffer.
Yeah, I understand. You got to keep your pH in its proper range.
Putting sugar with a plant, it's meaningless. The plant's not going to accept sugar into the roots. There's no fucking way.
There's nothing in there. So what?
Rotten is
shit. What if you put it in the water though? Would it take?
That's what I'm saying. You blend it with the water, and it's in a fairly small concentration. But I'm just saying that I was told and taught that there's a way for it to affect the terpene profile, and that's why I'm asking you about it.
I don't see how it can accept sugar into the roots. It can't. There's no possible way. It has to rot down. It has to rot down into a shit.
It can't break it down, can it?
There's not unless it just. It has to be.
Turn to vinegar, man.
With your natural microbes and bacteria present in the soil, you don't think that breakdown of those sugars could occur naturally?
Well, you'd want to break them down before you added it to the plant.
Yeah, you put it in your water ahead of time and you let it do its little natural fermentation.
Sit it in a bucket and let it rot.
Yeah, the ferment. That's what I said. It's the same thing, right?
Somebody told me if you sugar it made it crystallize the buds more. You know, they said make crystals in the buds.
I didn't use it, but my buddy, one of the buddies I learned from growing from, he did it religiously, and you know, it's very possible. It's very possible.
We'll be right back.
Where's the proof that a pH balance of sugar?
No, I'm not saying there is proof. That's why I'm asking you, because I never grew like that. I asked you if you knew about it.
I've never heard of it. Now I got all kind of steroids I used to use that fucking at the end of the growth stage, and that shit stunk. Holy fuck, that shit stunk. And you had like 1 teaspoon per 5 gallons. Okay. So I would have like a 30-gallon tank, you know, I'd had, you know, that many teaspoons, but that was for the last couple weeks of growing. You know, a lot of people starve their plant. They call it, I don't know what they do, but they actually starve the plant. They stop feeding it for the last 2 weeks of its life. Yeah. The last 2 weeks of its life is when it grows the biggest and the fastest. So they're fucking just, you know, they don't make no sense. So I'm like,
I got you.
But what do they call that? They're trying to get the fertilizer taste out of the plant. Plant don't have no fertilizer taste.
No.
Yeah, that way they call it rinsing or something like that.
Yeah, they fucking something. I would fucking feed my plant up to the day I picked that bitch. It's like your cow, dude. Are you going to starve your cow the last 2 weeks before you take it to market? No.
You're going to fatten it up. You're going to fatten it up and give it right to its very limit. I would do that. I did that with the natural fertilizers. Believe me, I gave them as much as they could tolerate. You know, all the way up to the last minute.
Parts per million. How much is the parts per million of fertilizer in your water? If you don't know that, you don't know if you're feeding it too little or too much. If you feed it too much, it's going to burn the tips of the leaves.
Yes,
I mean, I guess if you get deep down into the science of it, but you know, I do check soil pH and stuff like that, but I've just had a natural ability to.
You can grow a plant in a sidewalk in the crack of fucking New York City.
Yeah. I hear you.
No way you can say, well, I can grow it. How do you do it? What do you do? What is your fine tuning process? If you ain't got that, anybody can grow a fucking plant. I don't care who you are. Fucking 5-year-old kid.
Right. I hear what you're saying.
I got a bud. But can you grow the exact bud every time? The full spectrum of that plant. Can that plant grow? It's like your cow, man. If you're going to feed your cow the whole time as much food as he could possibly eat, he's going to grow a lot bigger than the guy that's only giving him 1 bucket a day.
I'm not discounting everything you're saying. All I'm saying is I have a different method and different approach. And
not knowing how much food you're feeding it? Is that your approach? You starve your plant, or you don't know how much you're feeding it? You have no clue how much feed you're feeding your plant. None.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
Well, I'm saying, if I sit there,
it depends on how you're growing it and why you're growing it.
If you feed your plant half rations and I feed my plant full rations, my plant's going to be twice as big as yours every single time. Because I do parts per million. I know exactly how much food I'm putting in that water.
That's one way to look at it. But my buddy said the same thing. And when I grew a clone off of his mother plant, and his plants finished out at about 6 feet tall, and mine finished out at about 12 or 13 foot tall, he was mystified.
It depends on the parts per million and your pH balance. That's all it is. You had a better.
Yeah, well, I
parts
check
per
my
million or a
pH, but
better
I don't get
pH.
like deep into it. I just go by what feels right, and it's been hugely
Well, you think
successful
these
for me.
medical grow houses? You think they're just growing plants, or you think they're getting deep into
I
it?
just grew for myself though, and that's what I said. It matters what it really matters why you're growing it, how you're
I'm
growing
the only
it.
person in the United States to ever say the words medical marijuana in a federal court and it not be stricken from the record.
Really, that's pretty cool. Now I'm glad I had to sit in front of no damn courthouse and explain myself to them over
Well,
that.
before I went to, I did that before I went to federal prison.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Medical marijuana every time, right?
I said medical marijuana in a federal court and it wasn't stricken from the record. I got to explain to the federal judge how I was growing for medical reasons only. I was not growing to sell.
That's badass.
They still stuck me in a fucking federal prison. They didn't give a fuck.
Oh yeah, no, they don't care. Once they got you in their sights, that's it.
And they came across my closed and locked gate in the middle of the night and snuck into my backyard without
no warrant, no probable cause, no reasonable articulable suspicion, none of that.
They never even checked to see who lived here.
Right, they just do what the hell they want, and they get away with it.
They said they were looking for a guy that fucking slept overnight on the couch over 2 years before that, and I had bought the property then. So
That's the so-called reasonable articulable suspicion, so they can try to give themselves a phony sense of probable cause.
Well, when they smelled weed, they fucking held me with a shotgun in my backyard in the rain for 4 hours before they came back. I caught pneumonia, about fucking died. I was already fucking sick with the flu.
Yeah.
But that was back in 2011. So
they like to brutalize you. They like to brutalize you to get a point across.
I was in on
everything you own. They take everything you own, man.
And they didn't give me the operation or take me to the hospital or anything. I had my ass popped when I was in there because on the shit, right? So his shit, eating thing got up or whatever. My ass popped. You know what that means, right? The muscle that you push the shit out with went pop, and it causes a hallway in there. It causes an actual tunnel in your ass. Well, it's like a doctor goes, "Oh, you hemorrhoids or whatever." No, it goes pop. It's like your appendix goes. You need an operation. Your body just got banged. But the thing,
they like putting people in they like putting people in prolonged stress positions to prove a point of dominance. I've had that done to me many times. But they actually call them stress positions. That's what they call them, and they do it to torture you into submission.
In jail, man, God took care of me. There was a prisoner already there. He goes, "You move him into my cell." I didn't know what was going. You know what I'm saying, right? He goes, "Move him into my cell." Put me on the upper bunk, fed me, took care of me, gave him fucking medication so I could fucking shit. Yeah. And he got it out of his ass from his girlfriend, right? And I mean, nobody bothered me. And he just took care of me. I mean, probably my agony was taken down by about 90% by this man.
Yeah, you got to take care of each other in there, and that's all you got left.
That's right. That's right.
You know, when I was in there,
I looked at that. Go ahead. I'll say in a minute.
I was just gonna say I got into a fight in there, and I'll just be honest. You know, I was a little cocky, and I got into an altercation with a gentleman. Now I spent 7 years incarcerated. I got incarcerated when I was 15 years old, and I was charged as an adult. And when I was 18, I was transferred to adult. But anyway, I got into a fight with this old boy, and you know we were both strong-headed, and I was a little cockier than I should have been, and he gave me a nice big fat dose of humble pie. But you know, I mean, he didn't make me submit, but he certainly got the upper hand, and you know, I can admit that. But he broke my nose, something terrible. He shattered my fucking nose. And instead of giving me medical treatment, what these fucking animals did was they locked me in solitary confinement because I refused to snitch on him. And they right, I got a broken, shattered nose. And instead of taking me to the medical unit, they locked me in solitary confinement for 2 weeks. And right here where it was damn near pushing through the skin, it was poking out sideways, looked like a fucking Lego set underneath my nose. And they left me in there and they let it heal in place, broken. Before they took me to the doctor, and they needed immediate surgery. They put me under. They stuck a metal chisel up my nose, re-broke it, and they did such a piss poor job of it. And I now have a permanent deviated septum.
Yeah.
And I've been living with that since I was 20 years old.
I can hear it. Yep.
Yep.
I can hear it 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, I still can't breathe. I still have a hard time breathing to this day because of it.
It sounds like you did coke for 30. I know you didn't. I know exactly what you just said. That's what it's from, because I can tell that too. You the sign of doing cocaine for 30 years. But yeah, the only other men I know that have those have done coke for 30 years or now the meth. You know what I mean? That burns out quicker.
Right. But yeah, I mean, you know, and that's that, and all it was they were mad because I wouldn't snitch on him.
Yeah,
and they were trying to assert their dominance
that's
on
your
me.
rules anyway.
And that was the way that they could torture me.
Yes.
And by the way, check it out. One of the fucking guards, he hated me so bad, and I never had words with this guy, but he just fucking hated me because he liked hating people, I guess.
Yes.
And while I've got this broken nose and I got my fucking eyes nearly swelled shut, this is after the surgery on my nose. They only let you out once a week when you're in solitary. You come out once a week for 30 minutes to take a shower.
That's right.
So you're on 24 hours a day lockdown, except for 30 minutes one day a week.
Yep.
And I spent 90 days like that. But when I had the surgery, I'm walking back from the shower in handcuffs, because when you're in solitary, you don't leave your cell without shackles and handcuffs on ever.
Yeah.
And this guy's escorting me back to my cell, and I knew he had a beef with me, but I never traded words with him. I just, like, whatever, say whatever you want to say. I'm not playing your game. And instead of, shutting the door and reaching through the little hole in the door that we called it a chuck hole, instead of reaching through the door and undoing my cuffs, he, right before he shuts and locks the door, he opens the door back up and he steps inside the cell and he bumps me, because you're supposed to face back to the door and kneel down and put your hands through there so they can uncuff you.
Yep.
And he bumps his chest into me and pushes me forward, and he pulls the door to where it's almost completely shut. And he starts threatening how he's going to beat my ass and he's going to do this and he's going to do that.
Yeah.
And I just looked over my shoulder to him and I said, well, are you going to do it with the cuffs on, or are you going to be a man about it and reach back there and undo one of them cuffs so I can show you what time it is?
Exactly.
And then he was so pissed because I called his bluff. He turned around, shut the door, locked it, and left me in that cuff, and left me in a stress position, cuffed behind my back for the rest of the day until shift change.
Yeah.
And another guard come in there. He saw me sitting on the edge of the bed with my cuffs on. He said, what the fuck are you doing in there with the cuffs on? I said, well, why don't you ask your counterpart who left me like this about 8 or 10 hours ago?
Yeah.
Why don't you have a conversation with him about it?
Yeah, I got a camera. And
there's fuckers.
A disposable. Guy cuffed me up, right? Like, put the cuffs on behind my back, whatever. And then he had the gloves on. Started fucking wham, wham, 5 there, and then down on the ground or whatever. The thing went, and then I got this tooth chipped there, and then bam, 5 times back of the head. Oh, yeah, 15 times, man. Went, and then and we're talking, I had the head down here, kneeing me right here. You know what I mean? Like bam with the knees.
Yeah, they're motherfuckers, man.
And then
tired.
On the ground. And I'm sitting there, I'm still conscious. I just asked Lord, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to get up, take him up with the legs because I'm not going out? You might think, why not? Because it's more turning you on, not turning. Some guys, like, they turn off. But if you're not turning off, you're turning on. And the thing, it happened a million times. I'm a freak anyway. But it's happened a million times anyway. So it's like, especially people that were beat up by their dads like 1,000 million times. It's like that's a thing that sometimes they don't understand. It's like, okay, if you're not doing the job, I basically have to just take this fucking beating or decide, okay, you want me to get, you know what I'm saying? It's not as easy as some people think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I used to look at him and I'd say, you done yet?
Exactly. Because it's like,
yeah, right.
I could stand up, start moving towards you and take you out with my legs or do anything like it because you've hit me fucking 15 times and I'm still conscious and completely attached to my spine and everything, bud. I'm down here praying, asking God what he wants me to do because I'm getting fucking bored.
Right.
And that's the embarrassing thing when you're sitting there going, oh, fuck, you know what I mean? And it's pathetic. But anyway, he stopped because we were on a main street. You know what I mean? We were seriously on the main frigging street at Saturday at 11 o'clock. So he didn't think, oh, well, we'll take it back to here if you want. Screw him. I'm not telling on the little prick because now I have the power, bud. Why? Because you just tried to kick my ass and I went dancing after. You know what I mean? They think, oh, okay.
Right.
I'm not getting arrested. Yay. You know what I mean? It was a beating. So I went to the bar and my face was coming on. It was going to be black, just black as night. Like, you know what I mean? Like, lucky, no bones broken at all though. But so I went to the bar and started drinking to show people it didn't bother me and went dancing the rest of the night. People buying me beers because I knew that would happen. So buying me beers all night long and my face went just black as night. I remember when I went home, I took 2 600 ibuprofen, you know what I mean, instead of 1,200, you know, and I thought the beer will be good too because it's the, you know what I mean, the whatever, you know.
Thins your blood out, helps get the anti-inflammatory.
Exactly, what I needed for the swelling, exactly. And I knew to stay on top of the swelling, and I did, man, and I have it. I have the pictures, even on the camera still. And anybody to ask, I tell them exactly what happened, who did it, what happened. But the thing, wait. But,
they don't care, and they get away with it every day
because he knows now. It's like, bud, you know what I mean? Like exactly what. And then there was another time I got arrested. And he showed up like there was an incident, right? And so I took it to court and won. Because you might think, wait, isn't he like a bully now? It's like, no, the guy has to be perfectly behaved around me. He tried to kick my ass, and it apparently didn't bother me too much. How are you going to behave around that guy? Your other option now is to either kill me or just do your job like I wanted in the first place. Because this guy acted like the fuck because I said to him, I have nothing wrong against you or your family. I don't even know why you're acting this way against me.
Right. There ain't no reason lying behind it.
Like, I want to get that guy because he is.
Because you don't hate him.
And it's like, because.
Like he hates you.
Yeah, because when you speak, they hear it. What? I'm not scared of you in the least.
Yep.
And I'm your boss.
I want you to think about this.
And they hear that because it's true.
Yeah.
And they hate it because it's the truth. That's why they're like that.
Hey, there ain't nothing worse for a guy trying to flex his authority on you. And when you look at him and you say something smart, when they're beating on you, right? And you look and say something smart ass to him, like, are you done yet, sweetheart? You know, there ain't nothing more emasculating to a man when they're sitting there trying to brutalize you. And you say, is that all you got, honey?
Yeah. It's like is that work? Like when you go to work and they give you your check, that's what you give them in return, and that works for you and them? Oh, okay.
That's all you got to dish out.
It's like and that's what you call effort. Oh
yeah, I make shit up. I don't even have a baby sister, right? But I tell them, man, my baby sister hit me harder than that. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, and that was supposed to what? Like you know, like, and they're like, well, was that a less on? You know what I mean?
Right? Yeah, exactly, correct.
Yeah.
Hey, on that sugar, you're talking, before I forget the sugar, I studied it for a minute about it says if you're going to use honey, you can use 1 teaspoon per gallon. But they said your plant makes enough sugar because sugar is what produces a glucose that feeds the plant, and it turns into cellulose, starch, and lipids, which all that stuff helps the plant. And if you put it in there, you got to be careful because the honey or molasses can kill the bacteria and microbes in the soil that it needs.
Okay.
If you're not careful.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to. You know, he said he was a professor, and I never done it, but my buddy did.
Well, the best thing it says is if you want that is defoliation. When you cut all the leaves that aren't going to get sun and stuff, it makes your plant equal and lets it grow bigger and produce more yield by defoliating it.
Well, I knew there was a thought behind it, but I just didn't know. That's why I was asking him if he had ever heard of it, because you know I never really looked into it. But I know my buddy, he grew like that. You know.
Yeah, I cut the leaves off the extra ones.
He kind of said it's kind of a, you know, people think it makes your weed sweeter.
Yeah, it enhances the terpene profile.
But it does. It says it produces enough sugar without that.
But I don't know that it's true. I'd heard of it done.
Yeah, but it said defoliation is better than because it just makes the plant grow bigger, more yield when you make it all even and get rid of the leaves that it's not going to grow that are underneath it. Even if you remove the bigger leaves, because you want to remove the big leaves like the the ones on the outside getting all the sun.
The fan leaves. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the ones they say to take.
Solar panel. The big leaf is your solar panel.
It is, yeah.
But he said you can't remove enough on top to keep the ones on the bottom alive, so you just go ahead and cut the bigger ones off on the bottom. I always do that with every plant, though, you know, because they start
clearing
yellow.
out the bottom of it.
Exactly.
It promotes good airflow and it helps prevent, in my humble opinion, I think it prevents the propagation of white powder mildews, things like that.
They pretty much said if you got to use it, just trial and error like everything else. You see what works for you. You know what I mean?
That's kind of how I did it. I just like to play with it as a hobby, but man, I didn't use the molasses or honey, but just the way I would mess with the soil compositions without getting, you know, I just grew for fun, but I grew, and I was serious about it, and I loved having quality product. But you know, the funny thing was out there in Oregon, we had so much pot out there. I mean, people would bring you garbage bags and just give it to you if you wanted it, but what I like doing was I like taking it and turning it into rosin, you know, with using a heated press. So no chemicals whatsoever, no hydrocarbon inputs other than its natural growing thing. And then press it.
You know, dab weed, people, it's 99% pure, you know, and weeds 25 to 35%.
Well, my rosin I never got, that's more like a THCA isolate or diamonds. They got a lot of different names for it, but mine would still be fairly dark in color. But you know, I didn't try to winterize it or do anything funny with it. I just, you know, I'd press it and harvest the
you know. Well, they call live resin too is when you don't heat it up enough to bring the terpenes in it. You get better flavor.
Yeah, live resin.
The live resin though, you gotta unless there's a different way, but the way I understand live, I never made it, but the way I understand live resin is you have to impart a hydrocarbon in it to get it to that level or a level like with rosin. I believe it's called winterization, but I never did that step because I would just press it out.
Well, there's a step in it where you don't. The terpenes are more tasty when you do the live resin. This is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would just separate all the keef from the plant fiber. You know, I just use dry ice and separate all the keef. And
so you're right. Dry ice is not a carcinogen. Everybody uses gas and stuff, which is all bad. But you dry ice. I read the best way to do it.
Yeah.
Well, it's like 107 below zero, and when it goes directly from a solid to a gaseous state. So, and it's not a hydrocarbon, so it doesn't leave a hydrocarbon footprint on it. And,
I knew a guy that dried his weed that way. He put it in dry ice, and you get this cooler when you come to get weed and pull it out, and that shit would roll out. It was badass.
I would have piles of just keef from separating it out, and I would take that keef and instead of pressing the plant fiber, the cellulose, I would just run big big blocks of this keef through the press, and it would come out between 70 and 80%, and that was lovely, and I loved it, man.
I love that stuff. It's like a little bit yellow but clear, or like.
Well, it can have. It's like honey. It depends on what's present in it, but it'll have varying shades of amber to
that live resin. Most people keep it in the freezer, so otherwise it kind of stays liquid, more liquidy than a solid.
Rosin has a consistency of taffy.
Yeah, but some of it you have to keep in the freezer. It'll melt. It'll just turn back to liquid almost.
Well, yeah, at ambient room temperature of above, maybe 70 or 74 degrees, it gets really viscous and runny. But if it's 70 degrees or below, and you don't set it near the sunlight, rosin will stay stable at room temperature for months on end. And it has
you use parchment paper. It won't stick to it very good.
That's what I use, parchment paper. Oh, it works lovely.
Yeah.
I would have big balls of that shit, like tennis balls. I'd have so much of that damn rosin, I'd give it away to people.
Hey, I use parchment paper with hot glue. You can make a phone case with parchment paper around your phone because it won't stick to it. You know what I mean?
My buddy used to bring me whole trash bags full of bud. He's like, dude, just make me some more of that rosin. He says, look, he said, here's 10 pounds or here's 20 pounds. He says, whatever you yield, you can keep half of it, 70% of it. He said, just give me a big ass ball of that shit you make.
Well, one like an ounce of weed only make like 3 grams of that shit. Is that what it is?
I was yielding almost well, I can tell you for sure the last pound I ran, I yielded just over half a pound of keef when I shook it down. And then when I ran the keef, I ended up with 119 grams of rosin. Off a half a pound of keef. It was pretty good yield. I mean, and the quality was spectacular.
That's getting like 25% or not? Is it 25%?
No, well, the plant would come out, 20 to 30%. 30% would be on the high end, but when you shake the keef down, you're removing all that plant fiber and you're concentrating it down, so your keef might run 40 to 60%.
Indeed.
And then when you run it through the heated press, you can get it to 70, 80%. And you could get it even finer if you want to impart hydrocarbons in it and winterize it or something like that. But it was good enough.
Cloth. I heard people use cheesecloth or something doing that shit or something.
Yeah, I never took it to the next step. I never took it. Once I ran it through the press, I was done with it because I didn't want to keep adulterating it. I just got it concentrated to a 70, 80%. And I was happy with that, What
about that bubblegum hash? People used to make it in the oven called bubblegum hash.
Bubble hash?
Yeah, you make it in the oven or some shit.
The only thing I know bubble hash is when they use you can use ice water and a sister bag, and you can make bubble hash to separate it. You don't have to use dry ice. You can use water and ice cubes.
Why do people always use like propane or butane?
Butane, that's like dabs and shattered, and that's imparting a whole shitload of hydrocarbons.
Yeah, you know it, bro. And sometimes you can taste it too.
Yeah, you use your vacuum tubes and a vacuum oven.
I hate that taste.
Yeah, that stuff would make me sick to my stomach and it'd give me headaches. That's why I started making rosin.
Yes, that makes exactly, bro. Exactly.
Cause see that, and that's why I didn't get too crazy with it. But I grew my plant 100% organic, and and you know, I kept it real simple, and when I grew it with no chemicals, and I produced my rosin with no chemicals, I ended up with a really clean end product. That was, you know,
right? I love
it was
tasting
fantastic.
Right? Like, you know, first it's mouth.
I like to take a brand new clean nectar collector with a titanium nail, and right when you first run that new batch, while it's still sitting on the parchment paper, just to get a good taste of it right off the press. Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it. But right off the press, when that stuff is still real liquid and viscous, take a little bump off that with a nectar collector. Right when the terpene profile is at its most enhanced, and you get to taste it fresh right from the harvest directly to the immediate press, man. Oh man, I love
What about that stuff called strawberry cop? You have to cop to taste it.
Yeah, that's some good stuff, dude. Yeah, that's good stuff. I never grew it, but I smoked plenty of it. It's good stuff. I grew a lot of Blue Dream and Gorilla Glue. That was my two favorite strains.
Gorilla Glue it's a different high.
Jesus OG, man.
I mean, I loved all different kinds of strains, and me and my buddies that grew out in Oregon, we played around with a lot of stuff.
Blue Dream Gelato, Bruce Banner, Girl Scout cookies, wedding cake. That's all the shit around here lately.
The Blue Dream, I like the berry terpene profile, and it has a real sweet.
Blue Dream is one of my favorites. Elvis is a good one.
I was a licensed bud tender in Oregon, and
I got those seeds here.
When I was a bud tender in Oregon, it was the #1 requested strain in America. When I was a bud tender back in 2018, it was Blue Dream was the #1 rated strain in America at that time.
I think Stoney Baker said at the Cannabis Cup last year, it was Girl Scout cookies, I think, won.
Yeah, Girl Scout cookies has taken off big, and they've really dialed that strain in. If you got some good genetics behind that Girl Scout,
you know, there used to be a lot of Bubba Kush, OG Kush, Lemon Kush, and you don't hear about Kush. I don't hear it anymore.
I got all those
so is Poor Dirt Farmer still on? Yeah. Hey, I know you probably know the answer to this, but I want to see if anybody else knows what OG means when it's related to growing of cannabis.
Gangster, but I mean,
no.
Back in the 90s.
That's what I used to think too. Anybody else got a guess what OG means? At least on the West Coast, what OG means legit. Does anybody else have a guess on what it means?
Organic growers.
That's close. You're getting real close.
I'm the grown man.
Do you got a guess, Dirt Farmer? Or do you know?
He might be eating or sleeping.
Okay, so out on the West Coast on the Emerald Triangle, all up and down the coast of Oregon, if you're within 15 nautical miles of the ocean and you grow a pure strain, whether you use hydroponics or natural or whatever, but if you grow within 15 nautical miles of the ocean, it gets a designation OG, which means ocean grown.
Wicked, bro. Thank you so much. That's cool, man.
I never heard that.
I mean, I don't care. Everybody out there will tell you that. Ocean grown, not OG like original gangster, but ocean grown.
Well, Ocean Spray's out there.
Man.
Ocean Spray juice is out there. Ocean Spray cranberry juice is right there, right down the road from our house.
Yeah.
Ocean Pacific.
Cranberry, that's good for you too, man. That cranberry juice, man.
Yeah, the antioxidants and it's fairly acidic or alkaline.
Blackberries are the #1 antioxidant there is blackberries.
We got them growing here on the ranch. We got wild blackberries growing all over.
They're everywhere in Missouri. They're thick now, like after all the rain we've had.
Yeah, we got some blackberry jam that we picked wild blackberries growing down in Oregon. They were actually invasive from China. They have a native blackberry in Oregon.
You know, the best jam is Edelberry.
Well, I like salmonberry.
Thimbleberry. Have you guys ever had thimbleberry? Thimbleberry looks just like a raspberry, but when you pluck it off the bush, it grows wild. I'm sure you can propagate it.
Is it red? Is it kind of? It's red,
it's
right?
red. It looks like a raspberry, but
I think we have that here.
A raspberry is nice and plump, right? But when you take a thimbleberry off the vine, the inside of it is hollow like a thimble.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly. That's exactly what they are. I never knew what they were called.
Yeah, as far as I know, it doesn't grow anywhere except near a high acidity and within so many miles of an ocean. But there could be a different subspecies. I'm not saying there ain't, but at least when I researched it out in Oregon,
this was in a ditch growing on top of rocks almost. It was weird.
Now, the thimbleberries in Oregon will only grow along fresh flowing creek beds and streams and riverbanks. It won't grow anywhere else. in
Well,
Oregon.
this is on the recline where the water ran off there. It was runoff.
Yeah, if it's got a lot of moisture imparted in the soil,
it did.
Yeah, but it has to have it has to grow in a high.
They weren't very, when I
high
picked them, though,
humidity
they
and
weren't
high
very
moisture
sweet.
environment.
They were more tart than sweet. The ones that I found.
Yeah, when you eat them fresh off the vine, they got a nice tartness to them. But when you can them into jam or jelly, man, it makes a raspberry taste weak. I mean,
well,
wow,
I pick up 5-gallon buckets of blackberries. I like cooking them down with sugar and making like a syrup and pouring over ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. Dig that.
Mm-hmm.
I made blackberry and pear cobbler together, and apples and potatoes I cook together. It's really good. They fry them together.
Yeah, buddy.
Cobbler's my favorite.
Choco and apple. You know the fruits.
But you know, pears when they're ripe off the tree, they're hard to beat. Their pears are really good when they're ripe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I used to walk to school by a house that had a pear tree when I was a kid.
Yeah, me
and,
too.
In this one yard, it had Kentucky bluegrass in their yard, and we would take our shoes off and walk through it.
Oh, wow. The flavor just came blasting in, man. Wow, fresh pears. Thank you for that. No, Nana's tree in the backyard, right? Like at first I was just saying, yeah, but then it came in like gangbusters, right? The old factory bulb hit.
I got a video on my YouTube where I used to live. The guy next door had a pear tree, and they were all fell off on the ground, and all the bees and hornets and shit were all on it. And I was walking through it barefooted, and I never got stung once by any of them.
No, they're all drunk, man. They're all drunk and happy.
Have you ever seen a squirrel eat fermented fruit and get drunk and fall out of the tree and shit?
Yes, squirrels and raccoons and bears. They're funny, man. Yeah. They'll get drunker than shit.
Yep.
Funny.
Yeah. So the
hey, a raccoon drunk is funny as hell. Y'all ever see a horse get drunk?
That's what I started saying. They'll drink a beer if you give it to them. They'll
you give them a bottle of beer, they'll clamp it right between their teeth, and they'll kick it back and down the whole thing. I grew up around some good old boys in Texas. They give their horses bottle of beer after bottle of beer, and you know the horses love that shit, man. And but you see them get a little.
You were talking about mules earlier. These two Polacks didn't have much money, and they needed a mule to plow the field. So they went to this guy, and he said, "I'll sell it to you cheap, but there's one problem. It gets cross-eyed and starts plowing crooked. You got to put a reed in its butt and blow real hard till its eyes go back." So it started plowing crooked, and one Polak put that reed in there, and he blew. He said, "Here, you try it." And he turned. He pulled it out and turned it around. He goes, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I don't want your germs."
Oh my goodness, that's pretty good.
Yeah. That's like this guy was at a bar and he needs some money. He goes, "Well, you want to do some betting?" He goes, "Go down there to that big cuspidor and we'll give you drinks all night if you drink it all." So he went down there and swirshed it around, started drinking it, and people started throwing up and like, "Stop, stop!" And he drank it all. And they go, "Why'd you drink it all?" He goes, "I had to. It was one string."
Oh!
Hey, wait, check it out, Sassy. Hey, what does an 80-year-old woman taste like?
Oh.
Depends on how long you cook her.
Well, you see that the simple answer is it depends.
Yeah. But it's not depends now. It's depends.
It depends.
There's no S on it now, thanks to the Mandela effect.
Oh yeah, the Mandela effect. They dropped the S, didn't they? Keep us guessing. Keep us scratching our heads, wondering what universe we're currently living in.
But, you know, I don't care. I know that was depends because I had that joke. People say, "Do you think the Rolling Stones will play very long?" You know how long you think they'll play? I said, "It depends." I used to always say that.
Right.
And like Smokey the Bear is a big one with me because Smokey Bear makes no sense for someone that's trying to prevent forest fires. Smokey Bear.
Right, I know, right? It's an oxymoron. Jumbo shrimp.
Yeah. They're called prawns. That's Jamie Foxx, right?
Jumbo shrimp.
Like
6'6" dude they call Tiny.
Yeah.
Right. I get it.
I know some people that way.
I've been an oxymoron my whole life in one form or another.
Yeah.
That's better than being an oxycodone.
I guess if you're a man, it's better than being an oxy tampon.
I think of the hydrocodones and oxycontin and all that. How many people that's killed and fucked up their lives?
Oh, yeah. Hey, what about
the FDA? Straight from the big pharma, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know how they got that stimulant? You can refer to it generically as ephedrine, but what they really call it is pseudoephedrine.
Yeah.
And if you define pseudo, it really makes you scratch your head there for a minute, doesn't it?
Well, that's when all the stuff that they outlawed everywhere. People, buying
makes you think of the word pseudoscience, and they attach it to a medicine they sell you over the counter called pseudoephedrine.
Well, I hear pseudo, I think of Phil Collins.
Right? Yeah.
It just means it went in and split it, and they're giving you the precursor before the thing, except more of it, so that it's not as strong as the thing. You get what I'm saying? It's like, here's the thing, right? Here's cake. So we're gonna take cake and we're gonna cut it down to something not as good as cake. Like, it's just a bun, like a sweet bun. Yeah. So but you can have 6 times more of the sweet bun.
Sacred.
There you go. That's
I remember that shit they called Alestra, and on the chips it said they cause anal leakage.
Cause cancer.
Anal leakage.
Anal leakage.
Yes, I remember the anal leakage. Hey, what about that pill? And this ain't funny now, but this is crazy. But what about that pill? There was a pill that they were giving young kids for something or another, and it was making young boys grow titties. They called it gynecomastia or some shit like that.
Blocking something, estrogen or something, or.
Man, the cure kills more people than the disease in the United States.
Heck yes.
Soy milk.
Yeah,
they put female hormones in all the plastic that we get all of our food in.
Yeah. Okay, girls were getting, yes, absolutely, several hormones in the food, because it's a fact that, and this is the thing that I heard other. The young ladies were developing at least 3 years on average sooner.
Well, a lot of that's from the hormones in chicken breast and all the stuff.
That's right.
The hormones.
Hey, when women were younger, they used to have a period at like 11 or 12. Now they're having it at like 7 and 8.
Thank you. That was how I was trying to say it tactfully. Yes, they were getting their time.
You remember when girls didn't look like girls till junior high or freshman?
Yep.
Not when they're in elementary school.
Man, when I was in middle school, I guess it'd have been back in the late 80s when I got into middle school, you would see maybe one or two obese kids in the whole school, and pretty much across the board, all the girls were fairly unremarkable with their figures at that age until they got towards the end of high school or even into the college age group, that they started to develop an actual figure of any consequence. And now they're hitting this. Hell, by the time they're starting middle school, some of these young girls, because all the garbage we're eating, are starting to develop and looking like a 19 or 20-year-old girl when they just they just turned 12.
It makes sense because
when I was in junior high, they would tell girls you got to wear a bra or you can use a Band-Aids.
Yep, it's wrong. It's wrong.
There's something fundamentally wrong with our food supply when you start seeing these changes occur within a single generation. It's stunning.
And I hate to say it, but the frogs are gay.
I know. But when they do this GMO shit, if they have a plant that needs fixing, they'll take the DNA out of a fish, a shell, or anything that will stop whatever's hurting it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes you wonder how they come up with some of these bastardizations and hybrid things.
How about when they find these things that wash up on the shore that was some experiment that went wrong, some weird looking crossbred animal looking shit,
Yeah, well, they do that. They do that with plants right now, just like you said, right? Well, we need to mend this. We need it for a northern climate. Grab something off the shelf here.
Well, then all that shit that they fertilizer and insecticides what's killing the bees too. Is fucking with their DNA.
Yeah, because it keeps reconcentrating down in the soil, and it gets in the food chain and the water table, and it reimparts itself in highly concentrated forms right back through the food.
Plus, all the medicine people take, you don't ever digest it all. So our water has a trace of every drug that's out there in the water.
Pharmacy is from your body.
You know what I enjoyed the most about our
pharmacy, and the pharmacy is from your body, from your own body.
Yeah, your body makes pretty much everything it needs if you have the right proper food. And the thing that I enjoyed personally most about our farm that we had in Oregon, we would have school kids come out, let them do their field trips, and we would let community members come out. See, our whole farm was ran on volunteer work. We only had one part-time farmhand ever that actually got paid. Everybody else came and donated at least 2 hours, 1 day a week. They learned how to grow food. They learned the principles of growing food and a very simple fundamental level that anybody could do and understand. And it was really cool because the number one thing I preached I guess you could call it priest, or just try to instill in people,
to reach out. That's what you were reaching
was
out
that
for.
if we're a good steward if we're a good steward or caretaker of our land, and we're careful about everything that gets put into the soil with companion planting and different things like that, that we could guarantee and ensure a sustainable growing environment with no chemical usage whatsoever.
You know,
as long as you do it in the right order. Yeah, right. Rotation, crop rotation, keeping track of your records, understanding how your companion plants work, what insects to fight off, and
it's called bountiful. When you do it right, it's bountiful.
And that's what we talked about: sustainability and stewardship. That was the main thing. That was the main thing we tried to get people to understand, was sustainability and stewardship of the land, whether you owned it or not.
Yeah, exactly. Because because there is no that. It's ours, and therefore our responsibility.
Right. See, and I said this on one of my videos on my channel. I know y'all don't know me yet, but I say, as a landowner, legally I own the land, but morally I'm paying for the right to be a caretaker.
Yeah.
That's it.
And what more can you do, truly? For another will take what yours when your time is gone. Vanity, oh vanity. It's all vanity. Someone else.
And I want to leave it better than I found it. You know, if I found land that was broken in need of healing, I'm going to plant the proper things to help that land heal naturally.
Viable.
You know, impart natural funguses that.
Yeah, that's what
there's natural funguses that grow, mycelia, different types of mycelia that grow in the subsoil and the substrates, that will actually absorb those toxic chemicals, including petroleum, and will neutralize it naturally through the biochemical things that occur within the mycelia in different strains of funguses that are naturally present in the soil anyway.
That's the way our digestive system is, the microbe system. There's more DNA and stuff in our digestive system that would fit on 1 million DVDs. You know what I mean? Information.
Or kefir, sauerkraut, you know, things that are pickled.
Like Dirt Farmer said, it's your pH balance. You got to keep all that shit in harmony.
Yep. You know, when I get sick, I start taking. I'll put a teaspoon of baking soda in about a cup of water and stir it up and drink it, and use a pH test strip for your urine. You run your alkalinity in your body up to between 8 and 9, and bacteria that you're starting to get sick with a cold, it can't thrive in your system because you change the pH enough to where it dies, it kills it off. And you can do that with baking soda.
Baking soda is good for heartburn and shit too, you know.
Oh yeah, sodium bicarbonate. That's all Rolaids is, with a bunch of damn fillers and coloring in it.
Starch helps with the urges.
Maybe not Rolaids, but most
drinking distilled water is good for you. Distilled water is good for you to do.
I brush my teeth with plain baking soda and water.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, that's just sense. That's just common sense.
It's already granular, so it acts as a pumice. It's salty in nature, so it changes the pH. It prevents or reduces bacteria growth in your mouth.
Yeah.
You know, you can drink aloe vera juice. Is really good for your digestive system too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think about that too. Like, it's in the water and all that stuff, because it's for the body. It's bad.
I'm gonna let my wife talk on some of this because she's smart. She knows a lot of this stuff, and I got to get up and stretch my legs.
These sponges and
hey, I wanted to say,
obviously hydrators.
Hey, I want to say real quick, man. My name is Ron, and it's good to meet you, Morgan and Poor Dirt Farmer. I'm good to be in.
Morgan plays guitar. He plays guitar.
Well, my wife does. You can talk to her. Y'all have something in common too. I'm gonna go stretch my legs because I can't feel them no more.
Hey, what's up, AJM and Dinky Dank and Frack and Michigander and AJM, Spud Lee. We got the 3 Musketeers ×9 in here tonight. The people that are here now, we would be quite a motley crew if we were out roaming the streets. Warriors! I think we're finally starting to come together with enough people that have brains that might be able to do something in this crazy world. We need to find a big strip of land to open a commune, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You were talking about the aloe vera juice, I think Porter Farmer.
That was me.
Yeah, it's really good for you, but I have a really hard time getting it down. You have any suggestions?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it just tastes terrible.
Oh, yeah. Anything like that, I always hold my nose and swallow it and then chase it with something sweet or, you know.
Yeah, I mix it with juice, some kind of juice, but man, it's hard to get down.
Well, you know, I had one that was an aloe vera plant a guy's grandma gave me. It's 20 years old. It bloomed like a yucca. And I didn't know that you can trip on the flowers are hallucinogenic too. Do you know that?
No, I didn't know that. And I had 3 of them that were probably about maybe 5 feet tall, and they all bloomed every year. And then our nieces had come over one night, and they come running down the hallway, and one of them threw like, you know, a cup of milk or juice or something in it and just killed it. I was devastated.
You know, when you do it right, you'll have a ton of starch come out at the bottom of them all the time.
Oh, I transplanted them every year and gave them away because they're so good for burns.
My spider plants and my wandering Jew and all that I put in the yard, and when fall came, you could make 25 hanging baskets.
Oh yeah, and they're great just to give to your friends and family.
Yeah, because they'll live. They're pretty easy to keep alive. You know what I mean?
Oh
like
yeah,
philodendron. You know, certain plants your family can't kill.
Exactly, and they're just. I mean, I used them more for burns than I did for anything.
Oh yeah, and you know, I'd take those great big pieces and I'd put them in the freezer. That way, it was frozen when you rubbed it on there. You know what I mean? The aloe vera.
Yeah, you can cook with it too, can't you?
Yeah, you know, my sister, she would put in the middle of her house in the bathroom with no windows. She would put petunias in these hangers on by the mirror and wanted to know why they wouldn't live. I go, I remember in 3rd grade when they talked about a thing called chlorophyll. I mean, she didn't know why they wouldn't live, and she didn't realize you got to have real sun, direct sun, you know. Just like what is I've grown every kind of plant there is. I mean, I like periwinkle, wandering periwinkle, you know.
Oh yeah. Do you ever grow any edible flowers?
Yeah, they're good too.
We used to grow them and put them. We had a CSA on our farm. Do you know what a CSA is?
No.
It's basically
CSA, Confederate States of America.
No, it's basically it's like a farm share. So people will buy, you know, a box full of vegetables, one for every week for the entire year. They'll pay for it up front, and then you just give them whatever's in harvest. But when we would do the salad baskets or whatever, we would put some edible flowers in it, and it just was really nice because there was, you know, medicinal properties and stuff. Hang on, I gotta grab something.
Mecca hi, Mecca honey ho.
Mecca honey ho and
Mecca honey ho.
Mecca honey ho.
We had a show on Saturday morning. I used to get stoned and laugh my ass off. Hey, do you remember Lancelot Link, Secret Chimp?
Lance?
It was on before the Monkeys on Saturday mornings. It was a Lancelot Link was a chimp that was a detective. The whole show was monkeys. It was really crazy. But,
I like the Monkeys. Yeah, I might probably. I mean, I watched the Monkeys. Like,
yeah, it used to be on right before the Monkeys though. When I was a kid, you know, and like that's when they had H.R. Pupp and stuff, and Sigmund and the Sea Monsters. You know, all that cool stoner stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I know that a little. Like, I mean, like maybe like 3 or 4 years just before, not before my, but like, you know, I would have been like.
Hey, I'm old though. I used to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and watch Jack LaLanne every morning when I was a kid.
I would get up that too, man. And wait, bro, I got up too and did my exercise in the morning. That's wild.
Yeah, because you know, when he was like 80, he pulled a train with his teeth. You know what I mean?
I know, man. Jack LaLanne rocks. I got his juicer, man.
Hey, I liked him. I always did when I was a kid. One thing I didn't like, he's like my uncle. He wore those one-piece suits, those jumpsuits. You know,
yeah. I loved his infomercial.
Hey, Jody, did you ever wear those saddle shoes and a poodle skirt? Yeah, you know what I mean?
No, that was my mother's era.
Well, when I was young, the cheerleaders wore that shit. Those, you know, the same shit.
Well, yeah. When I was a cheerleader, I wore those saddle shoes looking.
Yeah, I like that. I like that old Catholic girl outfit. You know, I like. You know, women in scant clothing is much better than naked to me. I mean, it's just like
Nothing is more boring than a naked woman. It is fashion.
Well, I'm just saying that's part of it. Is your imagination is what you know.
Exactly.
I like my imagination. You know, that's
Yeah.
the way I'm.
And that's the way it should be.
Yeah, but the world has flipped. It flipped the script, and now everything's the opposite.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I didn't watch it, but one of the award shows they had like last month or whatever, all the winners wore butt plus underwear where you could see their ass when they went on stage. I mean, it's like, what the?
Yeah.
That shit just, I'm old fashioned when it comes to a lot of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I am too. Hey, do you ever grow like pumpkins or zucchini or any kind of squash?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love all that shit.
So have you ever
cucumbers and squash? Go ahead. Sorry.
Have you ever cooked the blossoms?
Not on the pumpkin. I cooked the seeds, but not the.
Okay, so next season, take the blossoms. So I mean, you know, you're gonna lose some crop, but not many. And you know, like if you picked 5 or 6 blossoms, you'd get a really good mess out of them. And if you like fried mushrooms, these kind of taste like those.
I love.
So you take the stamen out, and then you actually just dip the flour and egg, and then you can use flour or cracker or whatever you want.
I do that with dandelion blooms too. You know,
yeah, same concept. Oh, but the blossoms, holy cow. I've eaten them since I was a kid, and I covet that every year. I just look
people
forward
try to
it.
kill dandelions in their yard. You can make wine. You can eat the leaves like spinach. I mean, and it's a universal plant.
Yeah, it is.
God put everything here we need for everything, but you know, we got away from it.
Yeah, we have. We've absolutely gotten away from it, and it's important to know, you know, what your local plants are because
I know every tree, every plant, every weed. I taught by my parents. You know what I mean? Stuff that used to be a given is gone. There's nothing that's just that people know. Like
That's one of the things we taught out at the farm a lot too, because people had no idea some of the stuff that you could, eat. We would just have them pick it right out in the farm and just eat it right there on the spot.
And people won't do that. When I'm picking blackberries, I gorge myself with them. But I eat them while I'm picking them. They're so good.
Yeah, well, one of the edible flowers that we put with our salad when we had our CSA, it stands for community shared agriculture, was called a nasturtium. Have you heard of a nasturtium?
Yeah.
Well, they have a real peppery flavor to them. So I mean, you wouldn't even need to season your salad with pepper because of the flour that you would add to it.
Well, I used to let my broccoli go, and I like the blooms, eating them raw, right when they're
Oh, they're so sweet. Yeah, and then the nasturtiums.
How about those little plants that look like a clover, but they have a yellow bloom, and then they have a green banana on there? You know what I'm talking about in the yard?
I do. I used to call them pickles. When I was a girl,
they're sour when you eat them.
Pickles, yes.
Hey, I eat it. You can eat them, right? I used to eat the blooms too.
All the time. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were so good. I didn't know any better. I mean, shit, I could have killed myself. I just started eating it as a child because I thought, it looked like a pickle.
We have wild strawberries here. We have tons of wild strawberries, but they got a lot of seeds on them.
Sad reality behind the lady. The disconnection from the food supply when the lady was talking about, she thought cabbage.
Oh.
Tell them about that. That's
crazy.
We should not know this.
Poor dirt farmer. There was a lot of situations when some people would come out to the farm and they would pick the reality of how disconnected people are from where their food comes from. And that was really the spirit of why we had that farm. But I mean, people would come out and they would ask questions, and we encouraged the questions. But some people would ask questions like, how do you harvest the cabbage, and does it grow underground or above ground? Yeah, I know. And you can laugh and it's funny, but ultimately it's sad, and it really is a testament to how how far attached or removed, if you will, people are from where their food comes from.
They don't even put a hamburger related to a cow sometimes. They don't even know that a cow makes hamburgers, you mean?
Oh, I know. It's sad. Well, we had a niece one time. We were cooking steaks, and they were so thick that I started to butterfly them because we were short on time. And she started to trip out on me a little bit, and I did not understand why this child was tripping on me a little bit for cutting this piece of meat, and she was worried about seeing its organs. And I was just astounded because it's muscle, right? And, you know, I guess they're not getting taught this in school.
They still teach in school that we had a tail.
And then, you know, through that conversation, though, and trying to educate her, we're asking, you know, well, where do you think, you know, this food comes from? Where do you think chicken comes from? And she said, well, it comes from the store.
Where does the store get it?
Yeah.
You're talking about people not knowing how to touch
in the back of the store.
This lady gave her daughter a $20 bill.
The actual chicken that runs around in a damn yard or a field.
Yeah, that she didn't realize the chicken was the one that was running around in the field or what she watches on cartoons, right? She thought it was made in the back of the store.
Holy crap. I was going to say that this lady gave her daughter a $20 bill, said, go pay for the gas. I don't have my card with me. It didn't take it forever. She looked at it. She was trying to put it in the credit card slot in the pump.
Yeah, we need to spend more time with our children.
Well, we don't no more because it's a self-serving world and the parents don't care. They care about themselves more than their kids now. Most of them.
I'll tell you, if I ever had children, which I wasn't able to have children, but if I ever did have children, I never would send them to public school. I would homeschool them. There's too much indoctrination. There's just too much. Oh, terrible thing.
Hey, when I was in second grade, I got in trouble. I didn't know what the middle finger meant when I was in second grade because no one ever told me. You know what I mean? And I didn't even know it meant anything bad until I was in second grade when someone told me and the teacher had to tell me. I got in trouble for drinking out of a mud puddle when I was that age. You know what I mean?
Actually, that's probably pretty good for you. It ain't gonna kill you.
Pollutants back then like there is now, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure I ate my share of mud when I was a child.
My daughters made a mud pie when they were kids, you know what I mean? It's like, quit eating that. You're going to get...
You're sounding good, Morgan.
Yeah, he gets like it.
Rock it, buddy.
Yeah, okay.
You know, morning glory is another plant that you can eat the seeds and trip, and coleus is also another one. You know what coleus is, don't you? The flower.
No, I ain't heard of it. My wife is a flower girl. She knows the flowers and herbs.
It's an annual that you plant, and it gets all different colored, and it's an annual. I bonsai'd one and kept it alive for 3 years once.
No shit.
Yeah.
See, me and my wife, when it come to growing, we had our strengths and weaknesses, and like she was real good with the flowers and herbs because she grew up with her grandmother used to grow like experimental rose hybrids, and she would help do the beta testing for Jackson Perkins roses. And so she grew up around flowers and herbs, having a real deep understanding of them. So I just let her run with that, and I would run with the other stuff, you know, like with the main bulk produce. And she would focus on the companion planting that would keep, you know, bugs and deer at bay naturally, just through their normal propagation. Some of these things act as deterrents to all sorts of forms of pests. And then we just, you know, we would focus on what we were good at, and we would, you know, when she was good at something, I would just, you know, I would assist her, and if I was better at something, then she would assist me, and we would just, you know, tag team it, and we would just highlight each other's strengths and support each other's weaknesses.
You know, O'Reilly Automotive started here where I live, and I used to be the groundskeeper for the owners. There's 3 boys and 1 girl, and I did all their vineyards, everything, you know. I planted flowers for them.
That's a lot of fun stuff, man. It's good.
Yeah, because when they're rich, they just let you, they give you a card, you can go buy whatever you want at the greenhouse. Man, that was like unbelievable. Just plant whatever you want.
Yeah, you know? That's a lot of fun. I worked for a guy that did that too. He just gave me his personal credit card.
Yep.
And I'm like, how am I going to sign your name? He's like, just sign my name however you want. They're not going to check my card. And if they call, I'll just tell them, yeah, it's fine. Go ahead and, you know, authorize a payment. And he'd just say, you know, whatever you want to do, whatever you think is going to look good, but not, it would be like building projects, woodworking, stuff like that. He's like, whatever you think. He's like, I like the way you, you know, the way you think, the way you design things. He said, just however you want to do it. Here's a credit card, just, you know, whatever you need.
Whenever I told him I needed mulch, they have a fucking dump truck come out and dump a fucking dump truck and that shit right in the fucking driveway almost. It's like, they weren't too bright though. They planted pine trees around their pool. I had to sweep up the needles and sticky ass shit every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it'd be like, yeah, hey, I need like two or 3 yards of compost. The next thing you know, you got a semi load sitting there, and you're like, what in the hell?
I had to clean the gutters out every day when I got to work because of pine trees. You know what I mean?
Is it really? What time is it? Oh shit! Is it really 7 o'clock?
It's 6 here. Yeah.
Oh hey, y'all want to see the sunrise coming up over the mountain?
Yeah.
Man, this is right in the heart of the Appalachian Trail, right next to Cherokee National Forest. I don't know if we'll see if the camera will pick it up good. It should.
Hey, Yellowwood's got a song called "Tennessee Love" that's really good.
Let me flip my camera around here.
We got Tennessee whiskey. There's a lot of good Tennessee songs.
There it is.
Whoa. What are you at, about 40 degrees maybe?
What's that?
You about like 35, 40 degrees right now?
Well, no, it's right at freezing. There's crunchy frost all over the ground, so it's probably between, I'd say, 31 and 33 degrees. It's not freezing, but there's enough frost on the ground where it's crunchy when you walk on it. I'm on the back deck right now.
I agree with you, Abs. I like zucchini, yellow squash, green squash, and fry that shit and flour.
Oh man, we used to grow 2 kinds of squash. We grew straight neck yellow squash and crook neck yellow squash. Man, we could never grow enough of it. We'd sell 100%.
Hey, how about that spaghetti squash? It looks like spaghetti noodles inside.
Yeah,
hey,
we would.
I like that.
We grew that. We grew acorn squash. Acorn squash make a better pumpkin pie than pumpkin pie.
I like fried green tomatoes too. Is one of my favorites.
You ought to try to make you a pumpkin pie and use acorn squash instead of pumpkin, and it blows pumpkin out of the water.
Hey, do you put salt on your watermelon?
Yeah, I like it that way. I like.
You know what? We eat white gravy, biscuit gravy on cantaloupe.
I bet that would be good. The sweet and savory.
Pepper. And if believe it or not, it's really good.
Yeah, this is we get to wake up to this, or you stay up all night and watch the sun come up over this ridge, man. It takes your breath away.
Do you have any structures out there, like what big Sasquatch structures look like? Right?
No, what'd you say?
Sasquatch structures. Do you ever see them around in the woods?
I'm sorry, I said acorn squash. I meant banana squash. You said, do I have structures?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few outbuildings. I'll see. I don't know how far I can get away from the house, or how visible.
I'm talking about like Sasquatch structures, like.
Oh, I've seen some things that were definitely suspicious or suspect, but I wouldn't be able to nail it down definitively and say yes for sure.
Well, if you watch them, and I used to write them, you can see them change if you pay attention. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I haven't. When I got here at this place, I had been sick. I got sick from a cavity filling I had put in my mouth in Oregon, and they did it wrong, and it abscessed even after they so-called fixed it, and I ended up getting a headache that lasted for 28 days. And I've been slowly recovering, but it's taken a little while because the infection went inside it went up into my sinus cavity, and it's just taken a while. So I haven't gotten to do as much walking the timber as I would like to be able to, speak to what you're asking real precisely,
Well, they imitate owls, and they try to imitate a lot of like coyote and dogs and all kinds of stuff.
No, well, I had earlier this evening before we did the live chat, I had or actually not when I got up earlier and took a break, I come out here and walked around outside, and I heard something making a sound that I couldn't identify, but it didn't sound like what you would think of a holler or a tree knock. It sounded like an animal, but it sounded like an animal I never heard before, and I was like, that was a strange noise.
Hey, I know what you're talking about, Coquid. Hawaiian uses it too. I know you're talking about it. panko. These people, they moved from Hawaii and opened a Hawaiian restaurant in the hood, and he was black, but he was Hawaiian, but he was from Hawaii, and he brought his dad. They made jewelry. I got to selling them weed. I could go catch crappie bass and bring it up there, and he'd cook it in that panko shit. Holy crap!
Yeah, that's some good stuff right there.
With some white rice, with some steamed rice.
Yeah, I love that kind of food. Nice and
Nothing
light.
better than morel mushrooms and walleye. You mean together?
Oh, I love morels any kind of way you can make them.
I like them in egg batter, straight up flour, cornmeal. It don't matter. You know what I mean? Have you ever made soft shell turtle?
No. I would.
They have a chart on it. It has like 10 different kinds of meat on it, like steak, chicken, shrimp.
Yeah. I hear that about turtle, but I've never eaten turtle. I've eaten a lot of things, but I have never had turtle.
I'm the only person I know that's ate a peacock. I haven't met anybody else.
That was a thing back in the Victorian era.
Really?
That was a big thing back in the Victorian era. They would.
Shakespeare wouldn't let them use the feathers because it had the one eye on there.
The royal family back in the day, and not just the royal family, but other noble families, they had a thing for eating these exotic turtles. I think they come out of the Galapagos area. Yeah. And so, like the servants that would work at these giant royal estates, like they would pay for one turtle to eat for one person, the equivalent of one of their servants' wages for a whole year. To make one turtle dish for one person. They would serve hundreds of them. It's just mind-blowing, the extravagance they would spend to impress their friends and stuff, and then sit there and pay the people who served them next to nothing and flaunt that in their face with such arrogance. It's just stunning.
Instead, you found 3 copperheads, I go out early in the morning, and sometimes they'll be out in the sun when they're cold and they don't move, because they're trying to warm up.
Yeah, there's plenty of copperheads up here in these hills for sure.
We got those pygmy rattlers. We got them all over too, the little ones.
Yeah, they got them big old timber rattlers out here too. Some of these timber rattlers get big.
Hey, down in Chadwick, Missouri, they have a timber rattler hunt every year, and they go for making the anti-venom and all that shit.
Yeah, I've never been on a rattlesnake hunt like that, but I'd go in a heartbeat because me and my brother used to catch every wild snake we could get our hands on.
I got a timber rattler once. Me and my brother were out in the woods fighting, believe it or not, and we almost stepped on it. Its tail wasn't hard all the way, but it didn't move because it just swallowed a big toad and it was digesting it. You know what I mean?
What did it swallow? A toad?
Yeah, a big toad, because we cut it open to see what. Thought it was eggs. We were young, thought it was pregnant, but it was a toad in there and just swallowed it.
I had a cousin had a 6 foot when I was a little boy. She had a Burmese python that was almost 7 feet long, 6 foot 10 inches long.
I had an 8.5 foot red tail I used to take everywhere with me. And one time I was at this swap meet thing, and all these Shriners were there, and I had it around my neck. And they turn over and look at me. They run like little women. And they seen that son of a bitch. You know what I mean?
We was walking the trails in Oregon. There was right down the road from our house. There was there was 2 waterfalls, and they were both over 120 feet tall. And we were walking down the trail, me and my wife, and there was a little snake on the ground. It was, I don't know, it was a little gardener snake, grass snake. It wasn't tiny, but it wasn't huge. And I saw it moving, and I just lunged after it to grab it by its tail to pick it up so I could look at it. And my wife was like, she was kind of laughing and giggling because before she could even realize like exactly where the snake was, I was already lunging for it, trying to grab a hold of it. And she's like, man, I don't, you don't see people just reach out and try to grab a hold of something like that,
Hey, you can look at my videos. This last year, I caught a giant bull snake, I caught a prairie king snake, and I caught fish, filleted them, and ate them raw. You know what I mean? Right there while fishing.
Hey, my wife can verify this. I caught a wild turkey, a young one. I caught a wild turkey by hand using my cowboy hat.
Right. I jumped off the brush hog once and caught 2 baby quail. Because it's so loud, they're kind of disoriented,
Yeah. I caught a wild mallard once by hand too.
Hey, I caught a baby goose once, and the mom and dad flogged the shit out of me and bit the fuck out of me until I got out there. Hey, they were like attacking me, and that shit hurts.
Hey, have you ever heard of a guardian goose?
No.
Okay, so it can be any goose, but what it is like, say if you got a bunch of chickens, or even if you got like sheep, if you take a baby goose or several geese, 3 or 4 geese, 5 geese, 6 geese, and right from when they're babies, when they hatch, if you put it with whatever livestock you have that you want protected, it doesn't matter if it's a coyote, a wolf, a bear. If anything comes from, once they get old enough and they grow up with, say, your chickens, or they grow up with your pigs or whatever, these geese are so mean that they will attack any animal that comes near the animals that you let them grow up with, and they will protect them to their
The
death.
alpha male, huh? The alpha male of the whole place, huh?
The females will too, though. The female geese will do the same.
Well, I know if you get near if you have at a barnyard anywhere, if you get in anywhere around, they're going to flog you, chase you off. I know that.
Oh yeah, if they don't know you, they will whoop your ass.
And they're not scared, because I went to lakes and around here and stuff. They're all out there, and you see them, because their feathers start sticking up, and they're going to start. I mean, they bite the shit out of you.
Oh yeah, and the male's got the spurs on them.
And somebody told me how you cook a duck. You put it in the oven on a piece of wood, take it out, and throw away the duck and eat the wood because it's more tender.
If you slow smoke it, buddy, it'll fall right off the bone.
That's like if you smoke something like even carp, it'll fall off the bone. You mean?
You know what's good, even if you're cooking poultry or fish, is you get you a big, thick alder board, and you take that alder board and you soak it in a vat of water, bucket of water overnight for 24 hours. And you lay that board right on top of the fire, and you put the meat right on top of their fish, anything, and it'll impart a beautiful wood smoky flavor of alder right into whatever you're cooking it on, and it'll never burn, but it'll roast it, and it'll never get direct heat to it.
We always put the wood, apple wood, or whatever in the smoker. You had all different kinds you can get.
Yep. Yeah,
I had a friend that had a Filipino old lady, and they cooked fish with vinegar. You know what I mean? Like pickles it and cooks it in it. It's weird.
The guy who owned this house before me, he planted a bunch of apple trees and peach trees, and there's some muscadine grapes growing here. Yeah. And the trees hadn't been trimmed back for a few years. And so I was starting to trim some back earlier this year, and I got a big old huge pile of apple wood from the apple trees I've been trimming back.
And I saw one of the show once where these people killed somebody, and they buried them in the backyard and planted a tree above them, and later the dog sniffed them out from the tree. They could smell them in the tree body.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Isn't that crazy though, that her nose is that sensitive?
Look, like my Rottweiler, I can take his tennis ball and I can put it anywhere in the house. It don't make no difference where you put. I can put it on top of the cabinet in the kitchen, inside of something. And when he wants that ball, he'll go sit down and look at, and he'll sit in front of that cabinet. He'll sit there and stare up at it. And he'll let you know right where it is.
My buddy had an English collie. They got blue eyes, white eyes.
Yeah, they're pretty.
His was a frisbee. You'd come over and pick up the frisbee and set it by your feet and just sit there till you throw it. You know what I mean? It would just wouldn't do.
That's how this Rottweiler is. He loves that tennis ball so much because of the way I trained him with it. He'll bring that tennis ball up and he'll lay it down at my feet. And if I tell him to back up and lay down, he'll lay there for an hour, hour and a half. He'll lay there as long as I tell him to until he's allowed to get that ball. And he loves that ball so much that his patience is endless because all he wants is to make me happy and let me give him that ball.
Yeah. Hey, a guy told me once he was fishing, there's this log out in the water. It had a walnut on it, and he saw the squirrel coming out there to get it. The bass came up and sucked the squirrel right off the log. And he was sitting there, and he said he waited a minute, and then here came the bass. He put the walnut back up on the log.
Nah,
that's a joke.
I was going to say, I ain't never heard no shit like that.
That is a joke.
Hey, but bass will eat birds and shit like that. If
bass are one of the meanest. I had 2 of them. I had one called BA, Badass Bass, and they will try to eat a bass the same size as it. And it may take them a week for that shit to go down. But I used to feed it night crawlers, and I'd tell people, open that lid and put your finger up there, and that motherfucker would come out of there and grab your finger. And they would just, they're mean though. You can only have one in a tank. They'll kill the other one. It's crazy.
My grandmother lived down in Brownsville, Texas, right on the border of Mexico, and she had one of her friends that she took us over, and she had this little dock that went off the back of her property into the Gulf of Mexico. And she would go out there once a day, roughly the same time every day, and she'd throw a little bit of this, I think she'd do popcorn. She'd take popcorn and pop it. It was just nothing on it, just plain ass popcorn. And she'd go out there and throw handfuls of it out of this little bucket into the water. And these damn big, huge schools of fish would come up and eat it.
I've seen geese take food and feed carp and go. We call them goldfish, the big ones. Talk about the fancy ones. They have to be feeding fish with their food, with their beak. You know, in the water. The ducks would eat the fish. Koi, I think a koi pond.
Yeah, those koi can get expensive.
Hey, I knew a guy. He moved from North Carolina to Nixon, Missouri, and he brought them all in the back of his truck. And it froze and killed every one of them. And they were purple and black, like 100 grand worth of koi it killed. And he was pissed.
I had a neighbor in Illinois. Everybody called him the Bird Man. And he had two unique talents. He could carve any bird to near exact precision out of wood. And then he would hand paint it with, it would look real. It would be the scale and the detail in it. It was mind blowing, this guy's skill. And then the other talent he possessed, why they called him the Bird Man, is because he raised and trained falcons and hawks and different species of eagles that he would sell to the Saudis and the people from Oman and Dubai.
They hunt with them. They're cool.
Yes. And these birds, the cheapest bird he sold would be like 125 grand for one bird. That was that's like your entry level bird.
They call it peregrine falcon or something.
Well, peregrine falcon, there's a lot of different species. I'm trying to think of the name of there's a sport. It's more like a lifestyle, really. You could say you're a falconer, but there's a broader term, and it's escaping. I can't think of what it's called. Yeah, no, but it's like it's a more specific name that covers multiple disciplines and different types of birds. Because like in Mongolia, they use like a golden eagle, and it has like a 7 or 8 foot wingspan, and they'll hunt deer with damn eagles.
They're huge. I've seen it. Really big.
I forget the name of it. I'm drawing a blank, but there's a name. So like you could hunt with eagles, you could hunt with a falcon. They even have a little bitty bird of prey called a kestrel or a kite. You could teach all them birds to hunt, but there's a broader term that what you call it.
I know, and I can't remember. It's like a weird word too that doesn't really go like.
Yes, it's not falconry and it's not aviary, but I'm losing. I can't pull it out of my head. But there's a name for it, and he was like a master at this, and he made his whole living carving these custom sculptures of birds, and he trained actual birds for hunting of all different kinds. Yeah, this guy was gifted. I mean, like uniquely gifted. Well, we're going for another run. What are they going to shut you down after 11 hours and 45 minutes or something?
Diggity dog. I don't know, man. That was fun, man.
Oh, he must have stepped away. I was just sitting there talking to him.
That was good. I was digging that. Yeah, he's going.
I like hearing you jam, brother. Thanks for playing some music, man. It sounded good.
Oh, thank you very much. I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, man. Thank you. Hell, that was my pleasure listening to it.
Yeah. Oh, I was having a good time there. Really having a good time with that, man. Really having a good time.
Hell, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah,
falconry. It's called falconry. I just looked it up.
Oh, there's not a broader term for it, though? Because
there was a thing in there that said, though, that somebody paid $250,000 for one of those birds.
Yeah, no, I don't know if he ever sold any of his. There's a type of falcon that's near perfect white, and it's a certain species of falcon. I can't think of that name either. But yeah, if you want to sell to like the Saudi royalty or some of the royalty from the Middle East, the whiter the bird, the higher the value of it. and it's got to be trained, of course. But if you can get a near pure white falcon, yeah, you can get 200 or 200,000 or more if it's ranged correctly and trained correctly. Man, you can get big money for
I
one of
didn't
them
read the
birds.
article, but next to it said Forbes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, you're talking about, billionaire status that pisses away $250,000 on a bird that might live 6 or 10 years,
They got more dollars than cents.
Yeah. Oh, they got way more money than sense. That's a fact.
White falcon. The rare white falcon.
Yeah. Yeah. They're worth big money.
It's called the Maltese falcon. Remember that movie?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. 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 That statue that was supposedly worth a lot of money.
Yeah, I remember that. It was a murder mystery or some shit.
Yeah,
that game Clue? Remember the game Clue? They did it in the live stream with the candles. They have a place here where you go in and play that. You have they have a murder scene and you guess and all. They have a
murder mystery.
Yeah.
Hey, have you ever been to a dinner theater?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Murder mystery.
Yeah. I've been to Dolly Dixie Stampede.
And the King.
It could be a murder mystery, but it could be just like we used to go to them quite a bit, and they're different depending on where you go. It could be a murder mystery. It could be a comedy. It could be, and it's like the waiters and waitresses that serve you the food are the same ones who put on the whole performance. So you actually get to talk to these people and interact with them, which is a really cool concept.
Yeah.
And you get to see some really talented people do some really cool shit. And a lot of it sometimes is ad lib because they forget a line or whatever, and they just roll with it, man. And it gets hysterical.
Hey, have you ever been to Dick's? Have you ever been to Dick's? It says, "Well, we treat you like a redheaded stepchild."
No.
It's called Dick's. When you go in there, they go, "What the fuck do you want?"
That's pretty funny. I'd fit right in because I'd have all kinds of funny adjectives to throw around too.
What's up, AJ Onyx? She said, "Quit pulling up all nighter. She's missing all the good stories."
Hey, buddy, what's up? You made it back, michigander? Would you go take a nap or you go do some chores?
I took a nap.
Hell, I don't blame you. Sometimes I wish I could take a nap.
Hey, the only thing I nap is a rock.
The way the heat situation is, man, it cuts and messes up my sleep real bad during the winter.
Yeah, dude. I've slept in the winter without heat before, man. That shit sucks.
Being outside homeless though, and you wake up and the fire's out and it's cold, that's a bitch. You have to start the fire to even get warm.
When I was 11 years old, we spent.
I'm never homeless. Dude. I can build me a shelter.
Right? Yeah.
Well, I can. I'm not going to be, but I'm just not having a building that you go to every day to take a shit.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah.
I don't have the video up on my channel, but I hand built a big giant pavilion out of red pine. And,
no shit.
Yeah, it's the
red pine is pretty.
Yeah, it's the main hangout of the camp. I open air live. As soon as I can be outside with just like a flannel on or a sweatshirt, I'm outside almost.
Oh yeah.
I use a hammock. I don't mess with tent. I use a hammock. It's easier. I mean, instead of
if you think about it, next time you run out that way, take your phone with you and shoot a short video and put it up on your thing and let me know. I'd love to see what you made.
Well, that's just it. During the winter, it's a storage area. So during the winter, I have roll-up sides on it. So during the winter, I drop the sides. Right now, I got.
That thing is huge, though, isn't it? That's that greenhouse you're talking about?
No, the pavilion.
No, pavilion.
Hey, greenhouse is huge, though. That thing is giant, isn't it?
Yeah.
I built a. Go ahead.
That's gonna come in really, really handy, dude. To come in.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I built this. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I keep interrupting you.
I think they're going to hit us. Listen, I think they're going to hit us with everything. I think they're going to let everything cuff loose and pick up the pieces afterwards. I mean, there's a bunch of little stuff. Yeah, like you said, all the little symbols and all this shit, it all means something. It all comes back.
Hey, check this out. Here's another symbol. So back in the Gulf War, they had something that they loved to talk about on the media, and they just kept saying it over and over again. It was a shock and awe campaign.
Oh yeah.
You think that might be a little predictive programming getting us ready for what they're about ready to unleash on us? A little shock and awe.
They said so. I was watching it last.
Yeah, like they kept repeating Dark Winter and shit.
Coaching all that. They're all saying they were going to have to create it.
Yeah, I know. Right.
Where did we get our thing go?
that Jeffrey
Yeah, they like
Epstein
setting us
shit.
up for it.
They take the power grid down. That's all they have to do. It take years to get it back up. I mean, if they destroy, I mean.
Yeah, I've been setting my whole life up, man. They could turn the power grid off right now, and I'm gonna keep
Yeah,
right
but
on
they, in the
living,
first
right on
month,
eating.
like 500,000 people will die because they're too stupid.
I know. That's the sad part. That's why we started doing that farm. We had to teach people because we're like, look, what's coming is you need to know how to do this shit. Not only do you need how to grow it, but you need how to grow it without any extra fertilizers that you'd buy at the store. You need how to grow this shit straight up just by getting out in the yard, digging the yard up with a shovel and a hoe, and mending your soil naturally through composting. And you can grow without no gasoline, no electricity whatsoever, and you can feed yourself indefinitely. As long as the sun continues to rise every day, you can feed yourself indefinitely and not depend on a
if the United
single
States
living
quit
soul.
handing out food and donating, 40% of the world would starve if it wasn't for us. The United States.
I know. Yeah, we do. We feed like 120 or 130 countries.
It's over. They've already it's over. They've already lost. I don't think they're gonna cut the power grid. I don't think they're gonna cut communications.
You know what they'll do? They'll cut it, but they'll leave your cell phone on just to torture you.
I don't know if I don't.
The phone on. You know why they'll leave the phone on? Surveillance.
They can track you. I know.
Well, yeah, but hey, think about this too: surveillance and tracking. But let's take that whole thought one step further, because now you can watch TV on your phone. You can get the emergency broadcast on your phone. And when you see shit happen on the news, they don't love anything more than to broadcast that shit live like we're doing right now, right? But they love like the tsunami in Japan and these different hurricanes and these events. They love showing this carnage live.
Well, and you'll see shit on YouTube and Facebook 2 days later it'll be on the news.
They love busting a nut over anything. A possum in the road.
But they only push what they create, though.
Think about the reveals that are coming in the near future, and the way they love to amp up everything live, like shock and awe, live, broadcasting live. Look at this horrible thing that's happened, and everybody can't take their eyes off of it, and they're mesmerized by it. And they set us up for it, and they're going to do it again, and they're going to do it again on a large scale when shit starts unfolding. It's going to be just like when the COVID whole thing hit 2 years ago. That's all you could find on the news anywhere you look. And it's going to be the same way when this shit starts to come unglued and they can't control the narrative anymore.
Well, it wasn't that long ago where Russian army and the military was doing all their practicing together, attacking families and houses and shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. It was Americanized. I mean, like.
Hey, do y'all remember seeing during the Gulf War when the Navy SEALs come ashore and they conveniently had about 6 or 7 news networks there and they were filming the SEALs coming ashore live? Did y'all remember seeing that shit on TV?
No, when Jesse Ventura was a Navy SEAL, no one knew they existed. When Obama got into office, he called him in there and showed all the movie Hollywood people. He exposed so much stuff that you're not supposed to tell anyone, to the media and to the Hollywood. You know what I mean?
No, I just remember during the Gulf War, the first Gulf War.
Desert Storm.
Yeah, Desert Storm. And they were over there. I couldn't believe this shit when they showed it on TV. They literally got news cameras filming live. Yeah. And here comes the Navy SEALs up out of the water onto the fucking beach. And the Navy SEALs look shocked that the fucking news is there. And the news media was like, oh, we got lucky, basically. And I'm like, please.
Right.
Please. You happen to land right squarely where the SEALs landed.
Yeah. How insulting must it be to our service members?
Yes. When it first started, you could turn on CNN and they show all the bombing runs, you know what? They show them killing people.
Here, just hear this out. How insulting it has to be to our service members while they're trying to hunt bin Laden down. They can't get him, but yet CNN's little cunt fucking person can get a sit-down meeting with fucking bin Laden. How insulting is that?
I know.
Dude, that's a joke. Okay, a CNN person is going to get a sit down with Obama. I mean, bin Laden.
Well, I think you meant that was a Freudian thing, wasn't it?
No, I did that on purpose. But anyway, so Osama bin Laden fucking he fucking couldn't be found, but yet some twat waffle from CNN is gonna get a sit down with him. And our best guys can't fucking get their hands on this dude. Our best guys can't get their hands on this dude, but a twat waffle from CNN is gonna get a sit down with him.
Preach it.
Oh my goodness.
I was born at night. I was born at night, but not last night.
Yeah,
Who
Roger
said
that.
twat waffle?
Oh, dude, that's a good one. I ain't heard that one.
You're my new best friend.
No doubt.
Hey, that's one of the funniest things I've heard in a long time.
Man, you
I
gotta
about blew a snot bubble out of my nose. You need to warn me in advance next time, you fucker.
You twat waffle.
You know, I mean, dude, come on now, dude. It's too much, dude. Some of the stuff is just so blatant. And
I know. You have to laugh at it. You have to laugh at it. It's too absurd.
It's like the metalworking. It's like metalworking. Any guy that works steel out there, 9/11 should be a fucking wake-up call hardcore if you're a steel guy, because aluminum cannot cut steel, my friend, at any velocity. So, you know, I don't know, man.
Yeah. There's always some strangeness going on about these things.
Well, how about this one? How about this one? That Eamon Bundy or whatever took over that one ranch or whatever. They had that standoff. 2000.
Oh yeah. There was one in Iowa or Idaho, and there was another standoff with a different family over in Oregon, and I always get the two names mixed up.
Yeah,
and I'm not talking about Ruby Ridge. There was two others after Ruby Ridge, like just here recently in the last 5 years or so.
I'm talking about the one where they took over the Federal Reserve. And the thing is, help showed up. More service or more militia.
Are you talking about when they were at odds with the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well,
you know, they killed a couple of them boys that stood their ground against them fuckers.
Yeah,
those agents fucking killed them.
Yeah, when they
executed them on the road.
Yep, when they murdered Fincom and executed him.
Yeah.
The thing is that Eamon Bundy dude, he had the 3%ers show up, and he turned away. He told him to leave. That was the warning sign to me that it was all a setup. When you turn away help, man, get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Know, there's always some strange shit going on. Hey, you know, you see all kinds of shit like that. Like in Illinois, we were there. They had a massive tornado come through and destroy the town. It was 2 towns over from us. And I went over there to kind of help deliver some relief supplies to the people that were. We lost thousands of homes in that community. It literally wiped out homes as far as you could see in any direction.
Yeah, where you deliver.
And it was just crazy to see. But here was a funny thing that happened there. The local communities pitched in so much volunteer work and building materials. I mean, just anything you could think of that these people who lost their homes would need. FEMA showed up like 3 days after the event occurred, and they had already had so many monetary and physical donations to give these people that when FEMA showed up, they literally told FEMA, well, we don't need you here. Y'all can go ahead and go. And we're like, well, we're here that we got money and we got money and we got aid. And they're like, we already got all this covered. We never asked y'all to show up. What the fuck are y'all doing here? Go ahead and go.
Yep. And that's how we need to continue.
And they literally sent them packing. They talked about it on the local news. Local residents tell FEMA to pack up and go home.
I know, I've seen it. I call it. Listen, that's why they have no fucking future. They need to cease and assist now. Figure out another way to help the people. They need to cease and assist now. Listen, man, these motherfuckers are making up their own laws, dude. It don't work that way in this fucking country.
And they change it at will.
Yeah, it don't work that way.
Without no consent from us.
Everybody needs to stop right now because it doesn't matter what they put to paper. It's still fictitious. Just because some asshole writes something to a piece of paper don't mean shit. It's all in your fucking head.
Here's the problem. Yeah, it's all perceived authority in our heads because at the end of the day, these people work for us. We don't work for them. And so they do what the fuck we say or we fire their ass.
That is correct. And there's no 2 ways about it.
And they think that we have to stick within a 2-party system. What about a 1-party American system says we ain't putting up with this shit no more?
Exactly.
Well, look, these officers need to stop hurting people. Number one, because
they're starting to wake up a little bit.
Yeah, I know, and that's good. And I'm
a little bit. I ain't gonna ring the bell too loud yet. They're waking up a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
And God bless the ones that are.
Yeah, I'm watching it even in a small community. Something's happening with our court systems and our officers. I think we're going to go back to the older ways, dude. I really think we're going to go back to the older ways.
Because
I think
no, it's not going back. Exactly. I think I'm not sure, but you might be right about that, and that's good for a man.
I'm watching gun cases right now that are so prevalent that it only takes a couple words to blow their gun laws out of the fucking water, and it's happening now. Dude, they got so many lawsuits on them right now just for their illegal gun mandates. Just for their illegal gun mandates, that's gonna buckle the fucking system, dude. They got no right. If a person is fucking violent and you can't control yourself, you need to be dealt with. Don't give them fucking, you know what I mean? And you know, I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect, but if a dude beats
right?
If a dude beats an old lady and fucking rapes her to steal $20 out of her purse, he obviously does not belong in society.
No,
you know, and I'm not for incarceration. Yeah, you know what I mean? That dude's fucking done. See, back in the day when, like, say somebody murdered somebody, if it was an accident and it was their fault, they had to compensate the family for that shit. They weren't just thrown in a cell for the fucking system.
Even if they had to work the rest of their life to do it.
Exactly. And the thing is, it was a form of slavery, but yet the person didn't live that bad of a life. He just had to make up for what he took.
And you know, the funny thing was, back in the day too, when you had good townsfolk,
effort because they lost your family member. You don't put them down when they're doing their due diligence.
Yeah, but back in those days, the motherfucker that made the mistake had the morals to stand up and take care of it. It wasn't
the right thing, you bet.
Family respects you. Then
you know, the other thing that was good about community back, you know, 150 years ago or even older, is like, say if you had a small community and you had a rapist or a murderer and it was obvious to everybody, the community would just come together and deal with it.
Yeah,
you know?
Don't suffer it among you. Don't suffer.
Right.
What do you mean?
You see evil, you stamp it out, and you make sure it doesn't rear its head ever again.
Actually, it wasn't too recently that a whole town smoked a dude. There was a bully motherfucker that was hurting people for years, forcing his weight around in a small town. And he ended up killing somebody and getting away with it. It was so bad that the whole towns got together and they smoked this dude in the car. And when the cops showed up, everybody was like, "We don't know nothing." And
yeah, we don't know nothing.
And the cops couldn't do shit because there was no. Yeah, you know, they even called in
with the people because
they called in the feds even, and the feds come in.
Together.
Yep, and everybody was like, "We don't know what you're talking about, dude. Take a hike. You guys weren't doing your job. That's all we know. You guys weren't doing your job."
I have a funny theory about police, and it's not a knock at them at all. It's just a statement of opinion on how I think about cops.
Please.
So, like cops, I think their fundamental job is to protect the community against, you know, real evil people who are intending real evil things. I don't think their function should be as a glorified tax collector at the point of a gun through their illegal fines and things like this that we never consented to any of it to begin with. But you know, you could look at this a whole bunch of different ways.
Yes, civilly and criminally.
But you know, the primary function of a cop, in my opinion, would be that, you know, they should just, you know, protect the community against grave harm, and that should be about the extent of what they do. Not enforcing their will and inflicting illegal laws and fines and levies on people who employ them. Let's be clear about that.
Listen, I think it's already done and over with. What we're watching is a shock and awe wake up to the fucking dumb sheep. I really do.
Yeah. And they're going to do it live too.
Listen, just for what I talk and me and you talk, if we were at threat, they would have already come snatched us, dude. They wouldn't want us speaking. They would have already cut our fucking feed, everything. You know it as well as I do. They do it to others.
Yeah, it is. I think things are starting to get too far out of their control, though, and they're losing touch with it. They're losing the ability to effectively control the narrative.
All I know is I'm gonna help people, and I ain't hurting nobody for these dirty.
No, I ain't hurting nobody.
I don't care if they call fucking war tomorrow. If they call war tomorrow and come tell me I gotta go fight somebody, I'm gonna look at them and say, "No, you fucking criminal, your time is coming."
Orders. Everybody with a gun, kill them. And if you're stupid enough to listen to me, give that shit or speak that bullshit, you're gonna get hurt. But if you listen to the man saying peace or the man doing peace, or listen to the man telling you to go hurt other people, well, what's that fucker doing? Nothing. He's telling you to do it. Why? Isn't he the smarter teacher? Yeah. Well, learn your fucking lesson. He's not fighting. He's telling you to do it.
All I know is there's just the morals. We got to bring the morals back. It's just like this, for instance. My boss dumped a crackhead on me one time to take care of, and this was his last step. And fucking, you know, I helped this dude out, made sure he kept his job and shit. And I didn't even have a license, and I made sure he got a long ways away for work. Well, he did good for a while, but they started pushing all this meth through the area, and he fucked up again. You know, I don't know what he's doing now, but the thing is, I had to make him leave here, literally fucking, you know, at a rude point. And the thing is, I've helped this dude out a couple times since then. We've since talked, you know what I mean? And I told him, I said, look, dude, I meant what I said. If you're a fucking failure, some way, shape, or form down the road, you still affect my life if you're failing. So it's in my best interest to help you get somewhere now. You know,
exactly. People, oh, those people in the prison, those people in prison. You mean your brothers and your sisters?
Yeah.
You know, the people in prison, if they really wanted to help, people that were what they considered a threat to society, they wouldn't wholesale warehouse them in a meat grinder of violence and corruption. They would you know, have them do things in their community that would not only benefit their community, that would teach them a valuable trade skill, or teach them how to volunteer, or teach them how to, you know, raise an animal and love that animal and treat that animal with the same loving respect that they would want to be treated with, instead of being warehoused like an animal in a cage.
Treat animals,
you know,
treat people.
You treat people with, even when people are making bad decisions, you got to treat them with the humanity and respect and the dignity that human life demands.
That's right.
I think we're going to see some wicked stuff, in both directions. I think we're going to see some amazing shit, and we're going to see some rough stuff. Because, like I said, you got them guys out there that just cannot control themselves. They're just full of.
I know.
You know what I mean?
It's because we've all been brainwashed thinking that violence is what's going to solve violence, and violence only grows more violence.
And I have seen
I think it's going to go to where those guys get kind of dusted by their own work. You know what I mean? The real bad ones, I think they're going to get dusted by their own work. People are going to give them a chance.
22 have died in the past 4 months here.
How many?
All they had to do was pass checks out, and 22 meth addicts died. I am not involved in that. But the thing is, I knew the people because over 3 or 4 years ago, you know what I mean? Like years ago, I've been having, anyway, they're dead. 22 of them in town. Maybe before it would have been 2 a year.
I think that I've been hearing, they've been talking on the news about putting a bunch of fentanyl in the meth and in the heroin.
Yup. They're fucking listening. It's the government bringing that shit in most of the time. It's the fucking corrupt system guys that are bringing that shit in, because guess what? It keeps the cycle going. I watched the court system doing it up here because they lost revenue from marijuana. I watched it. Literally the 30 days I sat, I fucking watched it. Well, the thing is, these people are putting signature to paper. When you go review that shit, you can't hide it. That means
what you're talking about, you know, that movie they just made about that pilot named Barry Seal? He was flying cocaine for the CIA, flying guns down to the Contras and bringing cocaine back, and they just let it fly. And they made a movie about it, and everybody's sitting there watching the movie thinking, oh, wow, that's crazy. That was our fucking government who endorsed that shit.
Yeah, but it's coming out now. Hey, check it out. They immediately
tried to pin it all on Oliver North. It was all Oliver North, blah, 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 smoke and mirrors, a bunch of fairy dust.
It's done, dude. I think that's another thing that's happened with that Afghanistan. When they cut that from Afghanistan, I heard that somebody else went through and is cleaning and burning them up. The people are changing from the poppy fields to other fields like they were supposed to.
Yeah, but they wouldn't.
There's so much craziness goes on, and so many things perpetrated in the name of what they call government or the right to do this or that. And the people of these countries don't consent to this bullshit. It's these evil people in control that do it.
Listen, what are the people of these countries going to do? What are these people of our countries going to do when we got Marines sitting at the tip of these fields with machine guns? They don't want to die. They'll figure, okay, fuck it, and they walk away. Well, right now, I know for a fact, I know 2 military dudes that are fucking pissed because they come home from the military and seen what, you know, their fruits of labor produce. Right. And they're fucking pissed. They're demanding investigations, all kinds of shit.
Right. Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly, brother. See, these are things that when people are just sitting down, they don't think about. But I do. I think, wait 1 second. There's got to be people that have just got done doing this, and all of a sudden, what the fuck? I just fucking died for this. Like, that's
another reason. Listen, I ain't even gonna lie.
I got killed if this wouldn't happen. No.
If I was in the big city around the people that I grew up with, I guarantee you I'd probably be in some kind of trouble or some kind of fucked up on, you know, booze or alcohol or something. You know what I'm saying? Because you tend to, you know, steer towards what you're around. I mean, shit, dude, you can't even pull up to a gas station no more in the hood without having a crackhead run up to you. You know what I mean? You can't go do nothing. You know what I mean?
Michigander, Michigander, think about this for a minute too, though. When it comes to the people like us that have sometimes, they're extra, I guess you're extra sensitive,
Yes.
or you feel things that other people don't sense or feel, and you take someone like us and you immerse us inside the craziness that they call inner city and convenience and modern marvel, and it takes someone like you or me and it sends us into a tailspin. And we can't make up or down because we were never meant to live in that kind of environment.
Yes.
Think about that, man. I mean, think about what it does and how it makes you feel inside, and then you step out in the wilderness, and all that craziness melts away, and you feel a calm and peace you've never even understood was possible.
Exactly.
I look, somebody made a comment about, I'll leave here and go back to the city eventually. And I told flat out, oh, hell no. I'd go further.
Oh my God. Oh, that sounds so
further away, not closer too.
And not
you know what,
scary,
another thing too, it didn't make me worry, but it made my gears turn a little bit. I was talking to a cat and I was like, dude, you know what? I was like, I tell you what, freedom really comes when you realize they have no more power over you, because you could walk off in the fucking woods with a pocket knife and a shoestring and survive. Exactly. And he goes, yeah, but at the same time, that makes you dangerous. And for a minute, that's
yeah, it does. They're threatened by that. They don't like independence.
But it makes you a man and makes a woman.
And then it's like I watch all these survivalist dudes out there trying to show people different ways to make fire, this and that and the other thing. It's like, well, show them the authentic raw way with 2 goddamn sticks and rubbing it together, or a shoestring. And they don't show that no more.
Not enough. They don't show it enough. They should be teaching this shit in school.
You know what? That's another thing. Listen, I made some comments to my old man about what I'm watching, and how they're, teaching and raising them now.
Hey,
and my dad just looks at me with this sheep in the fucking road look, and he's like, whoa.
My bracelet.
I know what you mean.
But shit, what was I just gonna say? Oh yeah. When I was in high school and middle school, they gave us training on how to flip canoes over and shit.
Right. I learned that shit before I even come close to being a teenager. How to bail it out, how to flip it over, ride it, and get back in it.
Yeah, at 14 years old, I went to a middle school and took classes for hunter safety and was certified to hunt at 14 years old.
Hey, what you were saying with a pocket knife and a rope, anytime I leave my house, I got a paracord. It's got a flint on one end, and it's got some ferro rod here, and then I carry a pocket knife.
Because you don't want to be found with that, and
that's all you need right there. You can make a bushcraft shelter. You can make fire. I mean, you can sustain life with just like a couple of little things. If you know what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. No, right. But that's the thing.
And it's easy to learn.
A little bit of education will.
I'm really not even. Listen, I know it's over so much to the point that I'm not even worried about that kind of living, because it's going to get easier. They can't continue.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
The simpler you make life, the easier it gets.
Fix a little
thing. They're going to make. I say over the next 2 weeks to a month, they're going to make a push that's so desperate and crazy. Society's just going to stand up and say, "Grab them motherfuckers." Because it can't keep going, dude. It can't keep going.
The beauty of the way that we choose to live is the more you simplify life, the easier and more beautiful life becomes. And you quit believing the lie of city and town and how it's going to benefit you and make you prosper. It's such a crock of shit. I can't help but laugh at it.
This is how sick these motherfuckers are. Since the first time they booted me from the channel, the first time when I first came online with you guys, and it booted me, and I come back with the angry circles. These motherfuckers been turning my camera on and shit and siphoning my phone so bad that it don't want to work for me. How fucking disgusting is that? What the fuck is wrong?
Dude, that was happening to my phone yesterday. Look, me and Jody were sitting here and we were offline, and my phone was just getting plugged in and getting charged, and the fucking screen was going on, coming off, and it was switching, and my screen was locked out, and I got a security password to get in it, and it was turning on, off, the fucking pages were turning. You could tell someone was inside my phone. Yeah, and I go through and I clear everything out and delete everything. And there's still people digging around in there.
It knows when you're making
it gets to a point where the thing is, the ones who are doing the right thing, it gets to a point where they just go, fuck it, I don't care.
I flat don't care. I flat don't care. Whatever.
The thing is, it's got nothing to do about being tough, protecting yourself, or anything like that. It's like
there's no one fighting against
I'm out in the fucking woods. I cut my own wood to stay warm. I grow my own chickens for my own fucking eggs. I grow fucking rabbits for meat, this and that and the other thing, and that's about it.
That right there is what makes you a real threat. That you don't have to
about
rely on other people to survive, and that's what they want. That's what they've tricked us into believing for generations, is that we have to look to other men. Here's another philosophy when it comes to police.
Away from you,
if you're a grown man and you got a problem that you could deal with on many different levels without involving violence, why would you call another grown man with a gun to come fix a problem that you should be able to handle yourself?
But that's just it. Nowadays, they'll throw you in a fucking hole for it, though. Like say somebody insults your wife. Say you're at the gas station and you're filling your fucking gas tank, and some dude insults and puts his hands on your old lady, and you fuck him up.
Right.
Guess what? They come
You're
and they
going to jail.
throw you in a fucking
you're going to jail.
Okay.
You know
I
what I
did
mean?
that. No, the guy was right here, right? I fucked him up bad, man, and fucking like flipped him right upside down in the stairs.
You got the thing is, by natural law, you got every fucking right to do so.
The cops didn't. The cops didn't. They weren't. They went to him and said, "Okay, so you understand? You go around him again. The possibility that he does the same thing, it exists."
All I know is the cops are snatching up our service guys. Our cops are running around snatching up our service guys with no legal, legit, backing, and our service guys have had a fuck enough. Our service guys are saying, "Hey, fuck you! This shit's done right now."
I make sure whatever I do, it must be right. So if I'm hitting somebody, it's because I'm already under attack, and that's clear. Because I don't hate the person, I'm defending myself. And
I agree.
And meaning, and then when they come, they see you, and I'm not. They see a man who's calm, and
I'm so sure it's going to change. I'm so sure it's going to change. I kept having difficulties keeping power appropriate for a shower.
It depends on which cops
and and I'd have to travel into town for showers. The thing is, that takes hours. Just to go into town and come home takes me 2 hours. So
man, that's crazy.
To go into town to take a shower and come back takes me minimum 3 hours. Yeah, it takes me an hour to travel one way, an hour to travel another way, and an hour to shower. Well, that's 3 hours out of your day. Instead of wasting all that time, I set up a gravity shower.
I thought so.
I literally set up a 5-gallon gravity shower.
I was going to ask you about that.
Where I can heat it above my wood stove, and it sits above my shower, to where I can sit in a nice little shower and take a shower.
My mom would have
I've gotten so conservative with water, just out of not necessary desperation, but necessity. I've gotten so good with water that I can shower and scrub and rinse good twice with less than 5 gallons of water.
Yeah. Hey, have you ever seen how they make a water heater, like a wood-fired water heater? So you take a small barrel and you coil the copper in it, you seal the ends, and then you do it so you build the fire right in it. And because it heats and creates its steam in a closed circuit, it creates its own circulation and its own pressure. And you can heat up, whatever, 5, 20 gallons of water in next to nothing flat.
We know how to make everything, every single dynamo with steam. See, people think, oh, I've got time, baby. I'm not working for some man to pay me some money.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
So I've got time to make the that I need to give me power.
How long are you staying here, Sam?
He's talking about crazy stuff. No, I'm literally talking about a windmill. I'm really.
I don't know. Maybe depends on maybe another hour, maybe till 8 o'clock, maybe 8:15.
Everywhere. Power's around.
Yesterday was kind of rough trifling the snow, man, but it fucking felt good. I want to go out there and kind of trifle around a little bit more today.
Yeah. Falling water is a great source of power.
It's just beautiful when you get out there in the deep thick woods and there's nothing has disturbed the snow. It's awesome to look at that when you get out there and nothing's disturbed the snow. It's all
that's a beautiful sight.
Well, it's like watching Mother Nature clean herself when you watch it through all the seasons.
Let me see this real quick. I'm gonna show them. Hey, speaking, I'll walk out the front door. It was looking real pretty earlier.
She's self-cleaning the earth.
Oh. You talking about Mother Nature or the other thing?
Yeah, all of it.
I'm talking about
everything, rejecting this foul rape of our Mother Earth. All of it.
Right on, Harry Nuts. My
all
daughter was in the Navy, and my nephew's a Navy SEAL.
It's all the sin that comes along with it. And the evil spirits that are released
It's nice and crunchy out in the yard.
Yeah, you got to focus on love and joy and kindness.
What's
I got a mess in front of my front door, so I don't want to show
do your
it.
own thing. The news is lies.
Especially if you live in a glass house and throw rocks.
Exactly. You got to play music. You got.
I'll try to remember to come out here when the sun crests that ridge. If we're still live streaming, I'll get that sun coming over that ridge here in a little bit, man. It's crazy.
Glorious right now outside my window, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to heal my finger up. I'm gonna take care of my hand really good
I can
today.
show everyone.
But I got a messed up finger, so I can't play guitar right now. But it just quit hurting yesterday, so hopefully over the next day or so I can get it to where it don't hurt.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear y'all do another jam session. That's the first time I ever run into you boys. Y'all was doing a jam session. I was like, holy shit, these guys are getting down live.
I'm gonna pull something unique up that I haven't done for a while. I like that unique stuff. The stuff they're always pumping through the radio and shit gets boring.
Yeah, it does.
Hey, it looks nice out there compared to over here.
Who am I talking to? Is this Danny or Do Not Comply?
Danny.
Danny, I'm Ron. It's good to meet you, brother.
Good day, man. I seen you you were up on, let me see, whose panel did I see? Were you up on PDFs last night?
No, the only time I've ever live streamed was yesterday with these gentlemen right here. I've never live streamed before.
Okay. Well, I had both of them going, so I couldn't remember which one you were on.
yeah. We live streamed yesterday for, I don't know, almost 12 hours. We shut down for a little bit and then came right back on and went for another hour. So,
right on.
Yeah, I could talk to these boys.
We're at 11:02 right now. I can only go to 11:55 is all they'll save.
Yeah, I could talk to these boys until I just passed the hell out sitting here in this chair, man. These guys are interesting as shit.
Hey, dude, we've had people on here snoring.
Yeah, I know, right? That's going to be me eventually when you guys. Yeah. Hey, just do not comply. I love that. That's like my motto. Whoever this is.
It's simple. No.
Hey, I don't even have to hear a word. You got mad respect for me just for putting it out there like that.
That's like that song, I will not bow, I will not break. You know what I mean?
Yeah, buddy. I ain't about bending my knee for no grown man or woman or whatever illegal, illegitimate government.
Glory always wins.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, I can hear it playing in my head as you're saying it.
Yeah.
With clarity.
I knew ever since I was a young kid and I came out grinning because that's what pisses them off.
Oh man.
I knew ever since
it's gonna be a beautiful day, guys. It's gonna be a beautiful day.
Oh yeah. It's always a beautiful day. Every day.
How you doing, Spud?
Oh, that's Spud. Do not comply. That's badass, brother. I hear that voice.
I ain't even looking at the phone. I could tell by the voice.
Right.
Yeah. They broke the fucking mold when they make my voice spots.
Hey, check this out. You know how you got the slotted windows on trailers that as you crank the window open and shut, they pivot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took the rivets out of the bottom ones so that you can just literally touch it and it opens up.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I think they want to call that a louvered window or something like that.
Yeah, and the thing is, I could slip my crossbow out it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's badass.
Yeah.
Got you a bow turret.
Yeah, and it's like, why would I do that, dude? It's like, I was thinking about it the other day. It's like, dude, why the fuck you did that? But it worked. I got 3 deer this year, and one of them was
playing a guitar, isn't he? That's some good shit to get mellow out to and have a good conversation too. That's good. That's some good stuff for the head right there.
Hey, just very quick on a different subject. Did you guys hear that Tony Baloney has taken a few days off?
Yeah, you kind of reap what you sow, I think.
Yeah.
I don't even like hearing his name. I'm so over it, dude. I can't.
Oh, okay. We'll just call him Phony Baloney. How's that?
I just don't even bother. He's not a thought I think of.
I kind of think like
the only reason why I'm bringing it up is because that fucker got no fucking balls, man.
You know, the more you talk about it, though, the more you kind of empower it, and the more you ignore it, the less it becomes relevant.
Yep. It has no future.
Hey,
like old wineskin, new wineskin. Like if you get mad when you think about it, it's more control it has over you rather than like just acknowledging it's a bullshit and then kind of like letting it go.
Yeah.
So
just recognize it for the farce it is and just move on.
I find that very hard to do, and I must take time to physically focus on it. And
yeah, I get it. I feel that way too about a lot of things.
Yeah, we're getting
breathe in, full breathe out.
We're getting bitter cold pushes at about 4 o'clock in the morning, I'd say, until about 8 in the morning. It's getting like it gets really cold. Yeah, it gets a really deep cold push.
Oh yeah, man. That's the reset.
It's 18 degrees here.
Damn.
I don't know what it is.
At all. It's only 4 Fahrenheit. Here the wind chill's -8 Fahrenheit.
Where's it at?
Yeah,
Ontario.
we were tracking some solar activity a couple days ago, and there's supposed to be incoming solar wind today, a fairly intense one.
Oh yeah.
Let me see if I can. I don't know if I'm up. I'll pull up the space weather chart and see if it's still up there. I've been watching it.
Helper, I like that.
So then we should be getting northern lights out of that, eh?
Well, yeah, I could show you the projected aurora forecast too. I was going to see what this solar wind or it's either the solar wind or the plasma density. I have to look at it and see.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one's supposed to arrive today. Solar wind.
It's a local sun, so I think it would have a great effect.
I forget what damn day it is.
Whatever they are, when it does go blip, blip, blip. You know what I mean? Because the local. So I think you're absolutely right about that more than we even know.
Okay, so this is an updated chart from the last one we looked at.
It does, doesn't it?
Today's the 8th, you said.
Yeah, see, that's weird. Like someone wants to go, I don't think the same way I do. You must be wrong. And it's like, well, he doesn't think the same way you do. It actually would make him righter. According to your own calculations.
Yeah, see, it's that plasma density. All right, hey, look, I'll show y'all. Let me flip my camera and I'll show you what I'm talking about with the plasma density and rate of light. Now, I'm not a solar expert or nothing, but I know this stuff has effects on the human body, like in a profound way.
Well, I think some people like thinking that they're smart, but they don't like doing the work.
See, like this graph right here. It's called the plasma density. That's like a charged plasma. It has mass and it moves really fast when it ejects from the sun. And this, I'm going to toggle this back and forth, and you can see what it does.
Yeah.
So it comes out of that little yellow dot. That's the sun, and these plasma particles come out of here. Let me move the graph a little bit. See, and now it's creating it's creating like a wave coming towards the Earth. And that dot right there, that's the Earth. And see, we just came out of one. We came out of one and we're going right into another one. And this causes people's ears to ring. It makes it stresses your heart. It causes cognitive and mental abilities, your ability to reason, your ability to control your temper. And you ever feel real pissed off for no reason?
Sign.
This right here can cause that. This right here.
Wave.
All the time. I don't think the solar flares are affecting my mood.
And this right here, this is a solar wind coming at us at the same time.
I often am drawn more upwards magnetically, I feel like during.
Yeah, well, you can count it. All this right here is electromagnetic in nature, all of it.
So, hey, does it have a time for the next
right here.
to hit?
There's the counter right there. Here's the date. Right down here's the date when they see runtime. They ran this today at 10 UTC. So that's roughly, I don't know what, 5 or 6 Eastern Daylight Time is when they ran this graph or this chart.
Okay.
And so so as I toggle this counter, as I toggle that back and forth, it shows you, when it's going to arrive.
Okay.
So like right here, watch, you'll see. I'm gonna have to zoom in and then zoom back out a little bit because it's hard with this little phone. You can see.
Tell me about it. I'm looking at it on my big screen here, and what you're saying is like about 10 seconds delay on my big screen, so I'm trying to match up what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, give me a second. Let me get my image stable. That way you can see the counter, and then I can get my thing toggling back and forth. So if you start the counter at 0, right where they ran it, this one goes back to the 6 at 10 UTC. I'm going to give it a little bit to catch the delay so you can not get ahead of you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start toggling it forward and watch the counter, watch the date change, and watch the time change, and you'll see as these things approach the Earth. So let me back up, and I'm going to wait for that information to catch up to you on the delay on the live feed.
That UTC, that's a 24-hour time, is it?
Yeah, UTC is on 24-hour, but it's based out of what they call Greenwich time, which is in England.
Greenwich.
Greenwich. I get my phonetics turned around all the time. I have a little bit of dyslexia, but
that's all right. Everybody pronounces it differently, I think.
You know, I have a problem with reversing my phonetics when I say them, and just like when I type them on the computer, I do it all the time. I can't help it.
Yeah, I got a bad habit of typing backwards too.
Yeah, I do it all the time. I've been doing it since I was little. As soon as I started learning to read and write, I was doing it back then. So here, watch this progress and watch the timer count forward, and you'll see you'll see this pressure wave approach the Earth, or plasma wave particles coming at the Earth at near the speed of light. Watch this.
When's it gonna hit us, mate?
Well, we're in one right now. So you see the date right here. That's the 6th. We've had one in the 6th and 7th, and now we're coming out of it. But now we have another.
It's fucking hot.
Yeah, this causes hot. It also causes cold. And the other thing is,
9 days old.
You could be sitting here in your living room at, like, say 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what the conversion would be Celsius, but you could be sitting here at 70 degrees Fahrenheit and start sweating profusely doing nothing.
Weird. Fucking hell.
So watch this. So this is on the 7th. On the 7th, one passed over us. And now as we move forward to where we're at in time right now, well, hang on. I got my damn cursor all screwed up here.
Looks like it's time.
So look at the date. There's a date. We're on the 7th. Now I'm going to move it forward. Now we got another one coming at us. You see how this works? It's like waves of an ocean coming at us, and every time a wave hits us, it kicks us in our body in one way or another, and we might feel more tired than we should, or our heart might beat faster than it normally does, or we might be a little more pissed off than we normally are.
Right.
These are very powerful electromagnetic fields that are being hurled at us at very high rates of speed, and when they hit our Earth, they have effects on us.
Now, what about my amphetamines? Because of the Vyvanse I take for the ADHD, right? Like, so I think sometimes that offsets sometimes signals coming in.
Yeah, I couldn't really speak to that. I mean, that's way beyond my comprehension. But I know that if you're taking any kind of medicine, even over the counter, and you start bombarding your body with high intensity energy waves of any nature, it would almost certainly have to have some sort of effect.
Exactly. The thing I like about it is that it's the one on my stuff. It says it's the oldest ones that we've got, the one that we knows what they do, because so many of the drugs they say we're not exactly sure how this works. We're pretty sure if we think it works like this, we think it works like that. I don't know. If put that stuff in their body. When we have stuff that works, and the side effects are you could feel good. Well, what's the side effect of this? You might feel good. What's the side effect of this? You might work better. What's the side effect of this? You might have improved performance. Well, what do you mean as a side effect? Well, that's probably a good thing, right? Absolutely. So, like,
take a pill and take another pill to counteract the first pill we gave you. That's a brilliant idea to make money in perpetuity. I'll give them that.
Hey, where exactly is it going to be at 1 o'clock on the 9th, or does it go that far?
Yeah, it should. Let me toggle it through, and I'll be able to tell you.
That's
what time zone do you want to convert it to?
Well, no, leave it to the Greenwich, right? I just added the extra 5 hours, right? The extra 5 hours from
and
there.
What day of the week do you want to know?
It would be 1 o'clock on the 9th for us to see it here when it starts to get dark.
Oh, you want to look at the aurora forecast? I can show you the aurora
Oh,
forecast.
you
Hang
got a
on.
separate forecast. Okay, yeah,
Right
that'd be
here.
nice.
Here's the aurora forecast. And there's the top of the North Pole. Here's the North American continent. Here's the European continent. And all I got to do is hit play. So let me see where the counter is here. Give me a second. Let me
I want to be there to give that.
Is that the A sign line?
All right, so somewhere down here is there's the model run at, so they ran this today at 1300. This is when they ran this model at 1300. And let's see, the observation so when they observed it was today at 1256. So we got to look at the runtime. It's probably, I don't know, I can't remember. This is either like a 3-hour or a 12-hour or a 24-hour model based on what's coming at us. But we can watch the counter and see what happens once I find my cursor. I got to reduce this picture though, because it's too big. All right, let me get a better grip on it. Well, we'll just watch it, let it run through once, and then we'll get the time, and I'll dial in the time that you want to know.
But yeah.
Well, for here in America, I'd like to know, like right after dark, if we'll be able to see it.
Yeah, I can dial that time in for you. Just I'm gonna let it run through its full cycle, and then I'll follow the time with the toggle, and then I'll be able to give you I should be able to pinpoint it for you.
What time does this cycle start?
Meaning, I don't think that people should put anything.
What time does what start?
Lord Jesus.
The cycle, is that like 4 a.m. or something instead of 24-hour cycle on your screen?
Oh, as far as this scale goes, I was looking at this watching. I'd have to watch let me watch the counter for a second. I'll tell you. Hang on one second. Let me back it up. So it starts at let's see here. I'll let you see it. It starts at 1300 UTC, and I'll just toggle it all the way forward. See, watch the date. It's for the, hang on, I got to move my mouse again. So it starts right here on the 7th, and then if you progress it forward.
Go. Yeah.
It's hard not to chalk up your medication when it works.
So this one only goes as far forward as
24 hours.
Today at 1300 as far as this goes forward in time.
Yeah. That's why we almost got to look at the solar waves coming, right? That way,
yeah, we could have a better idea because now I couldn't tell you which one of these waves. I'm not smart enough to right now or educated enough now to tell you which one of these events would enhance or decrease that aurora event. I don't know. I couldn't speak to that accurately, but these will definitely have an effect on it. And I would say speculatively, the higher the intensity of this event here or here, the higher the chance of that aurora effect being greater.
Yeah,
I'd say that would stand to reason. I mean, I'm not an astrophysicist, but I mean, it kind of makes sense, you know.
Greater the wave, the more we'll see, usually, right?
What's that?
It'll fuck up on radios. Sorry, mate.
So on the 9th at 1 o'clock UTC, is that right?
Yeah, that would be when it starts to get dark here in America.
1300 then, right?
Yeah.
Right there. So, yeah, we're right in the heart of this charged plasma stream at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
See, so we're right in the heart. So you see that red color? Here's the scale for that. So when you get into the red, it's fairly intense. When it gets into white or black, it's really intense. See, so I'll show you, like right down there, you see that white color in there?
Yep.
That white color is high intensity, but we're not going to get hit with that. We're going to get hit. I'm sorry, my phone isn't focusing real well here.
We can see.
I just got to, I keep jerking my hand.
It was a good picture, man. I got a small screen. Yeah.
Well, my side, it was focused so bad. It was out of focus so bad, I couldn't even see what I was looking at.
Oh, okay. Maybe I was going to say it's.
See, so we don't have that white, like on the 9th at 1 o'clock. We don't have that white hot. We got on the scale, we got yellow and a tiny little bit of orange mixed in there, but we're not really in the heavy part of the red. So that's actually a good thing. The lighter the color getting down into the blues, that's where you want it to be. You don't want it up here higher up.
Yeah, no, it starts to fry out electronics and that.
Oh
right?
yeah, it affects communication, shortwave radio. It has an effect on all that stuff.
What do you mean, Hitman? Frack, what do you mean, Hitman Michigander? I don't follow. It says Mitch Hitman. What a name.
Huh?
Michi.
It's Michigander. I hate Michi.
Look at how this intensifies as it goes past us. We're lucky we ain't getting hit with that right there, buddy. We'd be in trouble. That'd be Night of the Living Dead right there. If we got hit with that intensity level after being bombarded one after another.
Yeah.
It will happen. It will happen.
I like this one here, man.
Holy fuck, how many black spots are on there?
There you fat kiki.
Look at the sunspots.
Yeah, sunspots, man. They put out their own type of hell that's not good for the earth either.
I've been familiar with sunspots for a long time, my brother, and they can fuck you up.
My brother died when he was 29 from malignant melanoma skin cancer.
Yeah, I've got nose cancer, mate, from skin cancer.
Dude, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't give a shit. Oh, I probably died before then from my habits. But fucking, the when you see black spots on the sun, isn't that a storm?
They're colder spots, the black spots, as far as I can remember. It's the
I want to know.
It's the explosions where you get like a stream of a electronic magnetic wave that comes out from the sunlight is what produces our auroras when it hits us.
Yeah, like a charged plasma. I think it is a charged plasma.
Like an EMP device.
Can they what?
Yeah, that right there is the
electronic magnetic pulse.
Yeah, that right there is the best electronic EMP generator in the world right there in our known universe or our known solar system. That right there generates more electromagnetic pulse, or what you're referring to as EMP. Most of it comes from right here.
Good.
And they're saying we're getting more and more too, right?
Well, yeah, we were in a solar minimum, which means the sun spots and coronal mass ejections are on a downward trend. But see, we're coming out of that low trend and we're accelerating. I'll actually show you on the graph. It's kind of neat to see. We're actually coming out of a solar minimum and we're starting to proceed into a solar maximum. It's going to demonstrate that right down here on this graph below, right here. So like sunspot progression.
Gonna catch up sometime.
So if you see right here, that dot right there, that's where we're at right now.
Wow, yeah.
Now, the trippy thing is this red line over here, this is what they had projected it to be, but where my cursor is, they projected it to be right here in 2022. And if you see where the projection, where we're actually at, which is this number here, we're actually where they're projecting us to be a year from now in activity. So we're a year ahead of schedule according to their prediction. We're a year ahead of schedule in the increase into a solar maximum.
Fuck yeah, brother. It's a cosmic event.
Oh yeah, and dude, these things have profound effects on all living creatures on this planet.
Hey, do you want the worst part about all of that? You know how it's getting more intense, right, as the years are going? Well, by what year are they saying zero emissions? So in other words, all electric cars, all electric...
2030 is their sick agenda.
Yeah.
What a lot of bullshit.
That is just a joke.
See, here's another graph, and it's doing the same thing. This is where we're at. This is where they said we would be at. And here's where we're actually at a full year ahead of schedule here.
Gee whiz.
They're gonna have to figure out. They're gonna have to figure out how to EMP proof all electronics, including electric
Well,
motors stuff. Or
they
everything's
already know how to do it. They already know how to do it. It's called shielding, and all it is a Faraday cage. In different ways, you can design that into your coax cable for your TV. That's a shielded cable.
Yeah.
The ones with leaves in there, eh?
The shielded cable for like a coax for cable or satellite for your television. That's a shielded cable, and that is resistant, or if not outright impervious to these types of effects. And that's exactly what you're saying. The technology exists, but we didn't ever implement it in our power grid.
Mate, go and buy that graph. It's not going to be 27th of March whenever 2027. It's going to be 2025. Like that song goes. In the year 2525. That's the one. If man.
So what is it you do during the daylight hours, Ron?
Usually the same shit. I do a lot of studying of history. I like to study the arts and sciences. I only sleep about 2 or 3 hours a day on average. I've been doing that since I was a little boy. I do get my days where I get tired and I'll sleep, 6 or 8 hours, and I might do that 2 days in a row, a couple times a month. But I don't generally sleep a whole lot. I never have.
Yeah, I had one of those nights last.
I've been sleeping a lot lately, but yeah, I usually only sleep like 4 to 5 hours a night.
Sleep sheep.
Yeah, you miss a whole lot when you're sleeping, man. The world passes you right the fuck up, and you don't even know what happened.
We sleep for 5 days.
Am I sleep?
Probably, mate. In about 12 hours.
I'm gonna make me a big old flat of steak and eggs and taters.
Oh, there's the meat shortage. You know why there's the meat shortage? Because all the meat workers have got fucking COVID.
There ain't no meat shortage if you grow your own meat. There ain't no meat shortage if you grow your own meat.
Hell yeah. I'm not gonna eat.
Then you don't have to have meat. You don't have to have meat every meal either.
No.
No, you don't. You don't. But if I eat veggies,
I gotta go outside and catch the sunrise for y'all. It's coming up over the ridge. It should be pretty cool.
Right
yeah,
on.
give it a look, mate.
I jumped down. I figured I'd come up for a few minutes and have a quick chat there. It was interesting. I'd like to stick around, but I gotta go pick up a chocolate lab for a Mennonite feller.
Oh, nice, man. Well, have a safe trip, man. I love chocolate labs. I've had quite a few of them.
Right on.
Release dopamine.
And you guys have a good day. We'll catch you on the next one.
Hey, peace, man.
Have a nice time with your science at the lab.
That's pretty good.
Goodbye, Morgan.
Yeah, everybody will slowly cycle out for the day here. Yeah, I kind of do my thing, man. I usually play more guitar, but my fingers tore up right now. So.
Oh, that's a shame, bro. That's
Yeah.
It makes you long though for it, right? So like when you get it, it's gonna be such a great jam. That first one, make sure you record it.
I'm all right, man. I'm used to it. I've been doing 35 years now.
Yeah. What are you just doing? Gonna wait? Like I broke my finger a while back, and like the fourth boxing one or whatever, like this one right here, and you just keep, you know what I mean? You do it. You just keep playing. You keep playing. Right?
Missy, you famous, mate. What famous band you played in?
What?
Michigander, what famous band have you played in?
I haven't.
I
haven't really played in a band. I've done a few projects here and there, but there's one or two songs on the internet, but the dude that did the processing for them has since chopped them up because the other guy died. and it ain't the same as when we were doing it together. But there's a couple songs online by a band called Poor Pagan Children.
Poor Pagan Children.
That's pretty appropriate.
And then there's I played drums in a punk metal deal down south, but they were bopping around different people in the band called Stinkfinger. It was a punk metal band.
I love it, man, and I know you. Respect. Respect. I love you, man. You're Stinkfinger.
I used to walk around for almost a decade all over the country with a German Shepherd and a guitar.
Realize I bought Stinkfinger earlier today in the last 24 hours.
You're kidding.
No,
well,
I don't lie for amusement. But I mean, I was thinking of this, not just the Stinkfinger. I was thinking Stinkfinger, relating it all the way back to hearing the band name.
It wasn't my idea. I just slammed the skin. No.
No, I got a friend too. He was like Two Dogs Fucking, and I always am up on bands with cool names, man. And Stinkfinger is
that's original as hell.
Dude, I was like 24 years old, banging around through fucking Bradenton, Florida, in a motorhome with German Shepherds and shit.
Fuck yeah!
By the way, his timeline lines up with Stinkfinger's rise. It does.
Oh, I don't even know. I haven't even looked it up or followed it, dude. I haven't even bothered.
Makes sense. If you're going around in a band in 2004, I mean, like that hadn't even happened yet, right?
I was down there last time between 2004 and 2006, something like that. I'm not sure when I came back home. I went down there in 96 or 97, whenever Universal Studios Jurassic Park, whenever Jurassic Park opened up.
Yes, I do.
I built Jurassic Park down there in the 90s.
That's wicked, because I've been down there, right? I mean, like I do Disney. Tom does Disney. I'm as good. We're friends.
Well, I went down and built Adventure Islands for them in the 90s, late 90s. I want to say 96,
That's so wild.
97.
If you look at the layout, it's a
then
woman.
I went back.
It's got the ear and the cerebrum. There's a lot of stuff in the body in the layout of the park. Right, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, well, down there in during the late 90s, all I did was work. But I went back down in like 2004, 2005 for a year or two, and that's when I rolled around doing the band thing. That's when I was just coming out of the Matrix, man.
Yeah, that must have been so much fun, man.
I'd work like 2 or 3 days a week.
If you know
I'd work 2 or 3 days a week for a family car wash down there, right on Bradenton, Manatee Avenue.
Absolutely, in Bradenton, super.
I'd work 2 or 3 days, get the money from that, and I'd take off with my motorhome and go out in the willy weeds and play guitar and get drunk. I had a bad drinking problem back then, though.
Right. Well, you're in South Florida, and you know the natural life is right there.
Yeah, I'd pull up on the causeways and stuff and hang out. Pull up on that Sunshine Skyway Bridge that got knocked down. They turned it into like a pier. They had one side of the pier and another side. You pay a couple bucks and you could pull your motorhome right up and out on it. And then I just pull up and hang out and go do whatever. I don't know, man. I got lots of family and friends down there too, so that helps.
Cool.
That's neat. I got a family around.
Just a free soul, man. Like I said, I had no kids or wife or nothing, so I could take off and do a lot of more things that other people couldn't, you know.
Fuck yeah.
Right on, freedom.
The Terracea Bay, right there for the train track bridge. There used to be a car wash called Car Clean USA. And my family owned that, and I'd help them at that car wash here and there. And it was awesome, dude. Yeah, I'd walked like 3 blocks and then over the US 41 bridge to a 7-Eleven gas station with German Shepherds. And then I'd get my bait, walk back, and then I walk to the train track bridge and put the dogs down on the pylon and go fishing and shit.
I bet you got some nice coins, mate. Are you a coin collector?
A what?
Coin collector? Do you collect
motorcycles, guitars, and cars? That's my jive. Motorcycles, guitars, and cars in that order.
Have you got enough?
I just what?
Have you got a Triumph for a BSA? You got any English?
No, I like rice. I fucking like rice, dude. I got a modified to shit 78 GS Suzuki.
Man,
it's all dragged out.
I had an 81.
I go crazy with them and turn them into drag bikes. But I just picked up a 90s Intruder Boulevard 900, and I just dragged that out, chopped it all down, and dragged that all out. And that one looks pretty sharp.
Nice. What do you?
I actually got my
like, man.
Well, I just snagged up a 1977 El Camino, and I'm trying to do up a 354 bolt main with a 2-speed power glide in it right now.
Nice.
2-speed power glides are the funnest fucking gearbox in the biggest.
Yeah, we're putting a 2500R stall to it. That way it's got a good burnout snap to it. Nothing fancy. I just want to be able to pull out and burn out to 60, 70 miles an hour, lay up and cruise.
Fucking hell yeah, brother. Make it up. Make it up.
Just enough to tickle the back of the ball sack.
Yeah, and if you got a Schiller in your car, she'd cream her pants, man, with them V8 revs.
Well, I just did a modified 92 4x4 Chevy, and I've been modding the fuck out of that thing. Little simple stuff, nothing major, but I got it all brand new now. I mean, literally brand new gas tank, brand new pump, brand new lines, brand new brakes, fucking double stacked leaf springs. I just dropped everything off from the front of the block to balance the block on the front. I added extra coolers, but I'm gonna put a plow to it. And the thing is, most of these other new trucks, they fucking fall apart. My road is so ravenous.
Yes, they do.
Well, that's just it. I live on a horrible road, man. I live on one of the worst roads in the country, man.
About the only vehicle left worth buying for that kind of environment is a Jeep.
That's what I run. I got my main vehicle is a 1977 Big Chief Jeep.
There you go. Yeah, you got her figured out right there.
Yeah. So my main running gear is a AMC 360 with a Ford T18. It's got the Borg Warner manual trans. I usually only run a stick. The only reason I grabbed this Chevy truck up was because a fella that I partnered up with out here, he had put a good amount of money into it. And then when he was going to get rid of it, it just needed a rear end. So I bought a rear end for it and double stack springs. And slowly but surely, it's been picking at me as far as doing work. So I just parked it. And I did the same thing with that Jeep. That's actually how I got in trouble with the law. I left that Jeep Cherokee sit for 15 fucking years, then pulled it out and completely went through that motherfucker. I went through comp cams, timing, A-Team Racing Distributor, Edelbrock custom mounted carburetor with 2 fuel systems. I ran the stock AMC fuel system with an electric race pump underneath my seat.
God, dude.
Yeah, but I didn't build it. I didn't build it for being fast. What I built it for was for being strong and dependable. You know.
Yeah, hell yes. Those are little Those are workhorses, and those Jeeps are built rugged as hell. They got a hell of a good thick suspension and frame on them.
Yeah. Well, I crashed it after 15 years of sitting on it. I got it out.
Sucks.
I was heading into town after having a bunch of issues over the Jeep as far as legality, and then I leaned over to grab a cigarette, and fucking when I looked up, it was pulling me in the ditch, and I slammed a tree, fucked it all up.
Oh, fuck, unlucky.
No, it was psychological. He did it deliberately.
No, hell no, that's my baby. I miss it so bad, dude. Anyways, I went and bought another truck. I bought one of the I bought a J20 pickup truck from a guy in town, and actually getting ready to pull that out in the spring. But first, I'm going to get the El Camino out. As soon as I got the El Camino out, then I'm going to focus on the Jeep because I want that T18. They just don't make Transits like that no more.
Next year, if you got a warehouse for a fucking car parking lot or something.
Right.
Hey, Ron, you're going to believe what else I got sitting in the willy weeds?
What do you got?
1978 and 1974 Toyota Land Cruisers.
Oh, dude, that's a hell of a get around vehicle there.
I've been sitting on both of them too for almost the same amount of time as a Jeep. I've been sitting on them for like 16 years. What's crazy is all components. Listen, all components fit between all these vehicles. I could take the rims off my 92 Chevy and they fit the Jeep, they fit the Land Cruisers.
That's sweet, dude.
Yeah.
That's badass. Did you have to change something to the configuration of the stud layout, or did they come like that naturally?
No, the only problem that I have is I have to grind the center hole out from the newer Chevy to the lockout for the lockout to fit through on the front.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I have to auger out that center hole. Yeah, that's it. And they all bolt up, same patterns, same configurations. And the thing is, I've already done it.
That's cool as shit.
But I've been sitting on it for a long time. And the thing is, another experiment with this truck was to see how good I could get the parts from the local areas because everybody's a fucking Chevy nut up here. I mean, they're all fucking Chevy guys.
Right.
And I did it to kind of poke fun at them. But the thing is, I kind of got smacked in the face with it because it actually worked.
Hey, you ever seen those? Go ahead.
I upgraded the cooling system on the water system, and I went from the old 92 system to the LS1 cooling system.
Oh, right. Yeah, get a little bit more volume running through there.
Yeah. So I did a bunch of little funky stuff that'll help it run a long time. But I've been being lazy. I pulled the manifolds off after I got done doing everything. I started the motherfucker and I drove it just a little bit, and then I backed it up and I yanked the manifolds because one of the manifolds were cracked, and I went to put Edelbrock headers on it. Well, they were supposed to fit and it didn't. On the driver's side of the block, the dump out for the manifold was right where the pig was.
Right.
So I just got a delivery of new manifold stock. So I have the stock manifolds and I have custom stock baloney headers. But I want to do custom work to the emissions.
Hey, it's going to time out here on us here in about a minute or so. I think that's what Sassy said.
About 15 minutes.
It's 12 minutes. We got 12 minutes.
Oh, I thought you said 11:45. My mistake.
That's 11:55.
11:55. Okay.
Yep, Sassy coming to tell us to piss off.
Thanks for being you mad Raider.
But yeah, I got a little bit of stuff to do, but it's my birthday, man. I just kind of.
Oh, wicked! Happy birthday, man!
Today, happy birthday, brother. Shit, man. I'll sing for you, but I might.
It's Wednesday, the 12th. But what I do for my birthday is come January 1st, New Year's. I don't party or nothing, so I just kind of live good. I eat and get stoned.
I hear you, man.
There you go. That's a good way to celebrate, man.
Balance, right? Exactly.
Yeah, I try to do whatever my heart desires.
I did what I wanted yesterday, and I'm doing what I want today. That's right.
Keep it mellow and keep it balanced.
Yeah, exactly.
I just live good. I just live good. Whatever makes me comfortable for that amount of time is what I do. It's like yesterday, I wanted to sneak out and go get extra wood because it's cold. And I wanted extra hot wood, and I found a bunch of good ash. And I went to go get the second.
Buddy. That's some dense wood.
I went to go get a second load, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I got enough to make it till morning. I'm done. And I showed.
Hey, you got any hedge growing around you, like the old growth hedge?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, so it's like a hedgerow. They grow around the central U.S. And over here towards the east too. They're fairly prolific, and when they're old, they get big, but it takes them. I mean, it might take them 100 years to get this big around, and they grow real wily every which way. And when you cut them open, they're this piss yellow on the inside. But you know you're cutting hedge with a chainsaw because when you cut it with a chainsaw, it'll make sparks come off your chainsaw, and there's no metal in it. It's that dense and hard.
Oh, say joint. I got a couple. I'd have to show you, and you'd have to say, "Yeah, that's it."
Yeah. So look, back in the day, the farmers used to cut these hedges up, and they would use them for fence posts, and you didn't have to treat them or nothing. You just cut the bark off of it when you're going to bury it in the ground, and that sucker would last for 50 to 75 years with no treatment. It was like that naturally. But when you burn it, you can't load your stove up with it. You can only put one good chunk in there. You load your stove up with that hedge, and it'll overheat your stove and catch your pipe on fire. It burns hot.
Yeah. How you doing
in the
over
winter,
there, Sam?
In the wintertime, I throw one chunk of that that hedge in there. Yeah, hell yeah, happy birthday. Fuck what I'm talking about. Happy birthday.
I might send you a text or something here in a little bit here after I get some stuff done, Ron. I usually kind of tinker around with animals in the camp area until about like 11 to 1.
That's good stuff, man.
But I kind of do whatever. I just make sure the critters are taken care of, and I got to keep warm for the winter. So it's kind of how it goes.
You know, the neat thing about the way we choose to live is we could seriously just like sit right where we're at and not have to go nowhere for 6 months and never do without a single damn thing. And that's real freedom right there. That's real freedom.
Like the only thing that I have an issue with from doing that is I don't have a well on site, so I have to farm my drinking water and stuff in.
What about, don't you do any kind of rainwater catchment?
Yeah, I got that, but I won't consume that. I use that to flush toilets and wash.
Right. Yeah, that minimizes your water consumption, but you could also run it through like even one of them cheap little filters you buy at the store for like the zero water filter deal.
If someone was here, I'll show you. I have PEX running underneath the ground.
Hell yeah!
I got it running to the pavilion.
That's badass.
I got it running to my trailer. I got it running to my boss's trailer. But the thing is, during the winter, you can't store that because the tanks freeze up.
Right.
So I have to drain all my tanks right before freeze time. I have to drain all my tanks. And I have a 300-gallon tank that I bring my water in.
Right.
And when that's the tank that I use for showering for myself. And the thing is, I just park the tank at the top of the hill. And I have pumps. I just don't use them. I park the tank up at the top of the hill. And the pressure pumps right down, dude. I shower right out in the fucking open in the cold. I don't use hot water, nothing.
Right. You know, them old boys up in Alaska, they'll take them water tanks and they'll put that spray foam, that closed cell spray foam on it. And it doesn't let the water freeze. I don't know exactly how they do it, but you can look it up easy. But they put that spray foam on the outside of those water tanks and they keep fresh water running. And I don't know if they put like a little tape heater on there or if they just don't need the heater at all, but they put that closed cell foam on them tanks and they run fresh water through them all year. They have to insulate the hoses, and make sure they're buried deep enough below the frost line and all that.
Well,
but
I just bought a well tip head and a manual pump, and I have I got 2 or 3 jet pumps, but I had it lined up for the pipe to sink it in the ground, and the dude never came through. So I got to figure out my pipes in a slamming cap. They call it a slammer cap.
Yeah. Yo, I know exactly what it is. Hey, you know, back in the day, the pioneers used to drive them right through the damn kitchen floor. Right by where your wood stove is. You put it right near your wood stove so it keeps it from freezing.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna be moving this trailer, but and I'm gonna build a cabin off to a certain spot. I just kind of been lazy about it. But I'm going to put the well for the first well. I'm going to put it down in this greenhouse. And
that's a great place for one.
Well, that's just it. That's where it's going to be most important. But I've been looking at different systems that will pump the water uphill for me, and you don't use electric. It's like a
ram pump. Yeah. It's got one moving part.
So I'm going to do I've already been studying. I know what to do. I just got to get her done. And the thing is,
it's not hard to do. It's not hard to do at all.
To cook over a wood stove and everything, you have all kinds of stuff that's involved with living that way, and a lot of people don't realize it. And it'll suck your whole day up. Just the basic living.
You got to feed the beast. You got to feed the beast all day long.
Yeah, and so I'm waiting for when the shit pops, because when the shit pops off, there'll end up being a few people out here, and we'll have a little system. Just having somebody tending the cook fire alone.
Yeah. Do you know how to heat your greenhouse for free without using a wood stove?
Yeah, you dig 20-foot deep holes, and you put PVC pipe down and thermal heat it.
Yeah, you can do that, and that's a great way. But there's a cheaper and easier way too. So when you don't have access to fertilizer, you use natural compost.
You got 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, you use natural. All right, thanks. You use natural compost. So if you designate an area inside the greenhouse where you have a pile of compost that you're constantly adding to and stirring, you can get just through natural stirring, every few days, letting it decompose. It'll generate the inner temperature can get 160 degrees, and it will actually produce heat for the inside of that greenhouse. If you keep it closed and sealed, early spring and late fall, it'll extend your growing season. And all you got to do is go in there once or twice a week and stir that pile of compost, and it'll generate its own heat. Ain't you seen a compost pile when they run the loader into it and it steams?
Ron,
Yeah.
So we don't lose this stream and stuff. Give me a couple hours and I'll text you on your phone number.
Yeah.
I'll text you. I got a 734 number out of Detroit, so you'll recognize
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Let me get some stuff done. I gotta figure something out for my belly. I'm getting coffee gut. But Sass is gonna have to cut off here, and he wants to go surf around and strut and do what he does.
All right, man.
I noticed the Sass is staying inside because it's fucking cold. He's been all over the internet.
Yeah, it's good talking to you boys. We'll probably catch up a little bit later on today or this evening or something if y'all are back out in this cyber sphere.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can stream again if you guys want, but I'll be down here because I can't make noise.
No, I got to go get my dogs and take them out and play with them a little bit and shit. I got to go tend to my animals too.
This is good stuff.
Yeah, it'll take me about probably 2 hours, 3 hours to get that done, and then I'm probably
that's all right.
I mean, some more of the stash.
I don't know if I'll be asleep or not, but if I do fall asleep, I won't be asleep long anyway. So,
well, I'm gonna get out of here. It's getting close. Might as well do it.
All right, gentlemen.
Take it easy,
peace.
Sir.
Hey, man.
I'll probably do the same thing again tonight. So,
all right,
all right, Seth. We'll see you later tonight, boss.
See you soon. Thanks everybody in chat.
Come back around. Don't be a stranger.
To go that long without drama is a miracle, and I love it.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's the good shit, man.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Oh, I really dig you, Earl, man.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks,
See you, Spud. See you, man.
Sassy.
Thank you.
Say, my brother. Hey, who changed me name? I didn't fucking do that.
I did it.
I you chatty cunt.
I just did it a while ago. I was like, bro, when I come back. Hey, look for me again. We'll see you, brother. Good day.
I'm up for hours, man. It's not even.
See you, Coquey.
See you, dude.
Amen.
Amen.